Chapter 1, Hit by the Schoolgirl. Chen Fan, you wouldn't have no money to pay the class fee again, would you? In a classroom of the sophomore class of the finance department of Jiangzhou University, the vice class president Liang Dongkai slammed his book down and sat his butt on the desk, looking at the plainly dressed classmate with contempt. I'd say there are 56 students in the class, and 55 of them have paid. Is your family that poor? You don't participate in every class activity. I think you should just get out of our class. Some of the students from well-off families heard this and all of them laughed playfully. Many even found a strong sense of superiority from Chen Fan. Chen Fan was the poorest student in the class. Besides himself, he also had a younger sister who was attending school. The tuition fees had to be put together. So how could he have the money to pay for all these messy expenses? University life is more leisurely. Liang Dongkai rely on the advantage of the family, almost every month to organize an activity, although each time is 200 or 300. But for Chen Fan is already a lot of money. At first he could barely cope. Gradually he got annoyed and simply stopped participating. With this kind of work, he might as well go to work and study to ease the burden for his family. Seeing that Chen Fan did not say anything, only then did Liang Dong spit out the gum in his mouth. And, I really can't understand you poor boy. Obviously you don't have the strength to go into this circle. Can't even afford to pay a class fee. What's the point of majoring in finance? Go to the construction site to move bricks honestly is not good? Chen Fan knew that he had been looking at himself in a bad light, and angrily got up, pointing at his nose. Liang Dongkai, you listen to me. The money that should be paid, I won't lose a single penny. The money that shouldn't be paid, I won't pay a single cent. Doesn't your family just have a few stinking dollars? What's the big deal? Yo! This poor boy was still hardened. Liang Dongkai nonchalantly disliked back angrily. I'm no big deal, so if you're capable, why don't you pay the money instead? What's the use of blind BB? Or you kneel down and beg me, I'll help you advance the money. Ha ha ha. The class burst into laughter. Chen Fan couldn't take the insult and turned around to walk out of the classroom. Behind him came Liang Dongkai's shameful laughter. Silly boy. Serves you right for being poor for the rest of your life. Chen Fan's footsteps stalled, clenched his fists, and forced himself to swallow the breath again. I just don't believe that I can really be poor for the rest of my life. Tick tick. At the entrance of the school, the stream of traffic was endless. Chen Fan was thinking about things in his head, when unexpectedly a Maserati came head-on. Boom! Chen Fan directly crashed into the car. The head came into a hard close contact with the ground. Oh! The girl in the car panicked. She didn't get out of the car but covered her eyes in the first place. I heard about the collision. Immediately, it attracted many people to gather around. Only then did Zhao Linlin get out of the car in a panic and shouted towards Chen Fan. Hey, are you alright? Should I send you to the hospital? The girl who drove the car was none other than the famous school flower Zhao Linlin. Her family was wealthy, and it was said that the market value of her family's company was up to hundreds of billions of dollars. Zhao Linlin is also like the stars in general. Since childhood has been pampered in the palm of her hand to grow up. Seeing that he hit someone, he was so flustered that he was at a loss for words. Chen Fan climbed up and felt a splitting headache. The body stumbled and fell down again. Hey, don't you be okay? Seeing Chen Fan being hit by himself like this, Zhao Linlin was on the verge of crying with anxiety. I really didn't mean it. She supported Chen Fan. Come on people, help me send him to the hospital. Chen Fan waved his hand. His brain was buzzing. His vision was blurry. His eyes were out of place. He shook his head vigorously, and before he could even say anything, a discordant voice came from beside him. And, yo, what a setup. Pretending is pretty decent. Big schoolgirl Zhao, don't bother with him. He has no money to pay his class fee and has come out to touch the porcelain. He's really good at choosing people. Knowing that Zhao's family has money, Liang Dongkai came at some point and sneered. Zhao Linlin frowned slightly, but seeing Chen Fan being bumped into, she was still a little heartbroken. At this time, her best friend Zhou Yufei came down from the car. So it's a bumper. This kind of person has seen a lot. Why are you so kind? After saying that, she drew out a few tickets from her bag and angrily threw them in front of Chen Fan. Don't pretend. Your purpose is achieved. She hated this kind of person the most in her life, no longer wanting to look at half an eye more, pulling Zhao Linlin to get on the car. Yufei, stop it. I don't think he's faking. I really bumped into him. Zhao Linlin was about to go back. Stop. Chen Fan stood up at some point and grabbed the money on the ground angrily. The three armies can take over the marshal, but the pikers can't take over their will. He slammed the money hard on Zhou Yufei's face, then limped away. And, hey, Zhao Linlin had all the flavors in her heart. Chen Fan had been lying in the dormitory for 3 days, and all the bones in his body were like falling apart. His head didn't hurt anymore, but his eyes stayed blurry. He had no money to go to the hospital, so he could only carry on. Fortunately, his roommate Wang Hao brought him food every day. Chen Fan, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? Chen Fan shook his head as his mom called. Son, how have you been lately? Is there enough money for living expenses? Your dad killed the pig at home and will send you some money tomorrow. Mom, no need. I've saved a few $100s from working and studying. Keep it for your sister's tuition. You child, you haven't been given living expenses for a few months. Don't hold on to it. Got it. Mom. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fan felt that he couldn't lie down like this anymore. He rubbed his eyes and subconsciously looked out the window. The girls' dormitory 100 meters away across the street was suddenly like a telescope, brushing it closer. Everything in the dormitory, even a hair falling on the ground, was clear. My eyes. Chen Fan rubbed in disbelief and looked over there again. That's right, one could really see the situation over there clearly. And the opposite side just happened to be Zhao Linlin's in their dormitory. Zhao Linlin was resting her chin and was preoccupied. She was still thinking about the incident of bumping into someone that day. Chen Fan twisted his head again and a copper coin hanging on Wang Hao's key caught his attention. This was a 1733 Yongzheng Tongbao from the Baowu Bureau. Old value. What's going on here? He was bumped by Zhao Linlin, and he even knocked out his supernatural powers? Chen Fan went to wash his face and moved his muscles. The eyes directly penetrate the cabinet door to see what's inside. My eyes can actually see through? It can even tell where these things came from. How did I suddenly possess such a magical ability? Chen Fan was a bit surprised and once again took a casual glance. Liang Dongkai and the others in the hostel room next door were speculating in the stock market. Up, yay! They were chasing a stock called Tongcheng Real Estate. And Liang Kai was so wealthy that he directly smashed $200,000. He also learns from others in the chase stop. Hit the board. That only the stock is reliable. The next day, regardless of the high open or again board, can always earn not lose. But Chen Fan through perspective clearly saw 2 minutes and 30 seconds later. This stock opened the board. Then it dropped. And then dropped again the next day. Seeing that Liang Dongkai and a group of people were celebrating, Chen Fan shook his head with a cold smile. However, he couldn't be sure that what he saw would actually happen. He was just wondering how he suddenly possessed such a powerful perspective. Even walls could be penetrated. Just about to habitually look towards the girls' dormitory across the street. A cry of sleepy grass came from next door. Tongcheng Real Estate suddenly hit the sealed stop. It went down like a pile driver. Plummeted 20 points. Asterisk. Nima. The sky floor. I grabbed in on the stop. Liang Dongkai 2 eyes black. Hey, class president. Several classmates rushed to pinch his middle. Chapter 2, Do I have special psychic abilities? It is said that beating the board is poor for 3 generations, and ultra-short ruins a lifetime. A heavenly floor almost sent this self-righteous Liang Dongkai away. Chen Fan was shocked to find that the scene he saw actually worked. Since the school opened a practical financial class, many people take themselves as stock gods. Chen Fan dormitory room there are several stock speculation. Some people also self-appointed financial prince. Even with his girlfriend dating do not go every day in the dormitory to play stocks. But the real money-making one is not. All losses with 250 like. Previously Chen Fan advised them, do not touch this kind of thing. Ordinary people cannot play the banker. They don't believe in evil. Saying what learning finance even stock won't. Might as well go to move bricks. And he has no doubt about his ability. I read the finance major, but still cannot play the retail investors who do not know anything about it. In order to confirm whether he can really see through everything, and even see the future trend of the stock, Chen Fan casually opened the roommate Yi Langao's notebook. He randomly picked a few stocks to verify, and found that he can indeed see the future trend of these stocks. One of the stocks, Tianfu Medical, is about to go up. Yi Langao came back from the next dormitory. What are you doing? Nothing. I'm looking at this stock. It should be going up soon. It's going to go up. Yi Langao glanced at it and said irritably, this stock has been trading sideways for months. It's like an electrocardiogram every day. 2 cents can play all day. Typical hot chicken stock. He didn't have this special ability, so of course he didn't believe it. But what Chen Fan saw was clearly a trend that was about to stop, and the next day it rushed high and fell back. Hey, do you guys know? It was only just now that Liang Dong ate a heavenly floor. 200,000 ah. He went to grab the stop. Dash. Yi Langao laughed out of his eyes. The feeling of losing $40,000 in a minute is really acidic. Wang Hao said in a nonchalant manner. It's okay. His dad has money. Still nothing. Angry heart attack. 2 people just finished talking. Suddenly, Tianfu Medical pulled up strongly. From falling more than 3 points, directly sealed on the stop. Yi Langao and Wang Hao froze there. Both of them all stared at Chen Fan in a daze. Nima, your kid's mouth has opened over the light ah. At this moment, he had some regrets. Why didn't he dump the stocks in his hand and buy Tianfu Medical? People who speculate in the stock market are probably thinking this way, and after it goes up, they regret why they didn't buy it just now. and Chen Fan's heart can no longer calm. In the face of everything that happened today, the heart is extremely shocked. If he can grasp this information, is it not the same as mastering the wealth code? Or do you want to go to the securities company to open an account? At this time, the disinterested Ilangao grabbed the cigarette case on the table and shook it a few times. It was empty. Chen Fan, come with me to buy a pack of cigarettes. The two came to the kiosk in front of the hostel. Ilangao handed over $20 and was about to take cigarettes when Chen Fan casually swept his eyes at the pile of betel next to him. One more pack. Another packet. One more pack. Ha! As soon as he grabbed the money in Ilangao's hand. Boss, a pack of betel nut. After saying that, and not waiting for Ilangao to react, he had already torn open the package. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The money I spent on cigarettes. Boss, another pack. Sure enough, he won the lottery. Chen Fan was overjoyed and grabbed another pack and tore it. Boss, another pack. Boss, another pack. Boss, one more pack. The fifth pack. Ilangao looked at this douchebag. Nima, just about to stop it. Chen Fan didn't care about him at all and continued to tear open the betel nut packaging. Boss, one more pack. One more pack. One more pack. The guy tore open 9 packets of betel nut in one breath. And then, he took out the lottery ticket inside. Boss. The boss saw that he won 8 packs in a row and said with a smile, "Young man, good luck. Did you win again?" Chen Fan handed over the raffle ticket. A yellow foo. Scratch that. Ilangao was completely dumbfounded. Of course he knew that the betel nut's winning rate was extremely high, but the case of winning a yellow betel nut was very rare, and such a good thing was actually encountered by him? $20 won 7 packs of betel nut and a cigarette. Ha 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 ha. Screwed up. The two men returned to the hostel room with betel nut and cigarettes in their hands. Come, eat betel nut. See the people who have a share. Ilangao threw the bag onto the table. Eat whatever you want. Don't be polite with me. Through the verification just now, Chen Fan was more confident in his eyes, and his eyes once again fell on the copper coin on Wang Hao's key. Rat, are you selling this copper coin? Wang Hao looked at the guy in disbelief. Is your brain pumped? No, I'm serious. We were all classmates, and he didn't want to pit people against each other. He himself just wanted to go to the market to verify it and see if this ability was reliable or not. Take it if you want it. Wang Hao was generous and removed the key and threw it away. Chen Fan took the copper coin and scrutinized it. It was so well preserved. How much was it worth? Although he knew nothing about ancient coins, he was sure it was real. Because of the supernatural power of his eyes, he could tell its origin at a glance, and was sure that it was the Yongjing Tongbao of the Baowu Bureau. Take a gamble on it. I only have $216 on me. I'll give you all of it. Chen Fan actually really gave him the money. Ilangao looked at him in disbelief. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This buy wouldn't be knocked out of his mind by Zhao Linlin, right? Rat. Classmates, we cannot see death. Quickly call the psychiatric hospital. Damn it, I hope this thing is not contagious. What are you guys doing? Wei Jianliang came back from picking up girls outside, wearing a flowery shirt and eating with his mouth full of oil. Among the several people in the dormitory, he was the one who had the most enjoyable life. Pick up other people's, eat other people's, and I don't know how these girls think. Anyway, Chen Fan can't figure it out. I guess they like the kind of people who brag about buy. Wang Hao said. Nothing. You came back from shooting all the bullets? Wei Jianliang shook his newly bought shirt. The sister bought it. How is it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Eating the sisters again. The three men looked contemptuous. Wei Jianliang touched a cigarette from under the bed and went to the toilet. Chen Fan took the copper money and prepared to go to the antique market to see if he could get rid of it. Fortunately, Zhangzhou University is not far from the city. Chen Fan rode a shared bicycle to the antique street. There are a lot of antique connoisseurs here. He deliberately hung the coin on the key on the waist in the most conspicuous position. Although it is said that the fragrance of wine is not afraid of the deep alley, selling things like this you cannot go to the initiative to ask people to ask you, otherwise the price will fall. At the same time, he also went to the stalls to browse around, to see if there were any coins of the same style, and in the meantime, to inquire about the market. A casual glance, ordinary copper coins, unnamed vendors. Obviously, these were fakes, only artificially made to look old. Chen Fan deliberately picked out a Yongjing Tongbao and asked, Boss, how do you sell this? The stall owner glanced at him. 2,000. Crap. Chen Fan's hand shook and threw the coin on the stall. This thing can sell for 2,000? After strolling around the antique market twice, looking east and west, a middle-aged man in his 50s was indeed walking towards him. The other party looked very elegant and refined. He should be a collector. Young man, can you show me that copper coin on you? Chen Fan sized up the other party. What do you want? Don't get me wrong. I don't think you are in this business either. Give me a look at this coin. I'll take it if it's authentic. Chen Fan removed the key. What's genuine about this is not genuine. Our old family hangs on the key in bunches. The middle-aged man took it and scrutinized it carefully. This character, it, can't be wrong, can't help but be happy. Little brother, how much can this be sold to me? Yo, fish hooked. Chen Fan blurted out. 4,000. Chapter 3 Antique Street picking up leaks. The other party laughed out loud. At a glance you are an amateur. There are many versions of Yongjung Tongbao. You're from Baowu Bureau. Can still be worth a few dollars? If the other bureau, I do not want. Appraisal completed. The middle-aged man squarely said, let's do it this way. I won't swindle you. I'll take the $800. Chen Fan snatched it over with a hand. This thing of antiques, if you like it, it's worth money. If you don't like it, it's worthless. One bite price, 2,000. Give it to you if you want it. Don't pull back. 12,000. No more. The middle-aged man seemed to genuinely want it and shouted a real price. In fact, Chen Fan also checked on the internet. A real Yongjung Tongbao. On their own hands of this version, about 1,000 to 2,000 between, but he paid Wang Hao 216, even $1,000 did not earn, he did not do, at least 1,014, no bargaining. The middle-aged man laughed. 1,014 is not good, I'll give you 1,308, deal. The middle-aged man was also a connoisseur, and paid the money painfully, then handed Chen Fan another business card. Young man, in the future, if there are any more good things you can come to me at the Baibao Zhai on Wenjing Street. Seeing the $380 received on WeChat, Chen Fan then did believe his eyes, since he could tell the origin of these antiques. What was there to be concerned about? The door to wealth had already opened and he didn't want to waste time wandering around the antique street again. Real things were indeed extremely rare here, but not completely absent. Sometimes some antique dealers collected some treasures from the countryside. Even they themselves couldn't see the real thing, and they were cheaply sold to other people in confusion. This is picking up leaks. In front of a stall, there were a lot of things on display. Pottery, alabaster, porcelain, jade, jewelry, were all over the place. Chen Fan swept a glance and his eyes lit up as he saw a quart snuff bottle from 1832. There were a dozen snuff bottles on the stall, and only this one was authentic. All the others were either fakes or worthless street goods. Chen Fan was an amateur anyway and didn't know anything. He grabbed a random fake and asked, "Boss, how do I sell this one?" The stall owner looked at him. 5,000. What a joke. Fakes like this one should be picked at random for $12 a pop, right? He took it in his hand and tossed it around. Name a real price. I'm buying it for fun. The other party took a look at him. There wasn't much business anyway, and casually said, you genuinely want $1,000, take it. $1,000 definitely couldn't buy the real thing. And the real thing was definitely more than $1,000. Chen Fan put it back again and acted like he was ready to leave. Hey, come back. How much are you offering? As expected, it was the same as selling clothes. You don't want it and he shouted at you to come back. Chen Fan said in a bored manner, you really think they are babies? If it's a few $dozen I'll buy one and play with it. Okay, 80 you pick one. The boss shook his head. Business is hard to do these days. These things are still from the countryside, more than $10 a plucked. If encountered not know the goods, can slaughter a knife to slaughter a knife? Anyway, there is a rule in the antique street. No matter whether the goods are real or fake, the buyer will leave the hand. If you buy a fake, that your eyesight is not good, and recognize their own bad luck. To find the genuine, that is also your good fortune. Chen Fan paid $80, took the snuff bottle. Bao Zhai, right? Chen Fan rode a shared bicycle. According to the cell phone navigation to Wenjing Street, this side of Wenjing Street has many tea houses and some antique stores. This is a famous leisure street in Jiangzhou, and the people who live here are very laid back, completely lacking the kind of depression found in big cities. Those who were able to open stores on this street had basically realized their freedom of wealth, drinking tea and skimming birds every day. As for whether the store's business was open or not, they didn't care. Chen Fan came to the 100 Treasures store, and the middle-aged man who had just bought his own copper coins happened to be there. Ha, little brother, why are you here? Chen Fan surveyed this store of his, full of antiques that simply lit up his eyes. At a glance, all of them were treasures of ages. Sure enough, he was a connoisseur, and almost everything in his collection was authentic. Chen Fan took out the snuff bottle he just found. I have something here for you to look at. Yo, you really have a lot of treasures in your hands? Why didn't you take it out just now? Speaking here, he suddenly realized something. This is not something you picked up in the antique street, right? Chen Fan smiled. Do you want it? The other party took it in his hand and looked at it carefully, then took out the magnifying glass. The snuff bottle was colored and painted with a picture of a lady. The other party said after reading it, although this is also considered an antique, but it is not an imperial product, just an ordinary palace snuff bottle. How much do you want to sell? Chen Fan said. Mr. Zhua, although we only met today, it is also considered a destiny. I don't understand this industry of antiques. You look at the prices. If I think I can sell it, if you don't treat me badly, I'll still sell it to you in the future. The implication is, if you intentionally rip me off, the friendship will only be this time. There will never be a second time. Zhua Handong smiled. You first tell me, how did this come about? Didn't you guess just now? Chen Fan didn't hide it, and Zhua Handong was surprised. You really plucked it from there? He gave Chen Fan a thumbs up. This young man was afraid that it was a lie to say that he didn't know. If he really didn't know, could he find such a treasure? He searched. Since you trust me so much, I'll give you a real price. This snuff bottle is only like 60,000 or 70,000 on the market. How many % profit can you give me? He is also very old-fashioned. The value of the thing is here. You want to make money. I also want to make money. It depends on your appetite. Is it worthwhile to socialize? Chen Fan didn't expect the other party to push the problem on himself. He was also very dry. Give 50,000. How much you can make with the rest is your skill. Painful. Deal. Zhua Handong appreciated this young man more and more. Dry and bold. He transferred $50,000 to Chen Fan's account. Little brother, come back to me in the future when you have something good. Zhua Handong personally escorted him to the door and watched Chen Fan ride away on a shared bicycle. Today, he dumped 2 items in one morning and earned 51,084. Chen Fan was getting more and more confident. The study task of the university was not that tight, and he could always come to the antique market to pick up the pieces in the future. But the stock market cannot be missed, so he ran to the securities company to open an account, left $3,000 out. The rest of the money, all the money, to the stock market funds account. This money is considered his own startup capital. Maybe this small fish of his own can also be in the stock market, go into a capital predator? Chapter 4, A Greenhead. Back at the dormitory, a few people were teaming up to hack. Today is my treat, Chen Fan announced. This guy is getting sicker. Lang Gao closed his notebook and strangely sized up Chen Fan. Wang Hao hurriedly got up. Don't infect me. Wei Jianliang, can we bring someone? Bring it on. Chen Fan knew that he had a girlfriend. A freshman, the petite and cute kind. You can all bring girlfriends. Since he earned money, Chen Fan was never stingy. Wang Hao touched his forehead. Not very sick. Xiao Lang, call the emergency room. The 3 animals all had girlfriends, and he was the only bachelor. And if it wasn't for the thick skin of a child from the countryside, his hands would be peeling off layers of skin. And he is not as thick-skinned as Gui Jianliang. Even if he meets a favorite girl, he does not dare to take the initiative. At 5:30 p.m., Gui Jianliang dressed up and went out first. Lang Gao was puzzled and asked, do you really want to treat? Wang Hao said, wouldn't ask us to go eat rice noodles, right? I'm too lazy to call Nan Nan. His girlfriend's name was Qin Nan, from the economic and trade class. Chen Fan laughed. I counted on my fingers. You're going to make a small fortune today. Tick. Received a WeChat transfer of 1164. Curses. Wang Hao jumped up and moved away from Chen Fan. Xiao Lang, hurry up and go hide the soap in the bathroom. Mavi, I won't come back to sleep tonight. Lang Gao stared at Chen Fan strangely. Where did you get the money? I know. It's Zhao Linlin who lost you a lot of money, right? I sold that copper coin of his. He was considered to have borrowed a chicken to lay an egg. The money that should have been given to Wang Hao. Chen Fan still didn't want to be greedy for this. Hearing this, Wang Hao was relieved. That copper coin is so valuable? Yeah, it was sold for 1380. Then I'll pay for it tonight. Don't you grab it from me. It's been a long time since I pretended to be by in front of my girlfriend, Wang Hao said quite righteously. Of course Chen Fan wouldn't let him pay the bill. After all, he still kept more than $1,000 for backup. At 6:30 p.m., everyone went to the back street of the school. There was a whole line of food, drink and entertainment there, with the most barbecues, restaurants, hotels and KTVs. Lang Gao's girlfriend also arrived, majoring in accounting, called Su Keqing, short hair, round-faced girl. A few people picked an open-air location. Chen Fan called the waiter to order food. Hey, how come Gui Jianliang the spy hasn't come yet? Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. Gui Jianliang brought 3 old folks over and pulled out the chairs to sit down. Why don't you find a private room? Sitting outside is not at all by Gu. Lang Gao gave him a displeased look. Didn't you go call your girlfriend? She's not here. Just happened to run into these 3 old folks. Then he turned his head and said to the 3 old folks, don't be polite. Just order whatever you want. These are my buddies. Wang Hao couldn't look at it anymore. Guests don't bring guests. This is the rule. What are you doing? If it wasn't for Qin Nan's face, he would have left. Chen Fan knows that the 2 people for their own good. Gui Jianliang the spy slaughtered people without a light weight. Nothing. Nothing. But Liang Gao and Wang Hao have called their girlfriends, can not spoil their fun. At this time, Qin Nan asked, Chen Fan, why don't you find a girlfriend? There is a girl in our dormitory who is very pretty. Why don't I make an introduction for you? Wei Jianliang finished ordering. He can't even afford to pay his class fees. How can he have money for a girlfriend? Wang Hao couldn't help himself. You make it sound like you spent a lot of money on your girlfriend. Wei Jianliang shamelessly said, what do I need to spend to find a girlfriend? It's just for fun. Why so serious? These words made both Qin Nan and Su Keqing's faces look bad. Are you boys all just playing around? Liang Gao scolded. Can Wei Jianliang shut your dinner thing? Don't listen to his nonsense. He's an animal with no humanity. Both men were busy coaxing their girlfriends. Marred. The happiness of the lower half of my body almost let him spoil it with one sentence. Everyone opened the wine and waited for Xiao Er to serve the food. Wei Jianliang saw Liang Dongkai come over with a girl and hurriedly got up to greet them. Squad leader. Here. The girl beside Liang Dongkai was quite tall and especially pretty. Especially those legs were really tantalizing. In the middle of summer, she was wearing a pair of Korean version fringed denim shorts, which instantly grabbed everyone's eyeballs. However, when Liang Dongkai reached out to pull her, she instinctively avoided it. Wei Jianliang, the ass kisser, pulled out a chair and stuck it on. You guys sit here, I'll go shout at the waiter to add more food. Feel free to order whatever you want. He waved his hand. Boss, 2 more packs of cigarettes. Liang Dongkai saw that Chen Fan was also there, and a trace of disdain clearly flashed in his eyes. He had lost 20 points today, and his heart was not happy. In fact, he didn't have a grudge against Chen Fan. He just had some prejudice and looked down on Chen Fan's poor family. After Liang Dongkai came, Wei Jianliang was especially attentive, running up and down. It really felt like he was treating the guests. A moment to want this, a moment to want that. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see him, but I didn't want to see him. So that Nan Nan and the 2 girls looked at him with a strange face, a little confused. Who's treating us tonight? The waiter brought the cigarettes. Wei Jianliang the first time to Liang Dongkai toast cigarettes. He also shoved another packet to him. Class president. Don't be polite. You want to kiss his ass? You want to kiss his ass and take my money as a favor? Chen Fan glanced at him with some displeasure, knowing that he and Liang Dongkai were not dealing with each other. You still called him over. I don't know what kind of heart he has. At this time, the long-legged girl next to Liang Dongkai blinked her flashing eyes and looked at Chen Fan with great curiosity and asked, You are Chen Fan? Ah, Chen Fan didn't even react. Nan Nan said, Yes, he is Chen Fan. What's wrong? Nothing? The girl pursed her lips and smiled. Only then did Liang Dong get upset. Eat quickly. What's there to ask? Chen Fan vaguely guessed that he should have said something about himself to the other girl. Otherwise, how could an irrelevant person suddenly ask about his name? However, Chen Fan's eyes that could see through everything unexpectedly saw the top of Liang Dongcai's head. Green. Chapter 5 200 pounds boss lady promised to lose weight for me. Ever since he was hit by Zhao Linlin, his own eyes could always see things that others could not. He didn't know what this green on top of Liang Dongcai's head meant, either, but the tops of other people's heads didn't. After he was full of wine and food, he saw Wei Jianliang sitting there waiting for himself to pay the bill. Chen Fan burped and glanced at Wang Hao and the 2 men. I'll go put the water on. The 2 of them understood and said to Qin Nan and Su Keqing, You guys go back to your dormitory. It's getting late. After all, everyone's relationship hadn't reached that point yet. It was impossible to go out for the night. The 2 girls picked up their bags and left, and the 2 of them went to the restroom as well. Liang Dongkai was in a good mood today, picking his teeth with a toothpick and asking, Zhou Jianliang, is there still a program? He was also thinking of taking this opportunity to go to the karaoke hall to roar a few times, because this girl beside him has never had the opportunity to get on. Grinding until the dormitory door is closed will not have the opportunity? Wei Jianlian was still waiting for Chen Fan to come over and pay the bill, but these 3 guys went for half a day and didn't come back. He suddenly felt bad, so he took out his cell phone and called. Liang Dongkai thought he was going to call the people in the dormitory together again and impatiently said, What's the point of calling them? We'll just go. Especially Chen Fan that by. Disgusting. Wei Jianliang was speechless. Do you think I want to call them? I was calling him to come over and pay the bill. As a result, all 3 of them turned off their phones. The dog a couple of handfuls. Wei Jianliang knows he's being punked. The boss's wife came over with the bill. 1038. He ordered the food himself and took the cigarettes himself. Wei Jianliang's heart was dripping blood. He touched left and right and saw that the others had no intention of paying for him. So he had to get in the way and ask Liang Dongkai for help. Squad leader, I don't have any money with me. See if you can. Asterisk. No money you still pretend by? You asked me to come out to eat, and you expect me to pay the bill? Zua Bing, let's go. Liang Dongkai can't be merciful. Shouted the girl to go away. The three old folks saw this situation and left without even saying hello. Chen Fan's three have long since returned to the dormitory and washed their hands and lay down on the bed to sleep. Langao said, "Tonight Gui Jianliang should not be able to return, right?" "That's true. It's impossible to finish washing so many dishes at once." Wang Hao suddenly climbed up. "Do you think he'll go to the peak of his life from now on? I heard that the 200-pound boss's wife is still a widow. I don't know what's going on over there." Anyway, Gui Jianliang didn't come back for the night. As Chen Fan lay on his bed ready to sleep, he suddenly remembered the stock market account he opened today. He should be able to trade tomorrow, right? Opened the stock speculation software on his cell phone and directly looked at the Dragon Tiger list. The recent stock market was good, and there were hundreds of stocks that went up every day. Since I can see the future trend of the stock, of course, I have to pick one of the strongest, without a 2 or 3 times, can enter my eyes? Chen Fan swept a glance. Dongfeng Medicine, the next 5 trading days 3 board. Longda Shares, 10 trading days 7 board. Vision Technology, 15 trading days 12 board. I go. Demon Stock, proper Demon Stock. Chen Fan's eyes are staring straight, without saying a word, taking advantage of the past 12 o'clock, hung up a single overnight, well all the funds all hung up in by Vision Technology. 15 trading days 12 board. Do you know what concept? That's triple A. No, when I have money to increase the position, tomorrow we'll go to the antique street to continue to pick up leaks. The more this goods think the more excited. Can't wait to not sleep tonight. Pull the time directly to 9:30 tomorrow morning. This will be able to experience the excitement of this stock market pull up. The nerves of the brain are really too excited. The whole night cannot sleep. I looked at my cell phone several times a minute, but time was still slow. It's hard to make it to 5:30 p.m. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to run in the playground. When you don't have money, it doesn't matter if your body is good or not. But when you have money, you must have a good body. 2 girls under the tree looked curiously at this side. Lin, isn't that the guy who touched you last time? Seems to be dressed in a sportswear with a ponytail. The youthful and beautiful Zhao Linlin took a look and her mood was a bit complicated. She had wanted to go and find Chen Fan, but she couldn't let go of the girl's reserve. Zhou Yufei had a look of contempt. This kind of person is not worthy of sympathy. I heard people say that he is from the countryside. The family is particularly poor. Even class fees cannot afford to pay. The class looks down on him. I guess he's been eyeing you for a long time and wants to blackmail a sum of money, right? Zhao Linlin was still a little overjoyed and was preparing to go over. Chen Fan ran 2 laps and couldn't carry on anymore. Seriously, if it wasn't for his sturdy body, Zhao Linlin's bump would have directly sent him away. The body hadn't fully recovered yet, so he couldn't be too indulgent. Chen Fan did a few sets of stretches and picked up his clothes to go back to the dormitory. It didn't even occur to him that Zhao Linlin had been feeling guilty for bumping herself. At 9:25. He saw from his cell phone that Vision Technology actually opened low. I go. Isn't this a godsend? He had hung up a buy order in the early morning, and he didn't know if he could close it in time. Seeing that the opening time is getting closer and closer, Chen Fan's heart is getting more and more nervous. 9:26. Dun. The heartbeat was so strong. This is, after all, his first time speculating in the stock market. If he can buy before the stop, and also can predict that it can rise 2 or 3 times. Do you know what kind of experience it is? 9:27. Dun. 9:28. Dun. 9:29. Dun. 9:30. The market opens. The stock dips down, wobbles slowly for a while, then suddenly releases volume and kills, dipping more than 4 points, falling below Chen Fan's predetermined buy price, and turning violently upward. Then a column went up and up and up. Whoosh! A scurry to the stop. More than 200,000 hands of large single quickly sealed. Just these 2 minutes, Chen Fan broke out in a cold sweat. Until the stock price rose and was firmly sealed he reacted. The system background shows that the deal is done. $48,000 of funds bought the whole position. Just a moment's work. Pure profit of more than 6,000. Cool. Just completed the transaction. The front of the Liangdong just passed a sleepy grass. Money. Today ate another downturn. This is Chen Fan expected things. Yesterday saw Tongcheng real estate today continue to stop, and the opening was sealed by the main force of the kind. Not even the opportunity to run. It looks like it will continue to fall. Snap. Next to Langao suddenly gave himself a slap in the face. Probably hate themselves for not listening to Chen Fan. I should have known to buy Tianfu Medical good. However, Tianfu Medical today is not bull up. Yesterday stopped. Today high back down. If the grasp is not good to chase in, it is estimated to fall into the pit. Before exiting the trading software, Chen Fan took another look at his account. His heart is happy. Tomorrow is the weekend. Chen Fan did not care about it. Put away the phone to class. At noon, Gui Jianliang finally came back. His face was full of haggardness and dark circles under his eyes. The devil knows what he went through last night. But this guy was very bullish as he said. The boss's wife promised to lose weight for me. Chapter 6 Zwabing's Store. There are activities in the class in the evening. Chen Fan did not pay money not to participate. On the contrary, tomorrow you can go to the antique street to see if you can pick up a leak. Now the university campus is full of lovey-dovey couples. All the places to rub salt in the wounds of single dogs simply went back to the dormitory to sleep. Wan Hao called and said that Qin Nan wanted to introduce him to his girlfriend. It's a girl from their dormitory, but it's pretty. Chen Fan had little interest and rejected it on the spot. When a man is incapable, don't involve other girls, and he also does not want the two people after the date eyeing the others to pay the bill. How embarrassing. Early the next morning, he rode a shared bicycle to wander around the antique street. Recently, he was ready to refresh his knowledge of some antiques, so that he wouldn't be pitted when he found a treasure in the future. There were not many people in the antique market today, and business was cold and quiet. Chen Fan was just wandering around. He had a stronger advantage than others. He doesn't need to look carefully at one piece at a time, and he can tell if it's real or not by sweeping a glance. In fact, to buy real goods, like Wenjiang Street, these stores are many, but their things are expensive. Fidelity. Of course, there are also those who look away. Chen Fan is not a collector. Why would he buy that? The main thing is that he is too poor, and now he can only earn a few $1,000s a day. The only thing you can do at the moment is to pick up the market, and with a little bit of luck, you might be able to pick up one or two pieces of the real thing. While passing by a stall, I suddenly saw an ancient object. It was a late Qing dynasty landscape figure Great General Jar. Chen Fan walked past it carelessly. There were a lot of things on the stall, and there were a lot of jars, but nowadays, there were too many fake things. Chen Fan casually picked up a saucer, and the stall owner asked, "Young man, want to buy one? How much?" The stall owner looked at him. "Name your price. It's an open stall business anyway." Chen Fan thought to himself, "If I offer a price, I'm afraid you'll beat me to death." Putting down the plate, he picked up the jar again. The thing was definitely real. 100% can't be wrong. What he wanted to see was whether it was broken or not. The things were still well preserved. Chen Fan said, "I can't understand these things of yours. My grandmother told me to buy one to go back and fill it with peanuts." Which knows, the stall owner disdainfully said, "Come less. I've seen many of your kind. That's what everyone who comes here says." Last time there was a guy who said he didn't know anything, foraging away a snuff bottle at the stall, and ended up selling it for over $100,000. Scratch that. Who the hell leaked it? It didn't really sell that much. Chen Fan wiped his sweat. Too lazy to nag him. "Is this one for sale at $500? Not for sale below 10,000. The stall owner was very bullish. Anyway, as long as someone asks for a price, he will ruthlessly slaughter a knife before saying anything. Chen Fan put down the jar. "Then you keep it for peanuts. Young man, add a little more." This stall owner was hilarious. I guess he didn't know he had a treasure here. "This one is an imitation of the late Qing dynasty." Hearing this, Chen Fan was on the verge of bursting into laughter. It turned out that he saw the jar as an imitation. It's no wonder. After all, this water in the antique market is too deep. Without a certain amount of eyesight, how can you see so accurately? So he came back, picked up the jar, said, "This thing is also placed in the home to pretend to look. Encounter connoisseurs on the eyes. Let's do it this way. Will you sell it for 800? The stall owner said, "Make up a hole, 1,000 take away. I'm not fooling you. This is the best imitation." Seeing the stall owner said so seriously, if not for Chen Fan's eyes have the ability to differentiate, he was really intimidated by him. "Okay, 1,000 is 1,000. Paid the money, took the jar and left. The stall owner looked at his back and thought, "I've met another Irby. I've made $800 today. This jar is a $200 take back." Alas, nowadays, rich kids just like to come out and pretend to be bi. They dress so shabbily on purpose and think I can't tell. Wenjiang Street. When Chen Fan came holding the jar, he realized that there was another man in his 30s at the entrance of Baibo Zhai, also holding a jar exactly like his own. Holy, could this thing really be an imitation? Did I hit my eyes? Zhua Hanong smiled and said to the man, "Sorry, we don't accept this here for you. Counting you today. The people coming to my place are the fourth set." Chen Fan suddenly felt that he had been duped, and didn't even know if he still had to take out this jar. But Zhua Hanong had already seen him. "Hey, little brother, you're here? Sit." Chen Fan was old and embarrassed, holding the jar and going in stiffly. The man looked at the jar in Chen Fan's hand and was also embarrassed. Needless to say, he was also a dupe. "How come you also pawed this jar?" Zhua Hanong shook his head. "Recently, a batch of these jars suddenly popped up in the market. The imitations are not bad, and people come to the door every day." Chen Fan said, "This one of mine is real," and he saw that the other party's brows were tinged with joy. This uncle was afraid that he had some happy events recently. right? At this time, a girl with a duffel bag came in at the door. Dad. Who called me dad? Chen Fan turned around. A pair of exceptionally good-looking long legs came into view. His entire being was dumbfounded, and the other party looked at him similarly with a surprised face. Bing bing, you're back. Zhua Hanong stood up and walked towards his daughter with a smile on his face. Zhua Bing looked at Chen Fan with a puzzled expression. Why are you here? This is your family store? Yes. Zhua Bing sat down, shaking a pair of long legs, and picked up a cup to drink. Chen Fan secretly said, barbecue now. His future richest identity is going to be blown out of the water. Sure enough, Zhua Bing asked with a curious face, what are you doing here? Zhua Hanong also felt strange. You guys know each other? Sort of know each other. Chen Fan scratched his head before he could explain. Zhua Bing immediately jumped ahead. We are from the same school. We have met twice. After saying that, she kicked Chen Fan under the table. Chen Fan knew that she probably didn't want her family to know about her boyfriend. Zhua Handong out and didn't think deeper. Picked up Chen Fan's jar and looked at it carefully. However, he was not sure. After all, recently there were too many of these similar jars on the market, and the imitation was particularly realistic. Little brother, how about this? If you trust me, put it here with me. I'll find someone to comb my eyes. Alright, Chen Fan is not a person without a pattern. The two added WeChat, and he left. Zhua Bing looked at his back. Dad, what is he doing here? Zhua Hanong smiled. He is, but our god of fortune. Hey, aren't you guys alumni? Help me understand him. Chapter 7, the one who made Liang Dongkai turn green is actually himself. Tick. Chen Fan was about to go back to school when his cell phone received a WeChat alert. New friend add application. I'm the girl who can be energized. Clicking on the avatar to take a look. A pair of beautiful long legs were especially eye-catching. Zhua Bing? What is she adding me for? Chen Fan thought for a moment and clicked agree. Not a moment later, Zhua Bing directly made a voice call over. Chen Fan, ready to go back to school? Wait for me. You send me a location. She hung up after saying that, so Chen Fan had to send a location over. He had just left Wenjiang Street, so at this moment, he could only stand at the street entrance and wait. Soon, Zhua Bing's beautiful figure appeared in the crowd. Those long legs were especially eye-catching. Simply the most beautiful scenery on this street. Chen Fan looked in his eyes and secretly screamed pity. How could a person like Liang Dongkai be so virtuous, to be able to have such a good girl? Isn't it just that his family has a few stinking dollars? God is not fair. Seeing Zhua Bing walking towards him, Chen Fan suddenly remembered the green light above Liang Dongcai's head. Could it be that Zhua Bing had cheated on him? Chen Fan, let's find a place to chat. Zhua Bing's character was cheerful and lively. Chen Fan had been depressed in his heart. Why would such a girl want to be with someone like Liang Dongkai? Why? He looked around. Where do you want to go? Starbucks. My treat. Saying that, and not allowing Chen Fan to say yes or no, she had already left. Chen Fan surveyed Zhua Bing's absolutely beautiful body from behind and, well, when I have money, I must buy their store. In the Starbucks, it was really confusing why there were so many people in particular. A lot of petty men and women who were holding computers and sitting there feeling very high-end. So that Chen Fan could not understand it at all. Looking up at the price on the top, a cup of coffee could cover his living expenses for a few days. Zhua Bing grabbed the front to pay the bill. Chen Fan still walked over very gentlemanly. I'll do it. No need. I said I'll treat. I didn't realize that Zhua Bing's character was also very special. Completely unlike some girls. Twisting and turning. Saying something that she was treating. It often turned out that people were the ones paying. You go sit over there for a while. Since this was the case, Chen Fan didn't grab it from her. Mom had taught herself since she was a child that, what people treat me well, I keep in my heart and double it in the future. People treat me bad, I also remember in my heart, to you to avoid 3 retreat. Soon, Zhua Bing bought 2 cups of cappuccino, and milk chocolate cookies. The two picked a seat and sat down. Zhua Bing sipped her coffee, and her beautiful eyes sized up Chen Fan. There was one thing she was puzzled about. Chen Fan didn't look as poor as Liang Dongkai and the others said, right? After all, he casually took out an antique that was worth tens of thousands of dollars. But why was he so low-key? I know, he must be trying to hide his identity. Zhua Bing smiled sweetly, kicking him under the table. Hey, do you know why I suddenly asked about your name that day? No. Chen Fan couldn't figure out why Zhua Bing always liked to kick people. Could it be the reason for her long legs? Zhua Bing laughed. Don't be with people like Liang Dongkai in the future. He goes around saying outside that you are a poor bai, and all kinds of look down on you. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't talk much, Zhua Bing propped his chin with his hand and stared at him curiously. Have you ever been in love? I heard that you're the only one without a girlfriend in your dormitory? Chen Fan didn't expect that even she had inquired about this, and awkwardly said, a girlfriend would only affect the speed at which I make money. I don't want to waste time on talking about love. This was indeed his dream right now. Nothing was more important than making money. After all, his family is poor. His parents have worked hard for most of his life, and it is not easy to send himself to college, so he can't waste these good years. Zhuo Bing said, "Who told you that falling in love must be a waste of time? It is also possible for two people to work together, running to the same dream in both directions, so that the road of life will not be lonely." "So you're not alone now?" Chen Fan asked in return. Zhuo Bing shook his head, shaking the cup in his hand in a bored manner. "You know what? I actually don't like Liang Dongkai. I've never even let him hold my hand. Although it's said that he's been chasing me and I haven't said yes yet." Chen Fan was stunned. He knew that Zhuo Bing and Liang Dongkai met at the sorority and he himself was there at that time. It was just that he himself never took the initiative to greet girls. Zhuo Bing pursed her lips. Her aura-filled eyes blinked. "The person I liked at that time was you. But you were so high and cold. I did it just so I could go to your classroom and see you one more time." Chen Fan froze, his brain somewhat short-circuited. It turned out that the one who made Liang Dongkai turn green was actually himself? But, am I high and cold? That is poor. Seeing that he was silent, Zhuo Bing couldn't help but get anxious and, "What I said is all true. Do you still remember? When I first went to the school to enroll, you were the one who received me. Have you ever heard a song? Just because I saw you in the crowd, I never forgot your face again, dreaming of meeting again by chance one day. Since then I've been alone with my thoughts." Cough. Chen Fan could no longer sit still. He suspected that Zhuo Bing was teasing him. Girls nowadays are so bold. But can her words be trusted? Chen Fan picked up his cup and was ready to leave when Zhuo Bing shouted, "You don't believe it? Good. I'll prove it to you tomorrow." "Ha, let's talk about tomorrow. Chen Fan really left. He couldn't hold Zhuo Bing's offense, and he really couldn't understand that. Zhuo Bing would like himself? Wouldn't Zhao Linlin this bump not only bumped out the special ability, but also brought Peach Blossom luck, right? Chen Fan, who returned to school, quickly forgot about this matter. The next day at noon, Chen Fan had just returned from the library when the dormitory exploded. "Look, Liang Dongkai is going to publicly confess his love to Zhuo Bing in front of the cafeteria. Go, watch the fun." Wang Hao was particularly energized by these gossips. Liang Dongkai is also considered to be a little famous rich kid in the school. What about Zhuo Bing? Although not as famous as Zhao Linlin, she was also a famous beauty. Some good people even ranked her first in the list of beautiful legs. Such a big news will definitely cause many people to gather around. However, Chen Fan was not interested. He lazily laid down on the bed. "Help me bring a meal." "Hey, what are you doing? Going to see it together?" "No go." Having just rejected Wang Hao, his cell phone suddenly rang. The screen showed, "The girl who can take the heat." "Who is it?" Of course Wang Hao didn't know that it was Zhuo Bing's micro-signal. Chen Fan hesitated and answered the phone and asked, "What for?" "You come to the entrance of the large cafeteria. Hurry up, don't make me angry." Chen Fan searched for a moment and rushed to the entrance of the large cafeteria with Wang Hao. The place was already packed with many good people. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Opposite the large cafeteria was the school's movie theater, where there was a long row of steps. The steps were covered with bright red roses and colorful balloons. Liang Dongkai was in a suit and collar, holding flowers in both hands, dressing himself up like a prince. He proudly looked at the crowd of onlookers, and then looked up at Zhuo Bing standing high on the steps, feeling that the moment he stepped on the peak of his life will soon come. Chapter 8. From now on, I'm going to chase after you. Chen Fan really doesn't understand what Zhuo Bing is selling? Liang Dong only confessed to her. "What does it have to do with me?" Chen Fan? Seeing that the entrance to the cafeteria was crowded with people, Chen Fan silently stood by the side. Zhuo Bing's pair of eyes, constantly glancing at the crowd at the bottom of the steps, seemed to be searching for something. This young age, the school hadn't done this kind of thing to make a splash. Liang Dongkai was particularly excited, believing that this outburst today would definitely stir up the whole school, and he would be famous for it. At that time, he and Zhuo Bing would naturally become the golden couple in everyone's mouth. Chen Fan received another phone call at this moment. He didn't realize that he was so busy today. Zhuo Bing had just called, and Zhuo Handong called again. He walked to the side to answer the phone. Because of this, Zhuo Bing saw him at a glance. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. Of course, Zhuo Handong didn't know that his daughter was in the limelight at the moment, with 10,000 people watching. "Little brother, the jar you gave me is evaluated. The thing is indeed real. The market price is 52,000. How about I give you 40,000, and leave about 10,000 in profit over here? Just do as you say." Chen Fan didn't talk nonsense and agreed in one bite. Zhuo Handong said happily, "Okay, then I'll transfer the money to you here. Little brother, happy cooperation. Come to the city some other day. I'll treat you." Zhuo Bing, the entrance of the large cafeteria suddenly resounded with the shouts of countless people. Chen Fan was afraid that he would hear the commotion overhear and hurriedly hung up the phone. Looking up, he only saw Liang Dongkai holding flowers and walking up the steps step by step, and Zhuo Bing stood there, tall and tall, like a proud little princess. Liang Dongkai knelt down to her feet and shouted, "Zhuo Bing, I love you. Be my girlfriend," then handed the flowers up with both hands. Zhuo Bing's gaze looked at Chen Fan in the distance and smiled. "I can't promise you." Why? Liang Dongkai froze. Why didn't he follow the script? He had gone through so much effort and set up the venue with such dedication. It had also managed to create a bustling crowd of 10,000 people. He couldn't help but look at Zhuo Bing in annoyance. And Zhuo Bing said, "I think this is too hasty. Liang Dongkai, how about this? We leave this decision to the will of heaven." What does that mean? Countless people at the bottom of the steps murmured and looked at Zhuo Bing in puzzlement. Zhuo Bing pulled out one of the roses from his hand. "This is a very randomly drawn flower. Let's decide whether I want to promise you or not by breaking the petals. Is this the way to show if there is a destiny between us? Shall we all say yes?" "Yes." "Good." The crowd on stage cheered. Liang Dongkai also smiled. "So you like this kind of excitement? Good. Then I will play along." He looked at Zhuo Bing's absolutely beautiful and slender legs, and his heart had long been unable to resist. Zhuo Bing's delicate fingers like tender green onions began to break the first petal. Agree, disagree, agree, disagree. When she broke the 8th petal, Zhuo Bing froze. There was only the last petal left on the receptacle, and an odd number signaled agreement. Liang Dongkai rejoiced. "See, the last piece is consent. Ahaha dash. This is God's will. God wants us to be together. Zhuo Bing, just say yes. Be my girlfriend." With that, he stood up to hug Zhuo Bing. Countless people at the bottom of the steps followed suit. Together, together. "Oh, wait," Zhuo Bing suddenly shouted as she squeezed the last petal in her hand. "That's right. Providence gave us the choice to agree in the end. But I'm inclined to go against heaven." Snort. She tore the last petal in half and disagree. "See, the last half of the piece is a no. That's why I can't agree to you. Liang Dongkai, from now on you don't pester me. I will never agree to you." After saying that, she threw down the bare branch in her hand, clapped her hands and walked away, leaving Liang Dongkai there, his face red for a while, white for a while. He had been tricked, and still made a fool of himself in front of so many people. He angrily threw the flowers on the ground and left with a gray face. Chen Fan smiled as he watched all of this happening from afar. This was what Zhuo Bing had said, proving to himself. Today was considered to have swollen Liang Dongcai's face. Just as he was about to leave, he immediately received a WeChat from Zhuo Bing. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? From now on, I'm going to chase you." Cough. Chen Fan's old embarrassment. This Zhuo Bing can really tease, and the guts are so big. Chen Fan didn't reply. He saw the WeChat transfer that Zhuo Handong had sent, $40,000 whole. Well, he has money again. He did not say anything. All transferred to the stock market capital account. To see if there is an opportunity to increase the position on Monday. Chen Fan has seen the market of vision technology. The first 2 days is not a word board, but after a violent washout, as long as his hand speed is fast enough, he should be able to grab in. In fact, he is more looking forward to the opening of the GEM, so that he can realize a day to earn 20% or even more profit. Ha ha, this kind of thing was a joy to think about. "Chen Fan, treat me to a meal. I'm hungry." Zhuo Bing sent another message over. "Eating is fine." Chen Fan sent her $100 red packet. Zhuo Bing was going to die on the spot socially. This nerd can't catch the point at all. Chen Fan didn't have the heart to play any flirtation with her right now. After eating, he went to the library again to refresh his knowledge on antiques. In the library, 2 girls were sitting there. The girl in the JK outfit pushed Zhao Linlin, who was reading seriously. "Hey, see, that annoying guy came over to pretend again. I really don't understand where he gets his confidence. Does he want to chase after you? He doesn't take a piss and look at himself. What makes him think he's worthy of you?" Zhao Linlin was also helpless and glanced towards Chen Fan breathlessly. Being whispered in Zhou Yufei's ear every day. Even she had some misunderstanding. Could it be that he really wanted to use this trick to get his attention? Zhou Yufei put down her books and walked over. Chen Fan was reading a book. He was really thirsty for knowledge now. He wanted to get a good grasp of this antique knowledge, so that in the future, if he really came across any good goods, he wouldn't be pitted. Which knew that Zhou Yufei said with a haughty face, "Hey, are you finished? Is it fun to follow our Linlin's ass every day? Hey, what's wrong with me coming to read books? The library is not run by your family." Chen Fan really cannot understand. In front of this girl which tendon is not right, inexplicably at their own sneering. After glancing at the person's JK outfit, he suddenly spiked a sentence in English. Zhou Yufei suddenly turned red, glanced at Chen Fan and lowered her head. then quickly ran away. Seeing her running back with a flushed face, Zhao Linlin couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yufei squirmed, "Dying. It turns out that the person he likes is me." "What did he say?" "As for making your face red like this, he said if you never abandon, I will in life and death. If I never abandon, he will in life and death." "Yay, Lin, I'm going to fall in love." Zhao Linlin looked at the nymphomaniac. "That may not be true. What if he means, either you leave me or we die together?" Chapter 9. What are the benefits of falling in love? Chen Fan soaked in the library for 2 days and finally made it to Monday. The funds on the account were now $54,000 plus $40,000. At 25 minutes past 9, he couldn't wait to open his cell phone stock speculation software. Farscape Technologies trend today, opening low and going high. First, it was violently suppressed, and then quickly pulled up to a halt. After this round of washout, there is no longer an opportunity to buy. The main force directly in one breath even pulled 7 stops, and then another round of ferocious washout, and then continue to pull up. A record of 15 trading days, 12 boards. Chen Fan's heart was tight, feeling that his heart was about to jump out. Within these 15 trading days of the main force pulling up, one does not have to do anything, just lie down and make money. 3 times, Chen Fan calculated. Wait until the day of harvest. His account will directly become 280,000 plus. Of course, in this period of time one has to go and continue to make money, with the fastest speed to complete the original accumulation. At 9:30, the morning trading officially started. Chen Fan hung up the buy order and sat waiting for the transaction. Hanging life is cool. No, it is about to fall to what price. Also no, it will pull up to what price. And their own capital is so small, does not affect the operation of the dealer at all. He himself is in the ocean of the stock market, when a fast little fish. Yay! The operation was completed, and Ilangao's excited voice came from over there, causing the class to look over with open eyes. Ilangao realized that he had lost his temper, making a face, then lying on the table and pretending to be dead. Soon the WeChat group received his message. "Lousy, finally ate meat today. The stock I bought went up 3 points. Chen Fan, Wei Jianliang, treat. Mavi, you guys screwed me over last time. I want to eat back. Wang Hao, no more games. No more games. Expert mistake me. Pa." Liang Dongkai, who was sitting in the front row, slapped himself hard. "Nima, is it still finished?" 3 stops down. Chen Fan saw him clenching his fists tightly, his eyes blood glaring out. His $200,000 ate a heavenly floor. 2 stops. Chen Fan helped him estimate. 200,000 smashed and still counts more than 130,000 yuan. It's really ing sour. However, I am happy. At the time of the dark pleasure, Zhuo Bing sent a message over. "Hey, what do you mean, hiding from me for 2 days? If you don't come out to see me at noon, I'm going to make an official announcement. At that time, let's see if Liang Dongkai looks for you to fight for his life." Liang Dongkai now had the heart to kill. The girlfriend who was about to get his hands on him actually dumped him in front of so many people. How humiliating would this make him? "What do you want?" Chen Fan thought about it and still gave her a message back. With Zhuo Bing's nature, it was really possible to do such a thing. Zhuo Bing hummed, "I want to eat your treat. I'm going to slaughter you today. It's just dinner? What a big deal." Now Chen Fan really realized the ancient saying, "Thousands of gold are scattered and come back again. Even if I spend all of this 2,000, the stock market will help me earn it back tomorrow." In order to appease Zhuo Bing, Chen Fan decided to take her out for a meal. The place is chosen by her, and his task is to pay for it. After class, Chen Fan came to the back street. Zhuo Bing was wearing a pair of blue jean shorts and was listening to music with headphones on. Seeing Chen Fan coming over, she removed one of the headphones and shoved it into Chen Fan's ear. "Is this song good? Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd, I never forgot your face again. Dang, isn't it that song legend?" Chen Fan returned the headphones to her. "Let's go eat barbecue." Zhuo Bing pointed to a store in front of him. Chen Fan was casual. This kind of establishment was a place he had never been to before, and this was how his mom usually taught him. If people invited you, you have to invite them back. So he usually didn't go to people's meals so that he wouldn't be able to afford to treat himself. But today it was Zhuo Bing who wanted to come. The two picked a second-floor window seat. Zhuo Bing took off her headphones and stared at him with a pair of beautiful eyes skeptically. "Why did you avoid me these 2 days?" "No." He held the menu to stop the line of sight and changed the topic. "What do you want to eat?" Zhuo Bing didn't fall for his bait. Pressing on, "Not yet. All with people in the library. If you never abandon, I will in life and death." "How many meanings?" Chen Fan's hand shook. This she knew? Who passed it out? Seeing Zhuo Bing looking like a little tiger, Chen Fan put down the menu. "Are you still going to eat this meal today? It seems like she doesn't have the power to control herself yet, right?" Zhuo Bing glared at him fiercely. skimmed her mouth, reached out and snatched the menu, brushing, hook all the dishes on at once. This guy actually had the heart to pick up other girls? Thinking about it made me angry. He had already made a statement and officially started courting him. He was so nice. He told people that if you don't give up, I will be with you in life and in death. Men are really big pig's hooves. When Chen Fan saw her ordering so much, it did hurt a bit. Grabbed the menu from the waiter and removed half of it. Instead of wasting it, it would be better to send the money back to his parents or his sister to study. Not a moment later, the things they ordered came up, but there was only one serving of everything, including cutlery, drinks. Hey, how come there's only one pair of chopsticks and one bowl? Did you cross it out yourself? The waiter looked at him strangely. What's wrong? Zhuo Bing bared his teeth and said to the waiter, go get busy. We'll just do it ourselves. It turned out that this was a couple's restaurant and everything was double portioned. Chen Fan himself asked for half to be removed, so it became a personal set meal. The waiter was not surprised. Most of the people who came to eat with them were couples. Some people are especially mushy, using only one set of chopsticks and bowls. The boyfriend feeds his girlfriend. You take a bite, I take a bite. She thought Chen Fan also played this kind of set? Zhuo Bing took a sip of the drink and handed it back to Chen Fan. This was the straw she had licked to see if Chen Fan would drink it. Chen Fan, have another one. Zhuo Bing gave him a blank look. I don't even care. What do you mind? She stiffly shoved the straw into Chen Fan's mouth. Then all the roasted meat was chucked onto a plate. You take a bite, I take a bite. It made Chen Fan so uncomfortable. Is this the legendary couple's set meal? Zhuo Bing couldn't help but laugh when she saw this look of his. This guy really hasn't been in love. Funny. She propped up her face with her hands and stared at Chen Fan. From now on, we are officially a couple. You are not allowed to hook up with other girls. You want to fall in love that badly? Chen Fan looked at her long legs and was also a bit moved. Then tell me, what are the benefits of falling in love? Zhuo Bing whitened him grudgingly. What do you want? Chen Fan thought very seriously for a while. I want to go to the grove. Zhuo Bing suddenly had a red face and pinched the tender flesh around this guy's waist. I didn't realize you were so bad? Chen Fan bared his teeth in pain. I just want to experience it. Will you answer or not? Zhuo Bing bit his lip for a long time. Hesitated. I'll follow you. Okay? Chapter 10, sorry, I'm not here for you. After dinner, Chen Fan settled the bill. 199 yuan. This price was already expensive for him, who was worth just over $100,000. However, he still paid it in style. It didn't matter if it was money or not. The main thing was that he didn't want to be told by the girls that he was a poor boy. Two people came to the small forest behind the school. Chen Fan, there are too many mosquitoes here. Let's go back? Chen Fan, we can't do this. We've crossed the line. No, Chen Fan, this is already my last line. After 10 minutes of stalemate, Chen Fan still decided to send her back to the dormitory. Zhuo Bing looked at the red bumps on her legs from the mosquito bites. Next time, I will never go to this kind of ghost place again. Let's go to the hotel. I'll buy some medicine to help you rub it. Chen Fan was also a bit apologetic. He didn't expect the first date experience to be so bad. I really couldn't understand where those who went to the grove every day got so much energy. Do they care so little about the environment? Zhuo Bing threw a big blank stare. After going to the hotel, you still have the heart to help me rub the medicine? She can't think about giving him her body before the relationship has even started. Chen Fan saw that she insisted on refusing, so he had to give up. In the afternoon, there is no important class. Chen Fan was too lazy to go to the classroom. Lying on the bed in the dormitory, he repeatedly looked at the claws of his own success. Zhuo Bing is really good. This figure is also too good. Assuming that if he gets married in the future, the child should not starve. This bastard was lying on the bed, reminiscing about the sumptuous results of the battle just now. To be able to achieve such a record on the first date is definitely something that many people wouldn't dare to imagine. Now looking back at the whole process, Zhuo Bing is indeed good to himself. Just about to open his cell phone, Zhuo Bing sent WeChat over. Pig, what are you doing? Even the name has changed? Just now, you called me Chen Fan? Chen Fan sent a message back. Thinking about you. Really? Really? How can this be fake? Okay, I'm thinking about you too. Don't be like that next time. We're just getting started after all. Chen Fan depressed. Have you ever played a game? What for? What does this have to do with games? Chen Fan, it seems like you haven't played the game. You said it's hard to get out of the novice village and start from scratch. It's very devastating. Zhuo Bing sent a disdainful emoji. Big pig's hooves. No matter what. In the future, without my permission, you are not allowed to move. You'll lose me as a boyfriend. Tell you what, as long as you don't let me go back to the novice village, I promise you. Zhuo Bing. It seems to be a default. Chen Fan was alone and heatedly snickering. This kind of thing is really uptight. Now he wants to see Zhuo Bing again. But Zhuo Bing wasn't stupid, and was dead set against coming out again. In the afternoon, she had a dance class, and after chatting a few words, she flashed, "This bastard is lying on the bed, looking for something to do? How about buying a lottery ticket? Or go to play scratchers?" Opened his cell phone to search for lottery numbers. He wanted to try to buy a lottery ticket or not. If you can, directly win 1 or 200 million is not good? But, when he opens the Nancy to look at the lottery's winning numbers for the next few periods. Sorry, nothing. Stocks can see the future trend. Why not the lottery? The future results of the opening of the lottery. A blank, fuzzy. After half a day of research, it is tasteless. Or go to find Zhuo to play. Chen Fan habitually raised his head and looked out the window. Nanny! Zhao Linlin's diehard friend Zhou Yufei was looking at the boys' dormitory over here with binoculars. Frightened Chen Fan, flabbergasted, hurriedly pulled up the curtains. What on earth has this Zhou Yufei changed into? She is also too horny, right? Boys really need to protect themselves outside. At 5:30 in the afternoon, it was time for school to end. Chen Fan purposely came to the dance studio, wanting to quietly give Zhuo Bing a surprise. In the dance studio, dozens of girls were wearing tight practice clothes and doing difficult dance moves. The tall Zhuo Bing was as eye-catching as a flock of chickens, and Chen Fan locked on to her figure at a glance. As she was watching, Zhao Linlin walked out from the piano room. Upon seeing Chen Fan, she obviously froze for a moment. "How did you find your way here? Let's go. I happen to have something to say to you." Chen Fan didn't even react, and Zhao Linlin was not surprised to see him confused. After all, most boys basically had this expression when they saw themselves, and she was already used to it. Ever since that time when she bumped into him, he had often appeared in her line of sight. Library, cafeteria, playground. Zhao Linlin knew that the other party was probably using this method to get her attention, but she still had to apologize to him. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't say anything, Zhao Linlin knew that she had guessed correctly. I can tell you clearly, don't waste your mind. I am not going to say yes to any boy, but I can give you some financial compensation for bumping into you last time. Chen Fan finally reacted. What do you mean? Isn't it obvious what it means? What are you doing here? Zhao Linlin was originally a proud little princess, usually used to being high and cold, which is what discouraged many people who wanted to chase her. And this boy in front of her was not her favorite type. After understanding her mind, Chen Fan smiled. Sorry, I'm not here for you. You just pretend. If I didn't come for me, would it be such a coincidence? I could run into you everywhere I go. Wasn't it still you who wanted to use this tactic to get my attention? Zhao Linlin shook her head. Childish. Chen Fan realized that there was really no way to reason with women. But fortunately, Zhuo Bing came out. Chen Fan, why are you here? Chen Fan stopped ignoring Zhao Linlin and turned to meet her, naturally wrapping his arms around Zhuo Bing's waist. I came to pick you up. Go, let's eat. Zhuo Bing's body stiffened. Originally wanted to open his hand, but seeing Zhao Linlin's surprised eyes, she smoothly stuffed her clothes into Chen Fan's arms. Okay, but I have to go back to the dormitory to take a shower first. Looking at the two's faraway figure, Zhao Linlin was petrified. The expression of this ice-cold and arrogant goddess became extraordinarily complicated. But what Chen Fan never expected was that after Zhuo Bing went back to the dormitory, she killed herself and refused to come out again. Chen Fan tweeted her, "Wow, let's go eat Zhuo Bing sent a blank stare. You witches want to eat. Obviously want to eat me. Chen Fan, I feel your conscience and swear that I will send you back to the dormitory after eating. Zhuo Bing, some other time, I lose weight at night." Seeing that she was dead set against coming out, Chen Fan had to give up. What a good girl, thinking about saving money for herself so soon. Back to the dormitory. Yi Langgao and a few of them are back. Seeing Chen Fan, he said with gusto, "Let's go. I'll treat you tonight. The stock I bought today made 3 points. Forget it. This amount of money of yours is not enough to stuff your teeth. Asterisk. This is a major shift towards victory and a sign that I'm starting a billion-dollar life. Cherish the time now. It'll be hard for you guys to see me later." Yi Langgao was awesome and coaxing. There was no way. Today was the first time he had made money since he had been speculating in stocks, so let him float for a while first. Chapter 11. Can't let her be alone. This time, we went to a barbecue stand on the back street. Gui Jianliang asked, "Any girls?" Wang Hao said, "There is a hair. He more than $4,000 principal to earn 3 points or called you out to eat barbecue. What else do you want to do?" Gui Jianliang patted his chest. "Next time I please." The crowd was speechless. Nima, trying to force Lousy to pee again. The four of them ordered a barbecue that cost more than $100 and asked for a beer. Before they could start eating, Wang Hao's cell phone rang. It was Qin Nan calling. "What are you doing? Why don't you even reply to my messages?" Wang Hao was afraid that everyone was going to let Yi Langgao break the bank again, so he snubbed Qin Nan. "I was in the shower just now. What's up? I'm hungry." Yi Langgao is a generous person. "Tell her to come over." What can a girl eat? Wang Hao hadn't said anything yet. Qin Nan had already heard it. You guys are out waving again? Yi Langao grabbed the phone. We are in the back street. Come over right away. Wang Hao ordered your favorite sausage. Since Qin Nan is coming over, why don't you just call Su Keqing over with you? Wei Jianliang couldn't sit still. Mobbies, didn't he say he wouldn't call his girlfriend? I'll give Mao Xiaowan a call. Chen Fan does not intervene anyway. His relationship with Zhuo Bing has not yet been publicized, and Zhuo Bing herself is not willing to publicize it. After all, she just rejected Liang Dongkai in a high profile. If Liang Dongkai knew she was with Chen Fan, he would hate Chen Fan. Martyr. Buy stocks have been falling even if it is not. Even the girlfriend is gone. Not long after, Qin Nan brought a girl over. After seeing everyone, Qin Nan greeted. Hey, you people have a nice little life, spending every day drinking. Wang Hao said. He's bittersweet. What do you mean? Qin Nan did not understand. Chen Fan explained. Our financial prince has made 3 points and over $100 today since he speculated in the stock market. He's swollen. Qin Nan was speechless. I'm embarrassed to order. Yi Langao said. It's fine. Don't listen to their nonsense. Qin Nan asked Wang Hao. What about you? Do you still speculate in stocks? Wang Hao shook his head. I don't touch this stuff. At this time, Su Keqing and Mao Xiaowan both came. Another $100 or so were added to the barbecue. There were 8 people present, with 3 couples. Qin Nan glanced at her roommate. This was the girl she had been telling Chen Fan about, called Tang Jing. She was really pretty, but didn't talk much. It was said that Sichuan produced beautiful women, and Tang Jing's face value could completely kill all the girls present. Even if it was placed in the whole school, it could probably be ranked in the top. She wasn't short either, at least over 1 meter 6.5. When she came, Wei Jianliang looked at her for an unknown number of times. But what was interesting was that Qin Nan brought her over and didn't make an introduction, not even mentioning her name. It was only when she was drinking, she purposely called out Chen Fan's name many times. Chen Fan smiled and roughly guessed what Qin Nan meant. It was probably similar to a blind date, right? First tell Tang Jing to take a look, and then formally introduce her if she is interested. If Tang Jing can't see it, don't mention this, so as to save everyone embarrassment. Everyone drank until after 10. Chen Fan stood up. I'm going to the restroom. I'm going too. Wei Jianliang hurriedly got up, afraid that it would be the same as last time. But the difference this time was that Chen Fan settled the bill. Wei Jianliang looked at him with a displeased face. Mavi, you really know how to favor one over the other. Chen Fan ignored him. Why is there such a big difference? Don't you have any idea in your heart? When Yi Langao went to check out, he found that the bill had been bought by someone. He threw a cigarette to Chen Fan. Who told you to buy the bill? Are you looking down on me? It's so hard for me to show off in front of my girlfriend. You finished loading by. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter, and Wang Hao said, let's go. This dog by got the cheap end of the stick. His relationship with Qin Nan was still in a relatively innocent handholding stage, so there wasn't any special program after the late night snack. Everyone just went back to their own homes and looked for their own moms. Tang Jing, what do you think of this Chen Fan? On the way back to the dormitory, Qin Nan asked. Tang Jing smiled. Not bad. She was forced over by Qin Nan, who said that everyone in the dorm had boyfriends and couldn't leave her alone. Tang Jing said she didn't want to fall in love, but she couldn't resist Qin Nan's good intentions. So Tang Jing made a request. Do not mention the introduction of the matter. Take a look and then say, if the impression is good, you can consider trying to socialize. If there is no good feeling, do not open this mouth. This is also what they discussed, so Qin Nan couldn't wait to ask her opinion. Although Mao Xiaowan wasn't in the same dormitory as them, she had gotten acquainted with them after spending time with them a few times. Seeing that Qin Nan was going to introduce Tang Jing to Chen Fan, she voiced the doubts in her heart. I heard Gui Jianliang say that Chen Fan's family is very poor. Tang Jing, I suggest that you think about it more. Qin Nan said, I do think that family background is not important. What matters is that he treats you well. Chen Fan, this person I also count some understanding. Although the family condition is not very good, but the person is quite righteous. On the contrary, it's you, Mao Xiaowan. You've been with Gui Jianliang for so long, and I've heard that he's quite unreliable, so you should be careful. Well, I've also heard that he also particularly likes to take advantage of girls, Su Keqing added. Seeing everyone commenting on Gui Jianliang like this, Mao Xiaowan stopped talking. Naturally, she wasn't very happy in her heart. On the other hand, Qin Nan said, if I were you, I'd rather choose Chen Fan than be with someone like Gui Jianliang. I've heard him so many times outside saying that Chen Fan is a poor buy. Seeing them getting into an argument, Tang Jing joked, Qin Nan, you're so defensive of Chen Fan. You're not thinking of switching, are you? Bah, our Wang Hao is quite good. Why do we need to change? I'm just afraid that Mao Xiaowan will be fooled. A few girls went back to the dormitory laughing and joking. On Chen Fan's side, Yi Langgao asked, Chen Fan, how much was that dinner tonight? I'll transfer it to you. Come on, wait until you catch the stop one day. Yi Langgao said, Mobbies, you underestimate me? I'm not afraid to tell you. I've already borrowed $10,000 from the internet. I'll increase my position later. Chen Fan jumped up. Are you crazy? You dare to touch that thing? Quickly return the money. Silly by thing, even borrowed online loans to speculate in the stock market. But Yi Langgao did not think. Don't worry, I have my own measure. Wang Hao was also panicked. Numbies, tomorrow you will pay back the internet loan to me. But Yi Langgao refused to do it. He wants to rely on this to pull back the capital. Chen Fan saw him go off the deep end and secretly sweated for him. Chapter 12 I do not deserve the left ice? In the morning just opened the cell phone software. Vision technology without suspense continue to stop. Into the crazy one-word board pull-up stage. There have been 2 boards before, and there are 10 boards to ship. Chen Fan calculated. This wave to do down, but also 280,000 plus. Far less than their own rich expectations. In this day and age, the value of the body without a few small goals. Are embarrassed to come out and pretend to be by right? No, I have to find a way to get some more money. Early completion of the original accumulation. I don't want to go to class today. Chen Fan made the most rebellious decision of his life. He seldom misses class, and today is an exception. Seeing Yi Langgao about to go out, Chen Fan called out to him. Prince, wait a minute. Yi Langgao was tying his shoelace. Something wrong? Nothing. Turn around and answer for me at roll call. I'm not going. Got rid of Tang Jing so quickly? Yi Langgao looked at him with a surprised face, seeing that this guy showed a face of lewdness that all men understand. Apparently he misunderstood and gave a thumbs up towards this guy. You're great. Coming out of the lodging room, Chen Fan stepped on a shared bicycle to the city and found a scratch-off lottery store. This kind of lottery had no variance. If it was there, it was there. If it wasn't there. With his ability to see through everything, winning $100,000 or $200,000 wasn't too much to ask, right? He didn't want to do this kind of thing around the school. Once he won the prize it would definitely spread to everyone. Boss, a few scratch-offs. Okay, how many do you want? The boss was especially enthusiastic when he saw a guest coming over, and even handed over a cigarette. Young man, I see you are so handsome, you will definitely win the jackpot. Thanks boss. Chen Fan smiled, picked up a dozen scratch-offs, swept a few eyes very casually and picked out a dozen from them. In order to cover his ears, he purposely bought more. Just buy this many. He handed the rest to the boss, who still responded with special politeness. Good class. Buy more if you have a good hand. I have an especially high number of people who win the jackpot here. Can the boss's words be trusted? Even a sow can go up a tree. Chen Fan picked up a coin and started scratching the prize. Boss, won a $5. A $5 consolation prize. Basically everyone can win. The boss laughed, didn't care, and, boss, this one won 20. Ha ha. Young man, you have good luck. I told you, you can definitely win the lottery today. The boss did not have a heart and lungs, said polite words. Who knows, not a moment. Boss, this one won 1,000. The boss looked surprised and stagnant, looking at Chen Fan. Wow, your luck is really strong. That was, Chen Fan smiled, and under the boss's watchful eye, he scraped a couple of jackpotless ones in a row. Soon he was about to scrape the rest. This was the last one. Boss, this one won the prize too. Oh, the boss didn't care at all. Small prizes like this $5 or $10. Every day I don't know how many people won. He cashed them all. Chen Fan handed him the lottery ticket. The boss shivered and stared in disbelief. Nima, this is 25 million? Oh my god. He wiped his eyes. Yes, it was the biggest prize he had ever won in this store. He returned the lottery ticket to Chen Fan with some excitement. Young man, you're too good, but you'll have to go to the City Prize Redemption Center for this one. Ha, too much trouble. It was better not to buy this kind of lottery ticket in the future. He would definitely be suspected if he redeemed more than one. The boss redeemed his previous 3 small prizes for $25. Chen Fan helplessly took the tickets and ran to the City Prize Redemption Center, paid the 20% personal tax, and arrived at 200,000 yuan. Not bad. It just didn't meet his expectations. Wang Hao called. Chen Fan, you didn't come to class today? You and Prince both got marked down. When the teacher took the roll call, Prince answered it for you, but it turned out to be Liang Dongkai who stabbed it out, and he suffered with it. Grass. Liang Dongkai, this dog bye. I don't know if he has found a new girlfriend. Should I go dig one up again? Cursed a few sentences, and received a phone call from Zhua Handong. Little brother, do you have time? I have something here that I can't grasp. Come over and help me take a look. Chen Fan stalled. Mr. Zhua, you are not flirting with me, right? I'm a college student who hasn't left school yet. How can I help you with your eyes? Hey, little brother, don't be so modest. Academics have specialties. Can I still not know your ability? Come over, give me a hand. I'll thank you later. Chen Fan originally wanted to refuse, but considering the fact that his daughter was in love with him, it was unreasonable not to help him with this favor. So he asked, what is it? Zhuahan Dong Dao. It's a jar from the Jin dynasty. The price is not expensive. I can't decide, so I'm looking for you to help me look at it. Chen Fan thought about it. Alright, I'll come over right away. He was about to sweep a shared bike when a red Maserati drove over. Tick-tock. The person in the car honked the horn. Chen Fan thought he was in the way and turned around to see that it was Zhao Linlin. Zhao Linlin was wearing sunglasses that covered most of her face. Under the sunlight, Zhao Big Schoolgirl was especially exquisite, just like the big stars on TV. Where are you going? Chen Fan thought he had heard wrong. Is this talking to me? It wasn't right. The rumored Zhao Big School Flower was never one to take the initiative to talk to boys, and there were already an unknown number of self-righteous boys in the school who had hit the nail on the head. Seeing Chen Fan's lack of reaction, Zhao Linlin frowned down and took off her sunglasses. Big School Flower Zhao was indeed stunning enough. No wonder she had the capital to be condescending. Hey, I'm talking to you? Zhao Linlin stared at the boy in front of her with displeasure before Chen Fan asked, something wrong? Get in the car. I have something to say to you. There's something you want to say. Chen Fan had no intention of getting into the car. A school goddess who never talked to boys was taking the initiative to invite herself into her car? It always felt like something was wrong. Why don't you just say what you have here? I don't want to be misunderstood again. Zhao Linlin got angry. You're a big man being so motherly? Just get on when I tell you to. Hurry up. I guess she didn't want to be seen gossiping, but it was just that this nerd didn't get on. She just wanted to apologize to him. What did he want? Chen Fan also realized that it would not be good if this kind of thing was seen by people. After all, this place is not far from the school. At any time may run into acquaintances. Then he will really jump into the yellow river cannot wash. He could only pull open the car door and sit on it. I really didn't expect Zhao Linlin's car skills to be so fierce. 1 foot of gas down, the Maserati was like flying up. For Chen Fan, in this life, besides the high-speed train, this should be the most expensive car he had ever sat in, right? What exactly do you want to say? I have something else. After seeing Zhao Linlin drive the car out several hundred meters, Chen Fan finally couldn't help but ask. Zhao Linlin glanced at him. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Chen Fan wiped his cold sweat and stared at her repeatedly in disbelief. Did the sun come out from the west? Big School Flower Zhao even offered to give herself a ride. It couldn't be a weasel paying homage to a chicken, could it? He couldn't figure out what Big School Flower Zhao had in mind today. According to reason, a poor student like himself was not at the same level as her. Apart from studying in the same school, they could not have any relationship in their 8 lifetimes. Even though Zhao Linlin's name was as loud as thunder in the school, she had never had any thoughts of her own. According to the development of this trajectory, the two will not have any intersection. At most, it will be mentioned years later. I and so were in the same school. Nothing more. Where to? Wenjiang Street. Chen Fan didn't know what the hell she wanted to do, and directly stated the address. Zhao Linlin didn't say much, and directly drove the car to the Wenjiang Street corner. And only when Chen Fan got off did she say, I'm sorry about last time, but don't play this kind of boring game in the future, and Zhuo Bing isn't something you can mess with. After saying that, she drove off, leaving Chen Fan with a series of questions. What does she mean? I don't deserve Zhuo Bing? Chapter 13, a painting within a painting. You've come all this way just to express this to me? Cut. What do you mean? I can't handle Zhuo Bing? If she knows that she and Zhuo Bing are just short of the last line of defense, I really don't know what she will think. Forget it. Let this smug big schoolgirl go and be pleased with herself, right? Chen Fan came to Baibao Zhai. Zhua Hanong saw him coming and said excitedly, Little brother, quick, please sit inside. Let me introduce you. These are all big shots in the antique circle. There were 6 or 7 people sitting in the store, and these people looked like big shots. Some people were wearing tang suits and had Star Moon Bodhi coiled in their hands. Some people were coiling walnuts and combing their big back hair. A big shot-like stance. Seeing Zhua Hanong call Chen Fan over, all of them were stunned and soon frowned down. Mr. Zhua, what do you mean by this? Just a little kid coming over to help everyone palm their eyes? Are you kidding me? When we were playing this industry, he probably wasn't even a tadpole. Several people expressed disdain, and Zhuahan Dong Dao. Hey, words can't be said like that. There's no age in learning. Those who can do it are the teachers. Chen Fan is a senior student of Jiangzhou University. Although we started earlier, he is a professional. There's no harm in letting him take a look. Alright, then let him take a look for the sake of Mr. Zhua's face and open his eyes. A man in his 50s, wearing a long shirt, responded contemptuously. This man's dress was interesting, wearing a long shirt even on a hot day, with 2 gourds coiled in his hands. It felt very much like an ancient shopkeeper. There was an antique on the table of the 100 Treasures store, about 40 centimeters tall. Little brother, this is the treasure. Just now, several of us have studied it for a while and froze. We didn't see what kind of thing it was, so you help me look at it. Chen Fan just casually glanced at it and immediately concluded that it was a folk kiln from the 90s. But Zhua Hanong said to himself, this is the Jin dynasty. Chen Fan did not immediately jump to conclusions, but picked up the jar and carefully examined it. Although he couldn't see any doorway himself, but as a layman, this thing was indeed just like the real thing. The entire jar was permeated with an ancient aura, as if it had really existed for thousands of years. But he believed in the information he saw with his own eyes. Needless to say, this jar should be someone who intentionally made it old. Only that the level of making it old was very high, causing all these people present to look away. Zhua Handong asked, little brother, how is it? Can you tell anything? Chen Fan shook his head. This is a fake that was imitated in the 90s. Are you kidding? The long-shirt man who had just spoken stood up. So many of us can't tell. What makes you say he's a 90s imitation fake? Yeah, do you have any basis for saying that? Another man in tang suit also asked unwillingly, because they agreed that it was from the Jin dynasty. Yet Chen Fan said it was a fake from the 90s. You guys believe the words of a yellow-mouthed kid? I don't think he knows. First of all, regardless of whether this treasure is real or fake, what makes him decide that it's from the 90s and say it so accurately? Right. Zhua Handong was also a bit puzzled, just to see that even the most powerful people can only tell a rough age. Chen Fan bites that this is a 90s imitation. This was really difficult for Chen Fan. Could he tell these people that his eyes had special powers? Seeing that everyone was skeptical, he shook his head and, it's better to pretend to be bi. The more profound you pretend to be in this industry, the more convincing you can be. Sweeping the crowd lightly, I can only tell you that it's a replica from the 90s. You guys have to treat it as a treasure. That's your business. It's not like it's costing me any money anyway. The crowd stagnated. Chen Fan said, all of you are the leaders of this industry. Are there some words that are too much for me to say? He pointed to the dozen or so antiques placed on the shelves of the 100 treasures. It's from the early Southern Song dynasty. This is from the Qianlong period. This is from the Wenjing period of the Han dynasty. This is Yuan dynasty Qinghua porcelain. One by one, the origin of these antiques, said the crowd froze. This kid really has a few brushes. A glance can sweep out the origin of these things. They are all friends of Zhua Handong. What treasures Zhua Handong has here, they know exactly. The circle is so big, whoever receives a treasure today, the circle will immediately spread. Chen Fan is right. Could it be that a few of his own people really looked away? At this time, Zhua Handong answered a phone call. I know. Hanging up the phone, he said to the crowd, it has now been confirmed that it is indeed a recent imitation. For safety's sake, Zhua Hanong purposely sent the jar to the authority department for identification. Unexpectedly, the experts from the authority department also said that it was a recent imitation. The time should be around 9 years. The specific he could not say. The crowd then looked at Chen Fan in a daze. Really let him say it right? Thinking about how Chen Fan had just said the origin of these antiques of the 100 treasures in a single breath, they couldn't help but admire it. After all, so many people had studied them for such a long time, and Chen Fan was the only one who could see it. Young man, you are great. The middle-aged man in the tang suit gave him a thumbs up. Little brother, come and sit in my store sometime. The other party handed over a business card and extended an invitation to Chen Fan. The man in the long shirt also said, I welcome you too. Come visit often when you have time. One by one, the crowd that was indifferent just a moment ago became enthusiastic. They handed over their business cards one after another, and Chen Fan was humble enough to put their business cards away. Mr. Zhua, excuse me. After a few people left, Zhua Hanong excitedly said, little brother, I have another treasure here. Please help me palm my eyes. Zhua Hanong went upstairs and held out a rectangular box. It was a piece of calligraphy and painting. The box was ordinary, nothing special. Zhua Handong opened the box and took out the long scroll. It was a particularly exquisite scroll, more than a meter long and about 80 centimeters wide. Zhua Handong said, this is what I spent $8,000 to retrieve. It should be genuine, but I always feel that something is not right. Chen Fan took a closer look and realized that the painting was indeed a bit odd. Perspective revealed that it had two inscriptions. 1756, Zhang Xie, in 1938, Huang Yuan. Chen Fan didn't know what Huang Yuan was. He was probably a not-so-famous character, but the name Zhang Xie startled him. The scroll was opened. It was just an ordinary landscape painting, and the inscription on it was exactly Huang Yuan, with the eyes of a layman. This painting is not bad. There was actually another inscription underneath. Chen Fan was puzzled. After all, This was the first time he had encountered something so tricky since he had magical abilities. I have to take a closer look. Chen Fan came closer and watched it carefully. Chapter 14. I'm at my old man's place. Tick. The cell phone received a message. But the girl with the energy, pig, what's going on? I miss you. Chen Fan. Glancing at Zhua Handong next to him. I'm here at the old man's place. Dang. Zhua Bing's hand over there shook and his cell phone fell to the ground. Why is this guy running to my dad's store again? Frightened, she hurriedly withdrew the message. Chen Fan carefully surveyed the painting and gently twisted the paper of the painting with his hand. It was clearly a painting. Why were there two types of inscription? He moved away from the box and observed it carefully, picking up the painting and examining it through the light outside. His pupils shifted, his eyes peering through the surface of the painting. Geez, it's actually like this. Chen Fan put down the painting and stared blankly at Zhua Handong Dao. You, oh no, Mr. Left, you've earned a lot. Zhua Handong asked in a hurry. What's going on? Chen Fan burst into emotion. $8,000 to buy the painting. Can only say that you are really lucky. It's a painting within a painting. Ha! Zhua Handong was shocked. Quickly, tell us the reason carefully. He couldn't wait. Chen Fan said. If I'm not mistaken, there is another painting behind this painting. An authentic painting by Zhang Banxiao. Ah! Zhua Handong was so excited that he sat on his butt on the ground. You didn't lie to me, right? Chen Fan was speechless. You are at least half of my old husband. I can't lie to anyone but you? How about you find a way to tear this painting apart? This Huang Yuan painting is certainly not worth any money. If you go to the market to sell, at most $2 or $3 million. But if it was really Zhang Banxiao, it would be a lot of money. Less a few million, more tens of millions. Zhua Handong, some excitement, immediately called a pot of water. With a brush slowly soaked the edges of the painting, then carefully tore the top layer of paper. Sure enough, there was also a painting hidden underneath, and it was Zhang Banxiao's ink painting. Although he couldn't be sure for the moment, he at least saw its likeness. Little brother, there really is one for you. I knew I didn't look at the wrong person. Zhua Handong excitedly grabbed Chen Fan's shoulder. If this painting is real, I must thank you properly. Chen Fan was calm. No need to thank you. It's not enough to raise your hand. That won't do. You know what? Just now the gang was there. I didn't even dare to take it out. Today this thing you have to help me keep it a secret. Zhang Banxiao's real handwriting is already extremely rare, and Zhua Handong doesn't want to publicize it. And with his own experience, this painting cannot be fake. Zhua Handong wanted to host a banquet to entertain Chen Fan, which was rejected by Chen Fan on the grounds that he still had things to do in school. Next time then. Next time you don't refuse. Zhua Handong picked up his cell phone and transferred a $20,000 red packet to him. This small token you accept. Mr. Zhua, how can I take your money? Chen Fan was about to return it. Zhua Handong was anxious. If you do that, it's too much of a loss of face. This is the rule of the trade. You helped me discover such a big secret. It is reasonable that this $20,000 is still less. If it wasn't for you today, and I had resold it, wouldn't I have lost at least several $1,000,000 for nothing? Fine. Respectfully then. Chen Fan received the red packet and then happily went back to school. After making $20,000 on a trip out, Chen Fan sent WeChat to Zhua Bing. Come out for dinner. My treat. Zhua Bing, what is the bad idea again? Chen Fan, dang. In your heart I am so bad? Zhua Bing, still not bad? First date you are like this. Chen Fan, you just say come or not. Today our father gave $20,000. Zhua Bing, what have you done? His dad even gave him $20,000? That must go ah. Ask this guy to go to his father's store today to do what? I'll change my clothes. Seeing Zhua Bing finally agree to come out, Chen Fan smiled happily. So what? Didn't Zhao Linlin say I couldn't handle Zhua Bing? Who are you underestimating? This $20,000 Chen Fan didn't intend to transfer it to the stock market's funding account, but instead transferred it to his family and told them that he had a scholarship. After all, they still have 200,000 funds in their hands. Continue to invest in the stock market, as long as the daily lying count money on the line. Mom, who was working in the field, heard her cell phone ringing, opened it and instantly threw her hoe away. Old Chen, our son sent a scholarship. Old Chen snatched the cell phone to see. This stupid son transferred the money to you for what? Keep it for yourself? You can't suffer yourself in school. Such an adult. In case you fall in love or something, you have to spend money everywhere. He immediately called Chen Fan, causing Chen Fan to explain for another half day. Alas, it seems that in the future, we can't give them money in this way. We have to think of another way. At this time, Zhua Bing also came out. The two of them went to a place far away from the school to eat, so as not to run into acquaintances awkwardly. Chen Fan, you absolutely can't let my dad know about us. The first sentence they met, Zhua Bing urged. Didn't you say that your family doesn't care? Chen Fan looked at her with a skeptical face. Today Zhu Bing was wearing a pair of tight jeans and a t-shirt on top. Her 1'7" figure was simply stunning. Zhu Bing gave him a blank look. You can't say it anyway. Chen Fan said. Oh, I understand. You are playing with me. Is it still thinking of changing the next one? Zhu Bing pinched the tender flesh around his waist. What's in your head? Could it be that you fall in love during college and still run towards marriage? That's for sure. I even thought of the name of the child. Put. Zhu Bing was speechless. Isn't falling in love in school just fun? The two found a place to jerk off, and Zhu Bing asked, what are you doing at my dad's store? He wanted me to go over to help him palm his eyes. You know about this? Zhu Bing stared at him in surprise. No, if you don't know how to do it, why would you do it? It's not because of you. Otherwise I wouldn't bother to go. Zhu Bing rolled his eyes. This guy definitely didn't tell the truth. But it doesn't matter. I'll ask my dad later. On this date, Chen Fan didn't do anything. But in broad daylight, he couldn't do anything? Zhu Bing praised him for being honest this time. Let him behave well, so that next time he dares to feel at ease to come out with him. Then she called and asked her dad. And Zhua Handong said excitedly, Zhu Bing, do you know that today Chen Fan helped me recover at least a few $1 million in losses? Originally, I was going to offer this painting for $80,000, but Chen Fan discovered the secret. Oh, this guy is still so powerful? Zhu Bing was a bit confused. No wonder Dad was so generous and directly gave him $20,000 as a reward. Hanging up the phone, Zhu Bing muttered, it seems like this guy is hiding some secret from me. Chen Fan returned to the dormitory, opened his cell phone speculation software. Vision technology cannot be bought. Every day is a word board. It seems that you have to pick another stock. Now there are still 200,000 on hand. Chen Fan decided to smash all of them in tomorrow. According to every day to earn back 10% of their own words, a day also have 2 or 3 million. Well, at this rate, it should not be difficult to make money to marry a daughter-in-law, right? Chapter 15 Punching Professor Sun in the Face. Now Chen Fan didn't have any thoughts at all and was only interested in making money. He opened the GEM board, and with a little bit of luck, he could make 20 points a day. If it happens to be the GEM, then it will be a real fortune. You know what it's like to make 40 points a day? Just stop often. The Earth and Sky board not often. This really depends on luck. At this time, Qin Nan called. Chen Fan, how do you feel about Tang Jing? Tang Jing? Chen Fan recalled, finally remembering that girl who didn't talk much. Not bad. What's wrong? If it's okay, you should take the initiative to ask out. Do you need me to teach you this kind of thing? Ahem dash. Really busy Thank you for your kindness. Chen Fan hung up the phone. Qin Nan was confused. What did busy mean? Do you have a lot of girlfriends? Ha, how pretentious. She was too familiar with Chen Fan's situation, and Wang Hao told him everything. It's mainly the family's lack of money that keeps Chen Fan's hands tied. If it weren't for his good character, he'd probably be so poor that he wouldn't have any friends. It's Tuesday, and today there is a particularly important financial practical class. Liang Dongkai and Li Langao were hooked on stock speculation, which was caused by this class. The teacher of the practical class, or the school specially invited from outside the expert, not very old, more than 30 years old, every time the hair combed with oil, suit and collar. He feels like a successful man. He had a particularly cute name, Sun Delivery Ball. Chen Fan rushed to the classroom and opened his cell phone speculation software again before the teacher came. Scratch that. Today on the Dragon Tiger list appeared a bull stock, Big Dragon Construction Ground Skyboard, and after the 5 trading days at least 4 board. It seems that the recent good luck think what will come what? Chen Fan nerves tightened, hurried to operate, the remaining 200,000 in the hands of all at the price of the stop by Big Dragon Construction, and then quietly waiting for the transaction, because it opened down. It will take half an hour before suddenly blowing up the board to take off. 10 minutes later, the class bell rang. Professor Sun walked up to the podium holding his computer. Continuing our practical lesson today, please raise your hands if you have opened an account. Brush. The classroom was in unison. Almost everyone raised their hands. Chen Fan did not raise it. Professor Sun's eyes looked over. Why doesn't this student raise his hand? Could it be that you can't even take out $1,000 for the actual battle? The crowd twisted their heads before Liang Dong shouted, Professor Sun, don't mind him. He is the poorest student in our class. Not to mention the $1,000 for the war reality fee. He can't even shell out $200 for the class fee. Every year, he relies on receiving the school's poverty subsidy. Ha ha ha. The students burst into laughter. Professor Sun's eyebrows sank. You guys studying finance? The most rare thing is practical training, especially being able to operate with me. This is your blessing. I believe you all often see me in the major financial programs. Well, I won't say much. You all cherish this opportunity. Next I will teach you how to pick stocks. Chen Fan didn't even have the heart to listen to the lesson. opened his cell phone speculation software, and has been waiting for his stock to be traded. The vision technology that he bought before continues to be on a one-word board, so of course don't move it. Let it continue to rise on the line. As for Dalong Construction, Chen Fan knows that it will only open the board at 10 o'clock, but his heart is still a little excited. And this is a GEM stock. What does the GEM mean? Oh my god, we're rich. My goodness, the money in hand now is $200,000. Dalong Construction share price is 806 yuan. Chen Fan bought 24,800 shares. To Chen Fan's surprise, Professor Sun listed several stocks on the big screen. Tianjin Environmental Protection, Bagua Heavy Industry, Dalong Construction, Jiangzhou Lithium. Chen Fan couldn't help but smile slightly when he realized that 3 of the 4 stocks he exemplified were on yesterday's LW list, especially when he saw Dalong Construction. These 4 stocks have characteristics. Tianjin Environmental Protection and Jiangzhou Lithium are recent strong stocks. Bagua Heavy Industry, on the other hand, is a stock with an ordinary performance, not huffing and puffing, but its trend is very stable. A 30-degree angle has been rising, and Dalong Construction is all the way down. 6 or 7 consecutive stops now, and each stop is 20% down. This kind of stock is very likely to st. At this moment, Ilangao is also looking at the cell phone. Chen Fan grabbed it. You have been played to death and still play. This guy $10,000 to play until now. There are still about 5,000. Plus before borrowing 9,000 online loans, a total of 14,000 funds. Chen Fan did not say anything, directly help him empty. It also bought Big Dragon Construction along with it. What are you doing? Asterisk. Old me is being punked by you, you son of a. The stock market is practicing T+1 operation mode. The stocks bought today can only be sold tomorrow. Ilangao wanted to die when he saw that he had bought his own stock for Dalong. However, Chen Fan ignored him and returned his cell phone to him with a smile. Chen Fan had actually been wanting to help him out for a while, and just happened to see Professor Sun mentioning this stock, so he did a favor. To his surprise, Ilangao actually opened the GEM. It meant that the funds on his account were, at one point, more than $100,000. No wonder his previous several girlfriends lost. At this moment, Professor Sun asked on the stage, which student will come out and answer? How should I choose these 4 stocks? Chen Fan casually responded, of course I should pick Dalong Construction. It's going up a lot. Professor Sun's face turned green on the spot. Stand up. You go out. Really don't know anything. Blindly shouting. Stocks like Dalong Construction. This is jumping into the pit. It's already 6 or 7 stops down. How much money do you have to fill it in? Always remember, we must not pick this kind of stock that is falling one way. If we want to do it, we should do it as a strong stock. Chen Fan was kicked out of the classroom, and he walked straight away. Give you guys a chance to get rich? You don't want it. And Liang Dongkai screamed the most ferocious. His family has money. When he opened the account, he deposited 200,000. But, so under the guidance of Professor Sun, the students operated on the spot to buy Tianjin Environmental Protection and Jiangzhou Lithium. Ilangao looked at his account. Was bought by Chen Fan. Big Dragon Construction. Want to cry? Sure enough, Prof. Sun instructed everyone to just buy up. 5 points, 6 points, 7 points. All of a sudden rushed to more than 9 points. It's about to go up. A group of people shouted excitedly. Prof. Sun also smiled particularly happily and was given the title of stock god by his classmates. Ilangao sent a message to Chen Fan. Ma buys, you have to treat me to dinner. Just after the message was sent, there was an eek sound in the classroom. Someone pointed at the big screen. Professor Sun, look. Professor Sun slowly turned around. Crouching grass. The 2 stocks that had just risen nicely, instantly plummeted. From up more than 9 points, a dip to more than 2 points, then a drop of 2 points, 3 points, 5 points. The market is also going to dive instantly. The classroom is confused by. Prof. Sun pulled his tie. What's the situation? Such a good market. How suddenly changed the disc? Don't panic everyone. Maybe it's just a technical adjustment. Prof. Sun comforted everyone. You guys look at Dalong Construction. A female student suddenly shouted. Dalong Construction opened the stop and went straight up. Like a rocket, a column shot up to the sky. 3 seconds. Instantly rushed to the stop. 40 points. Oh my god. How is this possible? Ilangao was dumbfounded. An earth and sky board. He earned back all his previous losses. Chen Fan, you're great. After reacting, he hurriedly sent a message to Chen Fan. I'll treat you tonight. Chapter 16, the important moment of stepping into the peak of life. The general market fell heavily, and Dalong Construction turned the tide against the wind. Professor Sun's face could no longer hang on, as if today's market was completely designed to hit him in the face. Other students are okay. Liang Dongkai in order to pretend to be by. The original loss of a mess, he lost another dozen points. My god. At the moment he even had the heart to hit the wall. Wang Hao, MMP. I no longer believe in experts. In order not to let his girlfriend angry, did not dare to tell Qin Nan also speculate in stocks. But fortunately, the investment is not big, only $1,000. Professor Sun wiped his sweat. Today's lesson tells us that the stock market is risky, and we should be careful when entering the market. Let's see which students have a sense of risk. Those who didn't lose raised their hands and see? Everyone was silent. Yi Langgao stood up. Teacher, I made 40 points. All the gazes of everyone in the class all looked over. Some girls even cast adoring eyes. Ahem. This student, how did you do it? Yi Langgao hemmed and hawed and smiled. Inadvertently pretending to be bi, I analyzed the big dragon construction. Fell 6 or 7 downturns in a row. The opposite of what is extreme. Today should be open. As the saying goes, greed when everyone is afraid. And it has traces of capital intervention. So I do not hesitate to boldly buy the whole position. Okay, you're awesome. Even Professor Sun also gave a thumbs up. I do not hope that every student can become the most gifted stock god. Flat life, as long as there are so 1 or 2 students have achieved something, I'm content. These 4 stocks screened out today are enough to test everyone. Which also shows that most people are not suitable for stock speculation. This student is good. Work hard. That's all for today's class. Next you guys practice on your own. Professor Sun hugged his computer and hurriedly left. The moment he walked out of the classroom, his undershirt was sweating through. Prince, teach me how to operate it? Prince, you're my idol. Prince, I love you. Let me be your girlfriend. In the classroom, Yi Langgao was surrounded by a group of classmates, and Chen Fan's small, unintentional favor had achieved a high moment for him. Some of the girls even hated to throw themselves into his arms. If they found a boyfriend like this, wouldn't they have endless money to spend in the future? Su Keqing suddenly sneezed a dozen times in a row. She probably didn't know that her position was about to become unstable. And Chen Fan is in the dormitory looking at the money account on his cell phone. The total amount of money reached more than 360,000 yuan. This Earth and Sky Board ate cool ah. 2 stocks made a pure profit of more than $60,000. Just how there is a feeling that the money comes too slowly. Well, do you want to get an over-the-counter funding? Some regular securities institutions give up to 3 times the leverage. And if you want more funding, you have to find those over-the-counter institutions. By the way, this matter I can find left Handong ask a person of their caliber should have a familiar doorway. Chen Fan took out his phone. Mr. Zhua, are you free? I want to ask you for a favor. Just after hanging up the phone, Zhua Bing sent a message over. Pig, let's make a date? Not available? What do you want again? Leaving me hanging like this? Aren't you afraid of being abducted by someone else? I'm going to meet my father-in-law. Zhua Bing, why are you going to see him again? Who the hell is your girlfriend? Seeing Chen Fan going to see his dad again, Zhua Bing was always a little worried. Just in case this kid sold himself out by talking out of turn. I'll go to please him. See if I can take you down earlier. Zhua Bing rolled up his eyes. Come back and tell me. Chen Fan didn't even want to go to class and ran downtown to find Zhua Handong. Hearing that Chen Fan was looking for an over-the-counter placement organization, Zhua Handong looked at him in surprise. You still play stocks? Leverage, this thing is not good to add. Take it easy. Not me. I'm not interested in these things. With the help of Zhua Handong, Chen Fan contacted a reliable funding agency. He went to the procedure in the afternoon, and both sides signed a confidentiality agreement. Since Chen Fan chose 10 times the capital allocation, according to the agreement, the other party has the right to supervise the funds, and set an extremely strict close line. As long as the decline reaches 10%, will immediately close the position to ensure that the other party's funds are not lost. Busy after all this back to school, Zhua Bing cannot wait to find over. What are you going to find my dad for? It's our dad. Zhua Bing gave him a blank look. What the hell did you go for? Chen Fan stayed close to her ear. I want to find a way to make money and marry you in style in the future. Oily mouth, cradling such a beautiful, sexy, big beauty. The guy was a little stupid. Let's go to a room. Zhua Bing gritted her teeth and fiercely pinched the tender flesh around his waist. Is this what you think about day after day? Is it that you won't let go until you get me? Who said that? I won't let go even if I get it. Roll. 2 people flirting. Zhua Bing did not stop him from doing whatever he wanted, but always held on to the last line of defense. Chen Fan had no choice but to watch a movie with her, which sent her back to the dormitory. This night, the financial prince did not return to the dormitory. Wu Jianliang was lying on the bed playing games in a boring way, and Wang Hao asked him, why don't you go on a date? Date a hair. Split up. Ha? What happened? Wang Hao threw a cigarette to him. Wu Jianliang said, she knows about me and the boss's wife. Put. Chen Fan and the 2 of them squirted with laughter. Wang Hao said, it's fine, Prince and Su Keqing are probably about to come to an end. Why? Chen Fan was surprised. Hadn't the two of them always had a pretty good relationship? Wang Hao laughed. Today, the prince caught an Earth skyboard very oxen-beely, and several girls in the class asked him to go to the hotel to exchange experiences. Chen Fan wiped his sweat. Am I helping him or harming him? Su Keqing won't blame me, right? The 3 pairs in the dormitory scattered 2 pairs at once. Love in college is really unreliable. May 21st, Wednesday. This was the day Chen Fan took off. It is also an important moment for him to step into the peak of his life. In the morning, he opened his cell phone speculation software. Just as the market of Dalong construction has finished, 5 trading days 4 boards, today rushed high and fell back, and then entered the adjustment stage. Well, Zhao's real estate is good. This Jiangzhou a local enterprise, good growth. After a period of consolidation in the previous period, yesterday's low cross closed down. The main force adjusted in place, and will soon enter the pull-up takeoff phase. According to the future trend of Zhao's real estate, it's a triple bull stock. It's it. Chen Fan, without saying a word, will hold in the hands of the big dragon construction stock all throw away. For speculation, Chen Fan only catch the demon stocks. Not a few consecutive boards of stocks do not touch, and then there is no time to stare at the disc every day. Win 200,000 capital to buy into the big dragon construction. 5 days 4 board, has 51 million funds, plus vision technology, although not yet to the top. After 7 stops has doubled, so Chen Fan's funds have now reached $700,000. Now he is going to 10 times OTC funding, 7 million full position to kill Zhao's real estate. Zhao's real estate today opened 37% lower, the current share price of 8.36 yuan, 7 million funds to kill in. If it stops, it is a proper 700,000 into the account, directly before the sum of all the funds, simply a kind of unimaginable wealth. Chen Fan pinched his fists, some small excitement in his heart. Open life is different. Chapter 17 Chen Fan, I like you. When I went to eat at noon, I finally saw Yilanggao's silhouette. This kid has been drifting a bit lately, openly bringing 2 sisters to eat with him. Wei Jianliang jealously scolded. This dog by floated. Thought I was the only scumbag in the dormitory? If Su Keqing finds out, he'll have a good time. Before the words were finished, Su Keqing came. Crap, something's going to happen. Wang Hao was about to remind Yilanggao when Su Keqing came to Yilanggao and the 2 sisters with an iron face. What do you mean? Calls aren't answered. Messages aren't returned. Yilanggao looked at her and said, let's break up. Why? Su Keqing was aggrieved. Inexplicably breaking up with herself. You have to give a reason, right? This still need to ask? After talking to you for so long, you can't do this or that. Ask all the boys. Who wants to stay in the novice village all the time? After talking to you for so long, you won't even let me touch you. Su Keqing's tears came out at once, covered her face and turned around to run. Chen Fan shook his head, blaming himself. What's the point of helping him with the stocks? Today, the big dragon construction rose again. I do not know whether he threw. Chen Fan did not look at the back of the market. Let him own it. Just then, Chen Fan's cell phone rang. Hawthorne pair. He pulled out his cell phone and looked at the 2 goods. Gui Jianliang and Wang Hao. Breathlessly. Who tuned my ringtone? The caller ID showed, the girl who can be charged. Chen Fan glared at them and picked up the phone. Chen Fan, come over immediately. I'm blocked at the dormitory entrance. When his girlfriend was blocked, Chen Fan naturally took the blame. Seeing him pulling his leg and leaving, Wang Hao made a wink towards Gui Jianliang. Something must have happened again. Go! The 2 hurriedly arrived and saw that Chen Fan had actually come to the girls' dormitory. What is he doing here? Could it be that this kid is also having a secret affair with some girl? Zhuo Bing lived in the 6th building, and there was a BMW parked at the entrance, surrounded by a large group of people. There was a boy holding roses and blocking the entrance. Zhuo Bing, I know you are testing me, but you have to believe in my sincerity. I am sincere. For you, I'd rather give up the whole forest and stay with you only in this life. For you, I can give everything. Zhuo Bing, promise me, I really like you. Chen Fan rushed over and realized that the man holding the flowers was the shameless Liang Dongkai. Last time he was rejected by Zhuo Bing, he was still not dead set on it and came back to stalk him. It seems that Zhuo Bing can't get away without giving a statement today. Looking at the flowers in Liang Dongcai's hand, Zhuo Bing was speechless. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Don't lie to me. How can you have a boyfriend? The whole school knows that I'm chasing you. At this time, a lot of people beside them were up in arms. These guys just weren't afraid of things. They were even more curious as to whether Zhuo Bing would agree to Liang Dongkai or not. There was even a girl upstairs who shouted, if she doesn't say yes to you, why don't I be your girlfriend? Hearing that someone was chasing Zhuo Bing again, Zhao Linlin quietly watched. Last time, Zhuo Bing's refusal of Liang Dongkai had already made a lot of noise in the school, causing Zhuo Bing's popularity to explode for a while, and all the topics of conversation in the whole school centered around Zhuo Bing. It made her, the school flower big goddess, also be left out in the cold. Coupled with the fact that Zhuo Bing has the natural advantage of long legs, her popularity has always been high. Didn't Chen Fan say he could handle Zhuo Bing? I want to see if he can get past Liang Dongkai. Seeing that Zhuo Bing was dead set against it, Liang Dongkai couldn't help but say angrily, since you said that you have a boyfriend, fine, then call him over. If you let me see it with my own eyes, I'll be dead set against it. Zhuo Bing was anxiously looking forward to it. Why isn't this asshole Chen Fan coming? Just as Chen Fan arrived, Zhuo Bing quickly walked over. I'm showing my cards, Liang Dongkai, Chen Fan is my boyfriend. Seeing Chen Fan, Liang Dongkai laughed instead of being angry. What a joke, Zhuo Bing, actually playing this out with me? Do you know who he is? He's the poorest boy in our class. Don't believe me? Go ask if I'm lying. Besides, he's not even worthy of my shoes. If you want to find, at least find a powerful one, or let me be convinced. Zhuo Bing said, I just like him. What's wrong? Does it have anything to do with you? Chen Fan glanced at Liang Dongkai. Driving a BMW is amazing? What's so great about it? A broken BMW. I can't even look at it. Ha ha ha. The surrounding group of people laughed loudly. This poorest boy in the class. How dare you say you can't look down on a BMW? Don't forget, you still receive the school's poverty relief. Liang Dongkai came over to pull Zhuo Bing's hand. Zhuo Bing retreated to Chen Fan's side. Liang Dongkai, you don't believe it, do you? Good. I will prove it to you now. Zhuo Bing turned around, wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's neck, and suddenly pressed up with a passionate kiss. Chen Fan also didn't care, wrapped his arms around her and actively cooperated. Oh. The entrance to the girls' dormitory was uproarious. Many boys, girls screamed, so romantic Liang Dongkai felt green all over his body, angrily threw the roses. Mabai's Chen Fan, you wait. I'll screw you to death sooner or later. Seeing him get into the car, he left in a rage. Zhuo Bing let go of Chen Fan, a pair of soulful eyes full of laughter. She wrapped her hands around Chen Fan's neck. Chen Fan, I like you. Then, stick up again, continuing to spread dog food. The two young people were a bit oblivious. Some good people picked up their cell phones and clicked. Click. Chen Fan was secretly anxious. He was going to be on the school's headlines today. Wang Hao and Gui Jinliang looked dumbfounded. This guy doesn't mess around without messing around. And when he messes around big time. The two livestock instantly felt that all the girlfriends they had talked to before didn't smell good anymore. Across the street, in another dormitory, Zhao Linlin wrinkled her eyebrows, a strange flavor in her heart. How shameless. Zhou Yufei next to her cursed. Zhao Linlin said breathlessly, what are you so jealous of? Shouldn't young people dare to love and hate? Linlin, you've changed. Zhou Yufei stared at her with a face full of surprise. That afternoon, Zhuo Bing and Chen Fan's romance completely caught fire on the school BBS. Some good people posted photos and videos up, especially since Zhuo Bing was so proactive. It made countless people envious and jealous. This scene was watched by Tang Jing, and her heart felt very bad. And in the afternoon, the two of them didn't go to class again and hid in a cafe to get bored. Zhuo Bing, let's go to the hotel. Zhuo Bing frowned and bristled. Can't you put up with it? Sooner or later, it's still not yours? Chen Fan looked bitter. This is too unbearable. Do you know, that boy in our dorm broke up with his girlfriend. Why? Because he didn't want to stay in the novice village all the time. Zhuo Bing gritted his teeth and glared at him. You still newbie village. You got your way on the first date. I'm down to my last city. What more do you want? He. This bastard smiled lewdly, close to Zhuo Bing's ear and muttered. Zhuo Bing immediately blushed and shyly whacked him. Chapter 18, Your relationship hasn't been going too well lately. On May 22nd, Zhao's real estate continued to rise without any suspense. According to the late trend that Chen Fan saw, it tripled in 22 trading days. After a few consecutive boards, there are a few days in the middle when the banker strongly washes the plate, and the shock reaches 20%. Chen Fan confirmed his capital account, totaling 847 million yuan after 2 stops, excluding the leveraged funds. This meant that his own funds in hand had reached 17 million. Woohoo! Laozi became a millionaire. Turning off the software, Chen Fan took a piece of paper and typed an application report. During the second period, the homeroom teacher called and asked him to come to the office. Chen Fan's homeroom teacher was a 28 or 18-year-old young woman, especially beautiful and sexy, having the title of goddess of Jiangzhou University. She had a particularly good figure, standing at 1.68 m, and was a beautiful sight at Jiangzhou University. Almost the entire campus area, only her class no one missed. Chen Fan came to the class teacher's office with his written report. Teacher Shen Manhwa was sad and had a faint worry hanging between her brows. Hearing the knock on the door, she shouted to come in. Teacher Shen. Chen Fan walked in with the report. Shen Mengyao looked at this child from the countryside and said with a hint of apology, "Classmate Chen Fan, you sit. No need. I'm fine standing. You can speak." Teacher Shen. Shen Mengyao was different from most teachers. Most teachers didn't care much about these students at all. They didn't even understand their situation. And Shen Mengyao had done a lot of work and knew every student's situation like the back of her hand. Chen Fan's family is not well off, and it was Shen Mengyao who helped to apply for the subsidy for poor students. At this moment, she was a bit worried. "Chen Fan, there is something I want to explain to you, but I hope you are calm." "Well, teacher, you say." Chen Fan was courteous, making Shen Mengyao satisfied. "Your poverty grant for this semester has been cancelled. Although I tried my best to fight with the principal, there are still a lot of students who need it more than you do, so there aren't enough slots for this semester. I hope you won't be discouraged. Your teacher will help you continue to apply next semester. This semester I'll take some of my own salary to fund you." "No need, teacher. Thank you so much. Actually, even if the school doesn't cancel my subsidy, I'm going to apply to cancel it myself. Here's my application report for you to read." "Ha!" Shen Mengyao never dreamed that the thing she was so embarrassed about was actually solved so easily. She received Chen Fan's application report. Her heart was filled with 1,000 thoughts. "Mr. Chen Fan." Looking at Chen Fan's beautiful handwriting, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart that this child was still quite talented. "Why did you apply to cancel?" "Because I am now able to support myself. I can earn the living expenses I need through more ways. I can be independent, and I don't need to cause trouble for the school anymore. Thank you, teacher, for always caring." What an honest child. This purity alone is rare. "Then you go back to the classroom first." Shen Mengyao nodded with particular appreciation. She also knew that Chen Fan had been working hard and studying hard, but Chen Fan didn't go, but once again looked at Shen Mengyao seriously. "Do you still have something to do?" Shen Mengyao was too pretty, and compared to those youthful college students, it was totally two completely different grades. She was mature, sexy, and even a bit flirtatious. Seeing Chen Fan's eyes so abrupt, Shen Mengyao couldn't help but blush slightly. Chen Fan said, "Ms. Shen, your relationship may not be going too well recently. Please take care of yourself." "I don't know why. Don't ask me why. I can see a person's chi." After saying that, he left. Shen Mengyao reacted only after half a day. What? What is this Chen Fan talking nonsense about? How could one's relationship not go well? One should know that Shen Mengyao husband was a real estate company executive. Young and talented, Shen Mengyao also lived a very happy life. It was just that the two of them had not been able to conceive a child for more than 3 years after their marriage. Of course, there was also the reason that her husband was too busy and the two of them were not together much. Why did Chen Fan suddenly talk about this? Nowadays, young people love to think nonsense. Shen Mengyao shook her head and didn't put it on her mind. Not a moment later, the phone received a WeChat. "Wife, I'm going on a business trip for a few days, so I won't come home to sleep at night." Shen Mengyao returned a smiling expression. "Pay attention to safety. Protect yourself outside." Putting the cell phone down, she got up and went to the classroom. Chen Fan returned to the classroom and found Liang Dongkai looking at him with a grim face. Without having to be told, he could roughly guess that his poverty subsidy had been cancelled, and it was 80% because he had messed it up. For one thing, he was a class cadre, and for another, his relative was a school leader. Of course he did not know, even if the above does not cancel his poverty subsidy, he is also prepared to apply for cancellation. After all, he is now a master who can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a day. Which cares about this small amount of money? He holds the stock of Zhao Group, at least can bring himself 3 times the income. By then he is worth 10 million. And since those students in the class knew that Chen Fan pried Liang Dongcai's wall, each one admired to the ground. Who doesn't know that Zhuo Bing is a big beauty? Especially her long legs. I don't know how many people have been mesmerized. I didn't expect the girl that Liang Dongcai had even held his hand to be obtained by Chen Fan. Now BBS is full of photos and videos of 2 people kissing, and it makes the blood of this group of animals boil. Yi Langgao came over. "Chen Fan, you know baya. When did you get Zhuo Bing?" Chen Fan smiled faintly. "She took the initiative to chase me." "Put." A group of people in the class rolled their eyes. Liang Dongcai glared. "Poor bai. I'll screw you to death sooner or later." The homeroom teacher came and the classroom was quiet. Shen Mengyao returned to the office after class, and received several WeChats on her cell phone, as well as missed calls. The WeChat was from her best friend. "Big beautiful girl. There's a classmate gathering at night. It's at the Cloud Lake International Resort Center. I'll come pick you up after work." At their level, many of their classmates were successful and famous, and there were more class reunions. Shen Mengyao originally wanted to refuse, but her husband was on a business trip, and anyway, she was home alone, so let's go together. At 5 o'clock, the girlfriends drove over to pick up Those who can enter their level are basically well-dressed people with exceptionally good family conditions. The girlfriends drove a newly bought Porsche Cayenne. Shin Mengyao didn't even have time to change her clothes. She hurriedly got on the car and went. The luxury car was filled with a Chanel perfume odor. The girlfriend was even dressed in a sexy outfit, dressing herself up like a little vixen. Shin Mengyao said, "Lu Qin, you're really getting more and more demonic. Aren't you afraid of mesmerizing people to death?" Lu Qin laughed silkily. "It's to mesmerize them. Who told them to have no vision back then? They all dare not chase me." Cloud Lake Resort Center is a leisure place that is far away from the city. At the same time, it is also the best place for a rendezvous with a young lover, where there are hot springs, high-end hotels, entertainment and leisure. Lu Qin parked her car. "Ha, Mengyao, isn't this your husband's car?" Only then did Shin Mengyao notice that the one next to her happened to be her own family's BMW 740. This man, who claimed to be talking to himself about business trips, was entering the hotel with a woman in his arms. Chapter 19 Am I Pregnant? Chen Fan didn't know everything that was happening on his teacher's side. He only wished the time would pass a little faster so that he could experience what it was like to be worth $10 million. These days he had been calculating in his mind. The 7 million smashed down. When a month later after this wave of market, how much money he could get. 7 million to triple. The middle of the tossing spread and handling fees. Interest cannot go to count. More than $21 million to remove the leveraged funds is more than 14 million. Oh, my God. After confirming the stock market quote again, Chen Fan stepped down to lie down and rest. Shin teacher in the Cloud Lake Resort Center and her husband had a big fight. Heartbroken, she has moved the idea of divorce. Girlfriends persuade did not persuade. Chen Fan rested for a while, still thinking about when to go to the antique street to pick up leeks. Suddenly received a message from Zhuo Bing. "Chen Fan, am I pregnant?" Put. Chen Fan, who saw the message, was shocked. A phone call over. Zhuo Bing did not answer. Continue to send a message. In class. Early this morning up always feel uncomfortable. Stomach reflux. Do you think I'm pregnant? Scared the hell out of the baby. I didn't even touch you. How did I get pregnant? Chen Fan asked. Whose? Zhuo Bing sent a blank stare. No matter whose it is, you have to recognize it anyway. Come out. I'll get a room for you to rest. Zhuo Bing. This guy is uneasy with good intentions, always snubbing me to go to a hotel. When school was over at noon, Chen Fan asked her out. Zhuo Bing covered her stomach and squatted under a tree. I'll take you to the infirmary. Zhuo Bing nodded and Chen Fan accompanied her to the infirmary. The doctor said that she was having menstrual cramps. Zhuo Bing was strangely embarrassed and smiled bitterly at Chen Fan. Taking some medicine in the infirmary, seeing that she couldn't even walk steadily, Chen Fan said, "Why don't I send you home?" "No." She looked at Chen Fan and hesitated for a long time. "Why don't you go get a room?" "I don't want to go back to the dormitory." After grinding for so long, she finally agreed to go to a hotel with herself. But Chen Fan was not happy at all. He suspected that this girl was deliberately torturing herself, but there was nothing he could do, so he just had to take her out of the campus. He stopped a cab at the roadside. "Master, find a closer 5-star hotel." The cab driver quite knowingly smiled at the two of them and drove the car to the Boya Hotel. Chen Fan didn't want to pretend to be bi. He just didn't want to go to one of those cheap little hotels next to the school. It wasn't hygienic. After helping Zhuo Bing into the room, Zhuo Bing said, "Why run so far? There is not next to the school." Chen Fan laughed. "That kind of place is sorry for your status. I want to do my best to give you the best." Zhuo Bing glared at him. "You're not allowed to get any other ideas. I'm not feeling well today." Chen Fan was so speechless. "As for that? Besides, am I that kind of person? Alright, then come over here for a moment and help me rub it." Chen Fan walked and hugged her, helping her gently rub her little tummy. As he rubbed it, "Hey, what are you doing? Stop it for me dash. Don't." Zhuo Bing was infatuated. Not honest at all. Chen Fan retracted his hand. Unfulfilled. In the hotel lobby, a group of managers flanked a young girl and walked to the front desk. "Missy, the hotel's business has been very good recently. We've done a lot of work. This quarter's performance has also increased by 60%. A dozen or so managers followed behind the young girl. Respectful. The young girl reached out to the front desk staff and asked for today's customer check-in records. She wanted to see with her own eyes if the performance was the same as what these people said. Chen Fan. As a result, she saw Chen Fan's name at a glance, and at first she thought it was the same name, but when she saw the age, and the recorded identity information, she frowned down. How did he check in here? When did this guest check in? Just now. 20 or so minutes ago. With a girl. The young lady's brow quivered. Send me the lobby videotape video. Okay, Missy, you wait a moment. In 2 minutes, the attendant pulled up the videotaped video of the time. A cold smile flashed across the young lady's face before she shook her head. One had still underestimated him. Just as she was about to leave, the elevator door opened. Chen Fan was in a hurry to go out and get brown sugar water for Zwabing, but he was not expecting to see Zhao Linlin in the crowd at a glance. Why are you here? Oh no! The fact that he had come to the hotel with Zwabing was probably going to be exposed. Zhao Linlin looked at him with an odd expression. Why can't I be here? This is our family's property. From the first day I entered the university, my family has given it to me to take care of. Chen Fan wiped his sweat. Awkward. In the past, I only knew that Zhao Linlin's family was rich, but I never thought that their family was so rich. A 5-star hotel was given to her as a girl to take care of. Nyo bye. Chen Fan waved his hand. It's fine. I'll leave first. Scummy man. Zhao Linlin skimmed her mouth. What kind of person? How long have they only been together? Just bringing someone to a hotel. I don't know what she thought, but after seeing Chen Fan leave, she actually called a staff member to keep an eye on him. If not wrong, this guy should have gone to the pharmacy, right? After a while, the staff member came over to report. Chen Fan went into a restaurant and made a bowl of brown sugar water and took it upstairs. Zhao Linlin was puzzled. I didn't expect this scumbag to be so attentive. Chapter 20 Pressing Zhao's real estate to the death. She wasn't going to school tonight either, and half an hour later, she called the waiter over again. You go send a fruit plate to 8916 and pay attention to what's going on inside. After the waiter left, Zhao Linlin sat in her office playing with the signing pen in her hand. There really weren't many who could reach her level at such a young age. Studying while practicing management experience, she had already stood at a height that was out of reach for many people. At the moment, big schoolgirl Zhao looked out the window, waiting for news from the waiter. 10 minutes later, the waiter came over. Missy, the fruit plate has been delivered. There's a man and a woman inside. The woman is already asleep. How about this? Every half an hour. No, 10 minutes go knock on the door. The waitress looked at Zhao Linlin in disbelief. This will cause the guests to complain. Complain about what? Just go when you're told to go. Where's all the talk? Fine. The waiter didn't withdraw, and didn't know which of Missy's tendons was wrong today. 10 minutes later. Knock knock knock. May I ask if you want to change the sheets? Chen Fan opened the door and a waiter probed and asked. Sick. Change what sheets? No need. Chen Fan closed the door. Another 10 minutes later. Knock knock knock. May I ask if you need to order something to eat? Our hotel has a free buffet? Another 10 minutes later. Knock knock knock. Excuse me. Chen Fan finally couldn't help himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What the hell? What kind of hotel are you guys? I've told you not to disturb. Don't disturb. The waitress had a red face. I'm sorry. We're just afraid that the service won't be good enough for you guys to have a bad experience. After all, we are a 5-star class hotel. Why don't I just stand at the door? You can call me anytime if you need anything. What's with you standing at the door? Okay. It's always okay if I don't live anymore. Congratulations, you have successfully driven away a guest. Zwabing was also woken up. What's wrong? I don't know. She came over and knocked on the door every 10 minutes, annoying the hell out of me. Are you feeling better? Let's go back to school. Zwabing also looked at this waitress strangely. He really hadn't heard anyone say that staying in a hotel would have someone guarding the door all the time. In the past, when I went out traveling with my parents, I didn't see this kind of treatment, right? This hotel service is really good. The two of them went downstairs to eat together. Chen Fan said, let's go back to school. Why? Weren't you the one who kept screaming to come to the hotel? I suddenly remembered that there's another very important matter that I need to go back and deal with right away. Zwabing looked at him with a skeptical face, as if he couldn't believe it. Okay, you're the one who wants to go back. Don't blame me. The two of them checked out of the room and called another car to go back to the school. They had just left the hotel when the waiter reported to Zhao Linlin. Missy, they checked out. Oh, Zhao Linlin also cleaned up and drove the car back to school. Yu Fei, see if that Chen Fan has returned to the dormitory yet? Zhou Yufei stared. How would I know? Don't you have binoculars hidden in your suitcase? Don't think I don't know. Fine. Zhou Yufei had to turn out the binoculars hidden under the box. They're taking a bath. Hey. Zhou Yufei's expression was unnatural. Wait, I saw Chen Fan. Hey, why are you paying so much attention to Chen Fan? Nothing. Wash up and go to sleep. Zhao Linlin took her clothes and went into the bathroom. Instead, Zhou Yufei was confused. Linlin, what kind of medicine are you taking today? No, why are you suddenly concerned about Chen Fan? Oh my god, you can't be. Zhou Yufei covered her mouth as if she had discovered a new continent. As for Chen Fan, he took a shower and lay on the bed, recalling today's strange events. Could it be that Zhao Linlin was behind it? It shouldn't be possible. Would she be so boring? Forget it, too lazy to think about it. In the blink of an eye 5 trading days have passed. Zhao's real estate also lived up to its name and pulled 5 consecutive stops. Only today it is going to open the board. The next few days, it is going to be a strong washout, with an amplitude of up to 20%. It is estimated that many small scattered are going to be scared away, and then the dealer continues to eat meat. Chen Fan saw the funds on his account has 11.27 million. The dealer, in order to create the illusion of continuing to pull up, early in the morning hundreds of thousands of hands of large single sealed stop, and then suddenly open the floodgates, withdraw all the sealed single, and then the stock price began to fall back. This also just gave Chen Fan the opportunity to run away. He had no qualms about liquidating all the stocks in his hands, but to more than 10 million funds with a small single at the low level of suction, but not to attract the attention of the banker. This is the need for a little level. The time has come to test your ability to maneuver. It seems that I should buy a laptop, get their own trading room, can even go outside to rent a house, so more conducive to their own work. Sell order was closed. Zhao's real estate main force suppression rushed back down on the K-line chart to close a long upper shadow line. Volume enlarged. The hand exchange rate increased. In order to scare away retail investors, the main force directly to the death pressure has fallen below 8 points. Today's suppression, tomorrow stop, the day after tomorrow and then stop. This set play enough slippery. In that case, what are you waiting for? Then press Zhao's real estate to the death grip. So he did not do too much thinking, constantly hanging out small and medium-sized orders to buy. Zhao's real estate total market value of 100 billion. The volume of these days are floating between 2 or 300 million every day. Chen Fan's hand of more than 10 million should not cause too much attention. Seeing that the buy orders he put up were constantly sold, Chen Fan was secretly happy in his heart. It is estimated that even the dealer himself cannot see how many people take advantage of the low buy. But these small scattered, the dealer never look in the eye, because the stock price is about to fall. 20 minutes later, Zhao's real estate fell stop. Chen Fan's more than 10 million funds were all sold, and his current total float is 0.63 points. Sell again at the opening tomorrow and buy again the day after. Ha. Thinking about it, Zhao's real estate's main force is going to cry. The transaction is complete and exits the trading software. The next thing he has to do is to go rent a house. And at this moment, the senior management of Zhao's group is having a meeting, and the chairman has decided to utilize this wave of the market to take the entire company's market value to another level, then find an appropriate time to reduce their holdings and cash out, freeing up funds for new projects. Of course they didn't realize that a small fish was in their pool, slowly growing. Chapter 21, Feelings Don't Mean Everything. The class teacher, Mr. Shin, hasn't come to work for a few days. All the students didn't know what happened, and the school quickly replaced their homeroom teacher with an old man with thinning hair. Why didn't Mr. Shin come? Many people have guessed. Only Chen Fan, heart-shocked, not his own that day to see the luck of the spirit, right? That day he noticed that Mr. Shin's head was a little green, and after thinking about it, he decided to give Mr. Shin a heads up. As a result, Mr. Shin didn't come the next day. But this kind of thing is not something that one can influence. And Ms. Shin is also a little too fragile. Even if her husband had someone outside, it wouldn't be so bad that she wouldn't even go to class, right? At noon that day, Chen Fan was browsing for rental information on his cell phone. Unexpectedly, he saw a message about a high-end apartment for rent in the neighborhood. A one-bedroom single apartment, complete with home appliances, turnkey, monthly rent of 2,000, utilities to take care of themselves. Although the monthly rent was a bit expensive, Chen Fan still decided to take a look, because this location is very close to the school. The straight line distance is less than 300 meters, just outside the campus wall. With the help of the lunch break to contact the agent, Chen Fan went to see the room. This is worthy of being a high-grade neighborhood, with strict security guards in and out, and a beautiful environment. The safety factor is very high. The house was on the 26th floor, and all the windows were Chen Fan's favorite floor-to-ceiling large windows, facing the campus. The room was filled with a light feminine fragrance that smelled especially good. The decorations and furnishings were very satisfying. Chen Fan liked the place at a glance. Settle down. How much deposit to pay? He still had several $1,000s in his hand, so he directly signed the contract. 5,000 deposit for you first. The rent will be transferred the day after tomorrow. The intermediary was also quick, and immediately gave the key to Chen Fan. From now on, he was the tenant of this house. After the intermediary left, Chen Fan looked at the room. The room is particularly clean. Even the hygiene do not have to do it themselves. Moreover, the landlord seemed to have left in a hurry, and there were still some clothes that he couldn't take away in time, and temporarily put them here for storage. Now he needs a computer himself, and may even need more than one in the future. Looking at the layout of the room, it's not supposed to move. The landlord has a ready-made workstation here, enough for his current needs. It's just embarrassing that he's out of money. The rent was 24,000, plus the two computers were estimated to cost up to 40,000. I can only reduce my position tomorrow. Alas, I am still too poor. The next morning, Zhao's real estate decisively pulled up to stop, but tomorrow it placed down again. Chen Fan again liquidated positions, only to wait for tomorrow to buy after the stop. It is about to take off again. At the moment the banker is sneering. Another small dispersal was scared away. Now Chen Fan has a large amount of money in hand, but it will take tomorrow to transfer out of the account. So he rested for a day, studied well, every day. On the morning of the third day, he immediately transferred $100,000 out, and the rest killed Zhao's real estate again. After paying the rent, he ran to the computer market to get a laptop and a desktop. With these two sharp tools, he can make a big show of himself, and from now on, he will officially enter the mode of professional stock speculation. When Chen Fan dragged the two computers back to the rental house and opened the door, there was actually a woman lying on the sofa. The other party was wearing a tight wrap dress, black stockings, and her hair was permed into a big wave, which looked especially sexy. Chen Fan was still thinking that this hairstyle was similar to Ms. Shen. As a result, the other party sat up when she heard the sound of the door opening, and both of them were confused. Teacher Shen? Student Chen Fan, why are you here? The two asked in unison. Teacher Shen looked at Chen Fan dragging two suitcases and seemed to understand. You're really hard-working. You missed class again to do odd jobs? Chen Fan's old face turned red and immediately responded. Well, it's idle anyway. Running errands by the way. If I can earn a piece is a piece. Teacher Shen pulled her short skirt with some embarrassment. You're really a good kid who puts his parents at ease. Alas, it's my fault for not being able to help you apply for the subsidy. Otherwise you wouldn't need to work so hard. Teacher, there's really no need. It's more tangible to work hard by my own hands. He moved the computer case in. The systems were pre-installed. The rest of them plugged in themselves. Hey, Mr. Shen, why are you here? Shen Mengyao was quite embarrassed and explained. I came to get my clothes. I didn't realize that I was too sleepy, so I laid down on the sofa for a while. Chen Fan understood. So this was Teacher Shen's house. This was too much of a coincidence. If she knew that she was the one who rented her house, how should she explain? Looking at Chen Fan skillfully connecting the power supply and cleaning up the garbage on the floor, Shen Mengyao did not leave immediately. Instead, she asked, how did you get the key here? The homeowner left the key with the security guard and asked me to just get the computer working. Oh, Shen Mengyao looked at him with interest. When he got everything done himself, he didn't realize Shen Mengyao's intention to leave. Chen Fan didn't withdraw. Teacher Shen, then I'll leave first. Shen Mengyao said, there's no rush. I'm also leaving, so I just came over to get 2 pieces of clothes. Let me help you lift them. Chen Fan took the initiative to help Shen Mengyao lift her suitcase, and the two of them entered the elevator together. Shen Mengyao was very tall and at the age of 20 or 89, she carried a unique charm of maturity. Chen Fan smelled that particularly good perfume odor again. No wonder. I always felt that this perfume odor was familiar when I went in. It turned out to be Teacher Shen's house. Teacher Shen, why did you suddenly quit your job? Shen Mengyao smiled bitterly. Weren't you the one who reminded me? Chen Fan froze. So that was it. No wonder she looked a little haggard. Then where are you going to go now? I don't know. Let's go out and relax for a while first. Maybe I'll come back after a while. Ding! The elevator reached the first floor. Shen Mengyao was about to go to the parking lot to get her car when Chen Fan couldn't help but say, Teacher Shen, there's something I want to say to you. Shen Mengyao was slightly stunned and stared back. You say it. Actually, feelings are just a small part of life. There's no need to treat it as all you have. There's still a lot of joy in life after losing it. Metaphorically speaking, work, life goals, dreams, Chen Fan said seriously. Shen Mengyao looked at him fixedly and seemed to have some illusion. Unexpectedly, in this aspect, a student could see through more than herself. She shook her head, once again flashing a bitter smile. Thank you, Chen Fan. I'll be fine. You're right. Feelings don't mean everything. I should still have higher pursuits. Watching her turn around and get into the car. That back was so beautiful. Chen Fan waved his hand, waiting for the car to leave. He returned to the rental house, turning the 2 computers on. He tested the network and the stock speculation software. The network here was readily available and could be used as long as it was renewed. Chapter 22. Their family is working for themselves. Chen Fan did not intend to stay here and had to go back to the dormitory at night, so as to save people from suspecting that he had done something bad outside. Because there were already a lot of couples in the school who rented rooms outside to live together. Just leaving the neighborhood, he didn't expect to run into Qin Nan and Tang Jing head-on. The two were also surprised to see him come out from inside. Chen Fan greeted them, and Tang Jing's face looked very bad as she turned her head and left. What's wrong with her? Qin Nan glared at him breathlessly. Wasn't it you who made her angry? Tang Jing, wait for me. Qin Nan turned around to chase after her. leaving the baffled Chen Fan scratching his head. How did I make her angry? Chen Fan was supposed to go to the cafeteria today to do sanitation. Every time he helped the cafeteria do sanitation he could earn $20. 3 times a week. After doing hygiene you could also mix a meal. For a poor student, the treatment was good enough. But Chen Fan came over to quit his job today, and he didn't expect that just after entering the cafeteria, a group of students surrounded him. Yo, isn't this the poor student who chased after Zwabing? He is really interesting. Nowadays poor students are so shameless. What an insult to Zwabing. Hey, poor, stay away from Zwabing. Chen Fan ignored this group of people who thought they were noble. Lousy is now a person with a $10 million value. He was a little disdainful to be with them, and played a meal to find a place. In the corner of the cafeteria, 2 girls looked at this faintly. This soft rice man is really amazing. He can endure even when others scold him like this. Zhou Yufei bristled. She couldn't see through this poor student anyway. He's not as simple as you think. The corner of Zhao Linlin's mouth curled up slightly. Thinking about the day she stirred up their rooming incident, she had a kind of inexplicable excitement. She had investigated Chen Fan's background and was completely an ordinary countryside college student, without any family power. She really couldn't understand why Zwabing was with him. Zwabing she also understood. Zwabing's popularity in the school was already high. The family's assets must be more than 100 million, and his father is also considered a successful person, just by doing antique business. The annual income of hundreds of millions of dollars, and now live in the days of lying flat. She rejected Liang Dongkai, such a rich boy, with Chen Fan together. However, these assets of Liang Dongcai's family were not enough in Zhao Linlin's eyes. Chen Fan unintentionally came to Zhao Linlin's side of the two. Hey, you guys haven't finished eating yet? Finished eating. Zhao Linlin looked at him curiously. Chen Fan, you can chase after Zwabing just by doing hygiene here? I really can't figure out what's in Zwabing's mind. Chen Fan laughed. This has nothing to do with you, right? She's at least better than you. You didn't say a word of apology when you bumped into someone. Zhao Linlin's face stiffened. Okay, it was my fault for bumping into someone. I apologize to you, ah? Who told you to be unkind yourself? Chen Fan didn't want to talk to her again. What do you mean I was unkind? I never hit you from the beginning to the end, right? It's you who are self-righteous, thinking that everyone wants to get close to you. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't care about herself anymore, Zhao Linlin was a bit upset. How about this? You don't work here in the future as a hygienist. Go work in the hotel under my name. Just work Saturday and Sunday. 2,000 a month. Working 8 days a month, 2,000 a month is already high, right? Knowing that a lot of waitresses' wages were only a little over 3,000, Zhao Linlin was considered to have given him the green light. Chen Fan stopped. You consider this as compensating me? That's not necessary. Actually, I didn't come here to do hygiene for money, purely because I like to labor. I'm not interested in money. Put. Zhou Yufei beside her really wanted to spray. A poor student who relied on receiving subsidies, actually saying that he wasn't interested in money? Zhou Yufei, who had been acting as a green leaf beside Zhao Linlin, thought to herself, I'm still not interested in boys. Chen Fan looked at the two and smiled, not arguing with them, because arguing with women was a stupid thing. Chen Fan ate his meal, said to the cafeteria boss, resigned from this job and returned to the rental house. And at this moment, in the office of the chairman of Zhao Group, Zhao Guowei was instructing, with the increase reaching about 50%, it's important to make a timely pullback to shake things up a bit, so we can't let those small investors and lobbyists take a ride. The purpose of his doing so is to prevent retail investors from messing up, because retail investors have a characteristic, earn a little and then run. They can't hold the chips in their hands, so it's important to shake them out and wait for them to see the uptrend before chasing them in. This will raise their cost price. The advantage of doing this is to make their cost low. It seems that Zhao Guowei is also a master of the game. The stock plays very well, is a good hand to cut leaks. It's just that this time he met Chen Fan. When Zhao's real estate trader hasn't had time to play this kind of tactic, Chen Fan is already shipping out. His current volume is not large, and naturally it is difficult to attract people's attention. But this guy played a hand of tawdry maneuvers that made Zhao spit blood. When Zhao's real estate pulled up, Chen Fan had already run away. When Zhao's real estate suppressed, he bought again, and he can almost always sell at the highest point and buy at the lowest point every time. This makes the trader very blood. Although this amount of money shorting on Zhao's real estate is not very big, but Chen Fan's purpose is not to collapse it, as long as he can make money on the line. So back and forth, Chen Fan in the past few days, repeatedly made at least 20 more points. The capital account has reached a staggering 14 million. The next step was when Zhao's real estate would truly take off. Zhao's group's share price directly tripled in the next half a month. However, Chen Fan did an even more tawdry maneuver, removing the previous leverage and entering the market with 5 times more leverage. Seeing that all the funds on the account had turned into Zhao's real estate shares, Chen Fan looked at the screen and smiled. I'm afraid that Zhao Linlin still doesn't know, right? Their family was working for themselves. With this plug-in, no demon stock could escape his eyes. As long as one did not mess around, one could definitely be absolutely invincible in the stock market. After the operation was completed, Chen Fan stretched his waist. Why don't we go to the antique market again today? See if there is still an opportunity to pick up leaks. Chapter 23, Seeing True Love in Times of Trouble. Tinker Bell. Ding dang. Just about to go out. The doorbell rang. Chen Fan was a bit curious and opened the door to see that there was a pretty young lady standing outside. The other party was wearing a standard small suit and dragging a suitcase, looking very much like a bank staff. Who are you looking for? Chen Fan sized up the other party for a long time, and the other party asked suspiciously. Do you have a house for rent here? I came over to look at houses. What house to look at? The house is all rented by me. It seems that the agent has not withdrawn the information. The girl said, can I see the house? This is not very good, right? Chen Fan only had to tell her the situation truthfully. It can't be? The other party looked anxious. Then what should I do? I don't even have a place to stay tonight. And I really like this house. She had seen the photos of the house on the internet and felt that it suited her perfectly. Chen Fan spread his hands helplessly. He needed it himself and had just gotten it done. It was impossible to change the place. Can I come in and take a look? The other party still wanted to fight for a bit, and seeing the other party's pathetic appearance, Chen Fan had to let her in. Turning around in the room, since Chen Fan hadn't touched the previous layout and only added 2 computers, the place was still full of cozy atmosphere. Little brother, you're still a student, right? This name is so awkward. It's not good for a girl to call someone like this, right? Chen Fan looked at her, originally wanted to express his dissatisfaction, but he realized that people are indeed big, small suit, tightly wrapped white shirt are about to burst. In the past, Chen Fan would not dare to look at people like this. Since Zhuo Bing opened the door to his other world, he also learned to appreciate this figure. I don't know how many times better than those Netflix. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't speak, the other party's eyes lifted. Little brother, can my sister discuss something with you? What is it? Can I stay here for a few days? Chen Fan looked at the only bed in the room. Is it appropriate? Actually, he did not want to be disturbed. And even more so, he did not want to let anyone know his secret. But the other party said, what's inappropriate about it? I can sleep on the sofa. Don't worry, just sleep in the big bed inside without worry. I promise not to disturb you. Then she pathetically held Chen Fan's arm and swayed. Do me a favor, I was fired from the company today. I really have no place to go. You take me in for a few days. Don't worry, if any accidents happen during this period, I definitely won't call the police. When she said this, Chen Fan's heart suddenly tightened. You're not afraid? I'm a little afraid now. He glanced at the softness that was clinging to his arm, and the other party pleaded. Really when my sister passes through this difficult time, I will repay you properly. I've been removed from the company, and I haven't gotten my paycheck. If you don't promise to help me, I'll have to sleep on the streets. You can't bear to see me, such a big beauty like a flower, living on the streets? And I can cook and wash clothes, so if you need anything, I can help you. Alright, don't shake. I'm dizzy. Chen Fan thought to himself, he doesn't sleep here anyway, even if he is a good person and takes her in for a few days. Alas, the main thing was that pair of softness. Shaking his own legs, Chen Fan said, it's fine for you to stay for a few days temporarily, but you're not allowed to touch my things. He pointed at the 2 computers. The girl looked like I understand and looked at him with a smile. Don't worry, I do promise not to move your hard disk. Chen Fan, give me a picture of your ID card. The other party was a stranger after all, and there was nothing to cross paths with before, so it was better to get to know each other. Good class. Thanks little brother. Seeing Chen Fan agree, the other party excitedly rushed to the door, dragged the suitcase in, and rummaged through the bag to find his ID card. Su Rujin? Yeah, why don't you call yourself Ruzin Lu? Or you can, as long as you like, call it whatever you want. Su Rujin stared at him happily. Do you want to sign a contract? No need. You're only staying for a few days anyway. Chen Fan took the picture and returned her ID card. I didn't realize that she was only 24 years old and her body was really well developed. You can sleep here tonight. Chen Fan was ready to leave. Su Rujin asked, won't you add a WeChat? Or leave a phone number or something? Oh, right. Chen Fan folded back and added her WeChat and left her phone number. So it seemed that she didn't intend to run away. After seeing Chen Fan leave, Su Rujin hung her clothes in the closet, packed up and started to do hygiene, then picked up the clothes and went to take a shower. Back to school, Chen Fan sent a message to Zhuo Bing, come out to eat Zhuo Bing half a day did not respond, estimated to go to the dance studio. In the dormitory, several livestock are in. Wei Jianliang is lying on the bed chatting with his sister. Wang Hao is sitting there smoking, and Lang Gao is wilting like a frosted eggplant. There was gauze tied around his head, so he should have been beaten up. What happened? Chen Fan asked, and at first the three people didn't say anything. Wang Hao said, he was beaten up. The online loan has gone up to over $40,000. Rely, borrow 10,000 and get 9,000. So little time and it went up to over 40,000. Chen Fan looked at Lang Gao speechlessly. Didn't I tell you to pay it off last time? Lang Gao drooped his face. I saw that the rise was good, and wanted to make another profit, but it turned out to be all hitched up. What about those two girls? Ran away. No money. Who will still follow me? Realistic, Wang Hao said. The debt collector said that if he can't pay back the money again the day after tomorrow, he will want his 2 legs. Just after the words were said, Lang Gao stood up and rushed outside. What for? Chen Fan stopped him. I'm going to sell my kidney. Get lost? No good guy. Chen Fan pushed him and threw a cigarette at each of them. Let's think of something together, Wang Hao said. I'll discuss it with Qin Nan and see if we can squeeze 2,000 or 3,000 out. In this regard, Wang Hao has always been more righteous. What about you? Chen Fan asked Gui Jianliang, who shook his head. I don't have any money. It was impossible for someone like him to help others except for bragging by. Chen Fan said to Lang Gao, don't go anywhere for the next 2 days, just stay in school. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Lang Gao shouted at him, what are you going for? To help you get money. I'll see if Zhuo Bing has any. When he arrived at the dormitory, he ran into Su Keqing. Why are you here? Su Keqing was recently very haggard. Her eyes were red. She gritted her teeth and pulled out a bunch of tickets from her body and shoved them over. Give this to him, this is all I have. After saying that, she turned her head and ran away. Chen Fan's heart was touched for a moment. Those two girls who ate and drank with Lang Gao ran away. Instead, it was Su Keqing who was in love. A true love in times of trouble. Chapter 24, Brotherhood of Righteousness. The matter of Lang Gao had to be resolved, but it couldn't be compromised. These unorthodox online lending companies didn't know how many people they had harmed. Many girls had also fallen for the scam, and calling the police was probably difficult to bring them to justice. Chen Fan searched for an optimal solution. Right, why don't we use the advantage of the internet and the power of public opinion? Okay, let's do it. After having a countermeasure, Chen Fan went to fetch some money. Together with the money given by Su Keqing, there was almost about 10,000, and Wang Hao would put together a little more when the time came. This money is not that Chen Fan is not willing to pay. He can afford it alone. Just must use this matter to give Lang Gao a lesson. Wang Hao's money represents brotherhood. Su Keqing's money represents love. Must let Lang Gao remember these people who have helped him. He cannot act as this hero, and he is not prepared to give each other so much. A few days to pay back 40,000? These hearts are too black. Ready for everything, he called Zhuo Bing, asked her to come out. Zhuo Bing had just finished taking a shower, and her hair tresses carried a fresh scent. Seeing that she was wearing her favorite jean shorts again, Chen Fan shook his head helplessly. Next time, buy her a dozen long pants. There was no need for such beautiful long legs to be seen by everyone. What's wrong? Just now Chen Fan didn't make it clear on the phone. Just said there was something going on with her. Zhuo Bing was in a hurry to come out. Chen Fan brought her to the playground where no one was, and a few couples were hugging under the trees in the distance. And Zhuo Bing was anxious. Last time you went to the hotel you didn't come, and you brought me to this kind of place. What do you want to do? What do you want? Chen Fan was speechless. One of our dormitory roommates had an accident. I want you to do me a favor. Zhuo Bing heard that it was a serious matter and beamed an "Oh, when the time comes, we'll go meet those people, and you call the police when you see that the situation is not right." Zhuo Bing nodded, but asked worriedly, "Can you guys handle it?" Chen Fan said, "It's fine. Big deal. I'll take a beating. Remember, no matter what happens, you don't come over and keep the evidence." Chen Fan returned to the dormitory. Lang Gao and the three of them didn't go out. He pulled out $2,600 from his body. "This is from Su Keqing. Be a man in the future. Look at how you hurt the other girl." Su Keqing is so affectionate? Wang Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Love, Prince, if you don't want people, don't spoil it. Wasteful and shameful. How about giving it to me? Lang Gao glared at the bastard. Get lost. He really did not expect Su Keqing to come out to help himself. But Su Keqing's conditions are limited. Girls can do this. There is no more to say. Chen Fan said, "After you're done, go apologize to the person and try to get her back. Having a girl treat you like this is the blessing of your life." Mobbies, you guys stop talking. Lang Gao ran out with red eyes. Wei Jianliang sat there without saying a word. He didn't intend to help anyway. Chen Fan received a Weibo message on his cell phone. "Little brother, are you coming back to sleep at night?" "Not coming back. It was 11 o'clock at night. and Ilangao was still not back. Only the next day did he realize that he had gone to look for Su Keqing, and the two of them spent the night cuddling in the grove behind the school. In the afternoon, the three of them got ready to go meet with the people from the online lending company. Chen Fan asked Gui Jianliang, "Are you coming along?" He wanted to make sure of Gui Jianliang's character, and friends who were unwilling to help in times of crisis could not be made. Gui Jianliang said, "I won't get involved in this kind of thing." "Alright, then let's go." Chen Fan didn't bother with Gui Jianliang anymore. This kind of person was considered to never come back in the future. The three of them came to the place they had agreed with the other party, a tea house in front of the school. The location was chosen by Chen Fan to Ilangao, mainly to facilitate Zhuo Bing to take photos and videos. The other party came 5 or 6 people, a big waist, tattoos everywhere. It is assumed that it is specially designed to put pressure on the 3 people, so that they do not dare to resist. The man at the head was called Ah Biao, with a fierce look, not a good person at first glance. Glaring with a pair of goldfish eyes, he asked, "Did you bring the money?" Ilangao glanced at Chen Fan without saying anything. Chen Fan said, "Brought it." He also had a recorder on him, and solemnly dealt with the other party. "You have a problem with this online loan. How can the interest rate be so high? When I first borrowed money, borrowing 10,000 you guys only gave 9,000. Why did it roll over to 40,000 in just over a week?" The other party glared at Chen Fan. "Did I ask you? Are you itching your skin? This is between us and him. What does it have to do with you? You are blindly being here." Chen Fan had already prepared his mind. "He is my brother. We will pay back his money together. Since you don't want me to get involved, then we'll leave." "Stop." The other party slammed the table. "Little B brat. Who the hell gave you face? Dare to be so arrogant with your master?" Wang Hao wasn't afraid of them. "What are you so mean about? Isn't it just borrowing a few dollars from you guys? It's not like we're your slaves. Debts are paid, but human rights are equal. Don't think that just because you borrowed a few dollars from you guys, you can call out to us." "Yo!" The other party's goldfish eyes rolled. "You few little b-boys are still flipping out?" The several horsemen behind them were about to rush up and make a move. The 3 of them rose up in unison, each grabbing a chair, asterisk 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 them to death. Several horsemen were vicious and ready to strike. Chen Fan shouted, "Slow down. Today we came with sincerity to pay back the money." "What do you mean by this?" The other party sneered. "Fine, then you guys pay back the money. But today the old man is no longer 40,000, 80,000. Oh, lend you 9,000 and you have to pay back 80,000 in a week? Is there such reasoning under the sky?" Chen Fan deliberately shouted very loudly. "Which law tells me there is such interest in the world? As long as you come up with a basis, not to mention 80,000, 800,000 we'll admit it." Ah Biao said angrily, "I am the basis, just the way you guys are today. You can't leave without 80,000. Chen Fan wanted to speak again. The other party pointed at his nose. 100,000. "Sorry, no money, we won't pay back." Ah Biao pointed at his nose. "You're not going to pay it back if you say you won't?" "Ha, kid, no one has ever dared to speak harshly to me in this area. Believe it or not, I'll get you killed right now." The other party gave a wink, and several of his men surrounded them. Chen Fan's 3 men were also ready, as long as they moved. No matter what, the 3 men grabbed Ah Biao. 1. Capture the thief first, shoot the man first. Anyway, there is left ice over there to leave evidence. Reasoning is not afraid. Seeing that the other side is ready to move, Chen Fan 3 people violently stood up. Woo woo woo. It was at this time that a police car siren suddenly sounded outside. Chapter 25 Young Indulgences. The law enforcement officers arrived and took both parties to the police car. Chen Fan wiped the blood around the corner of his mouth. When he put down Ah Biao just now, he took a few hits and his gums bled. Ilangao and the 2 of them were also in a sorry state. After all, they were just ordinary students, with little experience in fighting and brawling. If it wasn't for Chen Fan advocating to fight them hard, Ilangao could only choose to compromise. But this time, he felt the hot blood of brotherly love. This kind of emotion was something that no amount of money could buy. It is also the capital to recall years later. Young, frivolous, happy. Ilangao of course, therefore, firmly remembered this friendship. Both sides were brought to the office. After some inquiries, law enforcement officers also know the specifics, but this kind of thing is not very good to deal with. After all, there is a debt dispute. For a few students, law enforcement officers just educated some. Let them back to school. The money is to be returned. As to how to return, the 2 sides still have to discuss. Ah Biao's people were very arrogant. Even in this kind of place, they clamored to kill Chen Fan and a few of them. A few students, of course, they did not put in their eyes. After coming out from the police station, Wang Hao asked, "What if they want to retaliate against us?" Chen Fan handed a cigarette to the 2 of them. "There is no way back. Tough it out to the end. If we don't screw them, we'll be in trouble." "How to screw them?" Langao asked as he lit a cigarette. Go back first. Chen Fan thought about the evidence in Zhuo Bing's hands as he called Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing said anxiously, are you guys okay? I'm all set to find my dad. It's okay, it's out. It's just that things aren't done. Alright, we'll come back for you later. The three people returned to the school and found Zhuo Bing in the first place. After Zhuo Bing showed the three people the video she captured, Chen Fan forwarded it to his cell phone. I'll handle the rest. You guys don't rush. Wang Hao said. Call me if anything happens. Langao wrapped his arms around the shoulders of the two. Thank you, brothers. I'll recognize you two in this life. Let's go. Let's drink. After the fight, there was a big change in mindset. In the past, how would they dare to fight hard with these people from society? Now it was different. Becoming fearless, the three of them called up Zhuo Bing to go to a barbecue together. Not calling Su Keqing? Not called. This occasion is not appropriate. Zhuo Bing was involved in this matter before he called her along. At the barbecue stand, Langao shouted, Boss, 2 pieces of beer. All the barbecues give me a round. Zhuo Bing said, there's something wrong. I'll go and order. She deleted all the ones that weren't good. She wasn't as stupid as Langao. You're pretending here. Stay here and the boss will serve you all the ones that can't be bought off. Bah! Langao bit open the bottle. Come on, brothers, dry up. After today, from now on, this life of mine is all yours. Bottoms up. All 3 men raised their bottles, and Zhuo Bing also poured a glass. Clinking, the 3 people tilted their heads and gulped down the wine in one gulp. After drinking, they heaved the bottle onto the table. Cool, life is like this. What more can one ask for? Brothers, again, gulp, gulp. The 3 people blew another bottle. Zhuo Bing glanced at the 3 people and didn't say anything. At this time she wouldn't try to persuade and tell them not to drink. If you want to drink, drink a lot. The big deal is to stay and deal with the things behind by themselves. After 3 bottles, Langao burped. Wei Jianliang, this coin is really not a person. In the future I will not play with him. Wei Jianliang has never been righteous, but as long as there is food, he will take advantage of others. Chen Fan said, there's no need for this. People can't treat everyone as a brother in their life, and they can't pour their hearts out to everyone. There are only a few people who really know each other. Didn't the ancients say that it's enough to have a confidant in life? Wei Jianliang, just treat him as a passerby in his life, and there is no need to deliberately target. Zhuo Bing looked at him in surprise. This boyfriend of hers was just different. She did find a different temperament in Chen Fan. This was something that many people could not do. Wang Hao nodded. That too. As the 4 of them ate the barbecue, Lang shouted, Zhuo Bing, eat by yourself. Order what you want to eat by yourself. Don't mind us. I don't want to mind you guys. Zhuo Bing smiled, especially understanding. She sat beside Chen Fan, passing over a bunch of barbecue that she had bitten from time to time. Don't worry about eating it. I've tested the poison for you. Seeing the 2 spreading dog food, Wang Hao and the 2 were disgusted. The 3 of them drank heavily and ate meat. Chen Fan gave Zhuo Bing a wink. Stay and you go settle the bill. Got it. Zhuo Bing did not show any emotion. She had long been prepared. This night, the 3 of them finished 2 beers, and Zhuo Bing drank 2 bottles. Seeing them staggering, unable to walk steadily on the road, Zhuo Bing just smiled. When you are young, you have to be indulgent. Don't restrain your character. Let it be released to the fullest. This is Chunqing. She quietly settled the bill and watched the 3 staggering down the road. Zhuo Bing was about to come over, only to see that these 3 guys had no shame to pull out their guys to release water. Zhuo Bing turned away, pretending not to see anything. Taking advantage of the wine, the 3 hands on each other's shoulders and sang a song. Men should be self-improvement. Seeing them spreading joy and being wild together, Zhuo Bing was envious. These are only the exclusive power of boys. They girls cannot be like this. Sending them back to the dormitory, Zhuo Bing went back. When Wei Jianliang saw them come back, one of them smelled of alcohol. He cursed, asterisk. You guys are a few dog coins. You don't call me when you go to have a late night snack. Hearing this sentence, Langao was on fire. He was already drunk. Glaring at Wei Jianliang, scolded. You horse money, in addition to dilly-dallying with food and drink, can also do what? Wei Jianliang, it's not that I don't treat you like a human being. It's you yourself who doesn't know how to be a human being. Do you know what the 3 of us did today? We and those of you to collect net loan dry up. Hemp buys, we body all received a few times. If not, law enforcement officers come quickly. I 3 will die there today. Where were you when we were killed together? You still have the nerve to tell me that I didn't ask you to have a midnight snack? Even if Lao Zi had called you today, would you be able to eat? Wei Jianliang was scolded by him so much that he sat on his butt on the bed. Chen Fan stopped him. Alright, this matter is not mentioned anymore. Wei Jianliang said, damn, you guys went to fight and did not call me? Called me, certainly go together. Wang Hao really can't listen to it. Did not call you at first? It's you who don't go. This time to pretend what by. Alright, all let's talk a few words. Wash and go to sleep. All are dormitory classmates. Do not like less to come and go. There is no need to quarrel. Chapter 26 Recruiting a Beautiful Employee. The next day Chen Fan found a self-publisher. After meeting with the other party, he made a request. Stir this up. The bigger the fuss the better. The other party had seen the video material. Yes, but the charges are a bit expensive. This do self-media is a man in his 30s. Not tall, less than 1 meter 7. It looked relatively shrewd. Chen Fan said, "How much do you want?" 20,000. The other party stared at Chen Fan for a long time before quoting this number. Because more than that, I guess people can't take it out. After all, they are still a student. Chen Fan said, "I'll give you 40,000, but you have to fire this up." Knowing that if there was a hot topic, firing it up would be traffic for him. Maybe if his own account was on fire, this would also be an intangible wealth. Not expecting this student to be so generous, the other party nodded. "I'll take care of it." Chen Fan paid him a deposit of $20,000, and the remaining $20,000 would be paid after the matter was accomplished. The other party took the money and left. Chen Fan did not go to the school, but returned to the place he rented. Suru really ate potato chips on the sofa and watched variety shows. Seeing Chen Fan return, she hurriedly got up and patted the chips crumbs on her body. "Little brother, why are you back now?" Chen Fan saw that she was wearing a tight wrap skirt, a pair of long and slender big beautiful legs swaying dazzlingly. She seemed to realize something and instinctively pulled the hem of her short skirt. "Sit down, I'll go pour you some tea," Chen Fan said. "No need, I just came back for something." "Hey, why are you still here?" Su Ruzhen bit her lip. "I haven't found a job for a while. You won't want to drive me away." Seeing her so nervous, Chen Fan said, "That's not true." Casually opened the computer, is ready to look at the stock market quotes. See Su Ruzhen hands crossed, standing there in a regular manner. "Hey, what are you standing for? Busy you go." "I don't have anything to be busy with." "Little brother, do you want to wash clothes? Why don't I go cook?" "You don't have to go to school for lunch." "Does she still cook?" Chen Fan was a bit unconvinced, but looking at her appearance, he searched for a way to let her cook a meal to try. So he nodded. "Okay, then I'll go buy vegetables." Su Ruzhen glanced at him, wanting to speak. Chen Fan glanced at her. "Are you broke?" "Aha, Chen Fan, there was some money left on her just now, so she casually took it to her to buy food." Chen Fan logged on to the stock speculation software. Zhao's real estate was rising well. It's already 5 consecutive boards. Zhao's real estate is a big fish. Its target price is to quadruple. Now Chen Fan doesn't need to do anything, just need to wait quietly, wait for the other side to ship before running away themselves. Now that the amount of money is large, it is impossible to catch the stop every day like before. Can only do medium and long term, otherwise you once intervene, will alarm each other. The banker is not a little cute. You tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars to intervene. Large cap stocks are okay. If you run into billions of small cap stocks, immediately put people back. So now Chen Fan must do the long term. Otherwise we have to find a helper for their own manipulation. Almost closing, Su Ruzhen came back. "How is it? You're hungry, right?" What she brought back was not dishes, but fast food. "Didn't you go buy vegetables? You came back after frying the dishes, right?" Looking at the fast food on the table, Chen Fan was speechless. Su Ruzhen smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I went to do something and delayed the time. I was afraid that you would be hungry for too long, so I bought fast food and came back. Alas, we'll just eat." After the two finished eating, Su Ruzhen poured him another cup of tea and then cleaned up the mess on the table. It felt like she was quite diligent, like a little daughter-in-law. "Do you want to get some sleep?" "Aha!" Chen Fan prepared to get up. "Hey, how did you get fired?" Su Ruzhen pursed her lips and smiled. "Don't say any more. Annoying. Then what do you do?" "Bank temporary labor." "Ah." "Oh." Chen Fan went into the bedroom and laid down on the big bed. It smelled so good. This fragrance seemed to be the same as Su Ruzhen's. Needless to say, she definitely slept here last night. When Chen Fan entered the bedroom, Su Ruzhen was lying on the sofa. After sleeping for more than an hour, Chen Fan got up. Su Ruzhen also sat up when she heard the sound. "You're going to school so soon? Will you come back to sleep at night?" "Not back." Chen Fan walked to the door. "Hey, what are your recent plans?" Su Ruzhen shook her head. "Then do you know how to speculate in stocks?" "No, trained." "What? Are you going to teach me to speculate on stocks?" Chen Fan did not respond to her positively, but stared at her for a long time. Su Ruzhen was a little nervous. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? If you were given a job, how much would you want for a month?" Chen Fan suddenly asked. Su Ruzhen was stunned. "That depends on what kind of job. I'm still pondering whether to go into live broadcasting." Chen Fan said. Don't engage in those messy things. Work for me. Ha, what do you want to do? Su Ruzhen stared at him in disbelief, covering her chest and retreating a few steps. Chen Fan was speechless. What are thinking about? You help the disc. Work 4 hours a day, 5 working days a week. You will live here in the future. Su Ruzhen let out a long sigh of relief. Really? Of course it's true, but we have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. What you work on is not allowed to be told to anyone. Otherwise I will hold you accountable. That's for sure. I still have this professional ethics. Alright then, how much do you want for a month? This is a long-term one for me. If you're not psychologically prepared, we're free to talk. Su Ruzhen bit her lip. In the past, I worked in a bank for 6,000 a month. If my performance is good, it's over 10,000. You look at it and give it to me. I give you a guaranteed 10,000. Plus commission. Su Ruzhen looked excited. Really? Chen Fan said. If you agree we'll sign the contract, but I have a lot of requirements. Well, don't worry, I will try to fulfill them. It's not that. If we come to an agreement, you will live here from now on, and no third person will be allowed here. I'll write all of this in the terms and conditions. When the time comes, you can read it and sign it if you think it's okay. No need to read it, I promise. Su Ruzhen of course agreed without hesitation, so the two signed the contract in person. From now on, Su Ruzhen officially became Chen Fan's first laborer. Chapter 27, Little Brother is actually a billionaire? After signing the contract, Su Ruzhen had always had a taste of disbelief. He found a job just like that? And the job requirements, nature, time, treatment, almost all of them are the dream of life that all laborers dream of. Work only 4 hours a day, and only work 5 days. The treatment is also so good, including food and accommodation. Simply not too good. Wait, he won't have any intention on himself, right? Su Ruzhen thought for half a day. It does not feel like this little brother seems to have no feeling at all for himself. Hearing that Chen Fan had given himself the job of speculating on stocks, Su Ruzhen began to supplement her knowledge of stock speculation. Simple trading, of course she will. In order to afford this salary, she decided to learn a little more, then open the computer and simulate while learning. And after Chen Fan signed her, he ignored her for a few days, just let her stay in the rental room. That self-media Wei Jianjun's side of the hype gradually had an effect. He took the video resources that Chen Fan handed over to him and sent them online in segments, and led a number of peers for forwarding hype. In recent years, online loans have victimized many young people, especially some female college students. Taking advantage of this topic, it quickly set off a storm. Some people who love to gather heat have forwarded it and condemned it, and the incident is getting bigger and bigger. More than 10,000 students from Jiangzhou University joined in after seeing these reports. The incident rushed onto the hot search as Chen Fan had predicted. The top finally couldn't sit still and decided to take action against these irregular online loans. At the same time, the people involved in the video were held criminally responsible. These people were quickly arrested, and they have a lot of records. It is estimated that there is not a decade or 8 years of fear cannot come out. When this matter broke out, Chen Fan and the three of them were repeatedly called over for questioning. The city and the school said they wanted to honor the three of them, which Chen Fan refused. Low key. What was there to commend about this kind of thing? Just take care of things. It's best to pull out these tumors. Get rid of the harm for society. After the matter was thoroughly implemented and completely handled, Yi Langgao also walked out of the online loan fiasco. After this incident, he became much more mature than before, and his relationship with Su Keqing was also better. Most importantly, he gave up speculating in stocks. Chen Fan also breathed a long sigh of relief. At noon that day, he handed the last $20,000 to Wei Jianjun. Seeing him so painfully, Wei Jianjun patted him on the shoulder and said, "Little brother, you can still look for me if you have a job in the future." Okay. The two sides had long had WeChat and contact information, and after sending Wei Jianjun away, Chen Fan returned to his apartment. Zhao's real estate was going to prepare to liquidate its position, and it was necessary to leave safely before the banker. He had seen the trend of the stock yesterday, and tomorrow the banker would pull the high out of the loan, and then it would slowly oscillate for a few days, and then once again go down. Su Ruzhen in the house or a week did not go out. Every day constantly simulation, reading books, bad knowledge. Chen Fan called the door open. The actual battle will take place in the afternoon. Ah, good. She was too happy. Until now, she didn't know Chen Fan's bottom line. She only knew that he was a sophomore. Chen Fan opened his computer and logged on to his money account. In half a month's time, Zhao's real estate surged insanely 15 stops. The stock price quadrupled, and it became a big demon stock in the real estate category for a while. At this moment on Chen Fan's account, the total amount of funds had been displayed as 154 million. Oh my! Seeing this amount of money account, Su Ruzhen was shocked and confused. Little brother was actually a billionaire? In fact, it wasn't. There were 5 times the field leveraged funds that Chen Fan had borrowed before going off. In addition to these off-field funds and interest, Chen Fan hand probably still left about 120 million from their own 5 times leverage into the field. To now break 120 million, Chen Fan is considered to have ruthlessly gripped the wool of Zhao's real estate. Seeing himself become a billionaire, Chen Fan is also a little excited to celebrate tonight. In the afternoon, Chen Fan personally maneuvered. Taking advantage of the dealer's inattention, he began to reduce his position. Currently, the disc is sealed with more than 20,000 large orders, and the stock price is 96.67 yuan. It is estimated that many people are waiting for it to break the $100 mark. In fact, tomorrow it will break through 100 and then fall. Chen Fan smiled slightly. This 20,000 plus lots big order is worth a total of $193 million. The total value of all the shares in his own hand is only 154 million. It's practically customized for him. Ha ha. He only saw him smiling evilly, selecting all of them and then clicking lightning buyout. Brush. 154 million. Instantly ate up 70% of the blocked orders on the sealed stop. Unbeknownst to him, he smashed it, and the seal up was torn open. Some of the shareholders who saw the bad situation have fled. At this moment Zhao's real estate manipulators look panicked. What's going on? Not good. There were funds fleeing. Quick, report to the chairman. Nima, who's behind this? Didn't we talk to this organization beforehand? Today is not the time to ship. A phone call to the chairman's office. Zhao Guowei's face changed dramatically. What's going on? Hurry to me to block. Seeing that it is the harvest season, how can it be spoiled? In the trading room, several traders rushed to hold up and smashed more than 100 million to plug the gap back. Chairman Zhao Guowei was on the phone scolding people. You do not talk about martial arts. Agreed to withdraw in steps. Who dares to mess up? Don't blame me for not being polite. No, Mr. Zhao, listen to me. We really didn't. We didn't sell a single share. Maybe it's some retail investor? Several major institutional investors said that they hadn't messed up, but Zhao Guowei was so angry that he roared like thunder. After laying out the plan for so long, he relied on it to reduce his holdings and cash out. If something went wrong at this juncture, the investment plan behind him would go down the drain. But Chen Fan this smash. The market confidence is shaken. Many people see good harvest, have left the market. Retailers are light as a feather, but the banker is not so comfortable. He wants to leave the market. There must be such a huge amount of money to take over. Otherwise it is an endless decline. Seeing that these retail investors and lobbyists are going to run away, Zhao Guowei had to order the sealing of the stop. Smash it. See who is stronger and has more chips. Sealed by the bankers, the retail investors just can't run even if they want to. I have to say that his hand is really ruthless. On this day, Zhao's real estate sky floor, leaving an extremely horrible solid green column. And Chen Fan has long been in the bag. Looking at the account of more than 100 million faint smile. Starting tomorrow, he is going to relay out. Now he removes the leverage and turns it into zero, doing medium and long term on one side and short term on the other. Being worth over $100 million, he decided to keep only 120 million in the stock market, transferring the rest of the money out for incidental use, and transferring another 20,000 to his parents. At the same time, paid Su Ruzhen a month's salary in advance, so that she can rest assured, down-to-earth work for themselves. Su Ruzhen suddenly couldn't control it and excitedly hugged him and booped him. Little brother, you're really good to me. Chapter 28, in the future, if you help my father, don't pay less than $100,000. Seeing Su Ruzhen sticking to herself so unreservedly, that pair of soft and quite comfortable, so much so that Chen Fan could hardly contain himself and was about to pounce on her. When his hand fell down, he suddenly stopped. No way, can't be like this. If she became his girlfriend, she would be shouting at him, and would be in charge of her own money. She wouldn't be able to work well for herself. Su Ruzhen was also extremely excited just now, and when Chen Fan pounced on her, she was still immersed in exuberance. Girls have needs too, but Chen Fan suddenly stopped, making her heart itch. What did it mean? She looked at Chen Fan, but she saw Chen Fan pick up his clothes and walk away. Hey, what are you doing? Leaving yourself out to dry? What kind of person is that? She was furious and picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. What's wrong with you, little brother? It's not good to hang on to people like this, is it? Chen Fan said. You work well, don't mess around in the future. Dang, where did I mess around? In the end, being a few years older, Su Ruzhen quickly understood. Don't worry, I won't pester you. I will work well. That would be best. Chen Fan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself, but the excitement brought to him by Su Ruzhen always brought back memories. After suffering in his heart for a long time, he could only dial Zhuo Bing's number. Zhuo Bing, Come out and have some fun. I can't, I have my class tonight. Then get out of class. I'll wait for you. What do you want to do again? I want to celebrate with you. He had become a billionaire. Someone had to share the joy. And he had already decided that he would go back in the summer vacation and find a way to let his parents live a good life. Zhuo Bing thought about it. Okay, I'll contact you after class. Zhao Linlin sighed. She also received news today. Zhao's real estate transactions are abnormal, even out of the sky floor market. Zhao Linlin, who came from a superior background, was a lot higher than most of her classmates. Only a sophomore, she already has quite a bit of experience in shopping mall management, and also involves knowledge of the stock market. If it was a banker shipping out, it would definitely pull out while pulling out, using a gentle approach, and would definitely not be so violent. There was no doubt that Zhao's real estate had been undermined by someone, but who is the other party? The dealer can't find out, unless they have insiders in the securities center, and the hundreds of millions in Chen Fan's hand. In the context of Zhao's real estate quadrupling in a row, in a plate of more than 100 billion, is nothing at all? Zhao Linlin returned home and saw that her dad was still losing his temper. Chen Fan's act today had forced him to postpone his plan to reduce his holdings. Dad, actually, we can also use the bulk trading method to do it, Zhao Linlin suggested to her dad. Zhao Guowei said, now that the stock price is so high, who would come over to take over the shares? Zhao Linlin laughed. This is simple. Apply for a suspension tomorrow and then use a high transfer to pull the stock price down. At the moment, our stock price is indeed eye-catching, and it's risen too much. Profit-taking will definitely flee. Zhao Guowei's eyes narrowed. That's fine too. Then 10 shares for 10 shares. Even 20 shares would be fine. This way the stock price is pulled down. Not so eye-catching. And a lot of people like stocks that fill in their rights. Good idea. Zhao Guowei looked at his daughter with relief. Your plan is good. We'll implement this plan tomorrow. Lin, you're the only daughter in our family. In the future, Zhao's real estate will all be yours. The hotel is for you to practice. How have you been feeling lately? Pretty good, Dad. I'll work hard. Aha! Zhao Guowei was especially compassionate towards this daughter, and Zhao Linlin was also very understanding, never failing to live up to her own expectations of her. What was even more gratifying was that she knew the score very well. Unlike some girls, she fell in love in school at a young age. Zhao Linlin inherited herself in this aspect and had ambition. Mrs. Zhao came over with a fruit plate and saw father and daughter chatting about work. She also felt especially accomplished. After all, being able to raise her daughter was her biggest dream. The Zhao family was happy. Chen Fan and Zhuo Bing were shopping. Zhuo Bing, does this bag look good? How about this watch? How about the cell phone? Like it or not? Zhuo Bing looked at him with an odd face. You're not right today. Say it. What do you want? Chen Fan didn't say anything. Zhuo Bing said, do we need to use money to measure between us? In your mind, am I that materialistic? Wait, are you like that to other girls? Zhuo Bing pressed step by step, staring at Chen Fan without letting go. Chen Fan didn't even know how to explain. I made money today and wanted to share it with you. Zhuo Bing stared at him closely. How much did you earn? 20,000. I think. Cut. Zhuo Bing looked disdainful. 20,000, that's called money? My dad's randomly dumping an antique is enough for you to eat for the rest of your life. Okay, she is a girl who doesn't lack money. Zhuo Bing poked his forehead. Be a little out of it. A mere $20,000 makes you happy like this. How can I expect my husband to become a dragon in the future? Remember, in the future, if you give my dad a favor, don't do it for less than 100,000. This girl, true love, forget it, she doesn't want material things, so let's go shopping. Why don't we go to the movies? Zhuo Bing couldn't bear to spoil his fun, so the two of them went to watch a movie together. After watching the movie, it was already 10:30. Chen Fan said, why don't we not go back to school tonight? Zhuo Bing gave him a blank look. I know that's what you want today, but no touching me today. Why? It's inconvenient. Scratch that. It seemed like today was the wrong day. The bastard only had to force down the fire in his heart and look at the stars and the moon with Zhuo Bing. Hey, Chen Fan, what is your dream? Zhuo Bing snuggled in Chen Fan's arms and suddenly asked. Chen Fan looked at the sky. Make lots and lots of money. And then? Make lots and lots of money. Zhuo Bing frowned. Chen Fan added. Raise you. Zhuo Bing pinched the bastard's nose. Liar. Do you need so much money to raise me? I think you want to raise a lot of people, right? No, actually you don't know. My family is very poor. And you don't know how hard it is for rural people. Take me to see it when you have the chance. Zhuo Bing said. Sure, I'll go back this summer. Chen Fan agreed to Zhuo Bing with little consideration. Seeing that he agreed so quickly, Zhuo Bing laughed. Call a few more classmates to go with you, or someone can cover for you. Chen Fan thought about it. Then let's talk about it. He also pondered in his heart how to go back to his parents. Let them accept this reality. However, It was only the middle of June, and there was still a month left before the vacation. One should cherish this month and do something with a bang. I also wonder how much money can be made in a month with the 120 million in his hand? Chapter 29. Forget it. I'm a person with a bottom line. Chen Fan finally sent Zhuo Bing back to the dormitory and then returned to the apartment. Su Ruzhen had already gone to sleep, and when she saw Chen Fan rushing over in the middle of the night, she thought there was something going on. As a result, Chen Fan told her to go to bed, and he himself had to look up some information on the internet. How could Su Ruzhen let her boss work overtime and go to bed herself? Besides, Chen Fan gave himself 20,000 a month. Not yet done a little thing? Took the initiative to Chen Fan poured a cup of tea, honestly guarded the side. Chen Fan persuaded a few times, she just does not go to sleep, but also lazy. So open the speculation software, carefully study the stock. Su Ruzhen knows that speculation in stocks is to do homework in advance. I did not expect Chen Fan to be so desperate. At the moment it is almost 12 o'clock. He still came back to study stocks. Chen Fan did not mind her watching from the side. Anyway, she could not see the future trend of the stock. After working until after 3 o'clock, Chen Fan picked out 10 stocks, including 3 gems. Then he did the screening again, leaving only 3 stocks. Su Ruzhen was in particularly good spirits and had been watching attentively. She just couldn't figure out why Chen Fan had picked them. Seeing that Chen Fan was busy, she asked, "Why did you pick these stocks?" "Don't worry about this. You just have to do what I say." "Okay." Chen Fan handed her the book. This blue chip stock for the long term. Buy $60 million in installments within 3 days. These 2 small cap stocks, gems, $30 million each to buy tomorrow. I marked them for you. Here are the buy points. Aha! Su Ruzhen nodded and listened attentively. Chen Fan handed these to her. "You go to bed first, I'll lie on the sofa for a while." "How can that be? How can there be a reason for the boss to sleep on the sofa?" "You go to bed, I'll sleep on the sofa." Su Ruzhen, how could she not agree? Chen Fan still quite knew how to be compassionate. Letting a girl sleep on the sofa wasn't quite right, was it? He waved his hand. "Alright, don't delay tomorrow's deal." Su Ruzhen had to walk into the bedroom, looked at the 1-meter-8 big bed and folded back. "Why don't we sleep together? Anyway, the bed is big enough." Chen Fan looked at her sexy Anna's figure and swallowed his saliva. "This is not good. Forget it, I'm the one with the bottom line." "Halo, thinking about what?" Su Ruzhen red-faced. "I really don't have that meaning." Since this was the case, she couldn't say anything else and moved pillows and blankets out for Chen Fan, then went to sleep herself. However, she left the door open, saying that if it was uncomfortable to fall asleep on the couch, she would come in herself. These words made Chen Fan do a long mental struggle. In the end, reason overcame the impulse. No, the first time must be reserved for his girlfriend. When he returned to the dormitory early the next morning, Wang Hao said that Gui Jianliang had moved out on his own. Chen Fan also did not care about him. This is his own, cannot melt into this circle. In the future, all the glory and wealth will have nothing to do with him. At 9:30 a.m. In the morning session, Su Ruzhen earnestly implemented Chen Fan's instructions. 2 short-term full position intervention. The long-term 1 into 0 will be 60 million in 2 days. Using a small single form slowly eat into. This does not alarm the dealer, but also in the pull-up before stepping in. Chen Fan shows this stock is hundreds of billions of large-cap stocks. Daily turnover are floating between several hundred million. Now that Su Ruzhen is helping himself, Chen Fan doesn't need to be distracted anymore. Finally, he could free up his hands to do other things. Sweeping his eyes over the class. Well, it's time to lead the brothers to become rich and famous. Since Gui Jianliang moved out, he basically stopped hanging out with the 3. He was now completely flattering Liang Dongkai. During lunch, Chen Fan called Yilangao and Wang Hao together. "Do you two want to start a business?" "Yilangao, start a business? I might as well speculate in stocks." "Get lost." Chen Fan kicked him. "Haven't you died enough?" Wang Hao said. "You have a way out?" Chen Fan nodded. "You guys like going for late-night snacks so much. Why don't we just get our own late-night snack store? When the time comes, call Su Keqing and Qin Nan over to help." "Wait, why isn't there Zhuobing?" Yilangao caught the point. Ahem. Chen Fan raised his eyes. "Zhuobing's family doesn't lack money. His dad is worth over $100 million. Can you compare?" The 2 people had nothing to say. Wang Hao said, "Okay, it's just that I can't get too much money. Do you want us to sell meat like that dog coin Gui Jianliang?" Chen Fan gave him a faint look. "Your patterns are too small. Don't worry about the money. As much as you guys can take, I'll find someone to invest." "Ha, then we are still not working for others?" Yilangao questioned. In fact, this guy was still thinking of making quick money in his heart and didn't want to work so hard. Chen Fan glared at him. "If you are no longer pragmatic, can you stand up to Su Keqing? My goal is simple. Just be able to earn back a year's tuition." "Rat, do you think so? Wang Hao nodded. This will also reduce the burden on the family. Langao looked at the two with contempt. Hey, forget it, people at your level can't see higher things at all. It's also just earning a bit of hard money. No great ambition in your chest. Are you going to do it or not? Chen Fan cursed and he became honest. Dry. Why not? Just take it as accompanying you guys to experience life for a while. Yo, sorry for making young masteries suffer. The two laughed. At this time just as Qin Nan and Su Keqing came over. What bad things are you three discussing again? Chen Fan said. You guys came just in time. We are discussing to get a night snack store business. Good. Experience the hard work of starting a business in advance. It just so happens that we can also go and help. Qin Nan's personality was good, cheerful and lively. Su Keqing was a bit more introverted. She quietly glanced at Langao, seeing that they didn't object either. Chen Fan said, then it's settled. The five of us are all shareholders. Qin Nan mentioned, can we call Tang Jing over as well? She was still thinking of setting up the two. Chen Fan. Langao said, good. Of course we welcome her if she wants to come, just can she stand the pain? Chen Fan said, no, why? Qin Nan had a puzzled look on her face and gathered her courage to say to Chen Fan, actually, there is something I've been wanting to say to you. I don't know if you'd like to hear it or not. Zhuo Bing is not suitable for you. The gap between you is too big. Chen Fan, listen to me. Tang Jing is actually very capable of suffering. Trust my vision. You guys are the most suitable. In the end, the deeper you love, the deeper you are hurt. Chen Fan wiped his sweat. He also knew Qin Nan's mind. People were doing it for their own good. After all, he was a poor student and couldn't enter such a high-class circle of others. Wang Hao also advised. Yeah, I think my wife is right. Scram. Qin Nan heard him call his wife and exploded on the spot. Chen Fan's few, however, laughed out loud. And even Su Keqing couldn't help but snicker. Chapter 30, people just watched you go. A few people said they would do it and started planning how to run the business. Chen Fan quietly called Su Rujin and asked her to go to the backstreet to look at the stores and buy them directly when she came across the right ones. Zhangzhou University is not in the center of the city, and the store is just over 10,000 a square foot. Su Rujin completed the maneuver in the morning. Anyway, there is nothing to do. They came to the back street of the school. Doing business is always some poorly run. Not everyone can make money. The same open restaurant, do night snacks. Some just do not make money. Su Rujin looked favorably on two stores, sent photos for Chen Fan to confirm. Chen Fan took a glance. The location of these two stores he is familiar with. Then let Su Rujin go to talk about the price. The two stores directly buy down. An hour later, Su Rujin gave feedback on the results of the negotiation with the owner. $3,200,000 for the two stores. Chen Fan bought them without saying a word. In the evening, Chen Fan purposely returned to the apartment to meet with Su Rujin. Su Rujin was going to handle the store transfer tomorrow, and this required Chen Fan himself to go along. In addition, Chen Fan looked at her maneuvers today. Too short-term has intervened. Long-term bought half. The rest of tomorrow is estimated to be able to enter all positions. Su Rujin cautiously asked. I didn't understand until now. Why did I pick these three stocks? She had analyzed them for a long time, and they didn't seem to be quite the same as what she had learned. The K-shaped graph, the trend, the volume and energy, none of them seemed to match up. Chen Fan laughed. There is definitely a gap between the theory in the book and the actual combat. You can't read from a dead book and apply the formula rigidly. Did you see for yourself that they went up? That long-term stock is still oscillating. Tomorrow is estimated to still open low. The two GEM stocks had gone up, one by 8 points and one by 13. That was what she was curious about. She had bought in the early morning session and it had pulled up in the afternoon. Why was Chen Fan so powerful? All the stocks he sees go up. Seeing 120 million in his account, Su Rujin was especially shocked. Tonight he will not go back to sleep. Deal with a night here. Su Rujin said tonight, you sleep on the bed. I have to do homework for a while. As the boss, Chen Fan was no longer polite. It is true that sleeping on the sofa is not very comfortable, and the next day he got up with pain all over his body. Sleeping until most of the night, Chen Fan rolled over and felt that he hugged a soft thing, especially comfortable. He didn't think much about it in his sleep. After all, this kind of experience was usually rare. Only Zhuo Bing had given himself such treatment. Then he had a dream about being with Zhuo Bing. The two people were entangled, but when it came to the critical time, they were woken up by urine. He looked at Su Rujin, whose clothes were messy on the bed, and awkwardly walked into the bathroom. Su Rujin also woke up, and when Chen Fan came out, he seemed to have realized something, tugging at the clothes on her body. You sleep so dishonestly. Chen Fan came to the living room with a red face. Su Rujin asked, aren't you going to sleep? Not sleeping. I'm going for a morning run. How can this sleep? Lying down again was expected to be an accident. Chen Fan changed his clothes and went out. Su Ruzhin yawned and laid down again. She also likes to sleep. At this moment, it's just after 5 o'clock. The sky is hazy. Chen Fan is like a horse with nowhere to go. Chen Fan was like a wild horse with nowhere to vent, galloping on the playground. He ran 5 or 6 laps in one breath and was still full of energy. Su Ruzhin was simply a dose of poison. Chen Fan took a few breaths and continued to run. As the sky gradually brightened, there were a few more figures in the playground. Zhao Linlin, who was wearing a sports outfit with a ponytail, also came over for her morning walk. Only her direction was opposite to Chen Fan, and after running a lap, the two inevitably met. Zhao Linlin looked up at him and thought to herself that he was really good at picking a place. Why did he come every day to work out at the place where he did his morning exercises? And said something about not coming at himself. But Chen Fan ignored her, not knowing that she was distracted. With a wrench in her foot, the whole person directly planted down. Ah yo! Chen Fan heard the sound and had no intention of going over. But when he heard Zhao Linlin's agonizing moan, he stopped and asked, "Are you alright?" "Ah yo! Pain." Zhao Linlin didn't reply, her head breaking out in cold sweat from the pain. Just now, she ran too fast, and her inertia was large. The fall caught her knees knocked out and her feet twisted. Chen Fan came over and took a look through the weak light and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The skin on her knee was broken and there was a lot of blood. Zhao Linlin's tears came out from the pain and she glared at Chen Fan angrily. "It's all your fault." Why? How could Chen Fan know the reason? But Zhao Linlin knew in her heart that if she hadn't looked at him, how could she have fallen so hard? She bit her lip, her eyes tearful. Chen Fan squatted down. "Don't move." Helping her pull up her pants leg, he took off his shoes again. The exquisite jade feet made one's heart flutter. Worthy of being the school flower of Jiangzhou University. Even the feet are so exquisite, white and moving. Only the bare foot has been swollen high. It seems that can only be sent to the infirmary. But at this time the infirmary is not open at all. Chen Fan said, "Does it hurt? Let me help you rub it?" For this kind of small injury, children from the countryside don't feel anything at all. When they were young and playing around, they would either bruise here or break the skin there. It was no big deal. But how had a rich girl like Zhao Linlin ever suffered this kind of pain? Chen Fan grabbed her ankle. "Bear with it, it might hurt a bit." Zhao Linlin instinctively flinched. Since she was a child, when had she ever been touched by a boy on her foot? But her foot joint was already dislocated. If she didn't reset it in a hurry, it would hurt even more. Watching Chen Fan grab her ankle, she slowly shook it a few times. She was suddenly a little nervous. "Wait a moment." Zhao Linlin grabbed Chen Fan's arm with both hands. "Be gentle." Chen Fan didn't say anything, grabbing his ankle with one hand and holding the sole of his foot with the other. Suddenly, Zhao Linlin let out a scream, and Chen Fan followed suit. Her nails ruthlessly pinched into Chen Fan's arm, while her own body went limp and she actually fainted. Chen Fan looked at this dainty $1,000 lady speechlessly. "And, not so much?" He pinched Zhao Linlin's foot joint and gently rubbed it a few more times to make sure it had been reset. It was only the injury on the knee that still needed to be treated in the infirmary. While Zhao Linlin fainted, Chen Fan had a helpless look on his face. With such a poor body bone, how could he withstand the tossing and turning in the future? Looking at Zhao Linlin's small soft thin lips, Chen Fan really cannot bear to pinch down. Zhao Linlin woke up and found herself lying in Chen Fan's arms. She couldn't help but sit up hurriedly and glared at him with a puff of anger. "What did you do to me? I helped you reset your dislocated joint." "Ah, what else could I do?" Zhao Linlin looked down at her chest and was relieved to see that her clothes weren't messed up. "Why don't I take you to the infirmary? You don't think about where the infirmary is open at this hour?" Not knowing why, Zhao Linlin was angry. Chen Fan depressedly said, "Why are you being mean to me? I'm the one who helped you." Zhao Linlin said angrily, "If it wasn't for you, how would I have fallen? People exercise here every day, and nothing has ever happened to them. It's all your fault." "Why? People just watched you go and didn't watch the road." Well, this reason made Chen Fan powerless to refute. Chapter 31, The Doctor Who Plays Assistants. Am I that good looking? Could it be that once a person has money, they can become beautiful? Chen Fan had always been curious about this. The problem was that he had kept it quiet. To be a low-key rich person, he pulled out a pack of tissues from his body and wiped away Zhao Linlin's blood. Luckily it was only a skin graze. "Shall I send you to the hospital?" Zhao Linlin glared at him. "Do I still have to go alone? Can you speak more gently? This is very inconsistent with your image," Chen Fan said with dissatisfaction. Zhao Linlin stalled. She was curious about what her image was like, especially in the hearts of them boys. But at the moment, she didn't ask. Instead, she puckered her mouth, really angry. "Let me carry you." Chen Fan helped her up, then squatted in front of her. Zhao Linlin looked around. The day had just dawned and there weren't many people in the playground. She hesitated. "You'd better go and bring my car over. I'll have Zhou Yufei send the keys over." Fine. Chen Fan came to the door of the girls' dormitory, and Zhou Yufei, who had just woken up from a nap, was in a cloud. How come it's you? She only noticed the accident when she handed Chen Fan the car keys. Chen Fan didn't say much to her and turned around to go to the parking lot. Zhou Yufei rubbed her eyes. What's the situation? Why did Linlin ask me to give him the keys? Oh, they won't. Zhou Yufei was nonplussed. What happened to the promise that this would be given to me? 555. BFF is really unreliable. There are so many people chasing her. Not even the poorest one is given to me. Although Chen Fan's family is poor, he still worked hard to get a driver's license. A luxury car like the Maserati is the first time in his life to drive. Simply familiarized himself with the process, and carefully stepped on the gas pedal. I heard that this kind of car accelerates very fast. He didn't dare to step on it at all. Seeing this guy driving the car over, Zhao Linlin said angrily, slow down a little more. My injuries are almost healed. People are a very strange animal. Zhao Linlin originally resisted contact with boys, but I don't know why she didn't reject Chen Fan this time. Maybe it was the day she saw Chen Fan and Zhu Bing kissing in front of the girls' dormitory. The big and generous pursuit of young people's dreams. Flying self, free-spirited. These caused her to look forward to. In the past, she had been closed to herself, but in her bones, she was also a person with a pursuit. It was like watching men and women in a TV drama. Watching them break the world to pursue themselves. Such a plot was most desirable to girls. Zhao Linlin may have been moved by her heart and wanted to experience this kind of joy as well. Some people say that if you haven't fallen in love in college, it's a wasted time. There should be love and happiness in college. The car drove to the city hospital only 6:40. Chen Fan helped her hang up the emergency room. The doctor is a 36-7-year-old, very beautiful woman. Seeing Zhao Linlin's fine skin and tender knee scraped, she also couldn't help but feel distressed and said, how did you fall like this? She glared at Chen Fan. You as a boyfriend are also too incompetent, right? Such a beautiful girlfriend isn't properly protected either. My heart aches even when I look at it. Chen Fan old embarrassed. Doctor. Alright, you hold her up and don't talk. Chen Fan was speechless and could only hold Zhao Linlin, watching the doctor help her with her wounds. Zhao Linlin looked up at him. Doctor, he's not my boyfriend. Ha? The doctor smiled awkwardly and surveyed the two again. It's okay, relationships are allowed in college now. There's no need to hide it from your parents. They'll understand. After all, who doesn't have a young age? Chen Fan was bowled over by this great doctor. However, seeing her treating Zhao Linlin's wounds very carefully, she must be a very attentive mom. Young man, remember to bring her in 2 days to change the medicine. On her way out, she made a point of urging. Chen Fan answered and helped Zhao Linlin to leave. She hurriedly said, hey, you're carrying her. Her feet can't exert themselves. Chen Fan looked at Zhao Linlin awkwardly. She had been refusing to carry her when she said so before. Unexpectedly, the doctor was actually a perfect assist. Zhao Linlin looked back at the doctor, who hurriedly pushed her. Why are you frozen? People are squatting. I squatted? Where did Chen Fan have the heart to remain indifferent? Zhao Linlin flushed red and awkwardly lay on Chen Fan's back. Go back and remember to take good care of yourself. Don't go into the water easily. The doctor admonished again. Got it. Thank you, doctor. Chen Fan carried Zhao Linlin out on his back, and he glanced back in wonder. This doctor was so enthusiastic. Hey, how much do you weigh? Walking out of the emergency building, he asked again. Zhao Linlin's face was burning hot. What do you mean? You put me down, I'll walk by myself. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. He was just wondering in his heart. Zhao Linlin looked thin, but he didn't expect the weight to be not light at all. But her waist wasn't thick either. With such a good figure, where did all the meat grow? When Zhao Linlin's hands propped up on her back were put down, he quickly understood why. Well, it's not worse than Zhu Bing at all. Are all the girls developing so well nowadays? Chen Fan got lost in thought and thought of Su Ruzhen last night. That hand feeling. Seeing that it is about to reach the parking lot. At this moment Chen Fan suddenly wants to slow down a little bit more. And the road is a little bit longer. Zhao Linlin's heart was in turmoil and her head was buzzing. She didn't even know what she was doing. One after another, she asked herself in her heart. Zhao Linlin, what is wrong with you? This guy has a girlfriend. Are you out of your mind? Arriving in front of the car, Chen Fan put her down. He realized that Zhao Linlin was red in the face and was not even looking at herself. Chen Fan looked at his watch. It was 7:30, and he had been in the emergency room for a few more minutes. Just as he got on the car, Su Ruzhen called, Boss, I'm going to the real estate office today. When are you free? But I've made an appointment for someone to wait for you there at 8:30. Chen Fan thought about it and turned back to ask Zhao Linlin, can we go back a little later? I still have some errands to run. Aha! Zhao Linlin did not object. However, she was hungry and hadn't eaten breakfast yet. She asked Chen Fan, is it urgent? It's not urgent. It's going to be 8:30. Then find a place to have breakfast. I'm hungry. Chen Fan looked around. There were a lot of snack buyers in front of the hospital. Why don't I go buy some for you? I want to eat mutton powder. Zhao Linlin was demanding. She wouldn't eat roadside stalls. Chen Fan could only take out his cell phone to search for a nearby mutton noodle store and drove the car to take her there. After helping Zhao Linlin into the store, he looked at the price. A bowl of mutton noodle actually cost $18, which was more than a week's worth of breakfast money. If it wasn't for the fact that he had money now, he really couldn't afford to be so extravagant. When Chen Fan went to order, Zhao Linlin was replying to WeChat. Auntie, Linlin, this boy is good. Go for it. Zhao Linlin. Aunt, don't worry. I won't tell your parents and help you keep your secret. Chapter 32 Rich Girlfriend. At 8:30, Chen Fan drove his car to the real estate office. He parked the car across the street and told Zhao Linlin to wait in the car. He walked over himself. Zhao Linlin looked at his back. What was he doing at the real estate office? But she didn't care. With her family background, anything Chen Fan did was not enough to shock her. It was like a certain monarch back then asking the people, why don't they eat minced meat? In her opinion, wasn't it normal to have a house? But she didn't even think about Chen Fan having a house. Maybe he came here for other reasons. Zhao Linlin picked up her cell phone and continued to tweet. How was she to know that it happened to be her aunt's shift today? This was something she had bumped into, and she had balked at the fact that Chen Fan was her boyfriend. How to explain is useless. Zhao Linlin was helpless. Boyfriend? Is he okay? She was looking at the door of the real estate office. She didn't know. Anyway, she had never been in love. She longed for Zhuo Bing's kind of uninhibited freedom. But again, she didn't want to casually find a boyfriend. Of course, she is, after all, a haughty little princess. How can an ordinary person get into her eyes? But thinking about the kind of fluttering in her heart when she touched Chen Fan, Zhao Linlin's face reddened again. After waiting for more than an hour, Chen Fan returned. He entrusted all the things to Su Ruzhen to handle, and signed himself and left. When he returned to the car, he realized that Zhao Linlin was looking at him in a particularly strange way, and her face was particularly red. Did you steal something? Ha? What do you mean? Zhao Linlin didn't understand what this guy was saying. Chen Fan said, you look very vain. Zhao Linlin rolled her eyes. Drive your car. Chen Fan sent her back to school, and when the car keys were handed over to her, Zhao Linlin suddenly asked, how's the consideration of what I told you last time? What was it? Chen Fan had long forgotten. Zhao Linlin was a bit angry. Forget it, pretend I didn't say it. He just wanted to help the poor, and he actually didn't take it to heart. Seeing Zhao Linlin limping towards the dormitory, Chen Fan turned around and left. Surprisingly, he didn't say anything about sending people upstairs. However, some things are just so coincidental. Chen Fan had just walked to the entrance of the 6th building when Zhuo Bing also appeared out of nowhere. Why did you come over? I was about to go look for you. What's wrong? I heard that you guys are preparing to open a barbecue restaurant. Why didn't you call me? Chen Fan was startled and thought that she knew about the fact that he sent Zhao Linlin to the hospital. It turned out to be this matter. He pulled Zhuo Bing aside. How could I not tell you? I'm still waiting for you, a rich woman, to invest. Go, I'll take you to see the location. This matter originally did not intend to involve Zhuo Bing. After all, people do not need to start a business. By doing this himself, he was only bringing Yi Langgao and Wang Hao to experience the hard work of entrepreneurship in advance. After all, many things can't wait until after graduation. Which thought that Zhuo Bing was also interested. However, she was just playing with the nature of the ticket, and it was definitely unrealistic to really let her take care of a store. The two came to the back street. The two stores closed down because of poor management. The landlord is also ready to leave Zhangzhou. When the handover formalities were completed, the property rights would be in Chen Fan's name in the future. 2 storefronts this big? How much would that cost? Money doesn't matter. The owner is an acquaintance and will give us the lowest discount. You still have an acquaintance? Zhuo Bing asked in surprise. This street was familiar to every student, but there were just too many restaurants, accommodations, and night snacks around the school. Of course there were those who made money and those who lost money. Seeing that Chen Fan and the others were going to take over 2 stores in one breath, Zhuo Bing was still a bit shocked. Chen Fan said, I have an idea. When it opens, can you pull your dance team over to hold a show? We'll set up a stage here then. Of course, we can give them performance fees. Zhuo Bing looked at him strangely. Where did you learn these routines? I can't be sure about this. Ask for you. The dance team hadn't gone out to take orders yet. After all, they were all students, not so commercialized, and I don't know if the others are willing to, but there were some students who carried guitars out at night to earn tips. The two discussed and returned to school. At noon, Su Ruzhen called. The formalities have been completed. Chen Fan said okay, let her go back to standby. There are things to find her again. In the afternoon, a few people met. Chen Fan said that the matter of the facade has been taken care of. Let everyone hurry to act. Then each of them will divide up the work. Use the time after school to take care of the store, and open it on a certain date. As for the cost of the partnership, Ilangao and Sukiching put together $4,000. Wang Hao and Xin Nan put together $5,000. Zhuo Bing put up $10,000. Ilangao and Wang Hao said to Chen Fan, "Your family's condition is limited even if, contribute to it, count you in anyway. Is this okay?" Chen Fan said, "Okay, then I'll just receive a salary and not a share." Zhuo Bing said, "This $10,000 is the money we both invested." Okay, people have a rich girlfriend. The rent of these 2 stores is only half of others, which means that they rented 2 storefronts with the money of 1 store. Seeing everyone painting the walls together and taking care of the store by themselves, even Zhuo Bing was doing it so vigorously. Chen Fan smiled and answered the phone call from Su Ruzhen. "Boss, those 2 stocks on the GEM have gone up. The net profit from yesterday to today is about 28%. Well, keep an eye on it. It should still go up. Tomorrow we might have to dump it for another stock. 28% of $60 million is $76.8 million. Not a bad profit. The other long-term, $60 million was already laid out in place, just waiting for it to take off." In the evening, everyone had a busy day and had a late-night snack to go back to bed. "I'm not going back to the dormitory today," Chen Fan said, preparing to go to the apartment. The 2 livestock exclaimed, "Holy, it's taking off so quickly? Nyo bye." Chen Fan was afraid that they would misunderstand. "It's not Zhuo Bing, don't talk nonsense. Asterisk 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 asterisk." The 2 were once again confused by, "This animal actually has other girls besides Zhuo Bing? Beast ah." Chen Fan was speechless. "I'm not talking about this. I'm going to a friend. Don't talk nonsense." Seeing him go, Ilangao envied and asked, "Rat, got it or not?" Wang Hao shook his head, but fast, took half. "What about you?" Ilangao raised his middle finger at him. "Rubbish, asterisk 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 asterisk." "You got it?" Su Keqing, did she agree? "Quick, talk to me." Ilangao pulled out a small 4-square plastic package. "Experience it for yourself." Wang Hao took it in his hand, extremely excited. "Is this thing reliable? I heard people say it would leak." "Lean, you really think you're a pile driver? Besides, can't you be gentle?" Wang Hao excitedly put it away in his pocket. "Thanks for the advice. I'll be grateful when it's done." Chapter 33, The barbecue restaurant opens. Chen Fan returned to the apartment, and Su Ruzhen was dressed in all her clothes. She had just taken a shower, and it was so late that she didn't expect Chen Fan to come over. But the material of the pajamas was too silky, and at a glance, "There is nothing to wear inside ah?" Chen Fan was a little less than kind. "Do you want to go change clothes?" Su Ruzhen said. "Forget it, there is no one else anyway." She flirtatiously glanced at Chen Fan. Teasingly, "It is said that fertilizer does not flow to outsiders. I am not afraid of. What are you afraid of?" "Luckily, I'm not that kind of casual person." Chen Fan opened his computer and started making plans for tomorrow again. Su Ruzhen brought him a cup of coffee, and then quietly stayed next to him and did not disturb. Chen Fan could see that the 2 GM stocks that he bought yesterday would rush high and fall back tomorrow. So according to the position of the high start to Su Ruzhen right operation program, 2 stocks, one will be 13.66% higher, one will go up to 16.72%, then it will pull back. After all, gem stocks have 20% at a time, so the retracement is also very fierce. While Chen Fan was doing his homework, he accidentally found a special newbie stock, Dongfang Shenlong, 7 consecutive stops. Chen Fan's hand trembled. This is a GEM stock, normally up 10%. 7 stops can double. It's up 20%. No way. Chen Fan studied carefully and found that the total market capitalization of this stock is only 6 billion or so, while the volume of these days has reached 2 or 3 billion per day. This is going to be a big change. It's it. Chen Fan wrote down the trading program and handed it to Su Ruzhen. Same old rules. You'll build a position tomorrow after dumping these 2 stocks. Buy in batches without alerting the dealer. By tomorrow we should have more than $80 million on our side. All buy this stock well. Aha! Su Ruzhen memorized it by heart. Chen Fan finished his coffee and was about to leave. Su Ruzhen said, "Forget about sleeping here? It's so late." It was indeed very late today, and he had to go over the fence to go back to the dormitory. He gave Su Ruzhen a look. Su Ruzhen looked embarrassed. "Why are you looking at me like this? I won't mess around." Chen Fan pointed to the bedroom. "Then you go to sleep. I'll lie on the sofa for a while." Seeing Su Ruzhen's sexy figure walk into the bedroom, Chen Fan gritted his teeth. Showdown with Zhuo Bing tomorrow. Can't wait any longer. Or else he can really suffocate himself to death. He is also 20 years old this year. There is no need to keep his body like a jade anymore, right? The store has almost gotten a week, and Chen Fan's side of the stock has also risen for a week. That long-term stock has already started, up 59% in 7 trading days. Recently let Su Ruzhen layout of GM shareholders Fong Shenlong. 7 boards later, the total market value of the shares held in the hands now is nearly $400 million. In a place like the stock market, Chen Fan's wealth has grown geometrically, but with the more money, the greater the coefficient of difficulty of the operation, and it is not possible to use all the funds to catch the stop. After all, that is not realistic. In the future, the main focus can only be placed on the medium and long term, and also diversion. Cannot put all the eggs in one basket, but these are not problems. Chen Fan can continue to recruit. After doing this wave of short term, Chen Fan gave Su Ruzhen a sum of $100,000 bonus. Su Ruzhen looked at the transfer on her cell phone. Boss, I've already advanced last month's salary. Why are you giving me a bonus again? Chen Fan said, take it, cherish the time you have now. Ha! Su Ruzhen's tears came out at once. You're kicking me out? You don't want me anymore? She had been hanging out with Chen Fan for less than a month, and Chen Fan had given her $120,000. Where to find such a job? Seeing Su Ruzhen's rain-falling pear-like appearance, Chen Fan laughed. What are you crying for? Is it silly? I mean, enjoy it while you can make money. Who knows about the stock market? Su Ruzhen then broke into a smile. You're so bad. I thought you didn't want me? If I don't do well, you can scold me and criticize me. Chen Fan said with difficulty. You're good at everything. Just too pretty. Su Ruzhen had a red face and looked at him grudgingly. Boss, do you have a girlfriend? Of course I do. Oh, she bristled. Don't worry, I won't bring you trouble. Chen Fan gave her an appreciative look. It was good to have this realization. He transferred another $1 million to Su Ruzhen. Go pick up a car during the weekend. Hearing that Chen Fan wanted to buy a car, Su Ruzhen nodded excitedly. Then I'll buy the business type. How about Mercedes E300? Chen Fan didn't care. Whatever, just as you see fit. It's just a transportation tool anyway. Su Ruzhen wrote down what he ordered in a small notebook. I've written it all down. Is there anything else? No more. After explaining about work, the two sat down to chat. Chen Fan asked, for what reason were you fired? Can you not answer this question? Su Ruzhen was embarrassed. It has to be said. Fine. Su Ruzhen bit her lip. They always want me to accompany the leaders to socialize and have bad intentions. Chen Fan looked at her strangely. You don't seem like such a conservative person either? Dang, what are you saying? I just couldn't hold it in front of you. After all, who doesn't like young handsome guys? Chen Fan was a little embarrassed, failing to flirt with others and embarrassing himself. Su Ruzhen raised her head and flashed her eyes. Really, I won't bring you trouble. If you have any ideas, despite, let's focus on work. And you know I'm not short of girlfriends. Fine. Su Ruzhen had an infatuated face. This weekend the barbecue restaurant is going to open. Zhuo Bing told Chen Fan that she had already taken care of the dance team. And when they heard that it was Zhuo Bing's boyfriend's store, they were willing to support it, and they didn't charge for it. But they have a request to give them a discount when they come to eat barbecue in the future. Chen Fan laughed and thought it was a big deal. As long as they came, free was fine. It was important to know that the members of the dance team were all like flowers and had heavenly bodies. With this group of sirens of theirs, are you afraid that business will not be hot? A few people were busy and asked what a good name would be. Chen Fan said that the signboard was already done. Indulgent youth. The crowd was confused for half a day. Indulgent youth? Okay, then, it's your call. The crowd did not object. The new store opened, and did not print flyers, just in the BBS. Alumni groups sent a large number of advertisements. Store in front of a stage. A set of hundreds of thousands of sound. Later while eating barbecue, while enjoying the song and dance. The pleasure. You can also go up to play a song. Sing a song. So the barbecue store in this weekend. A roaring opening. Chapter 34, Zhao Big School Flower Come One. Indulgent Youth's decoration was very simple. After all, only so much money had been invested. This set of sound on the stage was bought by Chen Fan privately, but he told someone that it was rented. Today's opening, all dishes are 20% off, and beer is free to drink. Yi Langgao, Su Keqing, Wang Hao, Qin Nan, and almost everyone is personally involved. Chen Fan engaged in planning, mastered control of the scene, and greeted the guests. Because most of the ideas were Chen Fan's when he was working on this store, including those girls from Zhuo Bing's team. Therefore, they unanimously decided to let Chen Fan be the chief manager and they were responsible for the work. Su Ruzhen heard about the opening of the boss's barbecue store and also offered to come over to help, which was rejected by Chen Fan. She was the nominal owner of the store. How could she step in and do these things? The barbecue store didn't have much business in the afternoon and didn't have anyone until the evening. It started at 6 o'clock. Once the music started, the atmosphere was set up first. Many alumni who saw the news rushed over to join in the fun, and some had already started ordering. Unlike most barbecue restaurants, Chen Fan is a self-service barbecue. The guests ordered, delivered the dishes over, and the guests grilled themselves. This saves people from thinking that the craftsmanship is not good, or that there is not enough manpower. They also had their own fun grilling by themselves. The dance team came on stage, a water of hip short-skirt ladies, sexy and alluring. Look at them standing on the stage in unison. Bop chop chop, long legs. The stage immediately screamed. 8 young ladies on the stage to show the dance. The people under the stage even forget the barbecue. Some people look at the saliva are flowing out. Ilangao and the few of them were busy preparing the food and delivering the drinks. Qin Nan and the girls helped with the ordering, and Zhuo Bing cashiered the checkout. I don't know what the reason is. There are especially many people today, and it didn't take long for the place to fill up. Many people are not here to eat barbecue, but to see the program. After all, these girls from the dance team are usually rare to see. Next to the drummer girl, under the effect of a powerful electric fan, hair flying, playing especially vigorously. Program after program, the atmosphere was particularly good. Chen Fan kept arranging for people to add simple tables, temporarily adding a dozen tables. In the dormitory, Zhao Linlin stood on the balcony and saw the back street of the school. Yu Fei, I don't want to eat in the cafeteria today. Zhou Yufei looked over at the barbecue restaurant. Me too. Then why don't we go outside and eat something random? Okay. The two of them went out of the campus, and there was a deafening burst of music in front of them. Lin, why don't we go over there too? Zhou Yufei stared over curiously. Zhao Linlin wrinkled her brow. They're really getting it going. Very business-minded. A few students were able to open a store like this and had already learned about business diversion. Indulgent youth was full of business, while some of the stores next to it were cold and quiet, especially seeing those youthful and beautiful girls on the stage. It was full of commercial sets. Let's go get some food too. Zhou Yufei drooled, her eyes watering. You can bake it yourself? It's not that simple? Zhou Yufei walked over. We, Lin, want to eat barbecue. Who will help grill some? Ah, Zhao Linlin is here too. I'll grill. Hearing that Zhao Linlin had come, the scene was filled with screams. Countless boys stood up and shouted, sending over the food they had just roasted. Zhou Yufei nonchalantly took it and looked at Zhao Linlin and laughed. Isn't this it? Zhao Linlin was speechless, just as Zhuo Bing saw it and greeted her, shouting, Zhao big schoolgirl, thank you for coming over to support the show. Zhao Linlin couldn't pick up the conversation. Sit. Zhuo Bing picked a table for the two to sit down, and the boys who were kissing their asses instantly piled up in front of the two. Eat? What do you want to eat? Will help you bake. Yes, eat while it's hot. Seeing so many people offering their attentions, Zhao Linlin had an embarrassed look on her face. Why is classmate Zhao Linlin here? Chen Fan was also a bit surprised to see her and personally came over to greet her. Big schoolgirl Zhao, why don't you come on stage and perform a program as well? You're a big schoolgirl who's recognized as multi-talented in school. Zhao Linlin didn't expect that she had only come over to join in the fun, and Chen Fan actually asked her to go on stage. Before she had time for her to refuse, the people around her were up in arms. School flower come one. School flower come one. With so many people shouting together, Zhao Linlin couldn't afford to push back. She gave Chen Fan a grudging look, wanting to strangle him in her heart. Her strong point was playing the piano. After all, children raised by this kind of family naturally took the high-end route, but there was no piano here. She came to the stage. Then I'll sing a song. Yay! The stage was filled with screams. One must know that normally, how would these ordinary students have the chance to come into contact with Zhao de Schoolflower? Not to mention that we're all just alumni. Even if they were in the same class, it was unlikely that ordinary people would have much of a chance to talk to her. Zhao Linlin picked up the microphone. Is there any music? Yes. Ilangao was particularly energized and ran to the computer and asked, what song? Vivian Chan's 1000K songs. Good. Music. Let's go. Zhao Linlin had a great stage presence, and the moment the music started, she took a few steps with the microphone. The nights that once belonged to each other, red is still you, gave me the bright sun in my heart, like shedding silly tears. Zhao Linlin's tone was very good, and it seemed like she had put a lot of effort into her music. Even Chen Fan was a bit mesmerized listening to it. Her song had another mood. Although it was not the original song, it was better than the original song. Zhuo Bing stared with big beautiful eyes and looked fixedly. Zhao Linlin was very elegant and introverted. Unlike Zhuo Bing who was so exuberant, she looks very gentle. Singing voice, seems to carry a hint of faint loneliness. The people under the stage kept shouting and applauding. Zhao Linlin was like she was intoxicated in her own music. Very devoted. Whoa! Big Schoolflower Zhao's singing skills are so great. Many people let out exclamations. Zhuo Bing also nodded her head repeatedly. She rarely admired a person like this. Today's Zhao Linlin had opened her eyes. All the way until Zhao Linlin finished singing, the crowd was still immersed in her song. It was really fantastic. It wasn't until she said thank you that the stage this once again resounded with thunderous applause. One more from the school beauty. One more. The audience under the stage refused to stop and wanted her to sing another song. Zhao Linlin shook her head. No, no. Seeing her fluttering like a stunning woman, coming down from the stage, the crowd couldn't get enough of her. Zhuo Bing held up a large barbecue to welcome her. You're fantastic. Come on, eat something. Zhao Linlin pulled out a beef skewer from it. I'll go first, thanks. Zhou Yufei grabbed a large skewer and chased after her. Wait for me. The night went on until after 2 o'clock, and everyone worked together to sanitize, clean up, and pack up until after 3 o'clock. It's getting late. Everyone has worked hard. All go back. Eat together at noon tomorrow. A few girls went back to the dormitory first. Chen Fan's trio roughly calculated today's income. Today was basically a loss of money, taking out more than 80 cases of beer. Chapter 35 touched Su Ruzhen. The next day at noon everyone ate together and a few people combined their efforts. Some experiences were also summarized. Last night's model was undoubtedly very successful. The barbecue ingredients side made some money, but the beer loss was too big. After last night's observation, some livestock can really drink. One person took out a case of beer, but this cannot be helped. In order to attract traffic, this is a necessary expense. The next 2 days, still hot. Indulgent youth. This barbecue restaurant has made a name for itself in Jiangzhou University, especially last night's opening. Many people have sent a friend circle. A certain sound, Zhuo Bing shouted over the dance troupe program, and it was already on fire on a certain sound. After all, their face value was there. The song sung by Zhao Linlin was similarly on fire. Coupled with her unique style and high face value goddess paradigm, her video was spread by countless people. Indulgent youth became a Netflix hitting spot. So the second day, and the third night, were especially crowded. Some netroots that rubbed off on the traffic even ran over to broadcast live. Chen Fan and the others didn't bother. As long as they abided by the rules of the place, he rubbed his, and it didn't affect their business. A week down the line, it finally realized a profit. The profit of the last 4 days filled the loss of the first 3 days. Chen Fan estimated that at this rate, the store's revenue could probably earn around $1,000 or $2,000 a day. In a month, it should be able to reach $50,000 to $60,000 in profit. This amount of money was insignificant to Chen Fan, but at least it was the start of a business. It also gave the brothers another opportunity. This would be a great help to them later on when they went out into society. Gui Jianliang heard that the 3 of them had opened a store. His heart hated them to death, and now he didn't even want to take care of Chen Fan. Seeing the 3 of them as enemies, Chen Fan, of course, do not care about him. People like him, the road is different, not for each other. He was now completely reduced to Liang Dongcai's lapdog. However, Chen Fan didn't care too much about the business of the store. He took this purely as an experience. What he really cared about was still the stock market. This week, most of the time was given to Su Ruzhen to operate. The long-term stock that was previously laid out has basically doubled. The market value of the shares in hand is 122 million. The most pleasing of them is still those stocks on the GEM. Chen Fan almost every day lets Su Ruzhen buy stocks that have risen by 20% in batches, and currently has 580 million. It's just that with more stocks on the layout, the operation is more difficult and the workload is greater. There is still half a month to go before the summer vacation. Chen Fan asked for this half a month to reach at least 2 billion in total assets. Of course, if this operation, Su Ruzhen will be too busy. It is not that Su Ruzhen has poor skills, but the stock market gives you limited time. So Chen Fan simply did not go to class in the morning, from 9:30 to 11:30 staring at the plate, with Su Ruzhen to complete the operation, and then back to school in the afternoon. And Su Ruzhen, in addition to working, incidentally made lunch, so that Chen Fan ate in the apartment, lunch break before going to school. At the moment, she had already brought the car back and parked it in the apartment parking lot. So far, Chen Fan hadn't touched the car even once. He had to go back for the summer vacation because he wanted more accounts to run the funds. At the moment, he stayed in the apartment with Su Ruzhen, operating on the homework he did last night. Zhuo Bing called. Where are you? I have something outside. I'm not available right now. Zhuo Bing was so angry that she danced her fists. This guy is not right lately. Seriously suspect that he has someone outside. Of course she didn't know that Chen Fan during this period of time has been low-key meticulous, vowing to become the richest man in the world. Now in his hands are 3 longs, a total layout of more than 300 million. The remaining 400 million, divided into 10 stocks in operation. But this was really tiring, especially with his ultra-short mode. Of course, the short-term profits are the most substantial, but it makes the banker very unhappy. I don't know where the psychopath came from, earning himself 20 points a day and then running away. Hanging up Zhua Bing's phone, Chen Fan said, "I'll do the rest. You take a break." Su Ruzhen was very considerate. "Then I'll go cook. Finish lunch early so you can go to school." Seeing her go to the kitchen, Chen Fan was thoughtful. When he was done with himself, he walked into the kitchen. Su Ruzhen was indeed very virtuous. Wearing an apron, she was chopping vegetables. This feeling made Chen Fan as if he had some illusion. Su Ruzhen realized that he had been staring at him and couldn't help but blush. "What's wrong? What's wrong with me?" "No, it's quite good. I didn't expect you to cook." Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly. "Then you can keep me around. I'll make it for you every day." "That won't do. You shouldn't be a cook. I want you to become a business elite." Su Ruzhen's heart was delighted. "Really?" Chen Fan nodded. "What does the saying go? If you never abandon, I will in life and death." "Of course, I am not talking about love." Su Ruzhen made a colorful blank look at him. "Why can't I have love? Is it because I don't deserve it?" "No, because I have a girlfriend. You're my best partner." Su Ruzhen bristled. "Sooner or later I will get you." She wasn't stupid and knew what Chen Fan meant. He was afraid that after becoming boyfriend and girlfriend with himself, it would hold him back from moving forward. Thus, he would not have the heart to focus on his work. At this moment, Chen Fan was in the development stage. What he needed was not love, but someone to work with him. This guy thought clearly enough. In fact, during this period of time, she did her own analysis and judgment, according to her own learned knowledge of the stock market to manipulate. The results are not satisfactory, and the stocks that Chen Fan had his eye on were up every day. This made her puzzled. Could it be that someone is born to be a king in the stock market? After many tests, Su Ruzhen also recognized it. People have this talent. Since this is the case, then die to follow him. After all, he is not bad for himself. Su Ruzhen simply made 2 meat and 1 vegetarian dish. She dressed casually at home, basically in a nightgown. Chen Fan said, "When you're free, go shopping and buy a few pieces of higher-end clothes. The money is on me." The $5 million in Chen Fan's hand hadn't been spent yet. He directly transferred 100,000 to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen was startled. "Why are you giving me so much money?" Chen Fan smiled. "Making money is for spending. If you don't spend it, what is the point of earning it? In the future, all of your expenses will be counted as mine. After this period of time of busyness, then I will go and buy you a car. As long as you like. Feel free to pick. A girl has to look pretty, but don't be too flashy. What should be low-key is still low-key." Su Ruzhen bit her lip and looked at Chen Fan in a touched manner. "You are so good to me. How can I repay you?" Her heart had indeed been touched. When she used to work in the bank, those people said they were good to themselves. Each and every one of them were not harboring good intentions. Now that she took the initiative to try to repay Chen Fan never took advantage of herself. Girls are just easily moved. Chen Fan pinched her face. "Do a good job. We'll have the whole world in the future." "Aha!" Su Ruzhen nodded her head vigorously. Chapter 36. Something happened at Tang Jing's house. "Chen Fan, come over here." Just as he was about to go to school, Wang Hao called and asked him to rush to the barbecue restaurant immediately. Chen Fan ordered a few words with Su Ruzhen and hurriedly left. In the barbecue store, Qin Nan, Su Keqing and the girls were all there. There was also Tang Jing, who was crying like a pear. Chen Fan didn't know what happened and hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Qin Nan said, "Tang Jing's family had an accident. Her father had a car accident, and the doctor said he wanted $200,000 for surgery." $200,000 was definitely a huge amount of money for an ordinary family. Tang Jing's family is from Sichuan, ordinary citizens, originally a little savings, bought a house last year, still carrying hundreds of thousands of loans. Now her father had another accident. The family can no longer get money. Her mom decided to sell the house, but for a while no one to take over. Now everyone is thinking of ways to help her. But where would a girl like her get $200,000 for her dad's surgery? What Ilangao and Wan Hao are suggesting is that we all contribute a little. But the store doesn't have much money. After all, it's only been open for a short time. Even if they gave her all the money, it would still be a drop in the bucket. Tang Jing played better with Qin Nan, and it was impossible for Qin Nan to watch her be alone and helpless. "Why don't you take a vacation first and go back to take a look? We'll figure out the money together," Chen Fan said to Tang Jing. Tang Jing's eyes were red from crying. She also knew the family background of Chen Fan and the rest of them. None of them were rich. $200,000 was a huge amount of money for anyone. Ilangao suggested to give Tang Jing all the cash in the store first. The others didn't object, but Tang Jing shook her head. How could she not know the result of this? If she took away all the cash from the store, the newly opened store would have to close down. Without funds, how could they keep going? She also didn't want to drag everyone down with her. "Thank you for your kindness, but I really can't take this money." Tang Jing wiped her tears and forced herself to cry and leave. The scene was quiet. Chen Fan looked at the crowd. Don't worry about Tang Jing, I know a friend. Let's see if we can borrow some from him. Lang Gao said. Don't be brave, Chen Fan. We all know that your family is poorer than all of us. Where did you get any rich friends? Wang Hao said. Let's all come together. The big deal is that we won't be able to open this store. Alright then, let's do what you guys want. Qin Nan, you give the money to Tang Jing. Since everyone was so united, Chen Fan didn't want to brush them off. He said to Qin Nan, you push her WeChat to me. Qin Nan didn't think much about it and pushed Tang Jing's WeChat to him. Chen Fan clicked on it and sent a friend request. I'm Chen Fan. I don't know what Tang Jing was doing. Anyway, it was added after 10 minutes. Chen Fan said you come out for a while. I will wait for you in the grove behind the school. Tang Jing did not reply, but she really came. At the moment it was noon, and there was no one in the grove. Chen Fan sat under a tree, and when he saw Tang Jing walking over, he waved. Tang Jing's eyes were red all the time, so she must have just returned to the dormitory and had been crying. After such a big incident at home, she was a girl who was completely helpless. Chen Fan didn't say much and directly transferred $220,000 to Tang Jing. You should go back earlier. Buying a plane ticket will save a lot of time. Tang Jing heard her cell phone ring, but she didn't look at it. Instead, she bit her lip and looked at Chen Fan, who reminded her, look at your cell phone. Only then did Tang Jing take out her cell phone and open it. Seeing the transfer of $220,000, she was completely confused. Tearful eyes looked at Chen Fan, sobbing uncontrollably. Don't cry. If people see this, they'll think I've done something bad. Tang Jing wiped her tears, completely unable to control her emotions, lying on the tree and sobbing all the time. It took her a long time to stop crying, and she looked at the transfer on her cell phone in almost disbelief. Where did you get this money from? She had heard that Chen Fan's family was in a bad condition and had been receiving a subsidy from the school. Before that, Chen Fan was still working as an odd job in the school cafeteria. Where did he get such a large sum of money? Chen Fan said. I know a friend who owns an antique store and borrowed it from him. You can use it first, but I don't want you to tell anyone about this matter. Tang Jing wiped her tears. I can't afford to pay back so much money for a while. What if people ask? It's fine. I'll deal with it myself. I won't do anything that I can't handle. Just don't worry. Right now it's imperative that you rush back right away, and we'll talk about the rest later. Aha! Tang Jing reddened her eyes. Thank you, Chen Fan. What's the point of saying this? We're all alumni. Help if you can. You transfer the money to your mom first, so as not to delay the surgery. Tang Jing thanked him once again before accepting the money. That afternoon, Tang Jing took leave to go back to her hometown. Everyone had originally planned not to open tonight, but Qin Nan said Tang Jing hadn't asked for the money. The business had to continue, but soon everyone realized a problem. Ever since opening the barbecue restaurant, none of them had time to go on dates. It was very much not everyone's dream, but Qin Nan said, what's the point of dating when you're busy as a stupid bee when you see each other every day? Wang Hao and Lang Gao both looked at each other. These two guys had discussed in the dormitory some time ago to make some progress. It turned out that there was no time to implement the plan at all, and Chen Fan didn't return to the dormitory from time to time, so who knows what he was doing outside. Only Zhuo Bing belonged to the playful nature, and she joined in purely for fun. As for making money or not, she is not worried. However, Zhuo Bing declared beforehand that she would come over to do a favor if she has time, and don't blame her if she doesn't have time. Anyway, she was working without pay and didn't need to be paid. Seeing how tired everyone was, Chen Fan proposed to start recruiting a few more people next semester. After all, this semester was about to be over and there wasn't likely to be much business. Chen Fan went to the apartment building on the third day after Tang Jing left, and Su Ruzhen was especially happy to see him back. Taking out the newly bought clothes. Quick, try it on. If it doesn't fit you can still go change it. Chen Fan gave her $100,000 to buy clothes, and she bought 3 sets for Chen Fan. Each set cost more than $20,000. What Armani, Versace, Givenchy is one set. In addition to these, also bought branded underwear, belts, shoes, a total of more than 80,000 spent. Chen Fan was speechless. I told you to buy for yourself. Why did you buy these for me? No. Seeing Chen Fan unhappy, Su Ruzhen's face turned red. Biting her lips, she said aggrievedly, then I'll go change it tomorrow. Chen Fan saw that he had spoken heavily and explained. You didn't understand what I meant. A girl has to wear higher end, so that you can avoid whatever people want to hit on you. When you are noble and generous, the level is not the same. Naturally it will make a lot of people who are not as good as you ashamed of themselves and know what to do. Why would a big man like me wear such luxury? It's not like I'm going out to pretend to be bi. Tell you what, you can go shopping again tomorrow. He transferred another $200,000 to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen said in a low voice, I bought 2 sets myself. Do I want to wear them for you to see? Chapter 37, Tang Jing gives thanks. Su Ruzhen bought herself 2 small suits. Not too expensive, $5,000 or $6,000 a set. For the previous Chen Fan it was a sky-high price, but for the current him, it was simply spicy chicken. Su Ruzhen had a very good figure, and with such a tantalizing headlight, the mold was very provocative. Such a dress was very suitable for ordinary social functions, but those big scenes were obviously not enough. Chen Fan said first make do with it. When you have time to buy a few sets of high grade. Su Ruzhen didn't dare to refuse anymore, and obediently gave an O. But she also has a little secret. The rest of the more than $2,000, all were bought by her little cute. These private things, in broad daylight. Of course, it is not good to wear to Chen Fan to see. A week later, Chen Fan's hands of short-term stocks almost doubled again. The 3 long-term stocks also rose about 40%. At this moment, the total assets in his hand reached 136 billion. There was still more than a week of vacation left. Chen Fan's goal was to double again and then take a trip home. As for the summer vacation period, he decided to go long-term, and with more than $1 million left on his bank card, he decided to continue to live with it, and also not to show off the mountain. Low profile. This day after he and Su Ruzhen finished their operation, he paid attention to Zhao's real estate stock. Zhao's real estate after the previous round of dividends, high transfer and other means. Zhao took the opportunity to reduce the shares of 12%. So far, he only held 28.9% in his hands. However, he was still the majority shareholder and held the power of speech in the company. Tang Jing came back from her hometown. Originally she wasn't going to come over. It was going to be summer vacation anyway. To thank everyone for their help, she brought so many snacks from her hometown. When the late-night snack store closed, Tang Jing said that she was treating herself, and that she wanted to properly express her gratitude. Xin Nan said, then let's have some barbecue at our own store. Don't go anywhere else. Besides, we didn't help. You got all your money back. Tang Jing said it was fine, but she had to pay for it today. A few people gathered around to have a barbecue. Zhu Bing was busy training for the dance during this time, and the store rarely came. Chen Fan called her and she said she was too tired today and didn't want to move at all. Dancing is very tiring, because they are going to participate in a competition in the city. Recently has been strengthening the intensity of training. It was after 3 after the late night snack, and Xin Nan said let's just not go back to the dormitory and find a place to chat. Wang Hao understood. Let's go to the hotel. The night snack store has been busy for most of the month, and has more or less earned some money. Yilangao raised his hands in favor. Then let's go to a hotel and open 3 rooms. What do you mean? You guys are in pairs. Open 3 rooms, let me and Tang Jing what to do. Chen Fan said you guys go ahead. I'll go in over the fence. Che, just pretend. Yilangao was almost about to expose that Chen Fan often went out for a night out. Chen Fan glared at him before he immediately stopped. It was true that there was no place to go at this time, and there were no beds in the late-night snack store. So he went to the nearest hotel in the school and opened a suite. 688. In fact, this hotel suite is a bedroom, outside a mahjong table. Wang Hao saw the mahjong table, immediately proposed. Why don't we play mahjong? Chen Fan expressed no interest. I didn't realize that Xin Nan also liked this. Let's all play a little bit. Those who don't go to sleep inside. Yilangao actually had other plans. He looked at Su Keqing. Su Keqing had a red face and turned her head away. Chen Fan looked in his eyes and understood. It was about to be vacation and they were going to be separated, so they probably wanted to live in a 2-person world. He made an excuse. I'll go out for a bit. You guys play. Tang Jing actually didn't want to play any mahjong. She followed over mainly because she wanted to thank Chen Fan properly. Seeing Chen Fan go out, Tang Jing said, I'll go for a bit. It was this time of the night. What could she have to do? Xin Nan smiled thievishly and kicked towards Wang Hao. Wang Hao had come over and also covered his mouth and snickered. Now everyone understood. And when the two went out, Yilangao said, Tang Jing seems to be interested in Chen Fan. Hey. I see a chance. Su Keqing said, what if Zhu Bing knows? Xin Nan shook her head. After all, Zhu Bing is in 2 worlds with us. I'm more optimistic about Tang Jing and Chen Fan. I believe Chen Fan will have his own choice. Let's not bother. Yilangao couldn't help himself a long time ago. I can't stay up all night. Let's go get another room. Wang Hao was a bit confused. You damn well can't stay up all night? But when the words came out, he regretted it. People are giving themselves a chance. Ha! Stupid as a pig. Su Keqing was pulled out by Yilangao, leaving only Xin Nan and the 2 of them in the room. Wang Hao touched the small raincoat that had been hidden in his pocket for most of the month, and his palms were smothered in sweat. Chen Fan, wait a moment. Chen Fan walked out of the hotel, and Tang Jing followed him out. Why did you come out? It was early morning at the moment. Chen Fan originally planned to go back to his apartment to sleep, but he didn't expect Tang Jing to follow him. Tang Jing approached and lowered her head. why don't we find a place to sit for a while? Aha! Since people had come, Chen Fan was too embarrassed to refuse. The two left the hotel and just walked. Outside the Jiangzhou University campus, there was a large artificial lake. It was summer at the moment, and the artificial lakeside was a good place to go. Why don't you rest with them in the hotel? The two of them came to sit by the lake and Chen Fan asked. I just wanted to say thank you, nothing else. No need. Why are you so polite? But, Tang Jing was anxious. How are we going to pay back such a large sum of money? I told you there's no rush. I'll take care of the money. You don't have heart pressure. Chen Fan comforted. Tang Jing said, how can that be? I can't let you bear all this for me. How about this? I won't go back for the summer vacation. I'll go find a job and try to make money to pay you back. Seeing her being so stubborn, Chen Fan thought about it. You're only a sophomore now. What kind of good job can you find? Even if you earn 10,000 a month, when will you be able to pay back that money? What then? Tang Jing looked at him anxiously. Chen Fan thought for a moment. You'd better study hard and wait until you have a chance later. But what if people call in the bill? It won't be. I told him that it might take a few years for the money to be paid back to him. But if you really want to go out and get a job, I do have a place. But not so soon. You might need to wait. Ever since Chen Fan had unconditionally helped her, Tang Jing had 12 points of trust in him. Nodding vigorously. Well, I can wait, as long as I can earn money. Chen Fan laughed. I didn't realize that you used to look quite arrogant, but now you're like a different person. Tang Jing's face turned red, explaining, which one of me is condescending? It's just that we're not too familiar with each other yet. Alright, you go back first. I'll tell you when things are settled. Chen Fan got up. He really had to go back to the apartment to get some sleep. Tang Jing's heart was like a deer in the headlights, and she walked towards the school entrance with apprehension. Chapter 38. These two boys didn't do anything good last night. Chen Fan had wanted to register a company, but registering a company involved tax issues. He didn't want to be so troublesome. Currently, individuals speculating in stocks don't have this trouble. How Langao and the four of them spent this night Chen Fan didn't know. Anyway, he went to the apartment and Tang Jing went back to school. As a result, the next morning, these two livestock did not come to class. Chen Fan thought that they should not be able to get up. Liang Dongkai came over to collect the class fee again. He planned to have a class meeting on the last day of the semester, but this time, the one who helped him to collect the fees was Gui Jianliang. Gui Jianliang collected the class fees from the neighboring seats and didn't ask Chen Fan a single question. In his eyes, Chen Fan would always be the one who couldn't afford to pay the class fee. Anyway, Liang Dongkai also said that it was not necessary to ask everyone to participate. So Chen Fan was at peace with the fact that he once again didn't pay the class fee. During the fourth class, Zhuo Bing messaged him and asked him to have lunch together at noon. Chen Fan agreed without hesitation. The two of them just hit the cafeteria to get together and eat. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linlin and Zhou Yufei also came. She looked at the two from afar and shouted for Zhou Yufei to leave. Zhuo Bing didn't notice this. Chen Fan, let's go out for a trip during summer vacation. Chen Fan looked at her. Which ones are going? Zhuo Bing pinched the fat meat in the bowl to him. Just the two of us definitely won't work. If the family finds out, they won't scold us to death. You can call Qin Nan and the others together. I'm going back for the summer vacation. We'll see then. Chen Fan was not sure if he had the time. It was important to realize that for him, time was too precious. Every trading day was at least 0.1% profit. Sometimes a little bit of luck. To the GEM to pick up an Earth and Sky board. Now his own capital was 136 billion, trying to double it before the summer vacation. I'll call and ask them. Zhuo Bing was about to call Qin Nan, but was stopped by Chen Fan. You'd better not call at this time. Why? I guess they haven't gotten up. Ha? Zhuo Bing was puzzled. It's noon. Don't you guys open at night? Chen Fan smiled ambiguously. They played all night yesterday. Playing all night in a big school is no longer normal. And many single dogs can stay for a few days in internet cafes. Then this weekend you accompany me to watch a movie. Zhuo Bing made a small request. Probably because it was going to be a vacation. Chen Fan felt that Zhuo Bing also started to be clingy. In fact, if she didn't say anything, Chen Fan was also prepared to ask her out. As for the summer vacation, he went back for a trip and would be back soon. So Chen Fan felt no parting worries. In the afternoon, Langao and the two of them finally showed up. But Qin Nan and Su Keqing didn't show up. Chen Fan knew the reason as soon as he guessed. These two boys didn't do anything good last night. I guess that the two girls were shy and didn't dare to show their faces. After all, it was their first time, and even if others didn't say anything, they were a bit vain. Moreover, Chen Xian could totally tell from the lewd expressions of the two, especially Wang Hao. His face was smiling like a 255. On his neck, there were so many red marks on his chest. Langao smiled and handed a cigarette to Chen Fan. Thanks for the assist. Hey, How did it go with Tang Jing last night? Chen Fan glared at the bastard. Don't talk nonsense, I wasn't even with her. Ha, that's too bad, Wang Hao said. It's all my fault for not getting an extra room. Okay, stop. Chen Fan saw Zhu Bing coming from afar and glared fiercely at the two. He is a good man who keeps his body like a jade, not like these two guys who hit his girlfriend's idea every day. It seems that Zhu Bing did want to go out to play, so he came over to ask Qin Nan and the girls for their opinions. I didn't know that Qin Nan and Su Keqing didn't come at all. Chen Fan said, you go rest too. They won't come today. Zhu Bing said it was fine, there was nowhere to go anyway, so she stayed in the store to help. Qin Nan and Su Keqing were in their respective dormitories and had been talking to Wang Hao for a semester. This guy is pestering for that every day, and last night I didn't hold back, and half pushed and half agreed with him. But Tang Jing was in the dormitory, and Qin Nan asked sheepishly, when did you come back? Tang Jing didn't even think about that. I went straight back to the dorm yesterday. She saw the red marks on Qin Nan's neck. What happened to you? Allergic? When Qin Nan heard this, she immediately turned red with shame. But it also made her certain that Tang Jing really didn't understand. It was only those who hadn't experienced it that would ask. She tightened the collar of her shirt and vaguely excused herself. Su Keqing was also in the dormitory. Her character was even more introverted than Qin Nan's. She didn't dare to go out at all, and when she came back, she just lay on the bed and pretended to be uncomfortable. This week went by very quickly. Chen Fan is still not in class every morning. To the apartment with Su Ruzhen Trader. On Friday afternoon, there was also no class. So he decided to take some time out to accompany Zhu Bing for a day. He told Yi Langgao and the two of them that he was taking the day off. Zhu Bing became clingy, holding his hand when no one was around. Chen Fan, how long will you go back and come over? This is really hard to say. Why don't you go back with me? Zhu Bing blushed and gave him a blank look. I don't want it. Going back with him will definitely be known by the family. And she didn't want to meet Chen Fan's family so soon. Then you come back after staying at home for a week. Let's see. I really can't be sure now. I don't care. Anyway, you have to accompany me on a trip to the beach. I've made a deal with Qin Nan and the others. Are they going together too? Chen Fan didn't pay attention to this. Zhu Bing nodded. Alright then. Since everyone had discussed it, Chen Fan could only agree. In the afternoon, he accompanied Zhu Bing to go shopping and bought her a few dresses. Chen Fan originally planned to buy one that cost tens of thousands of dollars, but Zhu Bing insisted not to. She said that it was too expensive for fear of being suspected by her family. And besides, she didn't need to be so extravagant. She only knew that Chen Fan played antiques with his dad, and she didn't know how much money Chen Fan had. Although the family conditions are okay, Zhu Bing does not like to spend money. Then the two went to see a movie. More than 9 o'clock, Chen Fan was about to persuade her not to go back at night. Who knows that Zhu Bing's mom called. Zhu Bing, not coming back today? Zhu Bing lied. Mom, soon to be a vacation. School activities cannot go. No, I'll pick you up. Zhu Bing's mom was more forceful, not giving Zhu Bing a chance at all. Zhu Bing looked at Chen Fan with a grudge. I'm going back. Chen Fan also felt some pity. Originally, looking at Zhu Bing's appearance today, she should have been psychologically prepared. Chen Fan also only had to comfort her. Then go back first. See you the day after tomorrow. Zhu Bing nodded and suddenly wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's neck and kissed her. Chen Fan, I love you. Chen Fan's heart jumped and he tightly embraced Zhu Bing. His mood was no longer calm, and even his breathing became rapid. I love you too. Chapter 39, Zhu Bing's mom's routine. It's finally summer vacation. The school was filled with couples who were having a hard time parting. Chen Fan didn't have this kind of emotion because he didn't even plan to stay at home for too long. But what he is doing now, he does not want too many people to know. Zhu Bing said that her old mom asked her to go to her grandmother's house for a while, so I guess the summer vacation to the beach is going to be lost. Zhu Bing's grandmother's family is from the northeast. No wonder her body flows with the nature of the northerners, so it is inherited from her mom's genes. Chen Fan, why don't you also go to the northeast with me? Zhu Bing looked at him hopefully. Chen Fan asked, where will I live if I go? Zhu Bing said, my grandmother also lives in the county. You'll live in a nearby hotel. I'll pay for it. Chen Fan pinched her face. How long do you plan to stay there? At least a month. Rub, the time is too long. Zhu Bing leaned close to his ear. If you come over to accompany me, I'll give you everything. Chen Fan's hot blood surged. Okay, sure enough, there will be a brave man under the heavy reward. Seeing that he agreed so painfully, Zhu Bing whitened this bastard speechlessly. Is that all a man can think about in his heart? However, Zhu Bing is also serious. Since she agreed, she will not back out. On vacation, Yi Langgao and the four of them do not plan to go back. Under the pretext of running a barbecue restaurant, although the vacation is over, there are still a lot of people around the school. If they stick to it, they can still make a lot of money every month. and the parents at home were especially happy to hear that they had started their own business instead. The four of them stayed in name only, and as for where to live, Chen Fan didn't ask. These young people who have just tasted the sweetness of love, it is inevitable that there will be some bloodshed. Zhuo Bing was personally picked up by her mom. Chen Fan greeted her from afar, not daring to get close. He feels that Zhuo Bing's mom is very strong, and Zhuo Bing is especially afraid of her. After sending a message to Zhuo Bing, he watched Zhuo Bing go. In the car, Zhuo Bing's mom, who was driving the car, saw through the rearview mirror that her daughter was replying to the message, and suddenly came. Why don't you ask him to go to our house together to have a meal? Ha! Zhuo Bing was so startled that her cell phone fell under the seat. She took her daughter's panic into her eyes and said unhurriedly, "It's fine. It's not like your father and I are unreasonable people. We've been here too. There's no need for you to hide anything from us." Mom, what are you talking about? Zhuo Bing picked up the cell phone and coped in a panic. Zhuo Bing's mom laughed. Your face is red like this. You still want to hide it from me? Really? Ask him to come over, have dinner at our house. We can also get to know each other. The boy who can make my baby girl so attached and hard to part with should be very good. Zhuo Bing shook her head like a rattle. Mom, don't guess. There really isn't one. I'm just saying goodbye to a few friends in the group. Zhuo Bing's mom's face closed. It's best if there isn't. You don't know anything now. Don't be easily deceived by others. When you grow up and it's time to fall in love, the family will help you look for one. Well, I know. Mom, Zhuo Bing's heart tightened. Scared baby, almost got trapped by her. This mom is really tricky. Fortunately I didn't fall into her trap. Zhuo Bing instinctively covered his chest and cast his gaze out the window. Unfortunately, this little trick of hers were to hide from the sophisticated mom. All the signs of her daughter indicate that she is already in love. However, she didn't show her face, and just chatted with Zhuo Bing with one sentence, without a word. Chen Fan was about to go back to his apartment when Tang Jing sent a message. Chen Fan, when are you going back? In a few days. Not sure for now. Chen Fan replied to the message and then remembered that Tang Jing was looking for a job. Then when are you free? I'll treat you to a meal? Forget about dinner. I'm thinking about the job. Tang Jing, no, don't misunderstand. I've already told Qin Nan about the job. She asked me to help out at the store for 2 months. I just want to thank you for this. Chen Fan had helped herself so much. Of course Tang Jing remembered it in her heart. But Chen Fan refused. Let's talk about it later. I'm not going back for a while. Okay, then let me know before you go back. Chen Fan returned to the apartment. Su Ru was really busy. When she heard the door ring, she hurried over to get Chen Fan's slippers. How's it going? Chen Fan was concerned about the operation in the past 2 days. Su Ruzhen said, it's almost done, but I guess it will take 1 or 2 more days. Yesterday's 2 stops were grabbed successfully. One went up 30 points. There was also one that grabbed the earth and skyboard. The least one has more than 20 points. Chen Fan nodded and came to the computer. The period of time back can only do long term. Can't operate like this every day. Chen Fan looked at the total amount of money on his account. It was already 398 billion. Rather, he had achieved his previous small goal, but it was still a little short of doubling. There is no rush. If these stocks go up today, they will almost double. Now Chen Fan started to look for long-term stocks. He calculated his trip. The fastest he could go home was 7 days. The slowest was half a month. Therefore, during this period of time, to find a few long-term stocks layout, the morning market quickly closed. Chen Fan closed the computer and asked Su Ruzhen, do you have time recently? Su Ruzhen didn't react for a moment. Yes, what's wrong? Go back with me. Going to see your parents so soon? After saying that, she suddenly realized something. Her pretty face reddened and she explained, I don't mean that. Chen Fan laughed. It's true that I'm going back to meet my parents, but you definitely need to do something for me when I get there. Well, I'll listen to everything you say. Then I'll go and cook first. Let's forget about it today. Let's go eat outside. Chen Fan also didn't want her to work too hard. He couldn't treat people as nannies. He looked at the playful Su Ruzhen. Go change your clothes first. For some reason, he liked the way Su Ruzhen was dressed up. Of course, if she was too ugly, she would not be able to eat. Su Ruzhen returned to her room, didn't even lock the door, and directly changed her clothes and came out. Is this okay? She was wearing a small suit with a white shirt inside, wrapping her body in curves. It looked very workplace-like, and Chen Fan nodded his head. He liked Su Ruzhen's dressing like this. It was very workplace and very suitable for her identity. The two of them came out of the apartment and got into the newly bought Touray for the first time. Where are we going to eat? Pick one you like. When she bought a car that day, Su Ruzhen had originally gone to look at Big Ben, but after that incident on the internet, she turned around and went into the forest store next to her and bought a Touareg. Chen Fan sat in the back row, and the new car felt okay, only the odor was too big. Touareg can only be said to be a very low-profile car. The configuration is okay. This is also in line with Chen Fan's intentions. He also does not want to publicize. After all, it is now only 2 billion or so. There is nothing to show off. Su Ruzhen with him for so long, gradually also understand his character. So find a common restaurant. Two people simply eat a meal, and then go back to work. I did not expect that just into the restaurant. A woman dressed in a demonic color walked towards her. Chapter 40. This poor actually has $10 million. Ha, isn't this big beautiful Su? Yo, why did you also come to this kind of place to eat? What? There's no governor to cover you anymore? Su Ruzhen's face chilled when she saw this person. Huang Yanyan, what do you mean? Did I step on your tail? This woman used to be in the same unit as Su Ruzhen, both working in the bank. She hooked up with others on the basis that she had some good looks. It was said that there was someone above her, but then Su Ruzhen went. She was not popular anymore, and was cold-shouldered from above. Su Ruzhen is not on the road. Many times refused the leadership of another plan, which was fired by the boss in anger. Huang Yanyan was a little cynical about Su Ruzhen stealing her thunder, so she sneered at her when she saw her. She glanced at the man behind Su Ruzhen, despised and disdained. Ha, I thought you were so noble. You can find a decent man. I see he is not good. Chen Fan has always been low profile. Dress is also not pay attention to. Huang Yanyan naturally cannot see. Su Ruzhen was very nonchalant in her retaliation. Even if he's not good, he's 10,000 times better than those men of yours. Shay, Huang Yanyan spat. A person who even lost his job. What's so good about it? After saying this, she twisted her waist and went upstairs to the private room. Chen Fan looked at this woman with some revulsion. Although the posture was okay, but it was too much. The powder on her face didn't know how thick it was, and her lipstick was painted like a ghost. Seeing her leave, Su Ruzhen angrily cursed. Bus, forget it, don't bother with this kind of woman. It pulls you down. Chen Fan called the waiter and ordered a few dishes. The two of them didn't drink, just have a couple bites. Su Ruzhen said, when I used to work at the bank, she targeted me at every turn. After being left out in the cold, she hated me even more. Chen Fan laughed. Who told you to pick this kind of place to eat? Originally, I wanted to take you to eat something nice, and you chose such an ordinary restaurant. Su Ruzhen frowned in depression. I didn't see that you like to keep a low profile. How would I have thought that I would run into this kind of person? Chen Fan said, since she came here to eat, it means that she doesn't mix well. Su Ruzhen nodded. It's very difficult to work in a bank nowadays. The salary is pegged to the performance. Either there is someone above, or the ability is outstanding. She is relying on this skin to barely hold on. If I'm not mistaken, she's probably pulling in business again. Oh, Chen Fan had also heard that doing business in a bank had certain performance requirements every month. If the assessment was not up to standard, the bonus would be deducted in light cases, and in heavy cases, they would be eliminated. The banking units nowadays had long since lost their former splendor. Maybe Su Ruzhen quit is the right choice. After eating the meal, let Su Ruzhen go to the checkout. Chen Fan stood up to go to the bathroom, but the waiter said that the bathroom on the first floor was blocked and needed to go to the second floor. In the box on the second floor, there was a burst of cheeky laughter. It was accompanied by Huang Yanyan's petite tittering voice. Little Huang, your waist is so smooth, so thin, and your skin is still so good. Well, brother Lu, you're bad. Come on, I'll toast you. Good, let's drink a toast. A big fat hand wrapped around Huang Yanyan's waist. Huang Yanyan obediently sat on the other's lap. Brother Lu, how much quota can you help me with this time? Deposit a few $100,000? Let's talk about it after drinking. Let's talk about it after drinking. Brother Lu was almost 50 years old and looked especially greasy, but Huang Yanyan didn't mind at all. The two men hooked their hands together and drank a cup of wine. After finishing the glass, Brother Lu did not let go of her, and embraced Huang Yanyan and said, come on, give me a kiss. Huang Yanyan flirtatiously threw a wink and took the initiative to stick up. Vomit. Chen Fan unintentionally saw the scene and covered his mouth and rushed into the bathroom. Wait, there's someone outside. Huang Yanyan slipped off of Lu and ran out to take a look. Seeing that it was Chen Fan, she couldn't help but despise. Shay, who did I say it was? It turned out to be you. This poor man, haven't seen the world, right? Chen Fan saw the reddish mark on her low-neck chest. Naturally he understood what they had done in the box. Yes, I have never seen the world. Chen Fan looked at this appearance of Huang Yanyan and carelessly pulled out his cell phone. He transferred $10 million out of his stock market balance, then handed it to Huang Yanyan. Look at what this is? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Huang Yanyan's eyes instantly rounded. Wait, she grabbed Chen Fan's hand. $10 million. $10 million. Instantly, she was jealous. It was really unexpected that this poor actually had $10 million in savings. 10 million counts as a fart. Chen Fan despised and turned to go downstairs. Wait. Huang Yanyan caught up. Little brother. She pulled Chen Fan's hand and was about to rub it against her body. Chen Fan drew it back in disgust. It was back to the bathroom to wipe on the hand sanitizer. Don't you touch me. Alright, I won't touch you. Little brother, can you deposit your money in our bank? I'll give you the highest interest rate. $10 million, that's a big client. She never dreamed that Su Ruzhen actually fell for a big money. Chen Fan's bank balance totaled over $11 million. If she was able to pull his money into the bank where she worked, it would be a great deal of performance. She could even stop running orders this year. But Chen Fan washed his hands and went downstairs without bothering her. Where did Huang Yanyan have the heart to care about this brother Lu? This girl's old, treacherous and slippery. Stockings have been touched by him ball. Also do not see him loose mouth. Huang Yanyan back to the box to pick up the bag to go. Lu hurriedly stood up. Hey, what's the situation? You do not want to deposit? Don't want it. Get lost. Huang Yanyan caught up with Chen Fan. Chen Fan had already gone downstairs and said to Su Ruzhen, let's go. Ruzhen, wait for me. The two just went out of the hotel. Huang Yanyan caught up, cheekily pulling Su Ruzhen left a sister. Right as sister, getting Su Ruzhen in the clouds. What are you doing? Hey, I was wrong before. Offending you. After all, we're also sisters. So you'll be magnanimous and help me? Anyway, you don't work at the bank anymore. Can you help me talk to your boyfriend? Su Ruzhen looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. What happened? Chen Fan said. Ignore her. Huang Yanyan stuck up. Ruzhen, help me out. I'll thank you after it's done. Su Ruzhen is annoyed with her. Let's talk about it. I don't have time now. Alright then, I'll contact you later. You guys go slowly. Just now. She was flaunting and sneering. Chen Fan went to the restroom, and she was dead set on sticking up. Su Ruzhen was puzzled and asked Chen Fan after starting the car and leaving, did she see you when you went to the restroom? Ahem dash. Chen Fan looked embarrassed. Drive your car properly. Su Ruzhen was speechless, searching for a way to say, to be able to make Huang Yanyan so deadbeat. It is estimated that the capital is not small. Chapter 41 Reward you $1 million. After returning to her apartment, Su Ruzhen received at least a dozen phone calls from Huang Yanyan. The other party kept begging her to help transfer the deposits on Chen Fan's account to her bank. Su Ruzhen only realized at this moment that what she had seen was Chen Fan's deposit. I thought I saw something. Su Ruzhen hung up the phone in displeasure. Now she is used to seeing big money. The district of 10 million has no desire to know that she usually manipulation is in billions of units. After talking to Chen Fan about Huang Yanyan, Chen Fan said, this kind of woman, why do you care about her? I'm only looking at her as a dog's eye, which is why I stimulated her a bit. Do you know what she did in the box? What did you see? Su Ruzhen was a little curious. Chen Fan spoke out about the scene just now, and Su Ruzhen also became embarrassed. This Huang Yanyan really had no sense of propriety in order to pull in performance. In the afternoon, Chen Fan continued to do his homework. He wanted to pick out a few stocks suitable for long-term layout. Western Frontier Energy. After more than an hour of screening, an energy stock with a market capitalization of more than $200 billion finally came into view. This stock had a strong background and had been in a slump after experiencing a surge 2 years ago. The stock had reached a high of over $260 a share, and now it was only over $6. Chen Fan could see its future trend. It should start pulling up higher after a strong shock position. The banker of a stock like this one has a long layout time, often 1 or 2 years to make a stock, but its rise is also extremely impressive. Then Chen Fan found two long-term stocks, Jiangnan Machinery, North Mining. These two stocks are also taking off in the next 15 trading days, and they are both stocks with great volume. He looked at the money in his account and decided to dump all the stocks for the long term tomorrow. I'll take a break. Concentrating too much on the stocks was taxing on the brain. Chen Fan then lay down on the sofa, and Su Ruzhen hurriedly brought the air-conditioned quilt over to cover him. It was easy to fall asleep when one was too tired, and in his sleep, he dreamt of a dog licking him. A scent was faintly smelled in his nose. Chen Fan's eyebrows trembled slightly and he violently opened his eyes. Su Ruzhen's eyelashes were almost on his nose. He sat up violently. What are you doing? Su Ruzhen was also stunned by his suddenness. Her face was red. No. What? Chen Fan wiped the saliva at the corner of his mouth. Nima, not a dog. He quickly understood, and looked at Su Ruzhen's embarrassment speechlessly. Are girls so colorful even now? The next morning, the two began to liquidate the stocks in their hands. The GEM had dozens of stops every day, and Chen Fan didn't covet them. After clearing them all, he looked at the total amount of funds. 3,068 billion. Very nice. Perfect. In just over a month's time, he had earned $3 billion and completed his primitive accumulation. Next, it should be his time to shine. With $3 billion in his hand, He should be a rich person in any place, right? But he wasn't in a hurry. Instead he decided to transfer the $68 million behind the decimal point tomorrow as pocket money. The rest continue to roll in the stock market. In the afternoon, he started to lay out the 3 long-term stocks that he was optimistic about tomorrow: Western Frontier Energy, Jiangnan Machinery, and Northland Mining. These 3 stocks are all at the 100 billion level, and I'm afraid it's a little difficult for an ordinary person to sit here. Chen Fan is optimistic about their growth, as well as the background. The two were busy, only to realize that the money in hand is too much. Trading slowly like this, I really don't know how long it will take. A whole afternoon of 2 hours of trading time, only to buy less than 300 million. There are still 7 billion left in his hand. How long will this take? Chen Fan disliked this kind of trading method is a bit slow. Simply find 2 more long-term stocks. Big country heavy industry, Jinhua shares. This is spread out evenly. 5 stocks each account for only 600 million. Despite this, the two still spent 4 whole days to buy all 3 billion in the hand. Of course, if you normally operate routinely, you can never take a full position in one breath like this. Chen Fan was relying on the fact that he saw the future trend of the stock before he dared to operate with a full position. He then withdrew the remaining $68 million. At the moment, he was holding nearly $80 million in pocket money. Ru Jin, you've worked hard during this period of time. Reward you with $1 million. Oh, Su Rujin was completely confused. Chen Fan had given her more than $1,300,000 one after another. One had only been with him for a month. Su Rujin bit her lip. Boss. Seeing her excited look, Chen Fan laughed. Do a good job. What do you want in the future? Su Rujin nodded gratefully. I'll listen to everything you say. But, she looked at Chen Fan. Can I hug you for a bit? Without waiting for Chen Fan to agree, she had already pounced over and hugged Chen Fan tightly. Her hair was gently rubbing on her chest. Chen Fan couldn't help it. Don't tease me. Stay and you'll regret it. Su Rujin pampered. I don't. No regret. As long as you are willing. I listen to you in everything. Coughing, Chen Fan let go of her and looked at her delicate body. I'll hold back a little longer. He took out his cell phone and sent WeChat to Zhuo Bing. He is going back. Try to meet with Zhuo Bing again. Receiving Chen Fan's WeChat, Zhuo Bing depressedly said, Chen Fan, I miss you, but my mom took me by her side and monitored me almost 24 hours a day. I don't even have time to go to the bathroom. Oh, I'm going to grandma's house next week. When are you coming over to see me? Hearing that Zhuo Bing was controlled so tightly by his mom, Chen Fan had to say, I'll go back in the next few days and try to come over as early as possible. Okay? Zhuo Bing sent a crying expression. Then there was another long series of kisses. Alas, Chen Fan sighed. This future mother-in-law was really a control freak. Her daughter is so big. Why bother? Chen Fan does want to see Zhuo Bing, but Zhuo Bing can't come out. Chapter 42. I don't need so much money as a girl. Chen Fan's hometown was at least 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangzhou. Originally, he planned to go back by airplane, but Su Rujin said it would be better to drive. It's convenient to drive by yourself, and you don't have to rush. So think of it as seeing the scenery as you go. It's more than 1,000 kilometers away, but the big deal is to stay on the road for one night. Chen Fan adopted her opinion. In fact, there is not much luggage, just prepared a few pieces of clothing to set off. The car put some water, snacks. Seeing Chen Fan ready to sit in the back, Su Rujin hurriedly pulled open the passenger door. Chen Fan knew what she meant and smiled as she sat in the passenger side. Stay and let's take turns driving. With such a long distance to travel, Chen Fan didn't want to let her get tired alone. Even if she was her own employee, she had to care appropriately. Early in the morning, they left the city and got on the highway. Chen Fan's hometown was thousands of miles away in the Tongcheng countryside, and his family were all authentic farmers. Most of the people in the village chose to go out to work, and very few young people stayed at home. Of course, there were a few women and children who stayed behind, but these days, there are too many people going to the city, and the hometown was hilly, not very suitable for mechanized operations. Therefore, the economy of Tongcheng has not been developed. Su Rukin is from Jiangnan and is actually closer to Jiangzhou. Chen Fan had never inquired about her family background, and looking at her still skillful car skills, he couldn't help but ask, You're an old driver, right? No, I've had my license for several years and rarely practice. Chen Fan also took the test for a driver's license and didn't drive much, but Su Rujin clearly didn't look like a novice, but she had more exposure to cars than herself. The two of them drove more than 300 kilometers, and Chen Fan suggested that she stop and go to a service area to take a break. Su Rujin obediently turned the car into the service area. Today she was wearing a small dark-colored suit with a white shirt still inside. When she used to work in the bank, this was the kind of outfit she wore. Chen Fan also liked this workplace vibe on her. She had recently bought perfume with the money Chen Fan gave her. The two of them ate in the service area, and Chen Fan said, I want to set up a company in a while, and you'll be in full charge of it. What do you think? Su Ruzhen stared. Really? It has to be true. In the future, you will be my big steward. I will give you some shares, as long as you do it with all your heart. I won't say anything else. I'll guarantee that you'll be worth $10 billion. Su Ruzhen's heart skipped a beat. Worth $10 billion. How many people could only dream of this? However, she shook her head. A girl like me doesn't need that much money. Like right now, you gave me over $1 million. I don't even know how to spend it. Chen Fan was speechless. However, he liked Su Ruzhen's low-key character. A person who floats too much won't work, and can't achieve great things. Then what is your dream? Su Ruzhen glanced at Chen Fan and suddenly covered her mouth and laughed silkily. Not telling you. Fine. The two rested for a while in the service area and continued on the road. After driving more than 400 kilometers again, Su Ruzhen said, why don't we find a place to rest and go tomorrow? The vision is not so good at night. Chen Fan looked at the time. It was just over 6 o'clock. I'll drive. The two drove to more than 8 o'clock before getting off the highway. At this moment there are still more than 500 kilometers left from Tongcheng. This was Chen Fan's old home province. After getting off the highway, they were ready to find the nearest hotel to check in. Chen Fan finished high school and went to Jiangzhou to go to college, completely unfamiliar with the provincial capital. In the past, he had only occasionally passed by. After eating, the two of them were ready to go to the hotel to check in. Chen Fan just happened to park his car, so Su Ruzhen took the initiative and said, I'll go check in first. Chen Fan didn't care and took the luggage from the trunk and walked into the lobby. Hey, isn't this Chen Fan? Just as he reached the door, a security guard recognized him. Chen Fan looked at the other party strangely. Chen Mang? Why are you here? I work here. Chen Mang was from one of Chen Fan's villages, and the two of them used to have a relatively good relationship. Later on, Chen Mang went to become a soldier and Chen Fan went to university. I didn't expect Chen Mang to come back from the army and work as a security guard here. Seeing Chen Fan carrying a bag and dragging a box, Chen Mang hurriedly took a hand. I'll do it. No. Chen Mang was surprised that Chen Fan came to this kind of upscale hotel. You're staying here tonight? Chen Fan scratched his head and was about to answer when Chen Mang laughed. That beauty just now is your classmate? Well, a school. No wonder. Chen Mang laughed and smiled and patted the shoulder of a bit, giving him an understanding look. It would be a shortcut if he could climb up to such a rich child. But Chen Fan was speechless. He didn't want Chen Mang to know about his situation, so he busied himself with a greeting. I'll send her back to her room first. Contact her later. Okay, give me your phone number. Chen Mang asked for his phone number and watched Chen Fan carry his luggage over. Su Ruzhen had already checked in. She had opened a suite. Why did you open a room? How embarrassing. But Su Ruzhen had already checked in, so he couldn't say much. The attendant pressed the elevator for the two, and the two went upstairs and put their things away. The suite was good, with 2 rooms and 2 beds. Su Ruzhen explained. The front desk said that there is only this one left. I think it's quite good to have 2 beds. Chen Fan didn't believe it. Is the hotel business so hot now? Moreover, this location was not the city center, but he did not poke Su Ruzhen's lies. 2 people sleeping in one room each was no different from opening 2 rooms. You rest early. I just ran into an acquaintance and went to chat for a few minutes. Su Ruzhen nodded thoughtfully and took her own clothes to take a shower. Chen Fan came down from upstairs just as Chen Mang was getting off work. Let's go. Go have a drink. The 2 hairdressers hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it was not easy to meet in the provincial city. So Chen Mang was also very generous. Without even changing their clothes, the 2 of them came to the night snack stall not far from the hotel. Chen Mang said, I'll treat you today. Don't grab it from me. He knew that Chen Fan was a student and his family was poor. He himself was at least a working man. Chen Fan knew his character and naturally went along with him. The 2 ordered a lot of barbecue and asked for a bunch of beer. Chen Fan asked him about his recent situation. After Chen Mang was discharged from the army, his conditions were limited and he didn't even have a girlfriend. He patted Chen Fan's shoulder. Chen Fan, you are a college student. When you open a company in the future, I will help you to work. Chen Fan smiled. Come, drink. Chen Mang said, I don't have any other skills. I'm more than enough to be a driver, and I also have a martial arts skill. 30 to 50 people is no big deal. You're not a special forces soldier. Seeing his disbelief, Chen Mang grabbed an empty beer bottle and raised his hand to chop it. Ka-ching! The beer bottle was actually chipped by him alive. Looking at Chen Fan dumbfounded. This strength, not to mention being a driver, it was more than enough to be a bodyguard. Chapter 43, returning to help Dad sell potatoes with $100 million worth of money. The next morning, Chen Fan greeted Chen Mang and then he continued to rush. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 of them finally returned to Tongcheng County. Chen Fan's hometown was not far from the county, 3 or 4 kilometers away. Although the village has now realized the highway, but there is no bus to the village. Chen Fan let Su Ruzhen go to the county town to find a hotel to stay, wait for his news at any time. Then he stopped the motorcycle to the county town. Then he stopped a motorcycle to hurry towards home. Fan University, you're back. The driver of the motorcycle was also from the same village, called Ermazi. In his 30s, he didn't go out to work, so he opened a kiosk at the intersection of the county town to the village. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do that, he said. Sitting on Ermazi's motorcycle, Chen Fan paid attention to everything in front of him. Tongcheng was still the same Tongcheng, only that he was no longer the Chen Fan of the past. The feeling of coming back this time was very different, and there was a different feeling in his heart than before. The fields on the side of the highway were filled with thatch, and the former farmland had long been deserted. Now very few people plow. Young people have gone out to work, or into the city. Only those widows and orphans are left behind. Back to the village. Chen Fan paid $15. Tu Hemp's son turned around and went back. Chen Fan carried his bag to the door of his house. Dad! Mom! Mom heard the voice and came out from the house. Chen Fan, you're back? Chen Fan put his bag towards the house. Where's Dad? He went to the county town today. Oh, what about my sister? Your sister went to her classmate's house and hasn't come back yet. Looking at everything at home, Chen Fan's heart was filled with 1,000 thoughts. The family house is still the previous adobe house, although there are 2 floors, but extremely old. People had built small villas, but the ground in Chen Fan's house was all dirt. Not even a bit of cement was smeared. Chen Fan looked at his family's poor family environment, thinking about how to talk to his parents. Not a moment later, there was a sound of a car horn at the door. Chen Fan walked out to see that his sister Chen Wan had returned in a classmate's car. There were also 4 male and female classmates with her. The male classmates parked a new Hyundai on the side of the road and showed off the keys in their hands. Seeing this, Mom hurriedly greeted Chen Wan's several classmates. Brother, you're back? The 3 classmates also sat at the door, and Mom poured tea and took some melon seeds out. The male classmate who drove the car put the car keys on the table and asked Chen Fan, you don't even have a car in your village. How did you get back? Walked? Why don't you tell us in advance so we can pick you up? Chen Fan said no. I'll take the motorcycle. Oh, your place is a bit remote. The buses don't even work. Our side is much more convenient. Almost every family has a private car. It's about time your family got a car. The girl next to her said, how can it compare to your village? Your village is considered relatively wealthy in the county. The other 2 boys also responded, that's true. He's good. Even if he doesn't get into college, he'll still mix better than others in the future. The other party looked at Chen Wan with some complacency. Chen Fan could sense that this boy probably liked Chen Wan. However, he didn't have the heart to chat with their group of brats and went back to his room. He came to the back of the yard, where pigs, chickens, and ducks were raised. The environment was particularly bad and there were a lot of mosquitoes. Right now Chen Fan only had one thought in his mind, how to make his parents accept this reality, or rather, let them move to the city to live. It was almost 5 o'clock when Lao Chen rode his bicycle back from the county town. It just so happened that a few of Chen Wan's classmates had also left. Chen Fan took old Chen's bag. Dad, why are you just coming back? Old Chen was a bit happy to see his son. You're back? Just in time to go with me to the county town tomorrow to buy potatoes. Chen Fan nodded repeatedly. Good class. Old mom saw her son come back, specially killed a chicken, and at night the family was hot and happy and ate happily. Chen Fan asked tentatively, Dad, Mom, our house is also too old, and the ecological environment is also poor. Why don't we go to the city like them to rent a facade and do some small business? Maybe there will be a chance to buy a house in the city in the future. When old Chen heard this, he frowned. In the future, you go to the city to buy a house yourself. We 2 old guys will live here. Mom also said, yes, after you graduate from college, then the family will find a way to get together and see if they can help you make a down payment. Nowadays, if a girl doesn't have a house in the city, she won't marry. After saying that, she glanced at Chen Wan. You should also work hard. Don't even fail the university exam. Those classmates are less frequent. Put your mind on your studies. Chen Wan didn't say anything. She knew that her mom just loved to nag. Chen Fan looked at those classmates of hers today. I also think you should study hard. This is not the time for you to play. Even if you want to fall in love now, you will definitely regret it when you grow up later. Chen Wan looked at her oldest brother in surprise. How did his views suddenly change? Chen Fan ignored her look and explained it to her. He then took the several bowls on the table as an example. Your current circle of life and classmates, circle of friends, is like this bowl of vegetables. Your current vision must be in this bowl of vegetables as well. Only if you jump into the circle will you have a chance to see the chicken. Don't you look at me with such eyes? According to your brother's knowledge for so many years, there are levels between people. They have different perceptions, learning, eyesight, and circles, and all these people have different levels. Metaphorically speaking, if I'm in the countryside, then my goal and dream in life is just to marry a wife, have a child, and continue the days of my ancestors facing the yellow soil. But if I were to enter a higher circle, my life goal might be to open a company, make a career, and be a useful person to my country and society. Don't you envy those workplace elites and domineering presidents on TV? You should also strive to reach their level. Only when a girl is high-end and refined to the extreme will she make those who are not as good as you ashamed of themselves. Your life will be different when your level is high. Chen once skimmed her mouth, expressing that she couldn't understand. Old Chen couldn't understand it either. Chen Fan was speaking too profoundly. His request was simple, as long as Chen Wan got into university and didn't stay in the countryside in the future. As for the rest, he couldn't help. All he could do was to send his children here. The rest would depend on their own destiny and ability. The next day, Chen Fan went to sell potatoes with old Chen early in the morning. Chen Fan thought there were a lot of them, but it turned out that there were just over 300 pounds when his dad took them out. It seems that they are still the old way of labor. Father and son borrowed a trailer, pulling the potatoes to the county town to go to the door of the food market to sell. With this model, how much money can father and son earn in a day? Chen Fan shook his head and excused himself to go to the toilet to give Su Ruzhen a call. Today's sun is a bit big. The old Chen stood under the sun, wiping sweat, had been waiting for almost an hour. A potato has not been sold. Chen Fan didn't know where he went, and was about to get angry when a brand new Tuareg drove by. From the car down a particularly good-looking girl. The body, dress, and the same as in the big city. She looked at the photo on her cell phone, and then looked at the middle-aged man in front of her. Uncle, how do you sell potatoes? Chapter 44, Future daughter-in-law is so generous. After waiting for half a day, a customer came. Or such a beautiful girl. Old Chen was especially happy. $2.05 a caddy. How much do you want? Su Ruzhen picked up a pitted potato. You have a good color of potatoes, and the variety is quite good. Let's do it this way. You help me move it to the car. I'll take all of it. At this time Chen Fan arrived in time. Dad, I'll do it. You go and rest. Old Chen looked at the crooked potatoes he had planted. Were they still good? Is this what city people are good for? Chen Fan was working hard to move to the car. 50 pounds of potatoes in a bag. He took care of it in 3 tries. Su Ruzhen looked at him who was as robust as an ox and revealed a hint of a smile. She even quietly touched him with her hand, causing Chen Fan to glare at her with his eyes. Uncle, 326 pounds, counted as 400 pounds. Your potatoes are good. I'll give you $20 a caddy. $8,000 for 400 pounds. Make up a whole. Give you 10,000, okay? Put. Old Chen, who had just taken a bottle of water, sprayed it out in one gulp. There is such a math? $2.05 pounds of potatoes. She gave 20. 326 pounds. She counted 400 pounds. $8,000 to make a whole. She gave 10,000. Old Chen touched his forehead. I don't have a fever, right? Chen Fan is also speechless. This Su Ruzhen overperformed. Old Chen asked warily. Girl, you're not mistaken. That's right. Uncle, where does your family live? Shall I send you back? Let's see if your house has any more of these potatoes. I'll take them all. Chen Fan didn't expect her to not follow the scripted routine, so he got a little anxious. There's none left at home. Just these. Old Chen glared at him fiercely. You stupid son. Such a good opportunity. How can you say there's no more? He responded repeatedly. Yes, there's just not much at home. There's still about 100 pounds, ready to be used to feed the pigs. Wipe. Chen Fan wiped his sweat. Dad's level still needs to be improved. Su Ruzhen smiled and shouted for the two to get on the car. Then together they went to Chen Fan's home. Old Chen surveyed the car. Son, I'm afraid this Santana will cost around 100,000, right? When you have money in the future, you buy one too. Su Ruzhen turned around and smiled, and did not make a sound. Chen Fan could only nod and respond. Taking a car was fast. The original 3 or 4 kilometers of road soon arrived. The car stopped at the door. Su Ruzhen was like looking at a rare thing. East look, west look. Chen Wan watched from the side and couldn't help but feel a little envious. This young lady is also too good looking, right? After Su Ruzhen drank 2 mouthfuls of tea, she went into the house to take a look. Hey, uncle, do you still have bowls like this in your house? Old Chen froze. What's wrong? Su Ruzhen said. Oh no, your bowl is an antique. Sell or not, the bowl is indeed an old bowl, handed down for decades, but to say that it is an antique, Old Chen does not believe. Chen Fan's mom said, Girl, this is not an antique. It was brought over by my mother's family when I married. Su Ruzhen said, regardless of whether it's an antique or not, I really like this bowl. Sell it to me. Chen Fan's mom was a bit hesitant. Take it if you want, it's yours. No, 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 how can that be? I'd rather pay for it in my heart. You count how many there are. $100,000 apiece, I'll take them all. Puff. Chen Fan's mom was so scared that she sat on her butt on the floor. Old Chen also thought, this girl is not having a problem with her head, right? If not, how can she buy my potatoes for $20 a caddy? $100,000 to buy me a bowl. He always felt that something was wrong. Chen Fan saw Su Ruzhen performing. He also stopped talking. In the end, it is not a professional. The level of performance is still poor. If this goes on, sooner or later, it will be revealed. Hey, uncle, aunt, how do you sell these ducks in your house? Sell them to me for $10,000 apiece? I need these chickens and ducks raised in the countryside for catering. Old Chen and his wife were both confused. Now they were sure that this girl had mental problems. Otherwise she would want everything she saw and give sky-high prices. But Su Ruzhen is not finished. Hey, this stool is also sold to me. This bed I also want. As long as it is something in your family, I want it. The smart Chen finally saw it. Miss Sister, I think what you want is my brother, right? The old Chen couple came to a sudden realization. Without fail, they stared blankly at their son. It turns out to be so. Chen Fan was embarrassed. What kind of big truth was he talking blindly? Su Ruzhen only smiled delicately at this moment. Still, my sister is smart. Let me tell you this way, I do like your brother. I am his school sister, chasing him for more than a year. He just does not agree. This is not while he was on summer vacation. I quietly chased him to your house. Then she walked over and took Chen Fan's hand. You won't be able to drive me away this time. The old Mr. and Mrs. Chen looked at each other in dismay, daring to think that this was her real purpose, coming at their own son. However, this girl was indeed quite good looking. It looked like she should be a rich girl. The script was played out by her to this point, and Chen Fan had no choice. Drawing back his hand, can you stop it? Su Ruzhen smiled and stuck to him. Is it wrong for me to pursue my own happiness? Uncle, auntie, he just bullies me. You guys help me control it. Such a beautiful girl chased into the house. The old couple was so embarrassed that they didn't know what to say. Chen Fan's mom hurriedly let Su Ruzhen sit down and glared at him. What are you waiting for? Do not give people to go wash the fruit? Su Ruzhen saw Chen Fan's figure going in and covered her mouth with a silky smile. Then she took out a bank card from her bag. Uncle, auntie, there's $1 million in the card. You guys take this money and build the house. Build a small villa or something. In the future, you will also have face in front of the village people. How can this be? Old Chen hurriedly excused himself. Su Ruzhen said, we'll be a family from now on. So what's the point of being polite? Our family has tens of billions of dollars in assets. What's $1 million? It's just that you guys took the money. Don't talk to the village people, so as not to cause trouble. When the house is built up, when Chen Fan and I come back in the future, we won't have to live in this kind of place. In case I let my family see it, I'll also have a good face. Hearing her say that, the old Chen couple felt that it was also true. For the sake of their daughter-in-law's face, it was time to fix up the house. The two couples looked at me and I looked at you. Su Ruzhen slipped the bank card to them and they hesitated for a long time before taking it. Chen Wan, on the other hand, watched from the side as her eyes glazed over. This future sister-in-law is so generous. Out of the blue is $1 million. Chapter 45, I'll follow you all my life. After giving the money to the old Chen couple, Su Ruzhen said to Chen Wan, Sister, let me take you to the street to buy a few sets of clothes. Thank you, sister-in-law. Chen Wan was overjoyed. Having such a good sister-in-law suddenly appear out of nowhere was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. Mom made a colorful glare at her. Shame on you. How can we be so kind as to trouble others? Mom. Oh no. Aunt. Su Ruzhen said. It doesn't matter. Anyway, my relationship with Chen Fan is established. This is a fact that can't be changed. My sister is 17 years old and doesn't even have a decent set of clothes. After saying that, she was about to take Chen Wan to the county town. Chen Fan came out and shouted, Eat before you go. Mom responded, Right. His dad, go get a fish from the pond. I'll go kill a chicken. Oh, call his eldest uncle's family too. Say Chen Fan is back. Seeing that this looks like it's going to be a big mess, Chen Fan doesn't stop it when he sees it. Su Ruzhen looked at his awkward appearance and laughed. Purposely sticking close to him, she looked extremely intimate and incomparable. Did I act okay? Chen Fan glared at her. Told you to buy a potato. You acted as a daughter-in-law. Go back and clean you up again. Old Chen called Chen Fan's eldest uncle's family over, and the brothers went to the pond to net fish. Chen Fan's mom killed chickens and ducks. This is all that is available in the countryside. Nothing better. Auntie heard that Chen Fan had brought a girlfriend over and was happy to come over to help. The few neighbors next to her saw and heard that the old Chen family had good food today, and had no problem coming over to rub their noses in it. Chen Fan looked at everyone busy and happy. He thought that this is good. Otherwise he really do not know what reason to give them money. If you say that you have made a lot of money outside, and give too much money, and afraid that they drift. If people drifted, it was a terrible thing. Too much money will also bring them trouble or even disaster. There is a saying that virtue is not worthy of the position. Chen Fan saw through this aspect. If say Chen Fan found a rich daughter-in-law outside and the woman's family paid for them to build a house, this would save a lot of trouble. The noon meal was hot and polite. 7 or 8 dishes, a dozen people, uncle, auntie, they looked at such a beautiful Su Ruzhen, each in their hearts envious. This nephew's life is really good. If only my own son could have this fate. A few neighbors were also particularly envious. They asked about Su Ruzhen's family background. Su Ruzhen only said that her family is engaged in business, listed companies. She said so, but also for the future Chen Fan to take money to the family to lay the foundation. If a person is not inexplicably rich, it will definitely be suspected by others. Everyone ate together, drank together, and said that the old Chen couple had a good life. Taking this opportunity, Chen Fan said, "Dad, build the house. It wouldn't look good if Ruzhen's family came over and saw it like this." "Yes, yes, it should be built," eldest uncle ordered in a chorus. Old Chen knew in his heart that people had given him all the money and were waiting for him to make preparations. Chen Fan then said, "I'll ask someone to get a drawing for you. You build according to the drawing. Don't build this old-fashioned house anymore." The eldest uncle said, "That's right, Chen Fan is a college student after all. It's right to listen to him. You don't have much insight, so don't interfere. Just help with the work." "Okay." Old Chen ran out of words. After dinner, Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen took his sister to the county town to buy clothes. Old Chen couple at home to accompany at home chat. "Not a moment, the village people know the news," said Chen Fan brought back a girlfriend from the big city. Su Ruzhen took Chen Wan shopping, inside and out. Change it all. Sister-in-law will buy you new ones. Buy all the clothes for all seasons. 10 sets for spring, 10 for summer and 10 for winter. Chen Wan was a bit confused. Do rich people buy clothes from empty stores? The rich people's way of consumption refreshed her knowledge. Su Ruzhen transferred another $100,000 from her hand to Chen Wan. "Don't let your brother know. In the future, if you study, don't ask your family for money. Make your own decisions, but don't mess around either." Chen Wan nodded understandingly. However, she still told Chen Fan. Chen Fan counted on his fingers. Su Ruzhen had already spent the $1 million or so, right? However, he had to say that Su Ruzhen was really good at what she did. So, he quietly transferred $10 million to her account. Tick. Hearing the message, Su Ruzhen opened her cell phone to take a look. She suddenly let out a shriek as if she had that. She had spent $1 million for the Chen family, and he had given her $10 million. She glanced at Chen Fan in the distance and kept quiet for the time being, then bought clothes for Chen Fan's parents, buy some more fruits, snacks to go back. After all, there were still guests in the house. In the evening, the home continued to be lively. Chen Fan downloaded the construction drawings of the rural home base from the internet. He chose a set of quadrangle design. Nowadays there are too many villa patterns. Chen Fan's home base is large enough. Simply get a 2-story courtyard. Drawings to the old Chen. There is no hesitation. Find a landborn to look at the date, and then find a construction team can start. As for the old house is not worth money. Directly overthrow is. Old Chen has money in his hand, and his heart is steady. Since his daughter-in-law is so supportive, let's do it. It just so happens that Dixon looked at the date. 2 days later is the auspicious day. As long as the old Chen family in time, immediately can start construction. As for this construction, well, symbolic meaning, then slowly do it. Chen Fan's plan to stay at home for a week to half a month. Did not expect to come back to get this thing done. He means all-inclusive, supervised by the old Chen. Uncle was also someone who was always out working on infrastructure, so the house was left to him. The house was pushed the next day, and a groundbreaking ceremony was held on the 3rd day. Then cement, sand, and steel reinforcement came in. Chen Fan's family temporarily borrowed a neighbor's house, and the new house began in this way, staying at home for a week. During this time Zhuo Bing often sent messages over, and sometimes also quietly called. She asked Chen Fan to go over early, because in a few days she would be taken out of town by her old mom. The plan for this year suddenly changed and she was not allowed to go to her grandmother's house. Zhuo Bing didn't know what her mom was up to. Every day, she looks at herself tightly. Chen Fan waited for the foundation of the home to be done. Everything was organized and not in the ground, and only then greeted his parents and returned to Jiangzhou in advance. Su Ruzhen had been staying in the county hotel during this period of time and was finally returning. She packed up her luggage and said goodbye to Chen Fan's family. The old Chen couple was now particularly fond of this future daughter-in-law and couldn't wait to let the two have a child right away. Seeing that they were leaving, they reluctantly sent them a long way. As the two drove onto the highway, Su Ruzhen asked Chen Fan with a smile, "Boss, Was I good during this time? Chen Fan glared at her. If you don't come back with me next time, how will I deliver? Su Ruzhen grinned. As long as you are willing, I will follow you for the rest of my life. Chapter 46 Zhuo Bing and Mom fight with wisdom and courage. Due to the urgency to see Zhuo Bing, the two are not prepared to spend the night in the provincial city. Directly back to Jiangzhou. If you are too tired in the middle of the day, then find a place to rest. The two took turns driving, spent more than 10 hours, and finally arrived in Jiangzhou at 3 o'clock in the morning. In order to tell Zhuo Bing that he was back, Chen Fan sent a friend circle and traveled day and night. Back in the apartment, the two didn't say anything and shuffled to bed. It was too tiring to rush all the way. Early the next morning, Zhuo Bing saw the friend circle that Chen Fan sent and smiled happily. Due to the fact that Mom has been too strict lately, Chen Fan didn't even dare to send messages indiscriminately. This friend circle is a signal. Zhuo Bing was looking happy when Mom came over and knocked on the door. Knock knock. Zhuo Bing, get up. Mom, I'm not going today. I want to sleep. Zhuo Bing protested. Mom pushed open the door and came in. What do you mean? It's only been a few days of exercise? If you don't study hard now, how can I leave the business to you in the future? Zhuo Bing's mom opened her own trading company. Not too big, not too small, tens of millions of dollars in value. Like her in the whole society, it can only be regarded as less than the top and more than the bottom. Zhua Hanong is in the antique business, and is worth a few $100 million. Husband and wife struggle separately. Business does not interfere with each other. Zhuo Bing angry. I do not want to go. Can't you let me take a day off? Zhua Handong heard the two of them arguing and came over to persuade. You let her rest for a day. There is no need to follow so closely every day. Zhuo Bing's mom glared at him. What do you know? She suspected that her daughter was in love. But this matter was not told to Zhua Handong. With Zhuo Bing's mom's thinking, since she found the seedling, she had to pinch it to death. You can't let it develop. And when it's impossible to end it, you can only resign yourself to it. Prevention is better than cure. This is the usual tactics of Zhuo Bing's mom. Zhuo Bing just won't get up today. No matter how much she yells, it's useless. I'm sick of it. I don't know what she means. Guarding herself like a thief. See left ice dead or alive. Mom also angry. Threw the bag. Okay, then I do not go to work today. At home with you. Zhuo Bing was speechless. Zhua Hanong does not know what his wife means. Anyway, this holiday she is like she can't live with her daughter. Every day, she brought her around. He also didn't want the mother and daughter to get so stiff, so he advised a few words, which knows that Zhuo Bing's mom glared at him fiercely. Don't you care? I'm doing this for her good. Zhuo Bing got up and started packing after washing and brushing. What are you doing? Can't I just go to grandma's house? I'm going to sue you to grandma to see if she did this to you before. I'm an adult. I don't have any freedom at all. I don't believe you used to be so honest. Being complained by Zhuo Bing, the old mom looked embarrassed. Zhua Hanong looked at his wife and smiled but did not say anything. When she was young, his wife is a northeasterner. The character is more bold. When the teenager dared to go to the north, later met himself before settling down. When she heard that Zhuo Bing was going to her grandmother's house to complain, her old face could not hang on, probably because she knows her own character, afraid that Zhuo Bing will repeat the mistakes of her youth, which is why she is staring at death. Zhua Hanong saw his wife suffer, covered his mouth and smiled without saying anything. Alright, then you can rest at home for a day. After all, she couldn't argue with her daughter, and she chose to take a step back. In fact, it was impossible to control a girl who wanted to fall in love. She could only push it back a little bit as much as possible. Zhua Hanong, you stay home with her today. After saying this, she picked up her bag somewhat angrily and went out. Zhua Hanong seemed to have guessed something. Zhuo Bing, why carry on with your mom? You know her temper. Zhuo Bing said in a bad mood. Is she annoying? Staring at me like a thief every day. I am also an adult, okay? Not a bit of dignity and freedom. Zhua Handong sized up his daughter. Are you in love? Zhuo Bing rolled up her eyes. Why are you the same as her? Zhua Handong looked embarrassed. I mean, if you are in love, you can bring it back to us to help you refer to it. If this boy makes everyone happy, won't your mom be relieved? Don't come and set me up. You two are too bad. After saying that, she sat her butt down on the sofa. Dad, you go get busy. I'll rest at home. Zhua Handong was more mellow than his wife. You help me to watch the Sky Store. I have to go out for something today. Why are you all like this one by one when you want to make time for a date with Chen Fan? Boring. At this moment, she really wanted to leave home. Not going. Zhuo Bing didn't have the good sense to say. Zhua Hanong was actually just testing. After all, he was still concerned about his daughter's lifelong affairs. It's not impossible for her to fall in love. As a parent to help keep a check, in case she meets a scumbag. Then I'm going to the store. You can take care of yourself at noon. Zhua Handong picked up his bag and left. I know. Zhuo Bing was impatient. As soon as her parents left, She immediately called Chen Fan. Pig, are you back yet? I rushed back after 3 last night. Where are you? I've been waiting for your call. Zhuo Bing thought about it. Find a hidden place. My mom has been watching me. A hidden place? Then I'll go get a room. She wouldn't be able to find it only in a hotel. What if she catches me if I go shopping? Whatever. Zhuo Bing got up, cleaned up briefly, and admired it in the mirror. Well, not bad at all. Still so beautiful. Youthful as fire. Out of the door, Zhuo Bing stopped a cab on the side of the road. Beauty. Where to go? To? Well, left eye suddenly found behind the car. Take a closer look. Actually is the old mom. God. The original she did not go to the company. Has been staring downstairs. Zhuo Bing speechless. To the Xinhua bookstore. After the cab driver sent her to the bookstore, Zhuo Bing casually bought a book and came back in the cab. Hey, this girl actually went to buy a book? Did I blame her wrongly? Looking at her daughter going upstairs, Zhuo Bing's mom pondered. She picked up her cell phone and dialed. Zhuo Bing, I'll be back for lunch at noon. Zhuo Bing was so angry that she was smoking. This meant she couldn't go out. Got it. Returned very irritably and hung up the phone. Then seeing her mom's car leave through the window, Zhuo Bing deflated and called Chen Fan. Where have you gotten to? Chen Fan said. I'm getting ready to go to the hotel. Are you out yet? Don't go. Can't get out today. Ah, then where are you? I'll come over to see you. I can't. I'm being watched by my mom. It's okay. I'll just go to your window and look in, without alarming them. Zhuo Bing's heart was warm, and his eyes looked at the hotel outside the neighborhood. Hey, I'll send you a location. You come here. I just need to rush back at noon. Chen Fan looked at the time. It was more than 9 o'clock. Without saying a word, he rushed to the hotel opposite Zhuo Bing's neighborhood. Chapter 47 Buying a Mansion. Chen Fan opened the room and immediately told Zhuo Bing the room number. Zhuo Bing arrived in 10 minutes. The two embraced as soon as they met. Without saying a word, they just hugged tightly. Zhuo Bing stuck to Chen Fan like a little pet. The two people hugged for 10 minutes, and Chen Fan picked her up and came to the sofa. At this time, it was estimated that both people did not have any bad thoughts. They just wanted to hug tightly for a while to relieve the pain of longing. Chen Fan, did you miss me? After a long time, Zhuo Bing raised her head and touched Chen Fan's chin and asked, missed me to death, or else I could have rushed over in such a hurry? Aha, love you. Zhuo Bing smiled with satisfaction and pressed her face against Chen Fan's chest. What's going on with your mom? Looking at you so tightly. Is there something she found out about you? Chen Fan also didn't understand. Being such an adult, the parents were still staring so hard. Mentioning his mom, Zhuo Bing had a displeased face. I don't know what kind of nerve she has. She has been staring at me since the day of vacation. Chen Fan's heart flinched. Is it that she knows about what we did at school? Zhuo Bing searched for a moment and shook her head. Don't know. Alas, it seems that we still can't be high profile. Maybe what happened at school has reached her ears. What does your mom do? The two people got tired of each other. Zhuo Bing said his family situation. This is a proper petty family. The days were lived in clothes and food without worry. Forget it, too lazy to care about her. Just know it. In fact, I can't figure it out. She's quite busy lately. The current company place is too small. She's ready to move. Haven't been able to find a better venue. Are so busy, and still have the heart to manage me. Chen Fan's heart moved. Where does she want to move? I don't know. I guess I want to find a place that's a bit upmarket. Zhuo Bing lay on his arms. What did Chen Fan think of it this time? The two of them had been cuddling in the hotel for more than an hour. And this time Chen Fan was really honest. He didn't move his hands at all like before, but kept holding her tightly. Zhuo Bing felt very solid and enjoyed it. It was almost noon. Zhuo Bing said with difficulty, I'm going back. My mom wants to come back for dinner. Aha! Chen Fan hugged her. Call me when you are free. Zhuo Bing nodded her head vigorously, wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's neck, and boo. The two young people were hard to separate and entwine together again. When a girl was passionately in love, she was especially clingy. Chen Fan experienced this feeling for the first time. After checking out, Zhuo Bing slipped out the back door. Back home, she sent Chen Fan another message. Love you, you're mine. Chen Fan looked at his cell phone and smiled. What a sticky little goblin. At this time, Su Ruzhen called. Boss, coming back for dinner? Back. Chen Fan quickly rushed back to the apartment. Su Ruzhen tied a small apron and was cooking. When she saw Chen Fan enter, she immediately handed over a pair of slippers. You went to do something bad? Seeing the mark on Chen Fan's neck, Su Ruzhen was slightly upset. This guy put himself in such a good cabbage not to arch. Ran out to steal food. Chen Fan of course did not admit it. Which is it? What are you talking nonsense about? Not yet. There are red marks all over his neck. Su Ruzhen threw over a towel. Go to the bathroom and see for yourself. Chen Fan walked into the bathroom. Just now, he was too involved and didn't pay attention. I also don't know if there is any on Zwabing. Chen Fan sent her a WeChat, and Zwabing was speechless, only returned a pitiful expression. It seems that next time, she should pay attention. This will be discovered by her family sooner or later. Cough dash. Ru Jin, you go and do something in the afternoon. Chen Fan returned to the living room and said in a serious manner, Su Ru Jin, you say, isn't there a building at New Street? You go and buy it. Ha? Su Ru Jin was confused. What do you want to buy a building for? She was aware of this building, more than 50 floors high, and it was said that the developer was having trouble making ends meet and was preparing to sell the whole thing. Who could take down such a building without a few $100 million? She also couldn't figure out why Chen Fan suddenly wanted to buy a building. Chen Fan explained, we can't keep harboring it here, right? Buy it and start a company. From now on, you are Mr. Su. Everything in the company is under your control. Of course, you are under my control. Su Rujin gave him a blank look. Have you ever been in charge of someone? In this regard, she was a bit obsessed. The meal was ready. The two of them ate, and Su Rujin went to run errands in the afternoon. Chen Fan opened the speculation software to look at the stock market. The 5 long-term stocks are not small, with an average profit of 30%. The total amount of money on the account now is more than 364 billion, and looked at the next trend of these 5 stocks, and threw away the weak one to cash out, because once Su Rujin's side closes the deal, it will require a large sum of money, but it is estimated that her negotiation is not so fast. A special guest has come to the office building of Zhao's real estate headquarters. The manager of the commercial department was also a woman, 36 or 70 years old and very pretty. When she heard that someone wanted to buy the building in New Street, she personally received the guest. But when she saw the other party was also shocked. The other party than their own younger, more beautiful. Looking at the other party in a decent professional outfit, Zhou Lan couldn't figure out the other party's origin for a while. I'm Zhou Lan from Zhao's real estate business department. May I ask what your name is? My name is Su Rujin. Just call me Rujin. Su Rujin stood up and shook hands with Zhou Lan. In the past, she would have envied an executive of a large company like Zhou Lan, but now she completely lost that thought. At the moment, she was Zhao's guest. Su Rujin explains her intentions, and Zhou Lan asks in surprise, what kind of payment method are you planning to use? Su Rujin was unconcerned. It doesn't matter. Whatever you guys find convenient. It's just that the transaction should be quicker. Our boss doesn't like to procrastinate. You mean you guys can pay in full? Aha! Zhou Lan stood up at once. Recently the company was in urgent need of a large amount of money. The chairman had cashed out a dozen points from the stock market, just to prepare to take on big projects. After the news of this building in New Street was put out for sale, many interested parties had inquired about it, but most of them couldn't come up with that much cash. The other party could actually pay the full amount? Zhou Lan resisted the joy in her heart. Okay, I'll ask for instructions from above and try to give the most favorable price. She walked out of the parlor and immediately called the chairman for instructions. Zhao Guowei gave her an instruction. You have full authority. Zhou Lan had a number in her heart. She came back and immediately clapped hands with Su Rujin. Our company's reserve price is $480 million. Su Rujin nodded. No problem. Hey, she actually doesn't counteroffer? Zhou Lan was a bit confused. It was a deal just like that? Of course, the previous offer was $650 million. Later on, it really needed a large amount of money to turn around, which was why it was given $480 million. Both sides just like this negotiated. Su Rujin paid a deposit of $10 million, signed the contract, wait for the third-party inspection, there is no construction quality problems, and then pay the balance in one lump sum. Chapter 48, Chen Fan's first company. The fact that this building of Zhao's real estate was a private purchase surprised Zhao. There was actually such a character on the ground in Zhangzhou? It was important to know that even many big companies couldn't just casually shell out a few $100 million, either engage in bank loans or installments. After all, everyone knew that they would hold the cash in their hands. The other party's payment was too painful. He asked Zhou Lan to keep an eye on it, and maybe he can become a partner in the future. The third-party test report will take a week to come out. Chen Fan let Su Rujin seize the time to register a company. Su Rujin is the legal person. Su Rujin knows that Chen Fan's business map will officially begin. The name of the company was Blueprint Investment. While Su Rujin went to run the formalities of the company, Chen Fan called Chen Mang to come over. Once the company was established, the security system would definitely need to keep up at all times as well. When Chen Mang received the call and heard that he could be given 3 times the salary, he resigned on the spot without saying a word and took the high-speed train to Zhengzhou City overnight. At night, Chen Fan called out to him to go out for a midnight snack. Then he let him stay in the hotel for the night. The next morning, Chen Fan brought him to meet with Su Rujin. According to what the two had agreed beforehand, Su Ruzhen was the boss and Chen Fan was just an introducer. Chen Meng had met Su Ruzhen once, and looking at Su Ruzhen's temperament, he believed it. Su Ruzhen told him the key point. The company has just started. Your duty is to be responsible for the company's defense work. Currently he temporarily gave Su Ruzhen as a driver. After all, Su Ruzhen was quite busy during this time. Seeing that Chen Fan had helped introduce himself to such a good job, Chen Meng asked Su Ruzhen, when Chen Fan graduates, can you come to work at the company together? Su Ruzhen held back her laughter, but she couldn't expose Chen Fan's identity. Let's talk about it then. He told me that you are very good and especially recommended you, so do a good job. Chen Meng was happy. After all, this place gave him 10,000 a month. The work was easy. After settling Chen Meng's work, the report from the third-party testing organization also came down. The entire building complied with the building standards and had no safety or quality issues, so the two sides formally handled the handover. Su Ruzhen paid the money. From now on, this building is Chen Fan's property, and it is a private property, not included in the company's assets. Blueprint Investment Company Limited was formally established with a registered capital of $10 million. Next, Chen Fan set up another company. This time, the legal person was himself, using this company to hold Blueprint Investment. Of course, Su Ruzhen didn't understand these routines. She was just an executor. Chen Meng had been running after Su Ruzhen during this period of time, and when he received the property, he looked at the towering building and said, "Oh my god, this is the company headquarters?" Su Ruzhen said, "In the future, all the security of this building will be under your control, with dozens, hundreds of people under you." Chen Meng hemmed and hawed, scratching his head. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for valuing me, but the company's management system will be very strict. You have to work hard." Su Ruzhen knocked him down some more, saving him from drifting. On her side, she was busy running the company establishment. Chen Fan continued his daily operation. However, he was now operating long-term in the main line, and didn't need to keep an eye on it every day. After vacating $600 million out, the account currently had $4 billion. Continue to keep on living with it. There is no need to alarm anyone. I'll just be a stock market small scattered. Chen Fan turned off the computer and gave Su Ruzhen a call. "Did you get the company building rental thing done?" "It's done. Someone came over to see the venue yesterday." "Okay, put out the advertisement. You've been working hard for a while. I'll give you a treat tonight. What do you want to eat?" "Anything I want?" "Aha, sure. Are you okay with that?" Su Ruzhen covered her mouth and snickered on the other end of the phone when she saw that he wasn't talking anymore. But she was also quite depressed. What's wrong with this guy? Just doesn't take a liking to himself. What's so bad about me? Where is it worse? Humph. One day you will not be able to escape from the palm of my hand. Su Ruzhen really do not believe Chen Fan really can sit back and relax. Then Chen Fan gave Zhuobing a call. "Recently, your mom's control is not strict? You find a way to let her go to Xinjiku for a stroll." Zhuobing didn't understand what it meant. "She's been busy lately. She's been looking for venues everywhere. None of them are suitable. You tell her to go. It's best not to show anything. After all, your mom is too cunning." Zhuobing was speechless. "Is this how you treat your future mother-in-law?" Chen Fan said fiercely. "If it wasn't for her, I would have gotten it long ago. Now it's causing me to be 20 years old and still a beginner." Scram! Zhuobing rolled up her eyes. However, she still listened to Chen Fan's words, and this time, without her mom calling back, she came directly to her mom's company. "Mom, I don't want to eat at home at night. Let's go eat outside. You've worked hard these past few days. I'll treat you." Zhuobing's mom was confused. A few days ago, she was still arguing with herself. Why did she change today? Not good. Could it have been stolen? She looked at her daughter cautiously. In the evening, the family went out for dinner. Zhuobing specially asked to go to the restaurant in Xinjiku. This did not arouse the suspicion of the mother, but let her see the opposite building's advertisement for rent. The whole building, with LED as the signboard. Zhuobing mom's eyes lit up. Didn't she say before that it was only for sale and not for rent? How come it's now for rent? She immediately looked for someone to inquire, only to hear that the building was sold for $4.8 million. My goodness, that's rich. She and her husband's combined funds could not buy this building, and they are usually the successful people in other people's mouths. So boss. This meal made Zhuobing's mom very happy because tomorrow she would be able to go and look at the venue. If she could set up her company here, the location, and the grandeur of the building, the whole company's image became high. In the evening, Chen Fan was making plans with Su Ruzhen. Such a big building, we can open a hotel ourselves. Su Ruzhen proposed. Opening a hotel is not our strong point. We can hold the shares and let others do it. Chen Fan thought of Zhao Linlin. Didn't she run a hotel herself? Since he had bought the building, he had to put it to use. With more than 50 floors, besides an office building, A hotel was definitely necessary. Now Chen Fan was going to spread out his industry, not purely just raking in money in the stock market. The next morning, Su Ruzhen received a call from Zhuo Bing's mom. The two made an appointment for a face-to-face meeting. Chen Fan told her that she cannot want her rent. We hold in the form of rent. Su Ruzhen cannot understand. Such a small company. Chen Fan also intends to insert a hand? Of course she does not know. This woman is left ice her mom. When he holds the company of Zhuo Bing's mom, this future mother-in-law is not at his disposal? Chapter 49 Worth billions. Actually said that I am a decorator? I did not expect that Zhuo Bing's mom was very sensitive, and when she heard that the lessor wanted to control the investment in her company, she chose to refuse. In the end, Su Ruzhen rented her a whole floor of the building at a relatively cheap price. Chen Fan gave this building a name, Yunfan Building. While others did not understand Chen Fan's mind, Su Ruzhen understood in her heart. This building was another starting point for Chen Fan's career. The long wind will break the waves sometimes, and the cloud sails will reach the sea. He is going to enter the real world. However, Zhuo Bing's mother could not understand how she was so lucky to be able to get the right to rent a floor of Yunfan Mansion at such a cheap price. She even asked Su Ruzhen, who said that she was the first customer to come over to rent it, so she was given a cheaper price. Zhuo Bing's mom could only understand it that way. Otherwise, she can't think that people covet her beauty. Zhuo Bing's mom belongs to the temperament woman, and Zhuo Bing is better than her. In the afternoon, Zhuo Bing sent a message over and said that she would go to Yunfan Mansion with her mom to see the progress of the decoration. Chen Fan looked at the time and also rushed over. Previously, all the matters of Yunfan Mansion were taken care of by Su Ruzhen, and Chen Fan had only come once. Today was the second time he came, and it just so happened that Blueprint Investment Company was also being renovated. The top 10 floors of the building were reserved by Chen Fan. Below the 20th floor is a hotel, and the 20th to 40th floors are used for rent. Zhuo Bing's mom was ambitious. She wanted the 46th floor, because she didn't want another company to go over her head. She also took the new company as another starting point for her career. Although the hotel is not done yet, Chen Fan has already reserved the space, and its elevator was separate from the commercial area upstairs. Half of the hall on the first floor belonged to the hotel. Entering from the south, the commercial area enters from the north, and the two sides do not interfere with each other. Chen Fan came to the downstairs, just happened to bump into the left ice and mom from the car down. When the mom did not pay attention, Zhuo Bing smiled at Chen Fan. Chen Fan noticed the left ice mom, in the end is a northern woman, height of 1 meter 7. The figure is especially good, and Zhuo Bing stood together, very much like a pair of sisters. Chen Fan did not hurry and followed the two into the elevator. Zhuo Bing's mom glanced at Chen Fan, seeing that it was just an ordinary boy. She didn't take it to heart. Chen Fan stood behind her, level with Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing quietly used her fingers to scratch Chen Fan's hand a few times and made a face. Chen Fan was also unruffled and pinched her on her thigh. Young man, are you a decorator here? Zhuo Bing's mom suddenly asked. Chen Fan hummed. Yes, auntie, is there something wrong? Zhuo Bing's mom turned around and sized him up again and said to Zhuo Bing, look, this is what happens when you don't study. At a young age, you can only do this kind of hard and tiring work on the construction site. Chen Fan was speechless. Dare you ask me for the purpose of just stepping on me? Zhuo Bing was also speechless. Chen Fan glanced at Zhuo Bing's mom. Right, I just don't study. People who can only move bricks on construction sites. The elevator went to the 46th floor, and their mother and daughter went out of the elevator. Chen Fan, however, came to his own company site, and Su Ru was really on the spot. She was particularly serious about this matter. After all, the company was her legal person, and she was full of passion. Chen Fan said that he wanted to make her worth $10 billion. After the blueprint investment get up, Su Ruzhen's value naturally rises. At that time, she was the elite of the younger generation in this circle. Why did you come over? How about taking a look at our design partition? Chen Fan nodded and gazed through the window. The 50-something story building was exceptionally tall. There were quite a few tall buildings in the surrounding area, but most of them were more than 30 stories. Therefore, Yunfan Mansion had the flavor of being a standout. With a glance from here, one could see the rolling Great River flowing east. Su Ruzhen stood beside him and Chen Fan asked, what do you feel at this moment? Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly. There is a kind of grandeur of a king in the world. The mood is especially good and passionate. Chen Fan smiled, but he wasn't in this kind of mood. His goal was simple, to make money. What ambition and grandeur. Why think so much? Su Ruzhen pointed to an area over there. This is the office area for you. More than 500 square feet. There is also a specialized rest area. Since Chen Fan's plan was to renovate only one floor, Su Ruzhen divided an area in the place with the best viewpoint and prepared to use it for Chen Fan's office. Chen Fan shook his head. Here you go. I don't need an office. Only your resting area. Except for me, no one is allowed to enter. Su Ruzhen instantly had a red face and made color to glare at him. I would have been relieved if I had said this earlier. With a red face, but a serious face, she said, "You said it, don't lie to me." Chen Fan laughed out loud. Downstairs, Zhuo Bing's mom stood in front of the window with her daughter. She pointed at everything outside the window and condescended. "Zhuo Bing, this is a new start for mom's career. At that time, mom will go to the world from here and become a world-renowned presence. I want to become a giant in the business circle. The richest man like Superman Lee. When I grow old, I'll leave it all to you. Come on, let's go upstairs." Mother and daughter took the elevator to the Blueprint investment renovation site upstairs. Finding that Mr. Su was talking to the renovation worker just now, Zhuo Bing's mother walked over. "Hey, Mr. Su, such a coincidence. You are here too." Chen Fan saw them coming over and gave Su Ruzhen a wink, not to reveal his identity. Su Ruzhen also smiled and greeted them. "Mr. Han, what brings you here?" Zhuo Bing's mom glanced at Chen Fan next to her and didn't care. After all, who would care about a decorator? She cozied up to Su Ruzhen. "Thanks for taking care of Mr. Su, giving me such a favorable rent. Hey, when are you free? I'll treat you to a meal. How about today? It's better to choose a day than to bump into it." Su Ruzhen waved her hand repeatedly. "Dinner is even better. I really don't have time recently." He himself had to accompany his boss to eat at night for fear, so he couldn't leave him alone. Han Chaiyang was anxious. "Don't, even if you're busy, you still have to eat. It's not like you'll lose much time. Let's do it tonight. How about it? I'll book the restaurant." Su Ruzhen was about to refuse. Chen Fan gestured from a distance and told her to look at her cell phone. Su Ruzhen pulled out her cell phone and looked. Promise her. She didn't know what Chen Fan meant, so she could only reluctantly say, "Alright then." Chapter 50, the biggest boss behind all this. But she made a small request. "Mr. Han, if we go to dinner together in the evening, I hope it's just the two of us. I want to talk to Mr. Han about something." Zhuo Bing's mom was stunned and immediately responded. Yes. It was hard to wait for Su Ruzhen to agree, so of course she wouldn't refuse. Even though Su Ruzhen didn't know why Chen Fan made such an arrangement, she still did as she was told. "Zhuo Bing, go back by yourself later and tell your dad that I have something to do in the evening." "Good class." Zhuo Bing was excited. Instinctively, she smiled at Chen Fan. Zhuo Bing's mom, on the other hand, took the opportunity to launch an invitation to Su Ruzhen. "Since it's like this, why don't we find a place to drink tea now? I feel especially kind to Mr. Su at first sight." Mr. Su is so accomplished at such a young age. Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly and politely. Where? Mr. Han is the senior. I have to learn from you." Saying learn would be a slap in the face. "You are in charge of several $100 million of buildings, and I am worth only a few tens of millions of dollars." In order to get close to Su Ruzhen, Zhuo Bing's mom invited her to a tea house she was familiar with. Of course she would not think that her daughter would have anything to do with a decorator. After explaining a few sentences, they went downstairs. Seeing the two get into the car and leave, Zhuo Bing waved her hand. "Bye mom." Then she folded back. The two in hot love couldn't wait to hug each other. "Chen Fan, I love you." "Aha, I love you too." This time, they can finally be together in a big way, and they don't have to worry about their mom staring. Su Ruzhen and Zhuo Bing's mom are still drinking tea. Unbeknownst to them, the curtains of a room in a nearby hotel were drawn slowly. The curtains of a nearby hotel room were drawn. "The first time I've ever seen a woman in the world. I've seen a woman in the world." The curtains of a room in a nearby hotel were drawn slowly. In the tea house, Zhuo Bing's mom was especially polite. "Mr. Su, I really have to thank you this time." "Hey, Mr. Su, how old are you?" "I'm 24. I envy your age. I'll be old in the blink of an eye." Looking at Su Ruzhen's delicate figure, Zhuo Bing's mom was envious. So young, and so capable, combining beauty and wisdom. "I'm afraid it's not easy to find such a girl." "Where is Mr. Su's family from?" Zhuo Bing's mom sipped her tea, slowly getting close to Su Ruzhen. Su Ruzhen's eyebrows suddenly jumped for no reason. There was always a feeling that something was about to happen. However, the order she received was to stall Zhuo Bing ma as much as possible. Drink tea, eat, and then go for a pampering. Couldn't he manage it without a few hours? Could she? Su Ruzhen has been wondering. What does Chen Fan mean by this? What does this guy want? The clever Su Ruzhen seems to have guessed what. She couldn't help but blush, and cursed in her heart. This bastard. The two people stayed in the hotel room for more than 3 hours. It was hard to part. When Zhuo Handong called, Zhuo Bing remembered that he didn't tell his dad about not going back for dinner at night. "Oh no, will my mom be suspicious?" "It won't, she's too busy herself." "Okay." Zhuo Bing finally put down her heart. "Hey, you seem to be familiar with Mr. Su." Chen Fan nodded. "Otherwise you really think our mom can rent such a cheap office building?" So this is your help behind the scenes? She was a little less convinced. Chen Fan's family was not well off, which was why he worked extra hard. In addition to working hard and studying hard during the week, he also went outside to work part-time. According to Dad, he met Chen Fan at the antique market. But I didn't expect him to know a character like Su Ruzhen. In Zhuo Bing's eyes, Su Ruzhen should be considered a big boss. After all of her parents' assets added up to only 1 or 200 million. Of course, she could never imagine that Chen Fan was the biggest boss behind all this. The two stayed in the hotel until 10 o'clock. Zhuo Bing had to go back. Chen Fan was very careful this time, did not leave a mark on her neck, sent Zhuo Bing to the door of the house, before he took a taxi home. Today he is indeed very excited. Finally took Zhuo Bing in, tasted another kind of happiness in life. After returning to the apartment, Chen Fan went to the bathroom to take a shower. Unexpectedly, Su Ruzhen came back before the bath was finished. She also brought Chen Fan a meal. Chen Fan half covered the bathroom door. Why did you just come back? Su Ruzhen looked at him. What do you mean? Don't want me to come back? No, I didn't bring clothes in. Cut. It's not like I haven't seen them before. Su Ruzhen bristled. Have you seen it when? How did Chen Fan feel that something was wrong? Su Ruzhen suddenly turned red. I'll help you get your clothes. Seeing this look on her face, Chen Fan was a bit flustered. It wasn't right. How could she have seen it? Could it be that she peeked at me? Su Ruzhen brought the clothes over, and seeing her look of weakness, Chen Fan seriously suspected that he had been won over by her. Changing his clothes and coming out, Chen Fan solemnly said, honestly, did you peep at me? Thinking about what? It was when you yourself slept. At night. Su Ruzhen suddenly stopped. Chen Fan shuddered. Then you can't look at it either. Blame me? It's good that I didn't take advantage of people. In terms of being a hooligan, he really couldn't say anything about her. Chen Fan only had to change the topic. Pull up the company structure as soon as possible. Chen Meng's side also needs to recruit people. Aha! Just about to get it. I asked him to gather his former comrades over to form a defense force. Right. And also set up a property company. I'll think about this matter first. Chen Fan had his own considerations. Tomorrow, he would make a trip to the barbecue store to see their current situation. The next afternoon, Chen Fan came to the barbecue store. Seeing that Lang Gao and the others were all there, Tang Jing continued to work for them. Chen Fan asked, how's business these days? Qin Nan said it was sloppy. Not too good. Not too bad. The income was more than $1,000 a day. Chen Fan said, shut it down. Let someone else do this kind of thing. Ha! The crowd didn't understand. Wang Hao said, I think it's good enough to have over $1,000 a day for summer vacation. Chen Fan asked him, have you done the math? If it's not a loss, let's all make a little profit and change hands. I have an idea. How about we go set up a property company? A property company? How much money would we have to invest? Of course Chen Fan wouldn't let them invest money. Let Su Ruzhen get that site up and then contract it out to them. Let them adapt to society in advance. Yunthan Mansion was totally picking up money if it was done. Chen Fan said to Tang Jing, you go along too. The 5 of you will start a business together. Tang Jing stalled. She didn't expect that she would have a share as well. Chapter 51, Su Ruzhen's Secret. Compared to a barbecue restaurant that was such a small hit, contracting the Yunfan Mansion's property would definitely be a bit more lucrative. Chen Fan told them about his plan. Although the 5 were extremely eager in their hearts, they were also a little worried. Will people give us such a big thing to do? The key thing is that we don't know anything. Can't we learn if we don't know? Being a property is nothing but doing service, collecting the money and doing the service well. Chen Fan solemnly taught them. Seeing that he was speaking so seriously and was very much like a leader, Lang Gao was surprised and said, Chen Fan, you've changed. Hey. Yes, many people had noticed that he had changed. He was no longer the poor, impoverished student he used to be. He had become more confident and imposing. It was important to realize that these people in front of him had all grown up with him. Even Tang Jing noticed it. They all said that Chen Fan was a poor student on welfare, but the confidence and vigor he was showing now was very suspicious. Was this still the Chen Fan he knew? Chen Fan seemed to have realized something. Oh no, he had overacted himself. He hurriedly interrupted these people. I'm serious. If this thing is done right, it will be another starting point in our lives. But why should people trust us to give us such a big project to do? Right. You know, many companies are reluctant to hire us when they see we have no work experience. Qin Nan voiced his worries. Chen Fan said, don't worry about this. I'll coordinate. What you guys need to do now is how to divide the labor. Right now, you can temporarily attach it to someone else's company name, so you guys can save yourselves a lot of trouble. Metaphorically speaking, finances, taxes, and so on. But you guys need to clear it down now and get the personnel structure in place. Work is very different from school. Since we are all partners, we have to work together and be united. Work to be obedient to the arrangement and management. Think about this yourselves. Qin Nan asked. What about you? Yeah, it would be good for you to be our leader. We'll work with you. Chen Fan shook his head. I still have my own part-time job. I'm too busy. Prince, Housie, you two men have to carry the heavy load, and the burden should be yours. The two nodded. Okay, then what are we waiting for? Just transfer this place. The barbecue restaurant was meant to be a practice for them, and now it was the starting point to officially step into their careers, really getting in touch with society now. Currently, Yunfan Mansion had just begun to recruit tenants, and the management of the property side was not that complicated. After the barbecue restaurant did the transfer, Tang Jing's salary had to be settled immediately. Chen Fan said, you guys can split my share equally, count 2 salaries for Tang Jing. Qin Nan opened her mouth. This guy was so generous, he doesn't want all the money from running the store. But Wang Hao said, how can this be? Among the few of us, you have the worst family conditions. How can we covet this money from you? Right, although we all know that you are a righteous person, but you can't be like this. If not, what kind of good brothers are we? Yilangao didn't agree to take his money either. Whatever you guys want. Anyway, he himself was not interested in this small amount of money. As per Chen Fan's request, he paid Tang Jing $5,000 in wages. Tang Jing also understood in her heart that it was impossible for her to earn so much money from this job she was doing here. Therefore she was also unwilling to ask for it. The crowd was speechless. No way. None of you lack money? None of you are interested in money? Qin Nan urged. Tang Jing, take it. It's a little bit of everyone's thoughts. After talking for a long time, Tang Jing then agreed to take the $3,000. Seeing Chen Fan about to leave, Tang Jing caught up. Chen Fan, what's wrong? She handed over the $3,000. Is it okay if I pay you back these first? Chen Fan shook his head. What's the rush? Keep this money for now. School will start again in a few days. You can't go back and ask for money again, can you? Tang Jing bit her lip. But, don't you have any mental burdens? I've been there too, but now I'm strong inside. When the time comes, you'll just do your job well. It's also a fortune in life, but you need money for that too. Tang Jing was still uneasy. You're worried about me? Chen Fan looked at her and she didn't even dare to raise her head. Compared to Zhua Bing, Tang Jing was a bit more timid. I've taken a part-time job outside. I'm not short of money. I can still send money to my family now. Don't worry. You go back and study those property management knowledge. Tang Jing hummed. I'll try my best to do that. In the evening, Su Ruzhen came back, reporting to Chen Fan about the progress of today's work. Chen Mang's side had recruited a dozen security guards. A few of them were Chen Mang's comrades. Chen Fan said, although the company is just starting out, the system must be clear. We can't let them get used to being lazy, or else we won't be able to manage them at all in the future. Also, the few students I told you about, let them get a good workout and see if they can be absorbed into the company later. Chen Fan didn't let them take dead wages, but told them to start their own business, which was also well-intentioned. The current focus of the property was on safety and fire prevention, maintaining the building's facilities, and the renovation waste from the new company moving in. Watching the company operate step by step, the staff gradually increased. Chen Fan began to brew a bigger plan. On this side of the stock market, Chen Fan continued the pattern of picking up money every day. The money on the capital account has already exceeded $6,600,000,000. It had risen by more than 50% in half a month. Now the amount of money is too large, and it is not possible to be as light as a swallow as in the past. Every day to catch the stop. Too much money to intervene. The dealer will become cautious. Therefore, Chen Fan can only control the long term. Su Ruzhen is now busier than before. The company inside and outside of the matter to her hand to grasp. It is impossible to have time to help Chen Fan manipulation. This day Su Ruzhen is as tired as a dog. Back on the sofa, Chen Fan said, go, take you to a massage. Su Ruzhen lay there, don't want to move. No way, you don't even go when I take you to enjoy yourself? Su Ruzhen hooked him with her foot. Why don't you help me press it? Press it any way you want. Chen Fan said, little Su student, you've drifted recently. Dare to let the boss help you massage? Su Ruzhen bristled. Cheap bastard. I've never been defensive towards you, and you're actually doing this to me. Cough dash. Chen Fan hurriedly changed the topic. My family's house has been built to the second floor, and the main body should be completed soon. Oh, the progress is quite fast. Well, when they are built, I will take the time to go back then. Hey, Su Ruzhen, how come I've never heard you mention anything about your home? When will I go to your home to take a look? Su Ruzhen's face immediately became flustered. What's there to see in my home? Chapter 52. How dare you let your boss give you a massage? Seeing that her face was unnatural, Chen Fan seriously suspected that she was harboring secrets in her heart. If you have any difficulties just tell me, Chen Fan solemnly said. Su Ruzhen shook her head. What are you talking about? She put her foot on Chen Fan's leg. Press it for me. Chen Fan really had no choice but to help her press her calf. Su Ruzhen's legs were very thin and straight, and her ankles were perfect. The slender jade feet were like beautifully carved jade. Other than Zhuo Bing, Chen Fan had never appreciated a girl's feet this close. Seeing Su Ruzhen's face of enjoyment, Chen Fan suspected that she was doing it on purpose. After all, it was too soulful for her to lie like this, especially when he was pressing her comfortably. She suddenly hummed in satisfaction. It simply hooked people's souls away. Come up a bit, don't keep pressing one place. She actually had a request. Grabbing Chen Fan's hand, she moved upwards. Chen Fan looked at her speechlessly. Really taking me as a mechanic? Su Ruzhen sighed grudgingly. Still really a willow lover. Really can't figure out how you chase girls. Want me to chase them? Chen Fan helped her to continue pressing. Usually it's them who chase me. You just blow it. She rubbed her foot against Chen Fan. Chen Fan didn't respond. She rubbed again. You. Chen Fan's body shrank and removed her foot. Getting down to business. Now this car is no longer worthy of your status. Buy a few more cars. Su Ruzhen asked. What price car to buy? Chen Fan said. Grasp this yourself. Don't be afraid to spend money. The company still has more than $100 million on the books, and there is no investment at the moment, so just buy whatever you want. Su Ruzhen seriously measured. Then buy a Maybach, and then buy a business car for reception. Chen Fan said. Buy one for you privately as well. See what kind you like. There is no need to buy so many cars. Su Ruzhen shook her head. Add more when the company has a need. At most, add a minivan. Chen Fan looked at her strangely. I realized how you don't like money either. The first time he gave her $100,000, she bought herself clothes. Then he gave her $1 million, which she gave to his family to build a house. Then he himself gave her another $10 million, and she paid the deposit for the Yunfan mansion. It's hard for the average person to remain unmoved by money, right? Su Ruzhen laughed. Who said that? I just don't like small money. Alright, then I'll give you a few $100 million back. Put. Su Ruzhen rolled up her eyes. What are you trying to do? Raise me? Yes, there is indeed this idea. Chen Fan said truthfully, but Su Ruzhen refused. I believe you, if you really want to raise me, but don't touch me. What do you mean? You don't call it raising me. You want to die of thirst. Chen Fan wiped his sweat. It's not that he doesn't want to, he just doesn't want to apologize to Zhuo Bing. After all, Zhuo Bing has been very attentive to himself, so he can't hurt people, right? And, most importantly, he didn't want to have an unclear relationship with Su Ruzhen. In life, some things can be greedy, some things cannot be greedy. He decided to go and buy a building to use as a reward for the company's executives in the future. Of course, like Su Ruzhen, to be treated especially generously. Tomorrow is a day off. No need to keep an eye on the market. Chen Fan decided to go for a stroll around the neighborhood. The next morning, the weather was just right. As the company was under renovation, Su Ruzhen went to the construction site again. Chen Fan left the apartment building and swiped a shared bicycle to look at the property. Before coming out, Chen Fan had done his homework last night. He had also checked a few good neighborhoods, and if it was to be a staff dormitory, of course it should be close to Yunfan Mansion, but it was hard to buy existing houses in the neighborhood anymore. The billboard in front reads, Jiangshan Imperial View, a detached villa, enjoying a large private space. The river view is picturesque, and you can savor a different life. Chen Fan's heart moved. Why don't we go there to have a look? He rode his bike again and rushed to the sales department of Riverside Imperial View. This property was actually built halfway up the hill in the forest park, and you could indeed see the river view from afar. A low-rise villa like it, of course, can only rely on the terrain to see the river view, but the environment here was good, and the key was that it was only a hill away from Jiangzhou University, one on the south side of the mountain and one on the east side of the mountain. Chen Fan stood outside the sales department and took a glance at it without any obstruction. This location is really good. If you don't have to fight for your life, living here is indeed a kind of enjoyment. Just about to enter the sales department, a car drove up behind him. Tick-tock. Chen Fan turned around and saw that it was a champagne-colored Porsche Cayenne. The car drove straight into the parking space and Zhao Linlin came out of the car. Did she change her car again? Nope. Someone like her should have more than one car. Chen Fan. Zhao Linlin was wearing a white casual dress and grabbed a bag in her hand. She put her car keys into the bag and walked towards Chen Fan. Why did you come here? It's not because you want to come here to look for a job, is it? The sales department was recruiting people, especially since many school students came over to apply for jobs. Zhao Linlin thought of this at first. Chen Fan saw that she misunderstood and didn't explain. How did you also come here? Zhao Linlin laughed. This is our family's property. Only then did Chen Fan notice that it said Zhao's Real Estate. Wait, this Zhao's Real Estate wouldn't be the listed company that he had wool gathered last time, right? Chen Fan didn't even look at these things when speculating on stocks. He only looked at the future trend of the stock. Zhao Linlin saw him froze, so she asked, "What's wrong? Your dad is the chairman of Zhao's real estate?" "Yeah, oh, I totally get it when I say it like that. Originally, Zhao Linlin's family's business is doing so big, after the last stock price surge, it should all be in the hundreds of billions of assets, right? Of course, a market capitalization of 100 billion doesn't equate to their family having so much money, but it was also scary enough. No wonder Zhao Linlin was able to manage a hotel at such a young age. You want to come work here?" Zhao Linlin asked. Chen Fan shook his head. "This place is too far from the school. You might as well go to my place." Zhao Linlin issued another invitation. "Let's see." Chen Fan walked into the sales department. He had come over to buy a house. If there was a suitable one, then he would buy 2 sets. "Well, then you take a look." Zhao Linlin went to the second floor office area. Possibly seeing Chen Fan come over with Zhao Linlin, a pretty salesgirl walked quickly. "Sir, want to buy a house?" The other party was tall, at least around 1 meter 6'8", and the face value was high, worthy of being a highly positioned villa area. All the staff in the sales department had good face value, especially this young lady who received her. Chen Fan noticed the sign on her chest, Chu Yanfei. Although she was not sure if the boy in front of her had the strength to purchase a house, she still received Chen Fan with the passion for her work. Chen Fan did not show any emotion. "I'll take a look first." The location of the building was good, and there were a small number of existing houses, which was extremely rare in Jiangzhou, but the price, even if the villas here were cheaper, a random set would cost tens of millions of dollars. But to Chen Fan, who was worth billions, this was nothing. Chapter 53, 2 sets of this villa. Working in a place like this, not everyone has the chance to sell a villa. After all, there are too few rich people in this world. Tens of millions of dollars a set of villas. You can sell one. The commission alone is more than $100,000, casually beyond the lives of too many ordinary people. And they also have a guaranteed salary, even if there is usually no deal, but also not to starve to death. After all, can come here to work, are above carefully selected sales elite. Either the face value is outstanding, or the ability is too much. Chu Yanfei didn't hold much hope that she would definitely be able to sell a villa today. Anyway, she was just entertaining the guests with the same mindset as usual. Chen Fan asked her about the sales situation of the property. Chu Yanfei squatted beside Chen Fan and introduced it with great care. This action of hers caught Chen Fan's attention and he couldn't help but look at her more. Upstairs, Zhao Linlin was busy. She came over to collect market information. She was the only baby daughter in the Zhao family, and after graduation in the future, she would directly take over the family's affairs. Therefore Zhao Linlin had to familiarize herself with it all in advance. Chen Fan had wanted to buy it today, but didn't want Zhao Linlin to know, so he said to Chu Yanfei, "Add a WeChat." Nowadays there are many means to ask for a beautiful woman's WeChat these days. Chu Yanfei looks so pretty, there are always people hitting on her. Hearing Chen Fan make this request, she stood up and smiled. "Sorry, I don't have a cell phone." Chen Fan didn't force himself, he just gave her a faint look. "Then call the others over." Chu Yanfei saw that he was so calm and relaxed, completely unlike the way those people usually flirt with themselves. Moreover, his gaze was pure, without the slightest hint of a disinterested look, so she gritted her teeth. "Wait a moment, I'll go get my cell phone." She hurriedly ran to the front desk and flipped out her phone, opening the QR code. "Sir, is this okay?" Chen Fan scanned it and nodded. "Go get busy." After saying that, he was also ready to leave. "I'll see you to the door." Chu Yanfei, wearing a cheongsam, courteously led Chen Fan to the door and bowed deeply. "Take care, sir. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Chen Fan glanced at the second floor. "Stay here and if anyone asks, just say that I came here to apply for a job, and don't say anything else." "Ah, originally he came over to apply for a job?" Chu Yanfei had some small loss in his heart, but fortunately, didn't show it. He just nodded his head repeatedly and said yes. Chen Fan did not hesitate and walked towards the shared bicycle just now. A person riding a shared bicycle shouldn't be able to afford a villa, right? Chu Yanfei returned to the lobby and the manager came over to inquire. "How is it? Does the guest have an intention?" Chu Yanfei shook his head. The manager laughed. "Your eye for people is still poor. I can tell the depth of a young man like this at a glance. Learn well. In our line of work, the water is deep." About half an hour later, Zhao Linlin came down from the second floor and surveyed the sales hall. "Ha, where's the person who came in with me just now?" The manager immediately trotted over. "Missy, you're talking about." Zhao Linlin frowned, her gaze falling on Chu Yanfei. "Wasn't it you who received him?" Chu Yanfei whispered. "He's been gone for about half an hour." "Oh, did he say what he came over for?" Chu Yanfei thought for a moment. "He said he came over to apply for a job." "True enough," Zhao Linlin smiled and instructed. "If he comes again, you guys tell him that there's no hiring here." "Ha, The manager was also confused. Xu Yanfei was even more confused for a long time. I thought he had some kind of friendship with Missy, but he's someone Missy hates. After sending Zhao Linlin to the door, Xu Yanfei picked up her cell phone and prepared to delete Chen Fan's WeChat, but she still curiously paid attention to his friend circle. The friend circle was plain and ordinary. Nothing could be seen except reflecting that he was a college student. It turns out that he is still a student. Forget it, don't delete it, just lie like this. Xu Yanfei was about to put away his cell phone. Tick. A message was received on his cell phone. Buildings 16 and 19 are reserved for me. How do I pay the deposit? Ha. Xu Yanfei was completely confused. Once again, he looked at the message. That's right, it was precisely this Chen Fan that he was just now preparing to delete. Isn't he still a student? It can't be flirting with me, right? A deposit? She thought for a moment. I'll send you the financial collection code. According to the company's regulations, if the customer is not satisfied, the deposit is refundable within half a month. Xu Yanfei sent the financial collection code over. A few minutes later, she received Chen Fan's payment information. The deposit was $200,000 for buildings 16 and 19. Oh, geez, he really paid the deposit, and it was for 2 villas. Xu Yanfei was a little messed up. After all, Chen Fan was not someone who could afford a villa anyhow. Chen Fan instructed once more. Don't tell anyone about the information that I bought the villas, otherwise I will cancel the program. Okay. Xu Yanfei's heart was pounding. She repeatedly assured Chen Fan. No, resolutely not. But the front desk phone rang. It was from the finance department. Just now a guest paid a deposit for 2 villas. Who received them? Ha! The sales department exploded. A deposit for 2 villas? Who is it? Who was it? The manager was also confused as she looked at all the sales in the sales department. Xu Yanfei had to call the manager outside and said Chen Fan's request. The manager opened her mouth. Just now she said that Xu Yanfei couldn't read people, but she didn't realize that people had already paid the deposit. She patted Xu Yanfei's shoulder. Okay, I know what to do. You contact the other party as soon as possible and try to sign the contract earlier. Let's do it this way. You'll make a trip tonight, so as not to have a long night. Night? Not so good, right? The manager glared at her. Are you really stupid or not? When you come across such a client you don't seize the opportunity. Are you waiting for someone else to get there first? Why don't I take over for you? Xu Yanfei honestly out. Remember to bring a gift. Take one of these guests. You don't even have to work this year. With 2 villas sold, at least $300,000 in commission could be taken. The manager, of course, also had a management commission, so she strongly advised Xu Yanfei to grab the guests and not run away. Paying the deposit shows that he has the intention. Near the end of the day, Xu Yanfei did call over to talk to Chen Fan about the villa. By the way, he was invited to have a meal together. Tomorrow, Chen Fan said and directly hung up the phone. In fact, he had already learned about the entire property just now at the sales department. He just didn't go to see the site. If he hadn't bumped into Zhao Linlin, he would have directly bought it. Xu Yanfei nervously pressed the phone to her heart, hoping that she wouldn't change her mind tomorrow. She prayed in her heart. Chapter 54, a gift of over $6 million. The next morning, Xu Yanfei called again, asking Chen Fan if he had time to go over to sign the contract. Su Ruzhen was resting today, and when she heard Chen Fan's phone ringing, or a young lady's voice, she asked, "Who is it?" "A salesman." Chen Fan coped with the sentence. Also do not want to let Su Ruzhen know. This matter of buying a villa must be kept secret. If he remembered correctly, next week was Su Ruzhen's birthday, 24 weeks old, her natal year. "I'm going out." Chen Fan changed his clothes and prepared to go out. Su Ruzhen bulged her mouth. "Without me? I'm going on a date. Why are you going?" "Humph." Su Ruzhen glared at him. "I can play assist for you." "Ha ha. Forget it. Wait for me at home. I'll be back soon." Today brought promised Zwabing that he would go to meet with her, but I'm afraid that the time arrangement can't come. Just out of the apartment complex, Xu Yanfei had already driven over with the driver in a big Ben to pick him up. Seeing this luxury car worth millions, Chen Fan's heart was like water. The 2 cars ordered by Su Ruzhen should also arrive, right? The car drove to the sales department. Xu Yanfei hurriedly got off and pulled the door open for him. "Mr. Chen, slow down." Since he came yesterday, Chen Fan went straight to the point. "Let's go see the site first." The villas in this development of Zhao's real estate were bought with hardcover, because many guests hated decorating so much. It was too troublesome. They would just directly do it for the customer and earn him another million or two in the meantime. Chen Fan followed Xu Yanfei to building 16. All the villas here come with a yard, which has an area of about 300 square feet. This yard only had the right to use it, not ownership. The villa had a total of 4 floors, including a basement. The total area is about 400 square meters. The price is more than $34 million. The 2 sets of villas were not far apart. Chen Fan roughly looked at them for a few moments. Alright, let's settle on it. The head of the household of the 16th building writes Su Ruzhen. Chu Yanfei was shocked in his heart. He actually bought the villa not for himself? Who is this Su Ruzhen? It was possible that it was his girlfriend. She kept sizing up Chen Fan's clothes, which were really plain. No one would have thought that he was actually a rich second generation. Of course, she would never have thought that Chen Fan was a rich generation. Just like this, before and after less than half an hour, he signed 2 villas. Chu Yanfei's heart was almost jumping out of her chest. Chen Fan's signing of this, she had a net income of 300,000 this year. Even if there was no half performance in the future, she would not lose. Today's guest is definitely the most refreshing guest since she started her career. If she bumped into some old oilheads, she would dilly-dally and even take advantage of others. Chen Fan hadn't messed around since the beginning, and hadn't even asked for more than a few words. The 2 villas were $62 million after discount. Chen Fan easily made the payment and then asked Chu Yanfei to send himself back. Su Ruzhen was really on the phone and hurriedly hung up when she heard the door ring. Back so soon? Can your girlfriend be satisfied with your level? Chen Fan glared at her breathlessly. What are you thinking about? For a girl's family, can you not be so roguish? There was still half a month to go before school started. Chen Fan asked Yi Langgao about the recent situation of the few of them. Su Ruzhen said, I let them go for training. Chen Fan nodded. Give them more opportunities to practice. See if you can grind 2 out. Su Ruzhen understood what he meant. If Yi Langgao and the others could adapt, they might be of great use in the future. He asked for Su Ruzhen's ID card, and didn't say anything, then opened the computer. Tomorrow is Monday. He has to do his homework. Currently the total assets of the account are $8 billion. Chen Fan had looked at the trend of these long-term stocks for the next half a month. The trend of 2 of these stocks is much the same. Tomorrow will release a heavenly volume, and the turnover rate will reach more than 40%. The next day a sharp retracement, and then again slammed. 7 consecutive boards in 10 trading days. This is the rhythm of the banker's strong wash. Scare away those who are not firm floating chips. In the past, Chen Fan definitely want to take advantage of tomorrow's momentum out of a part, and then into, but now the amount of money is too large. Each stock, at least more than 1 billion funds. If he also followed out, it is estimated that it will alarm the dealer. So he decided to continue to hibernate and not move, quietly waiting for the second wave of rise. By that time, the funds on his own account would definitely exceed 10 billion. Aha! $10 billion will be another starting point in his own life. Taking advantage of Su Ruzhen's busy days, Chen Fan gave her identity information to Chu Yanfei. 2 villas, 1 under Su Ruzhen's name, and 1 temporarily under his own name. Just after the formalities, Zhuo Bing called. What are you busy with? How come if I don't look for you, you won't look for me? Pig, Chen Fan explained. I'm working part-time, you know that. Send a location, I'll come over right away. Zhuo Bing hummed, which was only decent. She sent Chen Fan a location, and Zhuo Bing also took advantage of her mom's busyness in the past few days to sneak out to date Chen Fan. However, the school year is about to start, then the 2 people can get tired of each other every day. Rushed to the hotel opened by Zhuo Bing, Chen Fan just entered the door, was held down by Zhuo Bing on the wall. This girl's passion is like fire, and was managed by her mom for a few days, so she can't wait. After the 2 people finished, Zhuo Bing lay on his chest. Idiot, you have to be nice to me. She originally just wanted to fall in love, but she didn't expect to hand herself over. Chen Fan wrapped his arms around her. Even if I don't treat myself well, I will still treat you well. That's more like it. Zhuo Bing smiled with satisfaction. Chen Fan said, let me take you shopping. No, it was just a little bit of time. She couldn't afford to waste it. While Chen Fan thought of giving her a gift, but Zhuo Bing refused every time. She also understood Chen Fan's mind. You know, I don't need these material things with you. Chen Fan pinched her face. This time you must promise me. I hope that in you, there is something that belongs to me. Zhuo Bing was speechless. People are given to you, don't they all belong to you? Chen Fan climbed up. Wait for me here, I'll go and come. Then he ran to a nearby jewelry store. Wrap this diamond necklace and bracelet for me. The staff at the jewelry store were confused. Brother, look carefully. Just this necklace alone costs more than 6 million. This bracelet also costs 800,000. Chen Fan didn't nag her. I told you to pack, can't you hear me? He took out his bank card and put it on the counter. The staff shivered. Okay. Chen Fan bought these 2 things and returned to the hotel. Zhuo Bing was lying on the bed. Hearing the doorbell ring, she skimmed her mouth. What did you do? Secretive. I'm still half an hour away from going back. Chen Fan smiled heatedly and pulled out the 2 gifts he had just bought. How's it? Like it or not? Zhuo Bing stared. Where did you buy these? Is it expensive? It's not expensive. Something that costs a few $100s. Okay, as long as you bought it. I like it. Zua Bing wrung his neck. Help me put it on. Chapter 55. The same necklace. Zua Bing's family had a dinner party in the evening, and it was the kind that could not be avoided without going. After returning home, Zua Bing looked into the mirror and admired the necklace Chen Fan gave her. The pendant is quite beautiful. This guy is quite discerning. A few $100 of things are also so exquisite. Just when Han Kaiying came back. Hey, why don't you go change your clothes? Wear a skirt. Be ladylike. Don't always show your legs. Zua Bing was speechless and could only go back to his room to change into a long white dress. The swan-like neck and diamond necklace reflected, glowing with endless charm. White tender as jade lotus root arm. Also by that exquisite bracelet embellishment. Extraordinarily bright. With Zua Bing's appearance, no matter where she appears, she is the arrogant little princess in the hearts of 10,000 people. Zua Handong came back. Are you guys ready? Let's go. Zua Handong in a suit is handsome and elegant. He is the fighter amongst the older men. Han Chaiyang was also dressed like a noblewoman, wearing a long purple dress with a deep V neckline, a touch of snow white. Han Dong, bring me that necklace on my dresser. This necklace was bought by Han Chaiyang herself at a cost of over $100,000. It was her favorite thing. Zua Handong picked up the necklace and personally gave it to his wife to wear. Well, it's really nice. My wife is the most beautiful. Zua Bing sweated. It turned out that Dad was the biggest licker. Let's go. When the couple came out of the bedroom, Han Kaiying picked up her LV bag to change her shoes when she inadvertently saw the necklace around Zua Bing's neck. Ha, Zua Bing, when did you buy this necklace? Zua Bing casually responded. I bought it when I was dancing in school. What's wrong? No, I just think it's eye-catching. That diamond on your pendant can't be real, right? How could it be? This necklace is only a few $100s. Zua Handong laughed loudly. Let's go. The things that children bring to play with. No matter how expensive it is not as expensive as your necklace of more than $100,000. That is. Han Chaiyang smiled smugly and reached out to touch the large pendant on her chest. Handong, when are you going to give me another nice one? Okay. Zua Bing accidentally realized that his mother was so feminine today. A family of 3 soon drove to a villa neighborhood in the southern district of the city. Mother and daughter got out of the car, and Zua Handong carried a gift that had been prepared long ago. Today is the birthday of one of Han Kaiying's girlfriends, so everyone is taking this opportunity to get together. Just as they arrived at the door, a middle-aged man greeted them with a smile. Yo, Handong, you guys are here? Quick, sit in the house. They're all waiting for you guys. Han Chaiyang said. No way. They came so early? The family of 3 entered the house, and the room was indeed filled with people. 7 or 8 women who were dressed like Han Chaiyang, all dressed up in an expensive manner, all flamboyant and chatting happily. These were Han Chaiyang's best girlfriends in their circle. The oldest was in her early 50s, and the youngest was 27 or 28. The younger ones were 27 or 18 years old. Yo, Handong's brother-in-law is here. A young woman in her 30s, walked over with her big bulging breasts, and unashamedly held Zua Handong's arm and pampered her. With his daughter present, Zua Handong was a little embarrassed. An older sister next to her said bashfully, Jia Jiao, don't be so flirty, okay? Be careful of Kaiying knocking over the jealous jar. No way, Sister Chaiyang right, Han Chaiyang said. I smelled your flirtatious odor when I entered. What? You like our family Handong, don't you? Why don't I give it to you? Ha 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 dash. There was a burst of laughter in the villa. Today's birthday girl personally walked out with fruits. You guys watch your words, the kids are all here. The young woman holding Zua Handong skimmed her mouth. That's right, they often don't pay attention to the occasion. Magnificent elder sister said. It's fine, they will know sooner or later. We need to learn from foreign countries. Don't be so conservative. It doesn't hurt to know things early. Hey, Kaiying, when did you buy this dress? It looks pretty. How much is it? I want to go buy one too. Zua Handong saw them chatting about this and walked out into the yard to drink tea with a few men. Zua Bing, on the other hand, sat next to her mom and reached out to take a bite of a fruit. Han Kaiying dressed up beautifully today, but all these people in the circle, every one of them is a rich woman, tycoon-level characters. She was also embarrassed to flaunt it. It's not worth what kind of I just saw that it had a good style and bought it. How much is it? Sister Lee, who was in her 40s next to her, asked curiously. She was also wearing a particularly beautiful dress today, but hers was very expensive, costing over $30,000. Seeing them repeatedly ask, Han Chaiyang said, it's really cheap, only over $6,000. That's cheap, Sister Lee said. This one of mine is over $30,000, Magnificent elder sister said. That's, who doesn't know you are a big rich woman. Villa R3, family assets more than $1 billion. Sister Lee proudly said, it's not bad, you guys aren't bad either, so don't embarrass me. In fact, their family's assets were estimated to be only 400 or 500 million. At this time, the birthday girl, Sister he said, my husband bought me a necklace. I'll wear it for you guys to see. Yes, the crowd shouted in delight. Sister he happily ran into the bedroom and took out a red box. It was opened in public, and inside lay an exquisite necklace. The style of the pendant was somewhat similar to the one worn by Zwabing, only the diamonds weren't as big. The crowd gathered around. Woohoo! It's so beautiful. Sister he, this necklace of yours shouldn't be cheap, right? Sister he put it on her neck and turned around. How is it? Not bad? In fact, Sister he was not tall, 1.5 meters or so, and a bit on the chubby side, and her skin is not white. This diamond necklace was very incongruous to wear on her, but the crowd nodded in unison. Good looking, simply perfect. Hey, Sister he, you haven't told us how much this necklace costs? Seeing that everyone was so curious, Sister he smiled mysteriously. How much do you guys guess? I think it must be at least $100,000. Guess again. Sister he was very happy and enjoyed this feeling. Sister Magnificent said, it should be more than $200,000. Sister he smiled faintly. Her eyes fell on Han Chaiyang's neck. This necklace of Chaiyang's is more than 100,000. Han Chaiyang was a bit embarrassed. Why are you comparing me again? Sister Lee sees her being so mysterious. It wouldn't cost millions, would it? Sister he laughed. That's not necessary. 46,888. The world of the rich is really different. A necklace is $400,000 or $500,000. The crowd was staggered to hear it. Or Sister he's family is rich. At this time, Jiao Jiao stared. Ha, this necklace of yours seems to be the same model as Bing Bing's. Hey. With this exclamation from her, the crowd immediately turned their gazes to Zwabing. Zwabing didn't participate in their interaction at all, but sat there watching the TV. Sure enough, the crowd looked over in unison and, when they saw the necklace around Zwabing's neck, they were all shocked, because this necklace was obviously more upscale than this one of Sister he's, and the diamonds were bigger, too. What's worse, it really seems to be the same model. Chapter 56. A necklace of several $1 million you say is only worth a few $100s? Bing Bing, how much did you pay for this necklace? Show us, okay? Sister Lee was very interested in this. Of course, she didn't think that Zwabing's necklace would be even more expensive than Sister he's. Zwabing smiled sweetly. I bought it casually myself. A few $100s. She casually removed the necklace and handed it over. A few $100s? The crowd was a bit unconvinced. Picking up Zwabing's necklace and comparing it to Sister he's. This should be an imitation, right? And how can a normal diamond be this big? If it's real, it's a big deal. A group of women chattered, but they couldn't deny that Zwabing's necklace did look better than Sister he's. Sister Lee mocked. Sister he, I think you've lost money buying it. Hundreds of thousands of necklaces are not as good as this imitation version of Bing Bing. That's right, nowadays the high imitation things are so exquisite. They were about to hand the necklace to Zwabing, when the tall Sister Peach came out of the restroom. Sister Peach was the youngest in their group of girlfriends, 28 years old. She operated a jewelry and bullion business. Hey, Peach, come over and take a look. Why do I feel more and more that Bing Bing's necklace doesn't look like an imitation? There were certainly those among them who knew their stuff. Han Chaiyang said, don't joke. Children buy for fun. How can something that costs a few $100s be taken seriously? Take a look. It's nothing anyway. Sister Peach took Zwabing's necklace, and her eyes lit up. Ha, what's wrong? The crowd asked curiously, especially Sister Lee and Jiao Jiao. Sister Peach squinted her eyes for a closer look and then looked at the markings on the back of the necklace. Each brand had its own markings, and she said with certainty, you guys are saying this is an imitation of a few $100s? Bing Bing, how much did you pay for this necklace? A few $100s? Zwabing replied. No matter how expensive or cheap the things Chen Fan gave himself, Zwabing felt good. Sister Peach dropped her gaze on her wrist again. What about this bracelet? Zwabing shook her head. It's really worthless, so don't ask. Sister Peach solemnly said. Sister Kaiying, your Bing Bing is too low-key. What's wrong? If I'm not mistaken, just this bracelet of hers alone would cost $600,000 or $700,000. Ha, ha, the villa was astonished. It can't be? To know that they are also considered rich people. But Zwabing, a girl casually wearing a bracelet for $600,000 to $700,000. That's a lot. Han Chaiyang couldn't believe it. It can't be? Really? I've been in this industry for so long, I definitely won't get it wrong. As for this necklace, it's a new model from the overseas H company, and the price of this diamond on it is at least not less than $6 million. Puff. Hearing Sister Peach's voice so certain, Sister Lee slid to the ground on her butt. Sister He's face became ugly. Are you sure? It can't be wrong. I've been to all of this company's new product launches. Bing Bing, this necklace is at least $6 million. Zwabing froze. Chen Fan, this idiot, is crazy. Didn't he say it was only a few hundred? Did I hear it wrong? I heard the word 10,000 less. Where did he get the money to give me such an expensive gift? Is he going antiquing again? When Zhuo Bing was lost in thought, Han Shai-young and her group of girlfriends were already confused. Han Kai-ying even looked at her daughter skeptically, and her heart had already started thinking nonsense. What exactly did her daughter do outside to be able to afford a multi-million-dollar necklace? Sisterly said with some irritation. Kai-ying, our family is low-key enough. That's right, obviously millions of necklaces, lying to us about a few $100s. Afraid we'll borrow money from you? Several people mocked. Han Shai-young looked embarrassed. You guys just stop raising a ruckus. What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? Although the words were said this way, she had long been unsettled in her heart. So everyone started complimenting Han Shai-young. So low-key, when did she get rich, right? When she went back after eating, she started interrogating. Zhuo Bing, come here. What's up, Mom? Honestly, who gave you this necklace? Dang, I thought it was nothing. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Shut up. Who's talking to someone? Zhua Handong came over. What's going on? She's so big. Yeah, Dad. You don't care about your wife either. Staring at your daughter like a thief every day. Han Kai-ying blackened her face. You two shut up. Zhua Handong, you're still in the dark. Your daughter is capable. Wearing a bracelet of $600,000 to $700,000 and a necklace of over $6 million. She's a sight to behold today. Ha! Zhua Handong looked at Zhuo Bing in surprise. What's 6 million plus necklace? Let me see. Who gave it to you? I bought it myself. Still talking tough. Han Kai-ying said angrily. If you don't make things clear today, don't try to muddle through. Zhuo Bing was speechless. Mom, if you're really like this, I'll have to leave home. Really? Don't I have privacy and freedom for such a big person? It's just a necklace. Such a big fuss. You. Han Kai-ying was furious. I still can't rule you? Zhuo Bing didn't show weakness either. If you have to force me, the big deal is to go through the legal process. I don't believe I can't feed myself. Good. You've got stiff wings. Han Kai-ying was so angry that she spat out blood. Seeing the two carrying on, Zhua Handong could only advise. Zhuo Bing, just confess. Your mom is also doing this for your own good. Afraid that you'll do something wrong outside. Dad, even you don't believe me anymore? I'm almost 20 years old. What wrong can I do? Zhuo Bing argued with reason. But this necklace and bracelet of yours, it doesn't make sense. Zhua Handong is a reasonable person. Seeing his parents so bullseye, Zhuo Bing angrily said, this is a male classmate's gift. You guys know what to do. What male classmate is so generous? He can send you a necklace of several $1 million? What's going on between you and him? Did you do something behind my back? When Han Kai-ying heard this, she was immediately alert. Zhuo Bing was speechless. How did I know it was so expensive? He told me it was just a few $100s. Alright, I'll return it to him tomorrow. So annoying. Han Shai-young looked at her daughter. Who is he? How far did you get with him? Mom, be a man. Are you guys trying to force me to learn Neza? Zhua Handong hurriedly persuaded. Alright. If it's really a gift from a male classmate, tomorrow you call him to the house to sit for a while, and we'll talk to him. This is, after all, about your happiness for the rest of your life. For her daughter to be able to find a boyfriend like this, it was reasonable that Han Shai-young should be happy. But she just couldn't understand it because Zhuo Bing didn't go through her gatekeeper to find a boyfriend. This behavior was unforgivable. Chapter 57, Asshole. Let go of my daughter. At this moment, Chen Fan was about to go to sleep when Zhuo Bing sent WeChat over. You were excellent today. That's a must. The bastard smiled lewdly. Zhuo Bing almost wanted to die on the spot socially. Scram. That's not what I'm talking about. Let's not pursue your huge wealth of unknown origin first. There's nothing to do. Why did you send this? Now my parents know. Grabbed me and had to ask where it came from. Tell me, what to do? Chen Fan never thought that the gift he gave to Zhuo Bing would cause trouble. He originally just wanted to give Zhuo Bing a carry-on item so that she could think of herself whenever she saw the necklace or bracelet. How did he know that her parents were so thieving? It seems that he needs to think of a countermeasure. Do I really have to confess to Zhuo Bing's parents? Do we really have to expose our identity as an invisible rich man? So Chen Fan said to Zhuo Bing, how about confessing? Confess what? With my mom's character, confessing you will be over. You don't know how controlling she is. Then let's meet and see how she reacts. Chen Fan considered it again and again. The trouble was self-inflicted, and there was no need to hide it anymore. But Zhuo Bing disagreed. She didn't realize how powerful her boyfriend was. Let's talk about it. I'm going to sleep first. This girl's character was like this, especially now that she was in a bad mood. Chen Fan lay on the sofa, searching for a way to solve this trouble. In the master bedroom of Zhuo Bing's house, Zhua Handong was also persuading his wife. She's also an adult now. It's not like she's a child. There's no need for you to be so strict in your control, right? Besides, the one who can spare such a large sum of money to send her a necklace must not be an ordinary person. It's said that blocking is better than sparing, so why won't you let go a little? Han Chae-young didn't have the heart to say, what do you know? She hasn't graduated from college yet, so I'm afraid she'll mess around outside. Anyway, I won't let go until I uncover this person. Zhua Handong saw that he couldn't persuade her, and he didn't bother to take care of her. Okay, you're the best in the whole world. He rolled over and fell asleep. There was a time when he was also annoyed with his wife's temper. Honestly, do you have to be so strong at home? This time he decided not to take his wife's side. The next morning, when Zhua Bing got up, saw his mom sitting on the sofa with a cold face. Up? When will you explain your problems clearly? Zhua Bing looked at his mom. Are you bored? Han Kai-ying's face was cold, and the atmosphere in the house was horribly depressing. Zhua Bing was annoyed. Okay. Since you're so curious, I'll call him over now. A phone call to Chen Fan. Come over here. She can't think straight. Chen Fan had originally planned to change shares today, but when he received a call from Zhua Bing, he had to change his decision temporarily. Soon, he took a taxi to the downstairs of Zhua Bing's house. I'm here. Which floor is your house on? In fact, last night Chen Fan had considered it over and over again for a long time. If Zhua Bing's mom was so rigid that she had to go through with Zhua Bing, just go and show up yourself. Therefore, he came today with a very open mind, without a trace of stage fright at all. Zhua Bing told him the floor, the room number. Within a few minutes, the doorbell rang. Zhua Handong did not go out today. See Zhua Bing to open the door. He poured a cup of tea and sat down. On the issue of his daughter falling in love, Zhua Handong is more indifferent than Han Kai-ying. The door opened, and Zhua Bing saw Chen Fan. Still smiled a little. Come in. It's a 3-chamber trial today. Chen Fan didn't come over empty-handed, carrying 2 bottles of Maotai wine, buying 2 boxes of Bird's Nest, and holding a red book in his hand. As soon as he entered, good day uncle, auntie, put. When Zhua Handong saw Chen Fan, he could have had a shiver. How is it you? Han Kai-ying's gaze, staring at Chen Fan like a criminal. Seeing her man's reaction, her eyebrows sank. You know each other? Cough. Zhua Handong choked out tears. Little brother, sit. Just come. Why did you buy these things? Chen Fan said. I should. Uncle, auntie, in fact, you shouldn't blame Zhua Bing for what happened between me and Zhua Bing. If you want to blame me, blame me. Shut up. Han Kai-ying stood up unhappily and repeatedly scrutinized Chen Fan. Then her gaze went to Zhua Handong's father and daughter. You two are preparing to conspire to cheat me? Ha! Zhua Handong froze and immediately reacted. Heaven and earth are honest. Han Chae-young, what do you mean? Humph. Zhua Handong, can you still fool me with this mind of yours? You're just looking for a random person to deal with me because you feel sorry for your daughter, aren't you? You think I'm blind. How can he afford a multi-million-dollar diamond necklace? Don't think I don't know. He's just a decoration worker at the construction site. Ha! Zhua Handong was confused by her. Looking at Chen Fan blankly asked, little brother, when did you become a decoration worker? Chen Fan looked embarrassed. This is my mansion. I went to help a friend. Zhua Handong chided. Then why don't you come to my store? Anymore, I can't treat you badly. Han Kai-ying coldly said. Alright, are you guys done with your drama? Zhua Bing, are you really not going to tell the truth? Zhua Bing was also speechless. What do I have to say for you to believe? Chen Fan saw that she was making things difficult for his girlfriend, so he stood over there as a matter of course. Auntie, just ask whatever you want to ask. Don't make things difficult for Zhua Bing. She's a good girl. Han Chae-young glared at him. Do you think you're worthy of our Bing Bing? Ha! After half a day, you don't believe in the relationship between the two of us. Chen Fan asked back. Auntie, what do you mean? Thinking that I'm poor and can't afford a multi-million-dollar gift? I just gave all the money I earned to the woman I love the most. A man is like that. Does auntie think there's something wrong? Zhua Handong Dao, how can you talk like that? Little Chen is called Loki. Several of my antiques were found by him. You shut up. Han Kai-ying would not allow him to collude with Chen Fan. Yes, I just don't believe it. What do you have to prove to me? Are you Zhua Bing's boyfriend? Chen Fan twisted his head and looked at Zhua Bing, who had long been confused by her mom's anger. Auntie, I know you don't believe me, but it doesn't matter. He walked to Zhua Bing and took her hand. Zhua Bing, there's nothing to hide when it comes down to it. Since auntie is so curious, let's tell her the truth. After saying that, he wrapped his arms around Zhua Bing. Auntie, we truly love each other. Please don't make things difficult for us. Zhua Handong covered his face and turned his head away in embarrassment. Han Kai-ying was furious. Bastard, let go of my daughter. Chapter 58, he actually owns the title to a building. Han Chae-young was about to rush over in anger, and was hurriedly stopped by Zhua Handong. What are you doing? understand a little flavor, okay? It's you who asked people to confirm it, and now it's confirmed to you. Han Kaiying shook off his hand and angrily rebuked. I think you're crazy. Zhuo Bing, come here. Chen Fan let go of Zhuo Bing. Zhuo Bing happily looked at Chen Fan and smiled so sweetly. It turned out to be so happy to be with the person you like in front of your parents. Chen Fan took Zhuo Bing's hand. Auntie, you can say whatever you want. Han Kaiying was so angry that she couldn't wait to kill this psychopath. Originally, her daughter's private relationship without her permission was something she could not forgive. He actually did it in front of himself. At this moment, Han Kaiying had a huge pain in her heart that her most beloved thing had been stolen. Seeing this look on her face, Chen Fan solemnly said, Auntie, I don't know what kind of mindset you have. Freedom of love. This is a point that was raised long ago. How many years ago? Zhuo Bing and I have both reached adulthood, so it stands to reason that you don't have any reason to stop her from falling in love. If you forcefully stop it, it's something against the law. Besides, I don't feel that giving my girlfriend a gift through my own efforts is a shameful thing. If a woman, in her life, can come across someone who can pour all of herself into her, how happy is that? I just can't believe that you don't desire such a love. Ahem. Zhua Handong was so embarrassed that he couldn't help but cough for a while. Han Chaiyun was dumbfounded by his words. Right, is it hard not to desire it yourself? Who doesn't want to have this kind of love? But, she glared fiercely at Zhua Handong. Chen Fan seized the moment. Auntie, the fact that you're so strict in your control, that's because you're not confident in yourself. If a woman has enough confidence, she can handle any kind of scene. She can stand out amongst 10,000 people. Because of her confidence, she has no fear. She has no worries, including love, career, family. If you think it's a mistake for me to fall in love with Zhuo Bing, I can fulfill you, but I will only think that you are a kind of cowardice. Sons and daughters will eventually grow up. They have their own thinking, their own opinions, and their own world. Their world will be smaller when you control it more. Only by letting go of your hands and letting them soar to their heart's content will they see the world in its entirety. Enough! Han Chaiyun was angry. Even though she knew in her heart that Chen Fan was right, but she just didn't want to admit it. Could it be that at her own age, she wanted a milquetoast little kid to lecture her? Zhuo Bing, on the other hand, looked at Chen Fan with a look of surprise. Why didn't she realize that he was so talkative before? This mouth must have cheated many girls outside, right? Zhua Handong was convinced. Worthy of being a student of Jiangzhou University, able to talk. Not bad, not bad. He looked at Chen Fan with an appreciative face. What's wrong with letting him be his son-in-law? Why do you have to compare yourself with others? Zhua Handong was calm and uncontroversial. He lived this idle life and didn't feel anything bad. Seeing that her husband didn't give a single fart, Han Kaiying glared at him fiercely. And, let go of Zhuo Bing's hand and stand still for me. Zhuo Bing saw his mom doing this to his boyfriend and came out to fight. Mom, what do you mean? People Chen Fan carries such an expensive gift to the door, and you actually let them stand? Chen Fan laughed. It's okay. I'll talk to our mom. Zhuo Bing's body stiffened. This guy is really not afraid of death, but it's good to let him confront his mom, or else he really won't have a family status in the future. Han Kaiying heard this name, her face was green. This kid is really cheeky, not like a 205. Zhua Handong, on the other hand, snickered. His impression of Chen Fan was not bad, plus the necklace Chen Fan gave to his daughter was worth more than $6 million. What does this show? It shows that people are capable, can earn money. What was wrong with a boy who had the ability to earn a living? On the contrary, Zhua Handong doesn't like those rich second generation who are idle all day long. People have to earn it through their own efforts to be long-lasting enough. Han Kaiying, for the sake of face, asked with a cold face, where are you from? Chen Fan replied, Auntie, I'm from Tongcheng County in Dashan Province. Both my parents are farmers, and I have a younger sister at home. A person from such a remote countryside? Han Kaiying was instantly unhappy again in her heart. Let me ask you, what will you take to ensure Zhuo Bing's happiness? Chen Fan heard. Yo, is this ready to agree? He looked at Zhuo Bing, who had a smiling face. It seems that this battle with Mom, after all, we are going to win. This leg of hers is even thicker, but it can't twist two arms. Seeing Han Kaiying staring at himself like a tigress, Chen Fan did not say anything and silently threw out a red book. Yunfan Mansion Property Rights Certificate. Hiss. Zhua Handong sucked in a breath of cool air. This is yours? What the heck? Han Kaiying snatches it and takes a look. Hand on, you help me a little. Legs a little soft. She looked at Chen Fan in disbelief. Yunfan Building. Dare to say that the venue rented by my company is yours? She looked at Chen Fan fixedly. I don't believe it. This is too much bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Right? How is it possible? He owns a building? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's clearly one that I rented from Blueprint Investments. Han Chaiyun's face was cold. but she always felt that something was wrong. On what grounds did Blueprint give itself a discount? She looked at Chen Fan and was a little uncertain. Could it be that this kid was really the son of some big family? Even if he wasn't, this ability of his was still too much of a cow than against the heavens. As for whether this building is his, I'll check back and find out. Thinking of this, she is also embarrassed to go on strongly, but cannot pull face. So tiger face pretense, what are your future plans? Will you develop in Jiangzhou? Chen Fan said, this is hard to say. If I do well in the future, I will go to bigger cities and even the whole world. Chen Fan really didn't brag about Bai at all, but Han Kaiying was offended again. Young people should be pragmatic. Just tell me straight, will you settle down in Jiangzhou in the future? Jiangzhou was just the starting point of his career, and it was really hard to say if he would stay in Jiangzhou in the future. But what does this have to do with falling in love? What Zuobing said, could it be that you are now in a relationship and running towards marriage? Chen Fan laughed, if auntie likes it, we can buy a house and settle down in Jiangzhou. This is not a difficult task for me. Hee hee, what a big mouth. Alright then, I'll give you half a year's time before you buy a villa in Jiangzhou. If you do that, I definitely won't stop you guys from dating. Ha? Chen Fan froze. What's wrong? Can't do it? If you can't do it, don't pester our Bing Bing. No, not. What Chen Fan wants to say is the demand so low? Not to mention a set of villas. 2 sets of villas I already have. Seeing that his wife was making things difficult for the young man again, Zhua Handong couldn't help but say awkwardly, Kaiying, it's better to buy a better set of housing first. Han Kaiying glared at him, no way, isn't he awesome? Giving away $6 million necklaces at the drop of a hat. What's buying a villa? It's only a few tens of millions. Cough. Zhua Handong is still towards Chen Fan. That 6 million or so might be all the person has. He already gave it all to your daughter. Alright, Zhua Handong, why do you keep turning your arm outward? I want him to buy the villa. Is it because of myself? He's still so young. If he has the heart, he'll work for it himself. Okay. Since his wife has already made a step back, Zhua Handong saw the good thing. If it really doesn't work, the big deal is that he will secretly help them in the future. So what? Chen Fan, since you're here, stay and eat together at noon. Remember to be nice to Zhua Bing in the future. Don't bully her. Your aunt and I only have one daughter. Ah, this is a promise? Chen Fan looked at Zhua Bing excitedly. Zhua Bing was secretly happy. Only the mom still has a blank face. Zhua Bing walked over and held her arm. Mom, okay, don't be angry. Let's go eat. Chapter 59, worth $10 billion now. Han Chaiyung's uneasiness was probably due to the fact that she didn't know what was going on and didn't have a bottom in her heart. After seeing Chen Fan in person and realizing that this kid was not from a good family, but had the ability, she also recognized it. In the end, the heart of parents is still toward their children. In order to ease the atmosphere, Zhua Handong personally cooked. For this reason, he also deliberately opened a bottle of wine. Patting Chen Fan's shoulder, he said, in the future, when you are free, you should come to the store more often to help me take care of my eyes. The meal lasted for more than an hour, and when Chen Fan left, Zhua Bing sent him downstairs. Boo! She wrapped her arms around Chen Fan and said in a particularly happy manner, Chen Fan, love you. Chen Fan pinched her face. I'll go back first. Remember to miss me. Seeing Chen Fan go far away, Zhua Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she had taken care of her old mom. I didn't expect the ending to be quite harmonious. This girl was full of joy and returned home with a smile on her face. Chen Fan also went back to the apartment. Su Ruzhin was busy with the company. He opened the computer to manipulate the market. Total account funds, 389 billion. Oh my god. It seems that the recent long-term gains are not bad. Chen Fan carefully studied the future trend of these stocks. Aha, 2 of them should be liquidated. Chen Fan has never been a fan of the war. After all, the amount of money now is too large. If you wait until the risk comes, then you want to run cannot run out. Therefore, many bankers are pulling up the side of the shipment. Some bad dealer to the end, almost regardless of the cost of selling. So in the afternoon his main job is to reduce his holdings, or even liquidate his position. In fact, the fastest way to sell off, or on the stop, because a dealer to continue to get higher profits, he must seal the stop to the retailer to create a strong upward momentum. Others certainly cannot understand the next trend, but Chen Fan can. Some bankers seal stop is also for the purpose of shipping, which causes the stop to open repeatedly, and then sealed. He put the money chasing up, and then slowly figure it. Chen Fan saw the golden flower shares. Jiangnan Machinery, big country heavy industry has come to an end. When this stop, the stock price straight down, slamming down 50% or so. This situation is of course Chen Fan does not allow. Seeing more than 40,000 large orders sealed on the stop, Chen Fan calculated, It was more than $600 million, but his own funds in these stocks are basically $2 billion or so. No matter what. First, get him a sum. Chen Fan stepped on the point and directly sold 40,000 lots. Brush. On the disc, the sealed stop was instantly opened, and all the buy orders were all eaten. The opposite banker panicked. What the hell? Who the hell emailed me? Rushed to block. The banker pulled the stock price to this position. Absolutely cannot be lost. If they suddenly ship out at this time, it will definitely cause retail investors to be alerted. If the retail investors are running away, they still play a ball ah? The dealer gritted his teeth and once again sealed with more than 20,000 large orders. Chen Fan smiled. He expected the dealer to block. There was no way he was going to let the stock fall, so he threw out another 20,000 lots and directly ate the other side's buy order. As a result, Chen Fan managed to cash out more than $300 million again. Despite this, there were still 1,100 million left in this stock that hadn't come out. Now he could only wait quietly for the dealer's next move. He has continuously reduced his holdings and cashed out more than $900 million, so I think the banker must be cursing in his heart. Of course, whether to block or let the stock price fall, the key to look at the banker's mentality and tactics. After all, this stock market value of more than 200 billion. Sure enough, the dealer changed his approach. He no longer blocked the stop, but instead used a TO approach to try to keep the stock price from falling. Chen Fan smiled and didn't bother with him anymore, continuing to operate on another stock. The maneuver was roughly similar. Soon, these three stocks were cashed out by Chen Fan to the tune of over $4 billion. There are still more than $2 billion untouched in the stock market. Western Frontier Energy and Northland Mining. Chen Fan did not intend to throw, because the next trend broke everyone's three views. They turned out to be rare century big demon stocks. Therefore, continue to pay attention. In the next half a month, these two stocks rose wildly, but in the middle there was a huge volume, and the turnover rate reached more than 60%. Chen Fan guessed that this should be the second wave, or even the third wave of lobbyists to take over. In fact, many demon stocks are not the work of the same banker, but rather a spectacle formed by multiple shares of lobbyists taking over. About half an hour after the stop, the dealer saw Chen Fan did not make the next move. He is also analyzing the strength of the opponent. More than 900 million. He should have exhausted his strength. So, the dealer once again sealed the stop with a huge volume of more than 30,000 lots. This dealer is really a good guy. Harvest it. Chen Fan said thank you and unceremoniously threw out 30,000 lots of buy orders. Another more than $400 million came to hand, and there was only the original cost left inside. The dealer is furious, hanging out thousands of big orders one after another. 4,444, 4,444, 4,444. It's a bit annoying. Don't tell him the rules. Chen Fan directly throws out all the chips in his hand. Finally gave him a few hands. 886. I don't play anymore. Go away. Until 10 minutes before the close, Chen Fan threw away all the chips and successfully cashed out 2,065 billion. But the dealer's strength is also very strong. In the last few minutes, and sealed the stop. This gave more confidence to the retail investors, and they also decided that this stock will go up again. The other two stocks, Chen Fan did not operate so. He threw out some and kept some. It didn't go down to the death. But tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, he decided to throw it all out. Seeing the 4 billion or so balance lying on the account, plus nearly 6 billion holdings, it's not easy to be worth this $10 billion. Continue to live with it. But Chen Fan's principle is that no more than 5% of the holdings, not into the top 10 small cap stocks. Keep a low profile. But he pissed off the dealer today, and after the close of business, people are having a field day in the trading room. One day, it ran away from the funds of 2 billion or so, can be their own real money to take the disc ah. Ma buys, must find this opponent, let him eat some bitter, but fuming is useless. Next he had to change strategy. Originally intended to ship tomorrow, can only be forced to pull up, continue to drive the market popularity, and then choose the opportunity to ship. After the operation was completed, Chen Fan stretched his waist. I don't know what's going on over there with Su Ruzhen. Should I go and take a look? Su Ruzhen was supervising the construction site, and she had specially asked people to decorate a very large manipulation room. Of course, the decorators didn't know what this area was used for. They just constructed it according to the drawings, and Su Ruzhen planned to hang a huge screen on the wall. Underneath were dozens of computers. Later on, it will be gradually increased according to the need. A professional manipulation center, officially formed. Chapter 60, a birthday gift for Su Ruzhen. Chen Fan arrived at Yunfan Mansion and Chen Mang was patrolling. Hey, Chen Fan, why are you here? Chen Mang hurriedly handed over a cigarette. It was actually a $20 pack of Big Red Eagle. Yo, floated ah. Chen Fan lit the cigarette and smoked it, actually dared to smoke a $20 pack of cigarettes. Chen Mang hemmed and hawed. Thanks to your blessing, you introduced me to this job. Mr. Su has not been kind to me, giving me a $10,000 a month salary and a bonus. Do a good job. Chen Mang patted his chest. Don't worry, I will work hard. Chen Fan came upstairs and recently signed up quite a few more tenants, but the price they came in at was at least 1.5 times that of Han Kaiying. This made Han Kaiying's heart happy. After all, she was the only one who got the lowest price, and the others were not negotiable at all. Moreover, Su Ruzhen's tone was hard. We don't welcome companies without strength. She was also right. The fact that you even bargained for a rent shows that you don't have the strength. Such a company moved in, sooner or later to move out. In order to save the tossing and turning, Su Ruzhen directly raised the threshold. Of course, if Han Kaiying didn't have Zhua Bing as her daughter, how would she have the chance to get such a price? The decoration of the office area is almost done. Su Ruzhen saw Chen Fan come over and hurriedly greeted him. Why did you come? Chen Fan laughed. Came over to see the progress of your work. Su Ruzhen said happily. So what do you think? Is it okay? Quite good. Chen Fan commented pertinently. He quickly realized a problem. No matter what kind of burden he gave Su Ruzhen, she was able to bear it. Where could one find such an employee? Office area, reception area, rest area, logistics. Everything was taken care of clearly. Chen Fan looked at her with satisfaction. Tomorrow is your birthday. Take a day off. Ah, Su Ruzhen was obviously surprised. How did you know? Cut. Her ID card is in her own hands. Asking me how I know? Su Ruzhen quickly reacted and said with a red face, I didn't expect you to actually remember this. What? What arrangement do you have? Chen Fan said, there are arrangements for whatever you want. Then, Su Ruzhen saw that no one was beside her and said close to Chen Fan's ear, kiss me one. Put. Don't bring such teasing. Chen Fan gave her a blank look. No ambition. Get off work early in the evening. Su Ruzhen smiled cheekily. After staying at the construction site for an hour or so, Chen Mang was always a little surprised in his heart when he saw the two going downstairs together. Chen Fan was awesome and had such a good relationship with General Manager Su. It would be great if the two of them could come together. General Manager Su, do you want to send? Chen Mang went up and asked. No, I'll just drive myself back. Now that Chen Mang and the others no longer had to go outside to rent a room, all the security guards lived in the -1 floor lodging room. After all, the job of a security guard was on duty 24 hours a day, 3 shifts. The two of them went to eat together and then went back to the apartment. There were no words for the night. Early the next morning, Chen Fan received a call from Chu Yanfei, saying that things were ready. And asked Chen Fan when he would go over. This was something Chen Fan had asked for beforehand, and he hadn't expected Chu Yanfei to take his work so seriously and I didn't expect Chu Yanfei to take his work so seriously, but he just caught up with the time. Today is Su Ruzhen's birthday, and she had a rare day off, so she took a nap. It's 9 o'clock, and I don't see her getting up. Chen Fan came out of the kitchen and took off his apron. This was the first time he had cooked since he moved into the apartment. Previously, it was Su Ruzhen who did all the cooking, and he, as the boss, was only responsible for the food. Today was considered a special day to care for this patriarch. Knock knock knock. Are you up? Chen Fan knocked on the door, and Su Ruzhen's lazy voice came from inside. Why? Let me sleep a little longer. Chen Fan couldn't care less, walked in and dragged her up. Get up. There are still things to do today, which no Su Ruzhen simply do not want to move. Also do not know if she is not intentional. Pull with force. Chen Fan is unsteady on his feet. Directly pounced on her. Su Ruzhen obediently hugged him with one hand. Well, what are you doing? Don't be like this. A girl is a little more reserved, okay? A few minutes later, Su Ruzhen wiped her saliva. No fun. Are you a man or not? Alright. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. We're going out later. Chen Fan drove her into the bathroom. When Su Ruzhen washed out, she saw the egg noodles on the table. You cooked it? What else? Happy birthday. Chen Fan handed her a pair of chopsticks. Su Ruzhen was a little touched. Stunned, she looked at Chen Fan, then smiled bitterly. Thank you. You're still so attentive. This is attentive? It was just a bowl of noodles. After the two of them finished the egg noodles, Chen Fan urged her to go and change her clothes. What am I going to wear? Su Ruzhen was really good at pampering, and this kind of thing also testified to seek Chen Fan's opinion. Chen Fan said, with your figure, it looks better without it. Halo. Su Ruzhen gave him a blank look. Do you really want to see it? Then made a gesture to undress. Chen Fan turned his face away. Almost got it. If you tease again, something will happen. Su Ruzhen grunted. Who's afraid of who? If you have the ability, you can go on. It's not like I won't agree. Chen Fan was too lazy to fight with her. Chu Yinfei's side was still waiting? Su Ruzhen changed into a tight wrap skirt with black stockings. This demonic spirit was ready to seduce again. Chen Fan said, "Can't you dress a little more innocently? Always making it so provocative. It's not safe outside." Su Ruzhen's corner of her eye picked up. "I'm happy to." "Fine." Chen Fan also no longer cared about her, and the two of them drove to the Jiangshan Imperial View sales department. Chu Yinfei had been waiting here for a long time and was envious when he saw Chen Fan bring a beautiful woman over. "This girl's life is really good. Actually found a boyfriend like this." She greeted her and handed Chen Fan the thing she had prepared long ago. "Mr. Chen, this beauty, please, what are we doing here?" Su Ruzhen of course did not know that Chen Fan had bought a villa here. Chen Fan said, "Take a look. This property is good. A clear villa neighborhood. Are you going to live here in the future?" Su Ruzhen walked side by side with him, led by Chu Yanfei to building number 16. Chu Yanfei opened the door to the courtyard. "Two please." Su Ruzhen pushed Chen Fan and let him go first. "Wow, so big oh." Seeing such a luxurious villa, Su Ruzhen could not help but marvel. This kind of well-decorated house could be moved in as soon as the furniture was bought. Chen Fan brought her to the second floor, where the scenery was better and one could see the river from afar. "How is it? Do you like it?" He took the bag Chu Yanfei handed him and casually handed it to Su Ruzhen. "This is a birthday gift for you. Take a look." "Ah." Su Ruzhen opened the bag and took out a registration certificate. "Real estate certificate?" Flipped it open. "Head of household, Su Ruzhen." She was dumbfounded at that moment, staring at Chen Fan in a daze, tears welling up in her eyes. Chapter 61 A Match with the Banker. Chen Fan. Su Ruzhen also disregarded the fact that there were people present and hugged him tightly. At this moment, she was really touched, estimating and not to mention how much this villa was actually worth. But Chen Fan was very attentive. Su Ruzhen was so moved that she cried as she hugged Chen Fan regardless. "Hey, what are you doing? Such a small gift in the district can also move you?" Chen Fan was embarrassed. It wasn't that Su Ruzhen was crying, but her body was too tantalizing. It made himself so uncomfortable. The Chu Yanfei beside him looked at her and snapped and turned her face away. But what shocked her more was Chen Fan's words. A villa of more than $30 million was just a small gift? Geez, if he hadn't bought 2 villas in one breath without even blinking. She really wanted to beat this bragging by guy to death. A lot of things in the world might be a lifelong insurmountable ladder in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the rich, nothing was a matter. Although Chu Yanfei was working as a salesperson in the sales department of Jiangshan Imperial View, she never dared to hope that she would be able to live in such a mansion one day. For an ordinary person, this life can buy a good set of elevator house. Household type a little bigger is also good. Seeing the scene in front of her, Chu Yanfei could only envy in her heart. If only this boy was his boyfriend. Chen Fan was really uncomfortable by Su Ruzhen's plump parts rubbing against him. He pushed Su Ruzhen away. Alright, don't be like this. It's not good for people to see." Su Ruzhen wiped away her tears and gave him a grudging blank look. This guy is really unsettling. But, she quite liked this villa. Chen Fan handed her the key and real estate certificate. "This is your house. You can move over whenever you want." Su Ruzhen bulged her mouth. "It's better not to move for the time being. A newly renovated house needs to be ventilated." Chen Fan nodded. "This is up to you." In fact, the idea in his heart was to vacate the apartment to facilitate a rendezvous with Zhuo Bing in the future. But he also couldn't rush Su Ruzhen to move. After collecting the room, Su Ruzhen was extraordinarily happy. "Let's go out to eat today. My treat. Do you have other friends in Zhengzhou? Why don't we call them all over?" Chen Fan also wanted to be more lively. After all, it was her birthday. But Su Ruzhen shook her head and said softly close to Chen Fan's ear, "I don't want anyone. I want you." Cluck cluck cluck. Chen Fan was defeated by her and could not bear to blank her. "What a demon. You'd better not mess with me. I am a meat and vegetable person." Su Ruzhen, with this figure, was better than Zhuo Bing ever was, but Zhuo Bing's long legs are incomparable to many others. At noon, Chen Fan accompanied her for dinner. Su Ruzhen made a small request. "Accompany me to watch a movie?" Chen Fan shook his head. "There are still 2 stocks to liquidate in the past 2 days. If I don't go, I will be in trouble." Su Ruzhen also knew that the stock market changes rapidly. Sometimes a second can change the whole situation. She also said with particular understanding, "Alright, then I'll go with you." Now that Blueprint's trading account had also been registered, there were several accounts under the entire company. This was what Chen Fan was going to use to make investments in the future. After the two of them returned to the apartment building, Chen Fan immediately turned on the computer and logged into the stock market account. Jiangnan Machinery and Grand National Heavy Industry were still pulling up, but obviously had little strength. The rally was entering a period of weakness, and it was estimated that the banker was also shipping out. But he is holding up and selling at the same time, trying not to let the stock fall too hard. Chen Fan saw the situation. The use of the hole into zero. with numerous small single transactions quietly shipments. The dealer is also very chicken thief, and when he saw that his consignment order was eaten, he also understood what was going on. Some people take the opportunity to ship. The volume is large. Touching such a master, you want to go cannot be so easy. Therefore, speculation is not like what the TV said. You want to throw it, not move casually earn more than $1 billion. That does not exist. A while ago is not someone sitting on the bank. They lost more than $1 billion? And the stock market trend is not fixed. Like Chen Fan, he can see the stock behind the 15 trading day trend, but you now pull out the funds, or suddenly buy significantly, affecting the operation of the banker. It behind the trend will change. It's similar to when you travel to ancient times and change the course of history. At present, although it is more than 100 billion disc, the banker to go, you also have to go, and both are huge volumes, which gives rise to a phenomenon. Too many crooks, cootie, not enough, both shares of money to ship, not enough retail investors to take over. You cannot sell the same. This is also the reason why Chen Fan did not reason with the dealer yesterday, sealing the stop and killing directly. Bumped into today's scene. It depends on whose technology is better. The heart is more ruthless. Bankers do not trust single, the stock price directly down. This is more likely to cause panic among retail investors. Su Ruzhen had never encountered this situation before. She anxiously asked, what to do? Chen Fan laughed. What's the hurry? We've already gotten out 60% of our position. Taking a step back, even if all the money inside is lost, we still made a profit. And he's different. He can't afford to gamble. Just watch. I'll teach you a new trick. Chen Fan smiled and kept hanging out a large number of sell orders. Only these sell orders were at a higher price, and even the 5 stalls on the disc couldn't see them. Of course, for experts like the banker, they would usually use a 10-file port so that they could see more clearly. Next, the time to show the level came. Chen Fan suddenly caught off guard by hitting a few hundred large orders, directly hanging down. The stock price whooshed, directly fell to the bottom. When the dealer and countless retail investors saw the scene, they all panicked at once. Nima, someone wants to smash the disc. The dealer rushed to put up a buy order for first aid. Chen Fan had calculated this step. If the bankers didn't save, then all his previous efforts would be in vain. Once he let the retail investors form a run, he could not play. So protecting the market is very important to him. If he didn't protect the market, Chen Fan would continue to smash and smash until he was panicked. In order to stabilize people's hearts, the dealer had to step in to protect the plate. And Chen Fan just a little bit of effort. A few hundred hands traded only, but it is this hand, in today's K-line graph, will leave a long lower shadow line. This hand, undoubtedly equal to the banker to play assist. Many uninformed retail investors believe that this is a strong washout, because many teachers told them, the longer the lower shadow line, indicating that the strength of the do more. The back of the upward trend is also more fierce. For a moment, in addition to the banker's protection, there are many speculative retail investors also followed the wind in. Chen Fan's sell orders that were hanging high were quickly eaten up. It didn't take more than 10 minutes for him to bag a few $100 million. Su Ruzhen looked in his eyes and screamed brilliantly. This guy is simply a ghost in the stock market. Su Ruzhen looked in her eyes and was filled with joy, having successfully liquidated his position again and walked away. Chen Fan excitedly patted her fragrant shoulder. Wrap it up. Have a good time with you tonight for your birthday. Chapter 62, The Su family comes. At 5:30 p.m., Su Ruzhen took a bath in advance and changed into a long black dress. The ebony hair was draped over her shoulders. Simple and elegant. This look is much more pure and clear. Chen Fan nodded with satisfaction and watched her spray perfume. Let's go eat. Considering the possibility of drinking tonight, Chen Fan asked her to call up Chen Mang. Now Chen Mang was in charge of the security team, and usually balanced being Su Ruzhen's driver and bodyguard. When Chen Mang drove the newly bought Maybach over, the two of them got into the car. Go to the Four Seasons seafood restaurant. Okay. Chen Mang was a loyal guard, and Chen Fan had grown up with him since he was a child and knew his character well. He knew what he should and shouldn't do. His job was introduced to him by Chen Fan, and Chen Fan was often with Su Ruzhen. He then decided that the two were a couple. After sending the two to the Four Seasons seafood restaurant, Su Ruzhen said, go find a place to eat as well. Eat whatever you want today and find me for reimbursement. Okay, thank you, Mr. Su. As a part-time bodyguard, Chen Mang did not go to gorge himself. Instead, he quietly waited in the car. Chen Fan and Su Ruzhen entered the restaurant, and he was the same. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Su Ruzhen winks. You don't give me what I want to eat. Chen Fan called the waiter and ordered 6 or 7 kinds of seafood, with 2 more stir-fried vegetables and a plate of sparse vegetables. That's enough. How can 2 people finish eating? I didn't expect Su Ruzhen to be very frugal. Beauty, not so much. Chen Fan waved his hand. Go ahead. Oh, it's her birthday today. Another seafood longevity noodle. Okay, what kind of wine would you two like to drink? The waiter pushed as usual. Su Ruzhen asked Chen Fan. Some red wine? It's fine. You make the call on your birthday. I'll drink with you. Okay, then a bottle of red wine. Su Ruzhen looked at the price. Your wine here is so expensive. Let's have a bottle of 2006. Chen Fan looked at her in disbelief. What do you need to be so frugal for? Su Ruzhen said. Just about the same. Beauty. That's all. Okay, the two of you wait a moment. The waiter took the menu and left. Chen Fan had also ordered a cake for her, and it was on its way to be sent over. The service of the restaurant was good. After all, the consumption of this kind of place was not low. Just for today's meal, it was estimated that it would cost several thousand for two people to eat. The food was served quickly, and the wine was opened. Chen Fan held the cup. Come, wish our general manager Su a happy birthday. Su Ruzhen smiled. I also wish that our business will become more and more prosperous. Like the sun. Chen Fan nodded. This is good. Our career must be red hot. Well, and again, I wish our Chen Fan lots of stepford wives. Put. Chen Fan was speechless. Do you want me to have many girlfriends that much? More girlfriends so I can have my share. Chen Fan clinked his hands with her and drank it all in one go. Don't always tease me. Be careful, I'll really push you one day. Su Ruzhen's eyes flickered. Come on. Who's afraid of who? Okay, defeated by you. Have some noodles. This is longevity noodles. Chen Fan pushed the bowl of noodles over. Didn't you cook me noodles this morning? Eating noodles again. Su Ruzhen still chucked a few chopsticks. The two of them chatted as they ate. Chen Fan said, you need to get the company up and running in a hurry, and you'll be given full authority to handle the maneuvering from now on. Blueprint Stock Capital Company. Chen Fan gave Su Ruzhen 10% of the shares. A bottle of red wine finished. Su Ruzhen pretty face flying haze. Both eyes contained intoxication. Your drinking capacity is not good. Who said that? Dare to have another bottle? Forget it, we still have to cut the cake later. Chen Fan's words had just finished when the errand boy had already sent the cake over. The cake was not big, but it was very sincere. It was written on it wishing General Su to be 18 forever. Su Ruzhen laughed happily. I like this one. She made a wish and grabbed a handful of cream and smeared it on Chen Fan's face when he wasn't looking. Chen Fan didn't show weakness either and smeared a handful on her face. If they weren't in the hotel, the two of them probably had a big battle. Su Ruzhen gasped. Okay, no more. Seeing that she surrendered, Chen Fan did not ride the wave of victory. I'll go wash my hands. Su Ruzhen stood up, put her bag in its place and went to the bathroom. Chen Fan took a tissue and wiped his face. Beauty, pay the bill. Su Ruzhen washed her face and was wiping it with a paper towel when a man came out from the men's bathroom next to her. Su Ruzhen? So you're hiding here? Su Ruzhen was startled, turned her head to look at the other party, and suddenly her face changed drastically. You can really hide. The Liu family has been thinking that you've left the country? Su Ruzhen immediately turned around. You recognized the wrong person. After saying that, she hurried back to the restaurant, picked up her bag and shouted towards Chen Fan, let's go, which knew that the other party chased after him, and seeing Su Ruzhen with a boy, he couldn't help but angrily say, stop. Chen Fan sensed something was wrong. What's going on? The other party glared at him with a grim face. And who are you? Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. You can't meddle in the Su family's affairs, nor can you afford to mess with them. Su Ruzhen, you've had enough. Seeing the other party lashing out at Chen Fan, Su Ruzhen also became angry. I don't need you to be in charge of my affairs, nor do I need anyone to interfere. After saying that, she pulled Chen Fan towards the door in a rage. But where was the other party willing to let her go? Rushing over to stop the two, he pointed at Chen Fan's nose and yelled, Kid, do you want to die? Want to fight, right? Chen Fan pushed up his sleeves. It just so happened that he hadn't been in a fight for a long time. Coming from the countryside, he had plenty of strength. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat this little white boy. Despite the other party's suit and collar, Chen Fan believed that as long as he threw a punch, he would kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Seeing this, Su Ruzhen stopped between the two. If you have anything, punch me. The other party glared at Chen Fan in annoyance. Fine, then you go back with me and I will pretend that nothing happened today. Su Ruzhen snorted coldly. What if I don't? That's not up to you. He glanced at Chen Fan. Kid, stay away from her. Otherwise you won't even know how you'll die. What's it to you? Chen Fan didn't show any weakness and went toe-to-toe. The other party became furious. I think you are looking for death. After saying that, he rushed at Chen Fan and punched him. Before Chen Fan could do anything, Chen Meng, who had been waiting outside, had already rushed to his heels. Splat, a smooth slap, then grabbed the other party's wrist and directly pressed down on the ground. Ouch. The other party burst into a scream, baring his teeth and glaring at Chen Meng. You dare to hit me? Snap! Chen Meng gave him another slap. Yes, I am hitting you. What? Not convinced? Chen Meng's hand exerted force, and the other party screamed in pain, repeatedly. Ah, it hurts. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Chen Fan sneered and said to Su Ruzhen, let's go. Chapter 63, Su Ruzhen confesses her life. Coming out of the restaurant, Su Ruzhen was not in the mood at all. Chen Fan consoled that. It's fine, don't think too much. The two of them returned to the apartment building. Su Ruzhen was in a very low mood. Originally she was very happy today, but she took a bottle of wine and sat alone on the balcony to drink. Chen Fan saw that she was like a different person and always felt that something was wrong. Su Ruzhen, what's going on? Tell me. Su Ruzhen picked up the bottle of wine, gulp, even poured a few mouthfuls. Chen Fan snatched it over. Don't you drink, this will hurt your body. Su Ruzhen hugged his neck and cried out with a wow. Chen Fan could only comfort her. If there is anything you tell me, I will face it with you. But Su Ruzhen didn't say anything. It seemed that she had suppressed it for too long, sobbing one after another. Chen Fan was also not able to push her away. Crying, she raised her head and looked at Chen Fan. The originally beautiful face. Crying rain pear blossoms? Tear stains all over her face. Her eyes were already red. Even Chen Fan was a little heartbroken at the sight. What exactly happened? Can't you just tell me? Su Ruzhen shook her head, unable to hold back a single sob. Today's events had evoked a sadness in her, and when Chen Fan saw her in this state, he didn't know what to do besides comforting. Then let me help you to the bed to rest. You drink with me. Chen Fan had no choice but to take 2 bottles of wine and sit with her on the balcony. Maybe sometimes it was good to get drunk, so Chen Fan didn't rush to ask her what exactly happened. He just accompanied her and drank with her. In fact, Chen Fan had never been in love, never lost love, and never had the experience of getting drunk. He had no other way but to accompany Su Ruzhen to get drunk. Su Ruzhen drank while shedding tears. Unconsciously it was already past 1 o'clock. Seeing that she was finally drunk, and still had half a bottle of wine left to drink, Chen Fan bent down and picked her up and walked into the bedroom. He covered her with the air-conditioned quilt and stayed by the bedside himself. The night was deep. There was no wind nor rain. Even the air seemed to be telling a faint ghostly sadness. The remaining half bottle of wine poured alone in the corner. Chen Fan did not know her life, nor did he know her grievances, but at this time, he did not know how to comfort. In the end, she was tired of crying. Lying on the bed, she fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Fan woke up from his sleep. He found himself draped in a piece of clothing. Su Ruzhen had gotten up long ago. Seeing Chen Fan wake up, she wore an apologetic face. I made you suffer last night. Chen Fan stood up and moved his muscles, feeling his whole body tingling. He was about to ask Su Ruzhen why, when Wan Hao called. Chen Fan, we're back. Got it. Let's talk about it later. I don't have time now. Their training course was over and they wanted to find Chen Fan to meet and talk about the situation. Go wash your face and brush your teeth first. I made breakfast. Waiting for Chen Fan to get up, Su Ruzhen tenderly said as she changed her clothes and started to organize the room. Seeing her being as diligent as a good wife and mother, Chen Fan's heart instantly felt a trace of warmth. However, he still asked about what happened last night. What exactly happened? Who was that person yesterday? It was my cousin. Su Ruzhen also no longer avoided it, and after making the bed, she sat on the edge of the bed. Do you want to know the reason? Say it. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Chen Fan vaguely guessed that there must be a story behind her. Through this period of contact, she did not seem like an ordinary person. Her ability to manage a company was definitely not as simple as what she had said before. A temporary bank employee. When it came down to it, Su Ruzhen had no choice but to speak bluntly. Actually, I am a member of the Jiangnan Su family. My parents died a long time ago. In order to marry the Lu family, they wanted me to marry into the Lu family. I did not agree and ran out privately. Chen Fan was stunned. You're talking about that 100-year-old family, the Jiangnan Su family? This family was very famous. Just like people nowadays mentioning a small target of Chairman Wang. Chen Fan had of course heard of it, but where did he think that Su Ruzhen would have such an origin? Aha! Su Ruzhen nodded her head. Chen Fan stared at his eyes. Wow, grass. So you are the eldest miss of the Jiangnan Su family? What the hell? Chen Fan looked at her in disbelief, initially thinking that he was incredibly charming. Only now did he realize that Su Ruzhen was deliberately trying to pull herself down and go against the Su family. But the Lu family was also a big family. Nima, it's a pit. And it is a big pit. Seeing this face of Chen Fan, she glared in depression and whacked him. What do you mean? Backtracking? Chen Fan said. Did you do it on purpose? What on purpose? I also have no way out. Su Ruzhen had a red face. You think I'm a girl, unfamiliar in Jiangzhou? What can I do? Seeing that you are a college student, you should be honest and simple, so I relied on you. Chen Fan shook his head. Fine, But since you jumped into the pit, at no time are you allowed to change your original decision. Now that the company is just starting out, you have to go in and out with me. Don't worry. Su Ruzhen finally realized why, pinching his face. Careful. I'm a man of my word. What are you afraid of? Okay, then let's say it's a deal. No matter what happens in the future, we'll face it together. Su Ruzhen nodded repeatedly, but the Lu family wasn't that easy to deal with. If they knew they were with someone else, they probably wouldn't let it go, regardless of whether it was the Su family or the Lu family. To the current Chen Fan, it was definitely a capital giant. What Su Ruzhen had said at Chen Fan's house back then, that their family's assets amounted to hundreds of billions, was not a lie at all. It seems that he has to relay out himself again, to absolutely roll over these giants from a strength point of view. There are still a few days before school starts. Chen Fan asked Su Ruzhen to seize the time to get the company up and officially put it into operation. He asked Yi Langgao how their training was going. Tang Jing, the girl, should be able to stay and be used in the company. Su Ruzhen nodded. Don't worry, I will take care of it. Alright, you arrange it. Chen Fan got up and prepared to go out. Leaving just like that? What's wrong? Chen Fan thought she had something wrong. She pointed to her face. Aren't you coming for a bite? Dang, teasing herself again. In the end, she was a few years older than herself, and in this aspect, Su Ruzhen was simply a charming siren. No wonder so many emperors back then preferred not to have rivers and mountains just to get a smile from a beauty. When one is in the presence of such a special thing like Su Ruzhen, I am afraid that the average person would not be able to hold on to it. Coming out of the apartment, Chen Fan realized that his legs were soft. Chapter 64 Cooperation with Zhao's Real Estate. At noon, Chen Fan met with several Wang Hao. Their training had ended and they were going to officially take over the property of Yunfan Mansion. In order to reduce their pressure, Chen Fan made an explanation with Su Ruzhen that only let them be responsible for the building's public area hygiene and facilities maintenance. As for security, Blueprint is responsible for it, because the security was under Chen Mang's control, but he was part-time protecting Su Ruzhen's safety. In this way, managing the property has become a fat job. All the companies that have moved in have to pay property fees to them, and the property fees in the entire urban area of Jiangzhou are not cheap, not to mention this kind of commercial building. So Yi Langgao they have to do is to recruit some cleaning staff, water and electricity maintenance workers and so on. As long as they manage this department well, every year, each person share a few 100,000 absolutely no problem. To put it bluntly, this was Chen Fan giving away money. At the same time, it was also to cultivate their abilities. When everyone was eating together, Tang Jing rarely spoke. Wang Hao asked, Chen Fan, how do you know Mr. Su? What a big face, actually letting us practice with such a good thing. Qin Nan was also particularly interested in this matter. They had planned it themselves long ago, knowing how much profit they would make over the course of a year. This was many times better than those who applied for part-time jobs at companies, and they had a promising future. As long as they made the company bigger, they could go out and contract properties. By then the whole Jiangzhou will be their world. Ha ha. This was of course the fantasy of several young people. When discussing the division of labor, everyone unanimously elected Yi Langgao to come out as the manager. Wang Hao was the assistant manager, and the two girls were in charge of other things. Chen Fan asked Tang Jing, what about you? Tang Jing shook her head. I've been thinking about it for the past few days, and I don't think I'm suitable for this piece. I'd rather be an employee. Chen Fan understood that Tang Jing did not want to work together with these two young lovers. It was because they were a group and they themselves were a single dog. She was afraid that there would be a gap over time, so she simply brought it up now. The school year was about to start, but they could only put it off for the start of the school year, especially when it came to junior year. It was not uncommon to go 10 days and half a month late. Tomorrow they were going to be officially on duty, so everyone dispersed after dinner. Chen Fan sensed that Tang Jing had something on her mind and comforted her with a few words. Don't be pressured. You need to let go of your hands and feet. If you tie your hands for a mere $200,000, the pattern will be small. Tang Jing went back to school. Life always grows through slow trials and tribulations. After experiencing this, Tang Jing was obviously very different from before. When I first met her, she was a little arrogant and didn't talk to many people. Now she has learned to bow her head in front of life. The next day Tang Jing was arranged by Su Ruzhen to be a staff member at the company. Due to her status as a student, she couldn't go to and from work normally like a regular employee. Su Ruzhen could only arrange for her to be in charge of some jobs that weren't too important, or can work remotely. Conveniently, she can also squeeze out time to complete at school. After Yi Langgao and the others took over the property, they felt good on the first day. Especially Yi Langgao, wearing a suit with a manager's sign on his chest, felt great. Chen Fan helped them settle in and naturally didn't pay too much attention to it. The road ahead would have to rely on them to walk on their own. Around 10 o'clock, Su Ruzhen called, to tell you a good news. You say it, why don't we celebrate at night? Su Ruzhen sold the idea. Fine, as long as you like. Hearing Su Ruzhen's soft voice, Chen Fan remembered her appearance in bed again. No, if this continues, he will really be drained by her. A silky laugh came from Su Ruzhen on the phone. Really, extraordinarily good news. People from Zhao's real estate came over to talk to me today, wanting to cooperate with us. The one who came is still a young lady, old and pretty. Speaking of Zhao's real estate, Chen Fan naturally immediately thought of Zhao Linlin. They want to cooperate with you to get a hotel? How clever. Su Ruzhen praised. I see that she's not very old, but she's quite experienced in this area of hotel management. I read her analysis report. The hotel is managed by their professional team. I think it's also quite good. Well, just make up your mind. It's not a big deal. Chen Fan didn't care about these small matters. The investment within a few small goals was solely taken care of by Su Ruzhen. You trust me so much? Su Ruzhen deliberately asked. Chen Fan was speechless. I see that you want to beg for a fight again. Would I care about this little thing? Su Ruzhen rolled up her eyes, seeing that this guy's hands were not honest. I'm talking to you about business. You don't keep thinking about those. Since you think it's feasible, then I'll sign it. Okay, consider this our first investment. Chen Fan transferred $1 billion from the stock market. These $1 billion were in turn injected by him into the company under his name. This company under his name was then injected back into Blueprint Investment Company. This way, Blueprint Investment Company was absolutely controlled by the company under his own name. On top of that, Chen Fan also transferred the remaining 300 million or so on his account to his own private account. This money was used for his usual out-of-pocket spending. Although he had transferred more than $13 billion from the stock market, the two big demon stocks, Western Border Energy and Northern Mining, had earned themselves back another billion or so. There were still tens of billions of dollars retained in the stock market. It was just that he was too busy recently. He didn't even have the time to lay out other stocks. Su Ruzhen saw the funds arrive, and the next day she signed a cooperation agreement with Zhao Linlin, with Blueprint Investment contributing 120 million and Zhao Group contributing 1.5. They joined forces to create a brand new 5-star hotel. While Su Ruzhen was presiding over the work with all her might, it was time for Chen Fan to start school. Throughout the summer vacation, he had been living in the apartment. There were very few chances to go to the dormitory in the future. In fact, there was nothing much to do in the first few days of the school year, which was nothing more than welcoming the new students. As for Zhuo Bing, she and the dance team were busy during this period of time. She and the dance team started rehearsing their program a week in advance to present their performance at the opening ceremony. Yi Langgao and the others were working at the company, so naturally they didn't come over to report. Only Chen Fan was alone, wandering around getting ready to go to school. Tick-tock. Just after leaving the apartment, an Alpha drove over, followed by a few other cars. Hey, little brother, may I ask if you have a better apartment for rent here? Chen Fan looked at the other party. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The dress code was moderate. In the Alpha that was pulled open, there was a girl in her 18 or 19 years old. Looking at the other party's dress and the watch on the wrist, the family should be very rich. Chen Fan said, I don't quite understand. Why don't you ask the doorman? The other party said thank you and turned to the girl in the car to ask for instructions. Missy, do you think this location is okay? It's quite close to the school. If it's okay, I'll arrange it now. The girl in the car poked her head out to look at it for a few moments, and Chen Fan realized that the other party was particularly pretty. Could it be a new schoolmate again? Chen Fan was about to leave when the other party called out to him. Wait, Chapter 65, The New Schoolmate. Do you live in this building too? The other party got out of the car, and although she was dressed as a student, her features were extremely delicate. The figure was also very good. The face value was completely no less than the school flower goddess Zhao Linlin. Only in the eyes of a known meat-flavored boy like Chen Fan, it felt that it was still a bit too slim. The other party's height of almost 1 meter 6'8" was considered very good amongst the girls, and what she wore, all of them were high luxury brands. Seeing her inquire about this building with herself, Chen Fan nodded. Yes. Oh, then how is the environment here? Not bad, at least it's the safest neighborhood around. The property management is also on point. I see. Thank you. The other party smiled sweetly, and Chen Fan also politely said, You're welcome. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. The girl looked up at the apartment. After looking at so many places, this is it. Okay, Missy, the middle-aged man from earlier immediately ordered down. Find the best floor and buy 2 or 3 sets. Look, people's no be right. They didn't even plan to rent. They just bought them. A bodyguard-like man ran over to the car in the back, asked the doorman about the situation, and then came back to report. I'm sorry, butler. The doorman said that the listings here are in high demand and there are no more to buy at all. The butler sneered. That's because they're not paying the right price. Talk to the owner directly. Chen Fan arrived at the school. A large group of livestock were talking with their hands in the air. Did you guys know? A very powerful character is coming in the freshman class. It's said that she looks like a national beauty, and she's a match for Zhao Linlin. That's right. I've heard that she's also a scholarly figure who has participated in many international competitions. Right. I also heard that her family is particularly rich. The family seems to own several listed companies. Ahem. It was at this time that Liang Dong came and glanced at the crowd contemptuously. What's the point of saying this? Are you guys enough? I've seen it all. But people come with bodyguards. Just you people. It's a luxury to even take one more look. The crowd was rendered speechless by Liang Dongcai's dislike. Indeed, as beautiful as such a girl was, it was an insurmountable chasm for them. It was an existence that ordinary people could not even come into contact with. As for those daydreaming, wake up! The class was arranging to pick up the new students. Wei Jianlian followed behind Liang Dongcai and, like a pug, Chen Fan went out of the classroom, not realizing that the legend of the new schoolgirl was everywhere outside. Hey, have you heard about it? There's a very pretty girl in the freshman class. The face value is unbelievable, and her family background is also very cowboy. Well, there are legends about her all over the forums now. That's right, this person is awesome. The person is already on fire even before she arrives. Woohoo! I really want to meet such a schoolgirl. I also wonder if she has a boyfriend yet? Hearing this group of people whispering, Chen Fan felt so bored. Isn't it just a girl who was a bit prettier looking? What's the point? This group of single dogs who had never eaten meat were really speechless. Well, maybe now they still can't realize that a man only deserves to have everything if he is strong. Otherwise you can only live in envy of others forever. This was Chen Fan's second time coming to the dance studio, and through the window glass, from afar, he saw a group of girls with such a good body that it would make one's nose bleed in rehearsal. Some of the girls were really overdeveloped, and some parts were as big as cows. However, Chen Fan didn't like this kind of particularly exaggerated body, but preferred the ones like Zhuo Bing, Su Ruzhen. Zhuo Bing was worthy of being the leader of the dance pair. No matter the dance style or the face value, it was the best existence among them. Chen Fan just admired from afar and waited until they finished rehearsing. Why are you here? Zhuo Bing saw Chen Fan and immediately ran over to greet him. Chen Fan smiled a particularly cheap smile when he saw that she was wearing a close-fitting practice outfit. Zhuo Bing guessed what he meant and glared at him fiercely. No looking, Chen Fan said. When are you free to make a date? Zhuo Bing looked at the time. Later, there will be another one later. I have to go back to the dormitory to take a shower after the rehearsal. Chen Fan nodded. It's okay, I'll wait for you. Zhuo Bing smiled sweetly, but this one suddenly came. I'm leaving, wife. Zhuo Bing trembled, turned around, gritted his teeth, and fiercely pinched the scoods. Not allowed to scream. After all, it was still a student, and when he heard this name, Zhuo Bing's body was numb. Goosebumps fell all over the place. Chen Fan fell away in pain. This asshole. Zhuo Bing stomped her foot, still feeling a little embarrassed in her heart. Bored, Chen Fan came to the playground behind the girls' dormitory, where a woman in a JK outfit was live streaming. Brothers, see this? This is the playground behind our school. Didn't lie to you guys. I'm really still a student. Thank you brother for the little stars. Let's crowdfund the tickets. Blood strike pressure. Tickets go a go. Look at Chen Fan straight shook his head. Nowadays, people do not work. Can't you go to work properly? Playing with this every day. Always thinking that pie can fall from the sky. If you really have talent, it's okay for people to reward you voluntarily. But this one here can't do anything but whine. And she's asking the audience to vote for her. To PK her. Do you think I'm stupid? 555. Lost again. Brothers are really incapable. Chen Fan came to the chair next to him and sat down, ready to wait for Zhuo Bing to finish rehearsing and go to dinner together. Just pulled out his cell phone. The live woman turned her head and scolded. What are you looking at? Stinking beggar. Never seen a beautiful woman? Chen Fan did not care. He also did not expect no reason, and did not provoke who will also be scolded, but the other side said you, daff, get lost, don't disturb my live broadcast. Ha, Chen Fan looked up. Did you say me? Who else is there if not you? It's you poor running over to affect my mood, playing PK and losing again. Chen Fan glared at the woman, coldly laughed. What for? Are you going to hit someone? I'm an internet celebrity with tens of thousands of fans. Is an internet celebrity with tens of thousands of followers terrific? Chen Fan really appreciated those powerful lead anchors, who never petulantly asked for gifts from their fans, but instead did what they wanted to do with all their heart. Like this. As long as one swipes a lollipop, one would probably kneel down and call oneself Big Brother, right? Chen Fan glanced at her live broadcast number and silently came not far away. A little Jiao Jiao. What kind of nickname is this? Where are the tens of thousands of fans? Not just 1,000 people? There are only a dozen people in the live room. Oh, Chen Fan, without saying a word, came to the other side of the live room and swiped 2 rockets. Wow, I live room to Big Brother. The other party is also a woman. Surprised. It seems like it's the first time she's encountered such a Big Brother. A small Jiao Jiao confused, rushed to click on the other live room in the Big Brother's avatar. Nima, isn't this the same pour by just now? A little Jiao Jiao suddenly burst into tears. Big Brother, see, still not far away, Chen Fan. She pounced over. Chapter 66, a boyfriend worth hundreds of millions. Big Brother, help me brush a gift. Swipe me a wazi. I'll listen to you and everything. Big Brother. Chen Fan looked at her with a strange face. Am I familiar with you? A little Jiao Jiao took his arm and kept rubbing against him. Big Brother, I was wrong just now. Just help me out. Help me with 2 games. Just 2 games, okay? As long as you help me swipe a wazi, people will go with you today. Chen Fan had a disgusted look on his face. He took out his cell phone and swiped a few more rockets for the person. 1 more huazi. Woohoo! Oh my god. The god of fortune came down from the sky. The other party completely fainted in the live broadcast room. He was a small anchor and had never seen any big scenes. Today, someone somehow brushed rockets for himself and even sent a huazi. Oh my god. The woman was so excited that she fainted. A little Jiao Jiao was so envious that she wanted to die, and she danced her fists in anger. That's how he lost touch with Big Brother. It's my fault. I'm the one who looked down on people. I didn't realize that he was the real Big Brother. Chen Fan ignored her and left, and she sat down on the floor in anger. In the girls' dormitory, Zhuo Bing had already finished her work and changed her clothes, only to see Chen Fan waiting outside the dormitory entrance. Ha, you're actually so honest? Chen Fan stood up. What do you mean? Zhuo Bing affectionately held his hand. Today's new student registration. You didn't go to mess with the other schoolgirls? How can they compare to you? Yo, now you've become so sweet-mouthed. Did you do something bad? It is said that women are naturally sensitive. Chen Fan firmly said. What are you thinking? Let's go. Today you will take you to eat something delicious. Now Chen Fan is indeed better than before at coaxing girls. After all, people always have to grow up. The 2 of them went out of the back door of the school. The 2 stores in the back street had been rented out to others. Taking advantage of the start of the school year, the owner of this shop was again in a flurry of activity. Chen Fan also did not want to worry about this kind of trivia. In the future, as long as the rent is collected on the line. Let's eat here? Zhuo Bing pointed to a store in front of him that ate frogs. The school year had started and it was overcrowded. There was also a queue. Chen Fan didn't like to get together. Let's go downtown. Zhuo Bing stared at him. What for? Although she didn't lack money, she didn't spend money indiscriminately. Unlike some girls who were overly ambitious and vain, Chen Fan wrapped his arm around her waist. When I'm with you, of course I have to go and eat the best. And then don't come back at night, right? Zhuo Bing said his following words. Chen Fan breathlessly pinched her face. It's good that you know. Anyway, it's not like there's anything to do tomorrow. So Zhuo Bing went along with him. The 2 stopped a cab. Master, go to Yanjiang Avenue. Some people say that finding a girlfriend must take her to eat seafood once. The cab driver could only glance enviously at Chen Fan. This kid is so lucky. Such a good cabbage was again arched by him. The place that Chen Fan brought Zhuo Bing to turned out to be the top restaurant in Zhangzhou. The Royal Imperial Banquet. The consumption here is more than 1,000 per capita. With no ceiling, Zhuo Bing pulled him back. Are you crazy? Why did you come to this kind of place? Chen Fan said indifferently. Let's go. We're all here. Do you have a lot of money? So extravagant. Hey, I said you've drifted recently. Chen Fan laughed. It's okay. It's not like we come often. How much can the 2 of us eat? Zhuo Bing glanced at him. Are you hiding something from me? Tell you, Chen Fan, you don't want to do anything illegal. What's illegal about eating his seafood? Go away. After dragging her into the restaurant, the staff arranged a couple's card seat by the window for them. The environment here was elegant and high-end. The floors were bright as if they had been licked by a dog. Order. Chen Fan told the waiter to give the menu to Zhuo Bing, who looked at the price. It was too expensive. She didn't want to spend Chen Fan's money indiscriminately, but she had come all the way here, so she gritted her teeth and ordered a few less expensive seafood items. Just these. Show me. Chen Fan saw it. How can this work? We are at least a 10 billionaire, so we ordered all of the few dishes that are the best here. Things in this kind of place were expensive, but they were exquisite and the portions were not large. Chen Fan closed the menu. Another bottle of red wine. The waiter happily responded. Okay, may I ask which brand of red wine you 2 need? Well, a small Lafite will do. A small Lafite would cost tens of thousands of dollars, Zhuo Bing said in his heart. Finished. This year's pocket money is going to be created by him all at once. Tonight this meal, it is estimated that there is number 100,000 cannot go away. However, Chen Fan was very happy. This was the first time he brought Zhuo Bing to such a high-end place, and she was still his real girlfriend. Chen Fan didn't want to treat her badly. Seeing that Zhuo Bing had been staring at himself with a skeptical gaze, Chen Fan laughed. "What's up? Am I that handsome?" Zhuo Bing said. "Honestly, what did you do? Going to dump antiques again?" "No." Chen Fan smiled, saw no one beside him, whispered, "I made a lot of money speculating in stocks." When he said speculating in stocks, Zhuo Bing did not feel surprised. So many students in the university were speculating in stocks, but most of them lost so much money that they couldn't even recognize their parents. So she tentatively asked, "How much did you earn?" Chen Fan said lightly, "Not much, a few $100 million. Put." Zhuo Bing just picked up the cup to drink some water, but ended up spraying it out at once. Chen Fan breathlessly pulled a tissue and wiped the water on his face. "Why are you so watery?" Zhuo Bing whitened the bastard fiercely. "Don't you like it?" Chen Fan didn't expect Zhuo Bing to dare to say something like this. Well, he himself did like it. Hearing that he had made so much money from speculation, Zhuo Bing's heart was also solid. Even the necklace of more than $6 million that was given to her last time, she also felt at peace. The stock market is risky, take it easy, but she still advised with concern. Chen Fan nodded. "Don't worry, I know the limits. There is a boyfriend who is worth more than $100 million. Zhuo Bing does not think there is anything special. She is already used to this kind of life, and she is also used to the circle of rich people. After all, her own parents are also the main one who is worth more than $100 million. The two drank red wine and ate seafood. It was also romantic. Chen Fan had long ago even opened a room. It was in the main building next to this restaurant. A few luxury cars came to the entrance of the restaurant, and a glance from the large floor-to-ceiling windows could see it all. A middle-aged man came down from the car and then carefully invited out a young girl of 18 or 19 years old. Looking at his respectful attitude, Chen Fan pondered, what kind of person is this girl? Such a big show. The other car that came down from the back was clearly the principal of Jiangzhou University, the director of the teaching department, and many other leaders. The principal lifted his collar and made a gesture towards the middle-aged man. "Please," and the middle-aged man respectfully asked the young girl to go first. Chapter 67, If my mom knows, she'll beat you to death. Chen Fan's eyes were not only able to see through, but could also see details 100 meters away. A bracelet on the girl's wrist was actually a product of the Shang Tang period. It was more than 300 years ago. Such a precious bracelet was definitely worth a fortune. Chen Fan had also read about this girl from the forum. She was the eldest Miss Lu Wushuang of the Lu family, an existence that was going to crush the Jiangzhou Zhao clan regardless of strength or family background. The Zhao family's assets are only $20 or $30 billion, while the Lu family's strength is definitely more than that. From Lu Wushuang going to school, it can be seen, butlers, bodyguards, and even school leaders accompanied him. Lu Wushu's appearance. Let Chen Fan cannot help but some alert. After all, this family and Su Ruzhen has extraordinary relationship, and what one has to do is to develop quickly and crush these families from the root. This would allow Su Ruzhen to feel safe. What are you looking at? Chen Fan was pondering when Zhuo Bing noticed his expression. However, Lu Wushuang and the others had already entered the restaurant, so Zhuo Bing didn't see anything. Let's go shopping after dinner. Chen Fan took a sip of red wine. Zhuo Bing didn't seem to have much interest. No go. Then go back to the hotel and sleep. This time Zhuo Bing did not refuse. Instead, she asked curiously, "Hey, you can make so much money speculating on stocks? How did you do it?" Chen Fan put down his cup and looked at her with a smile on his face. "Why are you also interested in this? Why don't I teach you some other day?" "No way. Can't you raise me in the future?" Zhuo Bing shrugged. "She was just asking." Chen Fan said, "Raising you is a must. Who asked you to be my wife?" Zhuo Bing wrinkled her eyebrows. "Can you be a bit more oily?" Calling his wife at this time always feels a little awkward. After all, he is still a student. The two finished eating, skipped around the street, and then went back to the hotel to sleep. Zhuo Bing lay in his arms. "You slept with me on the first day of school. How long are you preparing to bully me?" Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh and pinched her face. "A lifetime is not enough. You must be mine in the next life as well. You won't annoy me?" Zhuo Bing's character was rather special, very cheerful, not the wriggly kind. Chen Fan shook his head. "Why should I annoy you? It's too late to love you?" Zhuo Bing rolled over and pressed him down. "Let my mom know. She will have to beat you to death." The next day, Chen Fan received a call from Su Ruzhen early in the morning. After more than a month of hard work, everything was ready for Blueprint Investment Company, just waiting for a word from Chen Fan. Seeing that Zhuo Bing was still sleeping, Chen Fan didn't startle her and immediately rushed to Yunfan Mansion. Unexpectedly, he ran into Han Kaiying in the elevator. "Auntie, good morning." Han Kaiying stared at him in surprise. "Why are you here too?" Chen Fan laughed. "I came over to take a look. A few of my classmates are applying for jobs here." "Oh, Han Kaiying was puzzled in her heart. Could it be that this building was really his? She thought of her rent, which was twice as low as others, and her heart thumped. Chen Fan stood behind her, and the elevator smelled of a very strong perfume. This mother-in-law loved to dress up, and being in her 40s, she was usually especially particular about it. However, she has a good temperament and is still quite attractive in this regard. He has no idea what's going on in Han Shiyang's mind at the moment. Han Kaiying really had all the flavors. If what Chen Fan said was true, if what Chen Fan said is true, she is such a strong woman that she has been mixed up for nothing all these years. It's not as good as a child. Hey, how to say, people still need to study. Since she has accepted Chen Fan and her daughter, she is no longer entangled. They are happy. Arriving at Han Kaiying's office floor, Chen Fan politely said, "Auntie, take care." Han Kaiying nodded. "Come to the house to play sometime." "Okay, come over to see you and Uncle Zwa then." After Han Kaiying got off the elevator, Chen Fan went to Blueprint Investment. In order not to expose Chen Fan's identity as the behind-the-scenes boss, Su Ruzhen let everyone take a day off and not officially go to work until tomorrow. The office was neat and tidy. All areas were divided very clearly. Su Ruzhen, according to Chen Fan's instructions, the company should be youthful, the atmosphere should be good, and the decoration should not be too old-fashioned and rigid. This puts people in a happy mood to work. Su Ruzhen took him for a stroll. Chen Fan said with satisfaction, "Quite good. Congratulations to Mr. Su on his grand opening." Su Ruzhen smiled sweetly. "Am I still working for you?" Chen Fan said. "Don't forget, you are the legal person of the company." Su Ruzhen laughed loudly and took his hand. No one could see it anyway. Then he came to the most important area, the manipulation room. This area has a certain distance from the ordinary office area, and there is also access card privileges. People who had nothing to do with their work were forbidden to enter. In the trading room, in front of a huge screen, below the screen is a main podium, which is where the commander sits. Below are rows and rows of computers. Flush, dozens of them. Next to it was a temporary rest area with a place to put refreshments. Chen Fan praised, "It's really reassuring that you're doing something." It was Su Ruzhen's big office with a luxurious lounge at the end, a 2-meter-2 king-sized bed, and a double bathroom. "This is all prepared for you. Want to experience it?" Su Ruzhen ambiguously said. Chen Fan's heart suddenly fluttered with agitation, wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered in her ear, "You're so flirty." Su Ruzhen blanked him with a flavorful glance. However, Chen Fan did not fall for it, but said with a straight face, "Our company should have a separate elevator. You arrange it." He didn't want to bump into someone else every time he came over. In the future, there would be more people in Yunfan Mansion, and this was something to avoid suspicion. Su Ruzhen nodded. "Okay, now that this building has been occupied by 7 companies, there are many that have come to negotiate, but some of them are too expensive." Chen Fan said, "We only recruit companies with strength to make money from the rich. Don't come in if you think it's too expensive." After inspecting the place, the two went out of the office. Su Ruzhen said, "I haven't been able to recruit the receptionist I want." Chen Fan had high requirements for the receptionist. First of all, she had to be beautiful and have a good temperament. After all, the front desk represents the company's image. If you find a few crooked ones, not to mention that the guests look uncomfortable, they themselves are also sick to their stomachs. So the image is the first element. The second is responsibility. There is no sense of responsibility cannot be. And then beautiful is useless. The salary can be a little higher, but it must meet the company's employment requirements. Speaking of the front desk, Chen Fan remembered one person. Only one is not enough. At least 2 or more are needed. At this time, Zwa Bing called, and Chen Fan told her that he had something to do outside. "I'll go back to school then." Zwa Bing checked out of the room and took a taxi to the school. Chen Fan had just walked out of Yunfan Mansion when his phone rang again. Chapter 68 picked up a receptionist girl. Some people, some things seem to be predestined. Xu Yanfei came out from the manager's office. Today she is about to be angry. In August, she sold 2 sets of villas, at least nearly 300,000 commission. But the company changed the commission program, and only sent 50%. The rest will be paid out as bonuses at the end of the year. This was intolerable. Many people have protested, but after all, they are weak, belong to the vulnerable group. The top just said, "You like to do it or not. Without you, there are others. So good work outside." I do not know how many people lined up. Indeed, the villa area sales staff treatment than the same industry to be higher. There is a crucial point is, this property is good for sale. Not afraid to find sales staff, the company decided to do so, but also bet that they do not dare to resist. Just now Chu Yanfei was also lectured. The manager said forcefully, "The property can be sold as not you have the ability, and the quality of the property is good. The company has the strength. You guys don't think that you're complacent and self-righteous just because you've made some achievements. Be aware that it is the company that has accomplished you, not you who have accomplished the company. After being discounted by them, Chu Yinfei could only get more than 100,000 commission, and only half of it was sent. The manager also said, Chu Yinfei, this is purely picking up dead fish. Say what you paid? The insider of the industry of selling properties. Of course she is clear. She had also seen many of her colleagues sacrificing a lot in order to sell their houses. She is indeed considered lucky, but she couldn't stand the anger. I'm quitting, okay? But before leaving, she has to account for the work in hand. There is also the matter of the client must also have a landing. Chen Fan bought 2 villas. Su Rujin real estate license has been dealt with down. Another household Chen Fan did not intend to fall in their own names, has not been certified. Chu Yinfei gave Chen Fan a phone call, hoping that if he has time, he can go over. If Chen Fan didn't go, the information would be handed over to someone else for more trouble. I'll come over then. Chen Mang, give me a ride. Without saying a word, Chen Mang drove the Tuareg to send Chen Fan to the sales department of Jiangshan Imperial View. Chu Yinfei had been waiting there for a long time, and when she saw Chen Fan get out of the car, she hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Chen, I have your information ready. There's also the key to building 19, so as long as you yourself are willing, you can apply for real estate registration at any time. Of course, you can also apply for it under someone else's name. Chen Fan said there was no rush for this. The house types of Building 19 and Building 16 were the same, and Chen Fan had seen them at that time, and Su Rujin was not going to move in for the time being. The 2 villas were just left empty. After handing over the things to Chen Fan, Chu Yinfei made a small request. Mr. Chen, can I go out in your car? Yes. And you're off work? I resigned, so I purposely gave you the key today. Oh, hearing that Chu Yinfei had resigned, Chen Fan once again sized up the other party. Most of the ones who worked as salespersons had a good temperament and their face value was not low. They were almost as good as those flight attendants. So Chen Fan asked more. Why did you resign? Chu Yinfei angrily said the reason. And Chen Fan looked back at the sales department of Jiangshan Imperial View. I didn't expect such a big company to slaughter its own employees as well. What's your education? College. Chu Yinfei didn't know why Chen Fan was inquiring about this. She just answered truthfully. Then what are your next plans? I don't know. Look for a job again. If it's not possible, I'll go to do car sales. Chen Fan said. I have a place you can try. If competent, the pay should not be too bad. Really? Chu Yinfei's eyes widened. What company? Chen Fan said to Chen Mang who was driving. Tell him to take you there. It's a newly opened company that is hiring a receptionist. Of course, if you have the ability, you can also apply for other positions. Well, okay, thank you, Mr. Chen. Chu Yinfei was happy that she was able to find a job so quickly. Of course, she believed that the bosses who could afford the villa shouldn't lie. It would be a matter of minutes for them to introduce themselves to a job. Chen Mang, I'll go back to school. You take her to the interview with Mr. Su. Chu Yinfei guessed that the general manager Su should be the girl Chen Fan brought over last time. Arriving at the apartment building, Chen Fan got off. Chen Mang led Chu Yinfei away. In the apartment building, a group of people were moving furniture, and it just happened to be going to the floor where Chen Fan was. When he arrived at the door of his rented apartment, he found that the doors of the 2 sets across the street and the one next to it were open. The middle-aged man he had run into yesterday was directing the moving. You guys pay attention. Don't bump. Things have to be set up properly. It can be a little slower. I'll give you guys double wages when the time comes. Thank you, boss. Several movers were overjoyed and worked extra hard. Chen Fan was a bit strange. Wasn't there no house for sale here? They even changed the furniture. And 3 sets at once. Nyo bai. Just about to enter. The middle-aged man saw him. Young man, you live here too? Oh, do you need help? No, no. The other party waved his hand. Chen Fan didn't say much and went straight to his room. Turning on the computer, Western Border Energy and Northland Mining had risen like crazy. From the time Chen Fan laid out into it until now, it had risen 6 times, and it continues to soar. Worthy of being the great bull stock of the century, Chen Fan is currently able to see the late trend, almost all in the form of upward movement. This is a situation to double again. Well, very good. As their current volume is also large enough, these 2 stocks to double again, then their own holdings will have to reach nearly $10 billion. Such a large volume want to come out there is a great difficulty, and the banker himself to ship out. Therefore Chen Fan decided to ship out after another 5 or 6 trading days, then hand over part of the funds to Su Rujin team to manipulate. He is the boss behind the scenes. But Chen Fan found a problem. The market recently to fall, and the downward space is more than 500 points. This is a bad phenomenon. Every time this happens to the broad market, it will be linked to many individual stock movements. The tragedy of 1,000 stocks falling is likely to repeat itself again, but there are very few stocks that don't care if the market rises or falls, and come out of the independent market. Chen Fan paid attention to Zhao's real estate. Sure enough, also in the next market, the stock price directly cut. Jiangnan Paper, Southland Real Estate, Dragon Car fell more than 60%. Chen Fan's eyes widened. Can't be. When I reviewed the disc today, I found these stocks, because the amount of money is too large. It is not conducive to short-term operation. I didn't expect the next market to be so powerful. Today is the second, which means that tomorrow these stocks are going to start plummeting? Chen Fan did not hesitate to pick out these stocks. The rising trend is very fierce. All of them are bullish stocks that are a few times in advance. So what are you waiting for? Rally short it. Chapter 69, Getting Acquainted with the Girls in the Dance Troupe. The market capitalization of these stocks are all in the hundreds of billions to tens of billions of dollars. And the disc is not small. Chen Fan checked the amount of their securities. First by a few hundred million, say it. Tomorrow once the plunge. They just lie flat to make money. After all this, there is not much movement outside. It is estimated that things have been moved. Chen Fan gave Zhuo Bing a call. Going to dinner together tonight? Zhuo Bing agreed very quickly. Sure, you come and pick me up. Chen Fan hung up the phone and went out. The opposite side has really finished. Each room at least 4 hourly workers are cleaning. At this time, 2 people came in at the elevator entrance. The middle-aged man walked over with a woman in her 40s. From now on, you will take care of Missy's living, eating and drinking, the middle-aged man commanded. Okay, please don't worry, butler. I will definitely take good care of Missy. Chen Fan entered the elevator and shook his head rather emotionally. The children of rich families were different. A few bodyguards and a nanny to take care of them. The rehearsal was so big. Chen Fan came to the school. Zhuo Bing was still in the dance studio and had not come out. Seeing that it was almost time, he had to go over to pick up. He didn't expect to just run into Zhuo Bing and the girls finishing rehearsal, and a large group of girls ran out. Ha! Bing Bing's boyfriend is here. Don't let him run away. We must catch him today. That's right. Let him treat us today. A group of girls giggled and surrounded Chen Fan. We're going to have a barbecue. They didn't know that Chen Fan had already rented out the store. And one by one, they were smiling and pestering Chen Fan. Chen Fan said, I don't have money. If you don't have money, let Zhuo Bing pay the bill for you. She's a big rich woman. At this time a girl shouted, No, I want to eat seafood. Another girl laughed out loud. What qualifications do you have to eat seafood? Seafood is for girlfriends. Why? There were innocent girls who didn't understand. The girl who had just laughed out loud rolled her eyes. You don't even understand that. What does seafood taste like? Oh. Zhuo Bing instantly understood in seconds. Couldn't help but glare fiercely at Chen Fan. So this was the reason why he wanted to take himself to eat seafood. It was clearly to pave the way for future plans. Everyone changed clothes and went to eat barbecue together. Chen Fan was surrounded by a dozen or so girls, leaving those boys in the school looking confused. Whose family's son is this? Right, which rich second generation is it again? This situation, Nyobai against the sky. You should know that all the girls in Zhuo Bing's dance troupe have great bodies, high values and long legs. Any guy who can pick up one of them is lucky in this life. This guy actually brought a bunch of beauties with him? At this moment, countless jealous gazes, like sharp swords, attacked. They couldn't wait to kill Chen Fan by 1,000 cuts, especially those boys who were still single in their 4th year of college. They hated him even more. This scene was just seen by Liang Dongkai. Grass Nima's poor. Pretend to be by. He glared at Zhuo Bing. Asterisk. Sooner or later, I'll get you and abandon you again. Chen Fan didn't see Liang Dongkai and didn't know that he was cursing himself behind his back, bringing Zhuo Bing and the girls to the back street. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Anyway, Zhuo Bing is treating today. Zhuo Bing is also very polite. Well, order some more, and bring some to the people in the dormitory as well. Yo, Zhuo Bing, big rich woman you can't be. You can still pack it after eating? A girl who played well with Zhuo Bing joked. It's okay, as long as you guys are happy. At this time a girl next to them looked at the two curiously. Isn't your boyfriend treating you? Why are you paying the bill? Chen Fan, you're not going to eat soft rice, are you? Chen Fan didn't mind. In our family, women are in charge of the money. Dash. The group of girls laughed happily. Zhuo Bing realized that his eyes were always glancing towards the long legs of other girls and, gritting her teeth, she quietly pinched him. No hitting on them. Chen Fan smiled. What are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person? However, this bastard still did hit on these girls' ideas, pondering whether to sign them into the company as receptionists. If there was an appearance by them, wow, this scenery, the rehearsal, who can compare? The girls with Zhuo Bing have better personalities. They are also good at jokes. In the past, when they were not familiar with each other, they were all high and cold. Now that they are familiar with each other, they are like buddies. They ate barbecue and drank beer without any constraints. If they could be made into a girl group, they could also invest in the movie and television industry in the future. A bolder idea popped up in Chen Fan's heart. By the time everyone finished eating the barbecue, it was almost 8:30. Chen Fan really didn't expect these girls to be quite capable of drinking. A dozen people drank 4 cases of beer, with an average of at least 4 bottles per person. Among them, there were also a few who could not drink much, which meant that some people drank 5 or 6 bottles, or even more. Looking at this group of lively, naughty girls waving away, Chen Fan put his arm around Zhuo Bing and said quietly, "Why don't we go to a hotel? Halo, we've been there last night, and we're going again today?" Even though Zhuo Bing also wanted to stay with Chen Fan, she still refused to go to a hotel. "Then why don't I go rent a room, and later you want me to die?" Zhuo Bing immediately stopped his following idea. "Going out to rent a room is never possible. This is open cohabitation. Don't allow you to play this kind of idea." Zhuo Bing pinched his nose. "Work hard. We are still young. We'll have a long time together in the future." Fine. Chen Fan only had to send her back to the dormitory. After all, girls have to be more cautious in this area. Chen Fan returned to his apartment and was just about to enter the elevator when he was stopped by 2 bodyguards. "What do you mean?" Chen Fan looked at the other party angrily. One of the bodyguards had a dark face. "I'm sorry, our Missy doesn't like to share an elevator with others. You go to the side." Chen Fan was a bit annoyed. "Is the elevator owned by your family?" The bodyguard wrinkled his eyebrows and was about to give Chen Fan a warning when the girl in the elevator shouted, "Forget it, let him come in." "Missy." The 2 bodyguards wanted to say something else. The girl glanced at them. "Can't you hear my words?" "Yes." The 2 men then snapped and entered the elevator, and no longer blocked Chen Fan. Chen Fan was a bit upset, looking at these 2 bodyguards and thought, "Believe it or not, I will find someone to beat you up." He simply did not enter the elevator and walked out to wait for Su Ruzhen. Not a moment later, Chen Meng sent Su Ruzhen back. Chen Fan called him to the side. "Chen Meng, how exactly is your strength? Can you beat those bodyguards?" Chen Meng looked at him in confusion. "What do you want?" Chen Fan said, "I want you to help me beat up 2 people. Let's try." Chen Meng was not sure. After all, the other party was also a bodyguard level character. He couldn't blow this bull. However, Chen Meng had a request. "If you win, you buy me a drink. If you lose, you send me to the hospital." Ha ha ha. Chen Fan laughed. "Okay." Chapter 70, Chen Meng's Strength. Seeing that Chen Fan was going to drag Chen Meng into a fight, Su Ruzhen asked anxiously, "What's the situation?" Chen Fan touched his nose. "I'm afraid you'll have to recuse yourself." "What happened?" The Lu family's eldest Miss Lu Wuxuan came to study at Jiangzhou University, bringing her bodyguard to live upstairs. Su Ruzhen was a bit headstrong. "Then I won't go up. You guys go." After saying that, she left in a hurry. Tonight, it was estimated that he could only go and stay in a hotel. Chen Fan led Chen Meng into the elevator and went straight to the 26th floor. Lu Shuangwu had already returned to her room. The butler had bought 3 sets here at once. Lu Shuangwu lived in 1 set alone. The 2 bodyguards lived in 1 set, and the other set was for the nanny to live in, which served as a kitchen by the way. When the 2 went upstairs, they happened to run into Lu Wuxuan's 2 bodyguards guarding the door. "Is it the 2 of them?" Chen Meng asked as soon as he came up, pointing at the 2. Chen Fan nodded his head. Chen Meng directly walked over. "Aren't the 2 of you cow pies? Come here and fight with me." The 2 bodyguards glanced at him with some disdain. One must know that they were professionally trained, and to be able to be sent out by the Lu family to protect Lu Wuxuan, they must not be ordinary people either. "Fighting with you?" It seemed to be a loss of one's identity, but Chen Meng pushed his sleeves up, completely resembling a countryside mangaka. He pointed at the nose of one of the bodyguards. "Mavi, rich is great. The elevator belongs to your family? If you have the ability, you can install a separate one yourself?" The other party's brows sank, and a tackle grabbed at Chen Meng. Chen Meng laughed coldly. His figure shortened, raised his hand and struck an elbow to the opponent's abdomen. This guy is still a practitioner? The opponent instinctively bowed to avoid Chen Meng's attack, but he didn't know that Chen Meng would follow the trend with a whirlwind kick. Brush! A powerful force came against the wind, and his long leg was like a whip, heavy whip on the opponent's waist. The other party was jerked out on the spot, and ruthlessly crashed into the wall. Well, seeing the opponent crumple to the ground with his injured part, Chen Fan gave a thumbs up. 1 blow was effective. Not bad. It really didn't come out that Chen Meng was so strong. A professional bodyguard was put down by him in 2 moves. The other bodyguard was confused and roared in anger. Not caring about the fallen bodyguard, he rushed towards Chen Meng. Chen Meng did not show any weakness either. Bang bang bang. He instantly threw 18 punches in quick succession. The other party was knocked back by him and actually did not have the power to fight back. Good. Chen Fan shouted excitedly as he watched. The other party was infuriated and roared fiercely. A move of the black tiger pulling out the heart, straight to Chen Mang's heart. Chen Mang grasped his hands, suddenly drew back and an elbow strike crashed into the opponent's cheek. Put! A splash of blood flew out of the opponent's mouth, bringing out a few teeth along the way. Thump! Being hit by this heavy blow from Chen Mang, he could not recover his momentum and retreated a dozen steps. He touched his cheek that had been swollen by Chen Mang's blow, his eyes like fire. Again! Chen Mang hooked his finger towards him. The opponent became furious and hissed as he rushed over. Chen Mang drew his stance, and with a front bow and arrow, seeing the opponent lunge closer, once again a sure phone kick, pouncing. The bodyguard ended up the same way, being jerked over on the ground by Chen Mang. Good! Wonderful! Chen Fan clapped his hands and shouted. He walked over and patted Chen Mang's shoulder. Awesome! Why didn't you say earlier if you have the skill? Turn around and ask General Manager Su to give you a twofold increase in salary. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Hey! Chen Mang reacted only after he finished. What exactly is your relationship with Mr. Su? Chen Fan smiled. A quilt brother. Asterisk. I told you, the two of them must have an unusual relationship. Otherwise how could Su Ruzhen treat herself so well? What are you guys doing? Lu Wushuang heard the commotion and came out from the house, seeing his two bodyguards beaten to a pulp, covering their waists and not even able to stand up. What's going on? This was probably the most wretched she had seen her two bodyguards. One must know that a job like theirs was indeed quite imposing in normal times. How would ordinary people dare to mess with them? The two struggled to get up and shouted with their heads down. Missy! One of the bodyguards was wicked and pointed at Chen Fan. He stopped him in the elevator just now, and he shouted for someone to come over and retaliate against us. Lu Wushuang was so speechless. Are you two eaters? You can't even protect yourselves, and you still dare to talk about protecting me? Her face sank. From now on, you two are expelled. Ha! Don't! Missy, you guys go and explain to the housekeeper yourselves. Lu Wushuang showed no mercy, throwing down a sentence and turning around to enter the door. What a ing waste. As a bodyguard, he actually had the nerve to say that he was put down. Chen Fan was very happy and wrapped his arm around Chen Mang's shoulder. Go, brother, treat you to a drink. Don't get drunk. He glanced at Lu Wushuang's pitiful two bodyguards and laughed openly. Wasn't it quite bull by just now? I didn't expect such a dish. The nearest night snack stalls to this point were the front door of the school and the back street. In front of the hotel mostly. The back street is their most happy place. Night snacks, accommodation, KTV, foot massage. Chen Fan brought him to the back street. Chen Mang looked at those short skirts under the long legs for a moment of fascination. Eventually sighed. Still need to study or else you can't even enter the door. Chen Fan asked for a case of beer, ordered a lot of barbecue, and the two of them drank and chatted. Chen Mang, you have good hands. Follow Mr. Su well, you won't be treated badly. Aha! Chen Mang nodded his head somewhat honestly. A large skewer of barbecue was jerked to the end with his mouth open. Su Ruzhen called over. Where are you guys? Barbecue stand. Do you want some? Forget it, I'm on a diet at night. Su Ruzhen asked. Are things taken care of? Ha ha, was about to tell you. Chen Mang is really good. Drying out Lu Wushuang's two bodyguards. Tomorrow give him a salary increase to 30,000. Well, after the midnight snack you come over. What for? Su Ruzhen depressed. What else? You finished eating. Don't give me some? She then sent a location to Chen Fan. Jiangzhou International Hotel. Seeing this message, Chen Fan added a few more bunches of lamb loin. It was almost 1 o'clock. Chen Fan paid the bill and looked at Chen Mang's greasy mouth. Let's go. The two took a taxi. One went to the Yunfan Mansion Company dormitory. One came to the Jiangzhou International Hotel. In room 1314, Su Ruzhen took a shower and lay on the bed with a few moments of lethargy. Ding dang, ding dang. The doorbell rang and she hurried over to open the door. Chen Fan smiled and flashed in, looking at Su Ruzhen who was white and clean inside the bathrobe. This bastard smiled like a lecher. Su Ruzhen gave him a blank look and pouted. Still not going to take a bath. Aha! With a big barbecue smell on his body, Chen Fan rushed into the bathroom. 3 times. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Seeing how monkeyish this guy was, when he came out, Su Ruzhen handed over a bathrobe and smiled wryly. I'm sorry, I'm already full tonight. Day. Chapter 71, Godlike Man. Of course, the main thing with Su Ruzhen was to talk about work. That kind of thing. In moderation. Chen Fan was not excessive. 3 or 4 times a day was about right. After being busy, Su Ruzhen told him that Chu Yanfei would come over to work tomorrow. She also brought a co-worker who was also doing sales with her. She had a high face value and met Chen Fan's requirements for a receptionist. Chen Fan said, I won't interfere in the company's affairs. You'll be solely responsible for it. Oh, I'll tell you something important. I'm going to melt and short the three companies, Jiangnan Paper, Southland Real Estate, and Shenlong Auto. Ah, Su Ruzhen instinctively sat up after hearing this, with a surprised face. What's wrong? Why didn't I see you reacting so strongly just now? Su Ruzhen blanked the bastard. Do you know that these three companies are all under the Lu family? Chen Fan was slightly stunned. Such a coincidence? Whatever. Do I have money to spare? Su Ruzhen said. I didn't mean that. Thinking that you deliberately started a war with the Lu family. Not really. It's just a coincidence. Chen Fan really didn't expect things to be so coincidental, but tomorrow would be a major turnaround. The big market that had been rocketing up since last year was going to change. It would be a bloody storm. I'll transfer another $2 billion to the company's account early tomorrow morning, so order it down and complete the layout by 10 o'clock. Smash all the funds in your hands. I'll send you a message with the specific program. Aha! When it came to work, Su Ruzhen was by no means ambiguous. Of course, she did not know what would happen tomorrow. The next morning, Chen Fan paid the money into Blueprint Investment Company's account, $2 billion. He still held a large number of stocks in Western Border Energy and Northern Mining in his hands, and was only waiting for the next week to empty them. After all, these two demonic winds that were going crazy against the market could not be missed. Despite being tossed around by Chen Fan last night, Su Ruzhen still arrived at the company in time. At this moment, the company's various departments have been set up: personnel, finance, logistics. The most core department is of course the trading team, a total of 16 people. Each person is responsible for at least a dozen funds account, and all are traders, no analysts. Blueprint's company account is usually not activated, which is also Chen Fan's arrangement, because he does not want to be exposed to these capitals too early. The market opened at 9:30, and the market rocketed up. At this time no one would have thought that a major change in the market would occur today. Su Ruzhen commanded everyone to short securities. At this time all the traders feel incredible. Some people are puzzled to ask, Mr. Su, the market is rising vigorously. We saw operation is not good, right? Su Ruzhen said. Your task is to follow the command. Do not ask for anything else. If you don't go to melt coupons when it's rising, you won't be able to buy coupons when it's falling. And they only shorted the three stocks under the Lu family, not touching the others for the time being. At this moment in the Jiangnan Lu family, the young and energetic Lu Yuxuan was excited to see the stocks under his family's banner rising. Holding on for a while longer, the Lu family's assets could double again. As the outstanding representative of the Lu family's younger generation, he was now the company's president. The Su family was preparing to set him up with Su Ruzhen, but Su Ruzhen didn't agree and ran away from home. The Lu family's aim was to double the market capitalization of its several listed companies. Seeing that the plan is about to be realized, they certainly do not know that something big is going to happen today. 10 o'clock in the morning. The early market is still good. Northbound funds flowed into several $1 billion. Just shortly after Su Ruzhen completed the layout, suddenly, the market changed. The original rising momentum of the broader index. Instantaneous turnaround and fall. At first we did not think. After all, there is no stock market that only rises and does not fall, even if the retracement is reasonable. But, the broader market from rising more than a point, quickly fell below yesterday's closing index. Then it went all the way down, diving in a straight line. Oops, things are not looking good. At this moment it is estimated that everyone has such a thought. A certain few experts have looked at the DISC index and K-line. Fortunately, not broken, the level is fine. It should be a technical adjustment. After all, the previous rise is too fast. However, the market is far from what they think so simple. Almost all the stocks of the huge buy orders, including many sealed stops of the funds, but also in an instant was swallowed up by a huge amount of money. Stocks dived at high levels. The broader market quickly dropped 2 points. Then it eased a little. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Plunge must be a strong rebound. Some jitterbugs see the situation, immediately go to grab rebound. There is a huge amount of money to buy, but buying it this time is tantamount to shooting oneself in the foot. It is estimated that most people do not realize the risk coming. The market only rebounded for 3 minutes, up less than a point. The result is once again plummeted. And, the amplitude is more violent. A storm is coming. The broad market fell 5 points straight down. At this moment, at least half of the stocks were down. The 3 stocks under the Lu family had also fallen by more than 8 points. The stock market was green, and so was Lu Chongfeng's face. As the third-generation head of the Lu family, he was in charge of several $100 billion of assets under the Lu family. Seeing that he had lost all his efforts, Lu Chongfeng's face was terribly gloomy. Lu Yuxuan advocated for a bailout, and spared no effort to resist the pressure. It was restrained by Lu Chongfeng. After all, he was an old man who had weathered the storms of the mall for decades, and he smelled a crisis. With his experience, this time should not go to the dead shoulder, but to take the opportunity to escape. Otherwise all will be lost. Sure enough, not more than half an hour, Lu family's 3 stocks all fell. The entire stock market. There were just a few stocks that also held on. Of course, there are also quality stocks that rose against the wind. For example, Westland Energy, Northland Mining, deadlocked the stop, steady as a rock, and they will continue to rise. Blueprint Investment Trading Room in an uproar. The crowd was surprised, looking at the disc dumbfounded. They had to admire Mr. Su, anticipating things like God, as if the stock market is controlled by her. Set up on the rise, set down on the fall. Seeing the crowd's eyes of admiration, Su Ruzhin was secretly ashamed. She could only admire Chen Fan. This guy was simply a godlike man. YYDS. In the afternoon, the market continued to fall. The short side didn't give the long side any chance, and finally closed at -7.73%. Su Ruzhin called Chen Fan. It's closed. A big win. What's the next operation? Chen Fan said. Wait. This wave of the market fell by more than 500 points, with only a small rebound in the middle. The 3 stocks under the Lu family had fallen by more than 60%, and one only needed to sit back and reap the benefits. Other than that, nothing to do. Su Ruzhin received instructions to tell everyone to take a break. Dim sum, coffee, and fruit plates are all ready, so feel free to eat and play. A job that really made money didn't need to be so tiring. Chen Fan watched stocks all day in his apartment, turned off his computer and stretched his legs. Once these 3 stocks under the Lu family fell, well, I made a few $100 million again today. Other people only make money when they speculate on stocks when they go up, but he makes money when he speculates on stocks when they go down. The current account has another $396 billion, not including the $3 billion or so transferred to the Blueprint investment before and after. Next week to hurry to the Western Frontier Energy, Northern Mining out, mobilize funds to do a big job again. Just about to go out and relax. Tang Jing sent a message over. Chen Fan, are you free? Chapter 72 opening the door to another world for Tang Jing. Seeing this message, Chen Fan hardly thought about it at all and, go ahead. Seeing that Chen Fan wasn't busy, Tang Jing quickly called over. Hey, Chen Fan, can you come out for a bit? I'm looking for you for something. What is it you say? Tang Jing said, wanting to stop again. You first come out and say it again. Probably feel this is not good. She explained, I want to invite you to eat a meal. Of course it's good to be invited to dinner. But Chen Fan noticed that Tang Jing's tone seemed wrong. She was hiding something in her heart. Chen Fan shook his head. This Tang Jing it seems like she needs to be enlightened. Ever since the incident at her home, she has changed like a different person. Alright, then come to the apartment complex across from the school. I'll wait for you downstairs. Chen Fan purposely waited for 10 minutes before Tang Jing came late. Aren't you the one who invited me for dinner? Actually making me wait for so long. Not sincere enough. Wait, today's Tang Jing seemed a bit off. Although she didn't wear any makeup, it was obvious that she had cleaned up a bit. Her hair was tied meticulously at the back of her head, her face was clean, and her features looked especially delicate. Moreover, she wore jeans that showed off her long legs today. After seeing Chen Fan, she looked a little embarrassed. Am I late? This question Chen Fan was not really good at answering. He quietly surveyed Tang Jing. This child looked extra quiet. It's okay, I only waited for 10 minutes. Tang Jing gave him an awkward look. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Ha ha. Seeing her so cautious, Chen Fan couldn't bear to tease her anymore. Isn't it a bit early to eat now? Then, let's find a cafe to sit for a while. Tang Jing sought his opinion. Chen Fan said cheerfully. Okay. Honestly, he didn't like Tang Jing's current appearance. Ever since the incident at home, she had become cautious and especially restrained in front of herself. After the two arrived at a nearby cafe, Chen Fan ordered 2 cups of coffee and some snacks. Tang Jing emphasized. I'm buying today. She picked up her cell phone. Let me pay you back $10,000 first. She transferred money to Chen Fan. Chen Fan said, why are you in such a hurry? It's not like I'm rushing you. Tang Jing blushed. You didn't rush. I can't go back on my word, right? You've already helped me a lot. I'm not comfortable with owing accounts. It's like having a stone pressed on your heart. I didn't expect Tang Jing to be so honest. If some other people, to be able to borrow in the hands of absolutely not return. He also understood Tang Jing's heart pressure and comforted. Take your time. I'm not short of money for the time being anyway. Tang Jing hummed, trying to squeeze out a smile. Thank you. In her eyes, there was a pure, real, and sincere glint. An idea suddenly surged in Chen Fan's heart. Actually, you shouldn't lock yourself up for this amount of money. You need to open it. It is only a temporary predicament. If you tie your hands because you owe this amount of money, this will hinder you in the future. Maybe you'll become extra cautious from now on, unable to let go, and therefore limit your pattern. Hearing him say this, Tang Jing froze. Chen Fan's words spoke to her heart. In the past, she was indeed the proud little princess in her parents' hearts. With excellent grades and a pretty face, she had been living in the care of everyone since she was a child. But she lived in an ordinary family environment. Once her father was in a car accident, the whole family collapsed. Money is something that many people can't overcome in their lifetime. The reality is that although money is not everything, but without money is nothing. I was once a dreamer myself, but now all she thinks about is making money. But now she was only thinking about making money in her mind, and a debt of more than $200,000 was a considerable burden for an ordinary person. It might take her years to pay it off. So Tang Jing wanted to seize every opportunity to try to make money to pay off her debt. Sometimes she thought in her mind that she had just run into Chen Fan. If it was someone else, she probably wouldn't have been so lucky. She had analyzed Chen Fan in her mind. Many people said that his family was poor. He had been working and studying hard, and even received the school's poverty subsidy. But who would have thought that he would be able to rise in just 2 years? He went from being a student receiving a poverty subsidy to someone who had the strength and ability to come to the aid of others. Chen Fan's matter moved Tang Jing. Perhaps if something like this hadn't happened at home, she wouldn't have noticed this boy at all. Now that she thought about it, she still felt that Qin Nan had vision. Chen Fan also sensed her thoughts and put down his cup. Let's go. I'll take you somewhere. Seeing Chen Fan getting up, she hurriedly said, I'll get the bill. Chen Fan smiled. I'll do it. How can this work? It's all been said that I'll treat. Tang Jing grabbed to pay, but was stopped by Chen Fan. If you're like this, it will make a boy lose face. Tang Jing blushed, and was indeed too embarrassed to insist. Where are we going? To a place that can open the door to your other world. Although she recognized every word he said, she just couldn't understand it. Tang Jing brainstormed many possibilities. What the hell are you going for? He was the one who had a girlfriend. Tang Jing began to think wildly. The two stopped a cab. Master, go to the curiosity market. Tang Jing didn't understand at all what kind of place the curious goods market was. Hearing that it wasn't to a hotel, she finally dropped her heart. As the two sat in the cab, her hand accidentally touched Chen Fan. An electrifying sensation hit her entire body. Tang Jing's heart trembled. Arriving at the place, the curiosity market is much the same as Wenjiang Street. Over there, it is mainly antiques, and this side is another riotous place, trading in large and small stones, which is what many people often call gambling. One cut is poor, one cut is rich. Some people get rich overnight here, and some people lose their homes here. But there's a fundamental difference between this place and winning the lottery. If you take the money to buy lottery tickets, want to win the jackpot. Here is different. As long as you have enough courage, eyesight, betting up the odds are great. After all, this is a formal trading market. Many stones are clearly marked price. Tang Jing couldn't figure out why Chen Fan brought himself here. This was indeed an area she had never touched before, and another world she had never intruded into before. What are we doing here? Tang Jing looked at Chen Fan curiously. Chen Fan smiled. Haven't you always been grumbling about owing that $200,000? I'll untie that knot for you today. Let's go. Let's take a look over there. The two came to the raw stone auction area, where there were stones of different sizes, all of which were clearly labeled. As long as you made a payment, you could go over there to decode the stones. Whether it's up or down, one cut will tell the difference. Chapter 73 Gambling on Stones. Chen Fan's eyes slightly condensed, and his pupils immediately changed. The perspective function automatically turned on. Tang Jing, sorry about that. I really didn't do it on purpose. Operational error. Chen Fan was embarrassed, and Tang Jing was still in the dark. What's wrong? She didn't even know that the little cutie inside her was seen by Chen Fan. Ahem. I didn't expect this Tang Jing to be so tantalizing as well. He pulled Tang Jing over and said quietly, that stone labeled 10,800. You buy it. Me? Tang Jing was red-faced. How could she have any money? Just now, she had returned all the $10,000 that she had managed to save up to Chen Fan, and she only had a few $100s left for living expenses. Chen Fan said, can you be more flexible? I'll return this $10,000. You don't have to pay me back yet. I'll give you another 800. How is this going to work? Tang Jing was very unsettled in her heart. You're asking me to gamble on stones? Listen to me right. Go. But, Tang Jing bit her lip, still a little worried. I have no experience in this area. Chen Fan laughed. You try it first, and if you win, you can return it to me. If you lose, there's no need for you to return it. Besides, how do you know if you win or lose without trying? I'm not asking you to gamble. I'm just telling you a truth. You shouldn't keep the debt owed on your mind. You have to look away. Money is something outside of your body. We spend the money and get another kind of harvest. Tang Jing thought about it. Alright then. She followed Chen Fan's instructions to buy the stone labeled 10,800. Next to her, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a Gucci handbag laughed. Young man, you're really good. This piece of broken stone has been on display for more than a year and hasn't been sold. It's a useless piece of scrap. Tang Jing was even more nervous and looked back at Chen Fan. Chen Fan laughed. It doesn't matter. We don't expect to make money anyway. Buy it for fun. A skinny middle-aged man next to him sized up the two. You guys look so familiar. You should be tourists who come here, right? Gambling in this industry is really about eyesight. Young man, why don't I help you guys with your eyes? If you get a good look, you give me 10% of the labor fee. If you don't, I won't take a penny. Ha ha. Chen Fan really wanted to laugh. This dead liar can really fool people. Who wouldn't do this kind of steady business? He said it in a serious manner. But there are really people who fall for it. Some of the tourists and amateurs who came over to play were grateful to him once they won the game. Just a little cutie. All knew that the logic was clearly bull ***** and didn't make sense. They all say this stone doesn't work. It's okay, just play with it. As an experience, you have to experience the joy of money spent. Fine. Tang Jing made the payment, and the staff asked, do you want to decipher the stone? Of course. If I don't solve it, will I buy it back and offer it up? The stone wasn't big, only 20 to 30 centimeters oval, and one of the stone-solving workers directly held it away. The two came together and saw the stone-solving worker fixing it on the machine. Do you have any requests? Most of the tourists who came here to have fun were here for the fun of it, and it didn't matter if they could win, even better, or if they couldn't. They obviously treated the two as tourists as well. Tang Jing knew nothing about this, and Chen Fan said, just make a random cut. Anyway, the jade inside is not big. Chen Fan has long seen clearly. Of course, the worker used the most common method, rubbing a knife from the side to see if he could rub out the green, but he rubbed the knife down. Oh, a lot of onlookers shook their heads. I told you, young man, your eyesight is not good. I help you pick and you do not listen. Just now the thin man in the sight of some bloating. Tang Jing was even more nervous. That is their hard-earned savings of $10,000. Ah, I didn't see anything. And you lost it in one cut? Chen Fan ignored the skinny man and handed a cigarette to the stone-solving worker. Master, trouble someone to make another cut. Cut here. He gestured on the stone. The stone-solving master nodded. Good class, but I'm sure you don't have much hope with this stone 80%. The slightly aged face of the man who had been working in this environment for years smiled. Chen Fan said try it before you say it. The other side of the knife cut down. The cut surface has not yet turned out. Tang Jing hands over her eyes. Chen Fan came close to her ear. It's green. Ha, green. Sure enough, it was green. The onlookers shouted. Oh my god, it's cut up. It's really green. Look, there's really emerald inside. Young man, you've made a fortune. Chen Fan smiled faintly. You guys say that a mere clump of fist-sized emerald can make me rich? He pulled away Tang Jing's hand that was covering her eyes, and Tang Jing looked at the massive green in the center of the stone and was petrified on the spot. This was the legendary gambling stone? And he had won the bet himself. Chen Fan gave out another round of cigarettes, and the stone-solving master grinned. Congratulations, young man, you're lucky. This is the first cut of green I've solved out today. Chen Fan was nothing to get excited about. He said to Tang Jing, you won the bet. Oh, Tang Jing was still dumbfounded. At this time, a jade store owner next to her shouted, young man, sell it to me for $80,000. Odd goods market has this benefit. The whole industry chain from top to bottom there are people squatting here. As long as you cut out the green, immediately someone over to buy away. Of course you can also not sell it and keep it back for your own collection. Chen Fan smiled. 80,000 is not for sale. Another boss shouted, I'll offer 100,000. 100,000? Tang Jing was a bit moved. However, she listened to Chen Fan. Chen Fan was not ambiguous either. 300,000 who wants to take it away? Rub. Young man, you're too ruthless. You have to leave a little profit margin for people. 300,000 can't take it. Several jade store owners shook their heads straight. 300,000 I'll take it. A voice came from the crowd, and the crowd looked for the sound, only to see a woman wearing a white shirt, black big pants legs, a pair of bright earrings especially good looking. The way the breeze blew her long hair was so valiant. Boss Lu, do you also see this kind of small business? Several jadeite store owners were quite dissatisfied when they saw this. Nay, since the Lu family was powerful and the boss of this industry, they could only be unhappy in their hearts. Chen Fan did not expect that he would actually meet Lu Ruoxian, the famous goddess of the jadeite industry in Zhangzhou. Here, Lu Ruoxian is just like her name, with bright eyes and white teeth, icy skin and jade bones, floating like an immortal. You guys don't bully the kids. This is clearly a piece of top quality jade. You guys are too dark. Lu Ruoxian smiled faintly at Chen Fan and the two of them. How about selling it to me for $300,000? Chen Fan turned around and asked Tang Jing, is that okay? I'll do whatever you say. Tang Jing nervously tugged on his arm. The sky-high price of $300,000 had already stunned her. The other party transferred the money and said to Chen Fan, "Little handsome, add a WeChat. You can look for sister if you need anything in the future." Chen Fan added her WeChat. Chapter 74, Goddess Military Training. Binoculars sold off the shelf. Lu Ruoxian was very smart. The likes of Chen Fan could become her clientele at any time. And Chen Fan also had an idea in his heart that the jade industry was a good industry. With this special ability of his, it shouldn't be difficult to really break in, right? After the two of them left the Wonderstone market, Chen Fan looked at Tang Jing, whose entire body was in a daze. "What's wrong with you?" Tang Jing bit her lip and looked at him with a budding face. "You take this $300,000, now you can treat me to dinner." Tang Jing said, "This is the money you earned. Didn't I tell you? This $10,000 is your principal." Tang Jing still want to say something else. Chen Fan domineeringly said, "Okay, now you finally don't have any pressure for that $200,000. Do back to the previous fast and happy self. This $200,000 belongs to you and me. You keep the remaining $100,000. Then, the two came to a Sichuan restaurant and simply ordered a few dishes without drinking. Seeing that Tang Jing was still very formal, Chen Fan said, "Actually, I have an idea in mind." Tang Jing stared at him fixedly, waiting for the following. "Tell me, what is your ideal after graduating from college?" Tang Jing pondered for a moment. "Of course it's to be a white-collar woman like those high-level white-collar people on TV. Smaller pattern." Chen Fan said solemnly, "Doesn't what happened today inspire you at all? If you enter the workforce, mixing well is ultimately just a laborer. You can take other avenues." Tang Jing didn't answer. She didn't know what exactly Chen Fan's intentions were. Chen Fan didn't hide his intentions either. "I'm interested in today's jade market. You can move towards that." "Ah, have you seen that Lu Ruoxian just now? She's the boss of this industry. Don't look at her young age, but their Lu family has been dominating the entire industry. We can replace her." Tang Jing bit her lip, her heart thumping. Chen Fan said, "Don't be afraid. People are exercised, or else everything I've done today would have been in vain. I believe that you have also learned a lot during this time at Blueprint Investment Company." He had indeed been working hard himself, because after the incident at home, Tang Jing had changed her previous character and matured a lot. Su Ruzhen had also mentioned to Chen Fan that Tang Jing was very conscientious in her work and was a good seedling worth cultivating. Of course, this was only the first step on its own. The two finished their meal and sent Tang Jing back to school. There were only 3 roommates in the dormitory at the moment, and Xin Nan hadn't come to live in the dormitory this semester since she moved out to live with her boyfriend over the summer. Tang Jing was lying on her bed, and the scenes from today were always in her mind. It felt like a dream to her. However, she thought about it in a simpler way. Could it be that Chen Fan wanted to start a business with himself? When she thought that Chen Fan hadn't gone to Blueprint Investment Company with everyone before, she felt curious. It turned out that he had been working quietly behind the scenes, although she couldn't imagine exactly what kind of state Chen Fan was in right now. At this moment, Tang Jing was full of respect for him. He was a kid from the countryside who would always put in more effort than others. The struggle was marvelous. Perhaps it was this spirit that made her feel there was a resonance between the two. "I'll definitely work hard too," Tang Jing said in her heart. Chen Fan today had completely influenced her. The matter of entering the jade industry was a forethought first. In the next few days, the stock market was very bad and tumbling. The 3 stocks under the Lu family are even down every day. Countless lobbyists, institutions, funds, are all buried in it. Bankers in order to control the disc, directly sealed stop. Retail investors even the opportunity to run. Chen Fan's side, he has handed over all the work in the stock market to Su Ruzhen to take care of. September 9th, the Western Frontier Energy, Northland Mining's rise has entered the end. Although the next will have a small rise, but this is already the dealer's shipments in the shock. Chen Fan asked Su Ruzhen to ship out in his own way, and try to grab the 2 stocks before the bankers and empty them all. Su Ruzhen spent 5 whole trading days before completely withdrawing the funds from the 2 demon stocks. At this moment, the funds on Chen Fan's private account totaled 12,283 billion. This money did not include the funds he had transferred to Blueprint Investments account. On top of that, he had also personally bought nearly $1 billion of securities in the 3 listed companies under the Lu family. On Su Ruzhen's side, all $2 billion on the account were invested. Last time, the wool of Zhao's real estate was gathered. And this time, I am afraid that the Lu family will also have to shed a layer of skin. According to Chen Fan's current trend of seeing the market, the loss of 60% of the plunge is definitely unbearable for the Lu family. They will not sit still and wait for death, and will definitely fight back. It's just that under the current environment, they don't dare to act rashly. At the moment, Zhao's real estate was also having a hard time. Zhao Guowei had just taken down a few big projects and ran into this kind of thing. He was also a bit burnt out. The good thing is that the hotel that Zhao Linlin is responsible for hasn't been affected, and the hotel renovation is going on as usual. The general environment in the stock market does not affect the mentality of these students. Freshmen are in military training. Chen Fan is ready to officially go to school on this day. As a result, just to the school entrance, a dozen backpacks, thieving men and women, holding binoculars in their hands chasing Chen Fan asked, "Young man, to a knot? Just 300. Chen Fan looked at these people strangely. When did the telescope business start in front of the school? And it looked like the business was very hot. Otherwise it would not be possible for so many people to come over and set up stalls. No, Chen Fan refused. Have one. So many people from your school have bought them. What's wrong with you? What's the point of buying binoculars? Chen Fan pushed away the women blocking his way and strutted into the school. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. On the playground, the instructor was instructing the new students, taking majestic and vigorous steps, shouting slogans. Chen Fan came to the classroom and a large group of boys were lying on the window with binoculars. Don't crowd. Don't crowd. Let me have a look. I see it. Is that Lu Wushu himself? Woohoo. So white. Ugh. It's just that Dad's mom is smaller. Beast ah. Ilangao saw Chen Fan coming and hurriedly shoved the binoculars to him. Come on. This is our newest school goddess. Chen Fan pushed him away in disgust. Did he need this? Besides, Lu Wuxuan lived right next door to him. He could meet up every day. You people. As for that, I still like Zuobing a bit more. Zuobing's body is so soft, able to accomplish a lot of difficult moves. And Su Rujin, that's a pleasure you can't imagine. Chapter 75, Running for Class Cadre. Hey, 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 what's going on? Everyone was watching with great interest when Liang Dongkai came. Today's Liang Dongkai is very godly, wearing a designer suit, wearing a tie. The new haircut makes him a few more points to pretend to be the bottom of the class. Class is in session. Class is in session. Hurry back to your seat. Is a goddess like Lu Wushuang also within your reach? This year is already the third year of college. If you guys don't work hard, are there fewer cases of unemployed college students? Everyone returned to their positions before Liang Dong glanced at Chen Fan with displeasure. He had always been haunted by the matter of Zuobing, and he had thought about it for 8 nights without being able to figure it out. What exactly did Zuobing see in him? Is he more handsome than himself? Is he richer than himself? Then he pulled Ilangao to talk. Ilangao, I heard that your kid recently mixed well, picked up a property company manager as? Ilangao heard him talk like this. The heart is not happy. What do you mean? I call this pickup? That is with my ability to get. The students heard that Ilangao used the summer vacation time to work, actually mixed to the position of manager. One envious. Ilangao, then you have to treat me. Okay, no problem with treating. The barbecue at night is on me. Ilangao waved his hand powerfully, with a look of wealth. Classmates, no matter how well you read, you still have to adapt to society in the end. Something should be done before it's too late. When you graduate and then look for a job will be trouble. But being a manager is also troublesome and tiring. Well, students this by pretended well. Many female students have stars in their eyes. Wow, Ilangao, you're so handsome. Some of the boys were also envious. He hasn't even graduated from college yet, and he's already the manager of a property company. Next to Wang Hao did not make a sound. He is low-key, but Ilangao didn't forget about this brother. You guys don't underestimate our student Wang Hao. He is the same as me now. Assistant Manager Wang, say something. Pass on some experience to your classmates. Wang Hao, nothing. Wei Jianliang looked at the two of them. His eyes even stared out with blood. One wrong step. One wrong step. In just one summer vacation, people had already distanced themselves from him. Liang Dongkai originally wanted to step on him, but he didn't expect him to take the opportunity to pretend to be Bai instead. Disdainfully, he said, I can't stand you poor Bai. What's so great about a job? It's people like me who are not happy. They can't find a job in the future. They can only go back to inherit a few $100 million of family property. Put, a bunch of pretenders. I can't stand it, but I can't help it. I can only let him brag about Bai. Liang Dongsai's words turned. Chen Fan, you and a few brothers are mixing so well. I guess you are also mixing well, right? Chen Fan ignored him. He thought that Chen Fan was too embarrassed to open his mouth. So he laughed. That's also true. With a family condition like yours and without any background, it is indeed hard to make a name for yourself. How about this? If you admit your fault to me, I'll talk to my dad and let you work as a security guard in his company. Ha ha ha. Some of the students who looked down on Chen Fan also laughed along. Many people had a very strange sense of superiority and a very serious comparison mentality, especially those students who didn't have much family background, thinking in their hearts that I am at least better than Chen Fan. Of course, the current Chen Fan was long gone from what he was back then. Seeing Liang Dongkai insulting himself again and again, Chen Fan was also not polite. Is that so? Then ask your father to come over and talk to me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Liang Dongkai said angrily, you don't count. My dad earns millions of dollars a year. Would he give it about a poor bastard like you who has to rely on work study to pay for his living expenses? Chen Fan, don't be so shameless. We're re-electing the class president today. When I become the class president, I'll be the first to screw you. This semester's class president to be re-elected. The previous class president has been recruited by a large enterprise in advance. Liang Dongkai, this vice class president, is very likely to be corrected. Therefore, he was extraordinarily pleased to be the class president, and then mix a student council vice president or something. Can I be killed just because I'm class president? Do you really take class president as an official? Chen Fan sneered. This is to force me to pretend to graduate. After Shen Mengyao left, the new homeroom teacher was a Mediterranean man in his 50s. The top of his head is already as reflective as a mirror, and he desperately grows the hair on the side to support the center. On the homeroom teacher's side, Liang Dongkai had already taken care of it long ago, saying that he was talking about an election. He was basically just going through the motions. Ahem. The homeroom teacher came and stood on the podium looking at the students below. We're having a class meeting today to elect new class officers. The nominee for class president is Liang Dongkai, last semester's vice class president. He's a very competent student who actively cooperates with the teachers of all subjects and has done a very good job in class management. Next, please vote. Please raise your hand in favor of student Liang Dongkai. Wait. Everyone was just about to raise their hands when Chen Fan stood up. Everyone looked at him curiously. What was this guy up to? The class teacher also felt strange. Does this student have anything to say? Teacher Xie, according to the process of the election law, shouldn't you consult the opinions of other students? Perhaps there are other candidates? The class teacher froze as he looked at the students on the stage. Do you have any other students to nominate? The crowd shook their heads in unison, as they all knew that they couldn't compete with Liang Dongkai. Look, no one wants to nominate. Ha, the class teacher said. I want to run for class president. Chen Fan raised his hand and shouted. Ha! Hearing Chen Fan's decision, everyone was dumbfounded, looking at the poorest student in the class with surprise. Some people said in their hearts, is this kid's head kicked by a donkey? Even he wanted to come out and run for class cadre? It's really funny. Good job. We support Chen Fan to come out and run for class president. Lang Gao and Wang Hao came to their senses and immediately shouted. A few classmates who were usually on good terms with Chen Fan also supported them. The class teacher frowned down, but he couldn't say any reason to oppose. However, he didn't think highly of Chen Fan. After transferring to this class as the homeroom teacher, he had done a mapping of each student's situation. Chen Fan has always been an obscure student in the class. After 2 years of study, it is estimated that there are still many classroom teachers who cannot name him. He was going to PK with Liang Dongkai and run for class president. Wasn't that a self-inflicted humiliation? When Liang Dongkai heard that Chen Fan was going to come out and run against him for class president, there was a hint of a playful smile on his face. Good. Since he has this courage, I raise my hand to welcome him. This will make it look like we have a more convincing class cadre election this time. Teacher Xie, let him participate in the PK. Liang Dongkai smiled lewdly. Regardless of popularity or strength, he could definitely crush Chen Fan's existence. Since that's the case, then I'll humiliate him severely. It's also good to let him know what it means to be ungrateful. When the class teacher saw that Liang Dongkai also agreed to Chen Fan's participation in the class cadre election, of course it was not good to stop him. Let them compete fairly then. Chapter 76, First Time Pretending. Since it was a fair competition, it would require 2 PKs. Liang Dongkai dressed particularly grandly today, presumably prepared. What's more honorable is that he put the BMW car keys on the table seemingly unintentionally. Next, start his performance. He walked up to the podium. Dear class teacher Ms. Xia, dear students, hello everyone. Another new semester is coming. As the vice class president of our class last semester, I had done a lot of contributions for the class. Also gave a lot of time to help the homeroom teacher and class teachers manage class discipline and organize class activities. I also organized many times to pay the class fee, made the class activities a success, and received many praises and awards from the school. Now the original class president was recruited into a large foreign company in advance because he was too good. Today I hope you will vote for me. I have the ability and confidence to manage our class better. I will definitely lead everyone to work together, so that our 4 years of college will no longer be wasted. Thank you everyone. Liang Dongkai finished his campaign speech and courteously bowed towards the homeroom teacher and the students on the stage. Pa pa pa. The homeroom teacher nodded with satisfaction and led the class in applause. Student Liang Dongkai's ability is very good. This is obvious to everyone. Next, please invite student Chen Fan to the stage to deliver your campaign speech. Good, good, good. Pa pa pa. When Lang Gao and Wang Hao heard that Chen Fan was allowed to go on stage to give his speech, the two of them stood up and applauded. However, the scene was awkward. Everyone was looking at them like they were little cuties. Looking at the two of them like that, the two of them sat down again sardonically. Chen Fan looked at his cell phone. He had previously sent a message to Su Ruzhen when the homeroom teacher said that the class officers would be elected today. It should be about right at this moment, right? He walked up to the stage. This was the first time he stood on the podium and gave a speech in front of all his classmates and teachers. However, at this time, Chen Fan's mental quality was already very hard. Otherwise, in exchange for the average person would not have the courage to go to the cafeteria and do this kind of rough work. Most people would feel embarrassed and humiliated, but Chen Fan didn't think so. It is said that the poor children are early adopters, and he has experienced more and matured faster than the average person. At this moment, he stood on the podium. Although there was a strong contrast between the ground floor goods and Liang Dongcai's designer suit, however, there was a sense of maturity and steadiness coming from Chen Fan, so much so that it gave the homeroom teacher an illusion. He also knew that Chen Fan had been relying on the school's poverty subsidy in the past, and was a student whose family conditions were very difficult. It's just that the homeroom teacher didn't think highly of him when he wanted to come out and run for class cadre. Chen Fan looked at everyone and, respected class teacher, dear classmates, today I came out to run for class cadre. I know everyone is surprised. Today, I will only say one thing. Just now, Liang Dongcai student said that he would organize everyone to pay the class fee many times and make the class activities a success. In more than 5 months last semester, he organized 6 activities and we paid the class fee 6 times, ranging from 200 to 300 each time. It's not true that his family does have money because he has a rich father, but is every one of our classmates' family that rich? Not really. 6 class fees, nearly $2,000. I'm sure it's a lot of money for many students. Will he pay the class fees on our behalf? The answer is definitely no. But, if the students elect me as the class president today, the class can have as many activities as they want, and you won't have to pay a single cent of the class fee. I'll take care of all the expenses. Ha, ha, the classroom was astonished. Everyone was staring at him and frozen. Couldn't believe it. Not to mention them, even Yi Langgao and Wang Hao somewhat doubted their ears. They had heard it wrong. Wait a minute. Was this person standing on the podium Chen Fan? Liang Dongcai laughed coldly. Who wouldn't brag about Niu Bai? Who doesn't know that you are the poor student in the class? Not to mention that you bear all the class fees. How many times did you pay the class fees last semester? Can you get a dime? Chen Fan said. Whether I'm bragging or not can be confirmed right away. His cell phone rang. Chen Fan picked it up. Yeah, come in. Knock, knock. Chen Mang appeared at the classroom door carrying a bag. Chen Fan waved at him and Chen Mang handed him the bag before turning around and leaving. Chen Fan placed the bag towards the podium and unzipped it with a brush. Wow! A brand new smell of ink hit his nose, and there was $200,000 in cash neatly stacked in the bag. Chen Fan said, "This is the money I earned by utilizing my summer vacation. Now I'm donating it as class fee, and I'll continue to make up for it if it's not enough in the future. If the students support me as this class president, please vote for me." Pa 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 pa. Thunderous applause rang out in the classroom for a long time. Yi Langgao and Wang Hao were even more wide-eyed. Niu Bai was big. Chen Fan donated the money he earned during the summer vacation as class fee. Just ask who can do this. With this amount of money, in the future, all the students can eat and drink spicy food without paying a penny themselves. Who wouldn't be excited when it comes to personal interests? Who is not excited? Who is not happy? The men and women in the classroom, one by one, stood up and shouted, Chen Fan Niu Bai. Chen Fan is the most handsome. We support Chen Fan as class president. Chen Fan YYDS. Seeing the students so crazy, the class teacher shook his head helplessly. Even he felt that Chen Fan had vigor, especially for a poor student like him to donate the money he earned during the summer vacation. Such selflessness, generosity, who else could compare? He instantly felt that the several cakes of tea and puffy that Liang Dongcai had given him didn't smell good anymore. On the pattern, Liang Dongcai was still small. In that case, let's all vote. Voting results. Chen Fan 55 votes, Liang Dongcai 1 vote. Even Gui Jianliang had secretly changed sides. After all, he wouldn't be required to pay shift fees in the future. Ahem. The homeroom teacher habitually straightened his hair and smoothed the side efforts towards the center. Since everyone is in favor of student Chen Fan being elected class president, then student Liang Dongcai should still be the vice class president. Liang Dongcai's face turned green. He roared unwillingly. Impossible. How can he earn $200,000 in one summer vacation? He's a liar. Chen Fan didn't care about him at all and casually handed the bag to the student member of the class who was also in charge of finances. Student Peng Xiaoqian, please deposit the money into the class account and reimburse all future expenses from here. Ha, oh. Xiu Peng Xiaoqian stood up and received the bag with some disbelief. Chen Fan glanced at Liang Dongcai with disdain. Ma buys, it's you by my. Lousy's first time pretending to be by.